The good sister. The guard fires roared in a great arc around the camp, whole trunks of soldier pine and bushels of spike leaf fed to the flames in the night. Atop the hills nearby were yet more, protecting the lookouts. All to stop the cold and worse. From the top of the wall, the camp looked more empty than it ever had before. A line of torchlights showed that the animals and families kept moving through the wall, as they had day and night since the Canadians opened the way. Still more had been dispatched to the night fort to use the gate there. Soon, perhaps the next day, there would be only menfolk in camp. In the lands beyond, there was nothing but darkness. The clouds hung low, almost as low as the wall itself, cloaking moon and stars from what meager light they could provide but reflecting the fire's orange glow. Rain, Val thought idly, her mind finally doing something other than processing what was to come. She had taken herself to the top of the wall to see the lands beyond one last time. There would not be time later. In the morning, she would depart for Winterfell. It would be a long time before she saw the land of her birth again. It seemed a bone-deep certainty to her. As she predicted, rain began falling, the droplets splashing on the gravel and ice around her and freezing. The water pattered to either side loudly. Val sighed and pulled her fur hood up over her head, tucking her long braid in for good measure. I wonder how warm the south really is. There was a clank from behind, telling that the winch cage had made it to the top of the wall carrying its passengers. Unable to see who it was past one of the giant catapults, Val waited, preferring to be alone and not wanting to be interrupted by crows. Many black cloaks had already been released from their imprisonment to continue their work keeping the wall up. 3 had already been gelded by spear wives. Whittling down the rapers will take some more time, Mance had said, when Val had made an issue of it, but Lord Crow knows none will escape and has no objections. To Val's surprise, Della and Jon Snow appeared from behind the wooden frame of the catapult, giving each other their farewells with more warmth than Val thought appropriate. The wolf followed behind, the rain bouncing off its fur. Val could tell it was going to be an enormous thing when fully grown, yet it seemed as biddable as any dog. Warg, she concluded of its master. The beast followed Snow as he went and took the place of the crow on watch further down the wall. Della came over, her walk careful as the gravel shifted and crackled underfoot. She had a smile on her face, the source of which Val couldn't place. The wolf. Della gave half a roll of a shoulder. He warmed up to me. Val glanced at the wolf again, causing the animal to return the gaze. Easy, pup. What did you want with Jon Snow? To know more about his brother, Della replied, someone you should have asked about yourself. I know enough. He's a kneeler. He will treat only with other kneelers. That is not enough. Val looked away from her sister, and back north. Does it matter when I have no chance of convincing them? And my escape from Winterfell will depend on the Canadians believing I am not false in talking peace. Merely pretending to make a generous offer would not work out well, for Val or the people depending on her. She took hold of the end of her braid, fiddling with it. This was not a conversation she wished to have. And all the worse that we have to wear that ridiculous name, the name of a family that would have happily flayed or impaled our father. Umber. The kneelers themselves will not recognize it. Della sighed. It is our heritage, sister. We are who we are. Because of that, the kneelers will doubt. Enough to listen. And mother will be with you to back your words. Mother is no more convinced on this than anyone else. She just defers to Mance, like he is a kneeler king. She defers to Mance because he protects us both, and our tribe. Because he has made me a queen, contrary to the traditions of our people, and made them accept it. And because I am carrying his child. Val half lurched, barely keeping her footing. How long? Not long, Della replied, 2 days since I have known for sure. Her heart swelling with joy and fear, Val drew her sister into a fierce embrace. I knew this would happen someday. And I am glad we made it south before it did, though life must not end for fear of death. Della returned the embrace, before pushing away gently, smiling the way their mother used to. Thank you. The babe will need your protection. We have the wall to stop the others. That leaves only the kneelers, including our own mother's family. The duty falls to you, to do what is necessary. Val's throat and chest tightened. Then I am doomed. Glancing back at Jon Snow, Della swallowed air and steeled herself. Val felt her stomach drop. Oh gods, what does she intend? There is something we can offer the Starks, her sister said, switching to the old tongue, something the Canadians cannot know of. Val narrowed her eyes. The chieftains heard nothing of that sort at Mole's Town. They have not voted. The chieftains of the Laughing Tree were there, Della replied, we could not tell their chieftains. Nor can we tell others, those who hate the Starks so much that war is the only path they will ever take. Val just barely kept a scowl off her face. That the free folk had come together to decide on their fate had been a great achievement, she had thought. So you are undermining the chieftains, she said, you will offer something that was not agreed. It will divide our people and we will end up fighting each other, while the Starks laugh. What do you think I have been doing all day? Dalla asked. Every chieftain who is not mad or desires to die a bloody death, I have talked to on Mance's behalf. All have agreed to the new offer, with their own terms. What terms? Rights to use land in the gift, mostly. Some are more difficult. Val realized the significance at once. What have you bought with such terms? It must be a mighty demand. Surely, the chiefs have not agreed to kneel. Dalla shook her head. No, they have chosen the only route that prevents us needing to kneel, save for war. Fighting the kneelers would cost too many lives and too much time. The chieftains have accepted the idea of an alliance with the Starks, to offer our military strength in addition to theirs. Val's eyes widened to the point that the cold stung them, forcing them to tear up and shut again. What? She hissed, wiping the tears away. Mance has talked much of the wealth of the far south in the past, Dalla replied. They haven't forgotten. Many wish to go south to raid. And Mance thinks this is a good idea. As do I. The men are not like to stand upon the wall, awaiting the other's blow. Any peace would be under constant threat from the raiding clans. What better way to relieve it than to let them do as they wish against the Starks' enemies? Val couldn't believe her ears. The chieftains have not considered that them going south would make them hostages as much as any child held in a castle. Dalla exhaled an amused breath and shook her head. Mance has done his work well. They are already dreaming of all they can steal. Fever dreams, Val said in disgust, and why must the Canadians not find out about this? Surely they would be greatly pleased if they knew most of the council favored an alliance. They are a strange people, Dalla sighed, a people born for war, yet they ferociously mislike it while making its practice a prayer. Even now their new followers practice marching. She gestured to the camp. The clans most enthusiastic about alliance are those that would never agree to peace, but see this as a chance to despoil as much of the Netherlands as possible. The warriors of Canada would not stand by as free folk warriors raid villages that have nothing to do with the survival of our people. Yet allowing the clans the chance to do just that may be the very key to that survival. The Canadians would be right, Val stated, the Starks' enemies have done us no harm. And what if we lose? Dalla looked off north to the camp, troubled. Mayhaps they are in the right. But the alternative is to kneel to Stark. Whether that is openly or by so many oaths and hostages held against us. Is that a price you are willing to pay? All true, Val thought. The only ways to stand with the Lord of Winterfell as an equal were to defeat him or to prove their worth in battle some other way. And the Sautrons beyond the neck were no friends. Their victory would be the death of the free folk. They knew nothing of the wall or the others. They did not wish to know. So you wish me to offer alliance to Stark? Val asked, how do I do that without the Canadians finding out? Our agreements with the Starks are not the business of this Canada of theirs, Dalla said, but that is not the biggest obstacle. The Kneelers do not do alliances as we do between clans and tribes. They prefer permanent arrangements. The lords are held together by other ties. Val looked up at the sky, wondering what Dalla meant. And it hit her, like a falling star. You can't mean. Would you have me say it out? Her sister half mumbled, at least having the dignity to be embarrassed. I cannot marry the Stark boy for an alliance, Val stated firmly, that is not our way. And I am not some bauble you can trade like an SSC merchant at the mouth of the Antler. Your sacrifice of our ways will protect them for the future, Dalla replied, I do not take this lightly. Neither does Mance. We are not ordering you to do this. We ask that you consider it. Get the measure of the young Stark in Winterfell, and make the decision yourself. As I said, the fate of our people is in your hands. The lords will not accept it. If you present yourself as Val of the House of Umber, if you come offering to solve their problem, and if you offer the concessions our council has already approved, they may have no choice. Val was suddenly glad that Dalla was with child, for she would have throttled dear sister otherwise. Does mother know you are doing this? She does. She accepts it. What did she say? Dalla hesitated. Nothing. Val was not convinced. What did she say, sister? She repeated. She said nothing before agreeing, but she seemed lost somewhere else for a moment, Dalla said, before joking, mayhaps she dreamed of being a Kneeler lady again, of seeing us honored as nobles. Now we both will have that. Or we will die. Honors. And mother is of the free folk now. She cares not for such honors. She cares that her family would recognize us, Dalla said, we are now south of the wall. The land of her birth. That we can live here and bring her grandchildren into life here is what she wants. You are guessing. Not without knowledge. Do you think me mistaken? Val had no answer. Her sister was not mistaken at all. It would be just like Rowan Umber to think such a way. Above being free folk or Kneeler, her mother was a survivor. But Val did not want to believe that her mother had become that person again. She had spent her childhood listening about the strange ways of her grandfather's people. And their hatred for the free folk. Dalla was waiting for an answer when Val next returned her attention that way. I need some cause to reject the idea. Robb Stark is young. Too young. He is like his father. Honorable. Strong. Good with a sword. Better with a lance on horseback. A warg like his brother as well. You would have no reason to complain, in time. And I would think you would enjoy a younger man, though you are not so much older. Val grumbled incoherently, struggling to form a response that wasn't at volumes the nearby crows could hear. Not least Jon Snow. Dalla laughed. But if you feel elsewise, simply offer what we said before and rely on the Canadians to get you out if that fails. The terms are to be made in good faith, and the so-called Northmen are the blood of the first men, mostly. An oath before a weirwood binds them as much as it does us. So not at all, Val shot back with a false smile, the ones among the free folk most like to break an accord are the ones least likely to care for oaths. And the Sauron lordlings are no doubt the same. But not the Starks. We swear oaths with them, and the lords that fight us will find their own liege on our side. Val eyed her sister. You speak like Durin. Mayhaps. But Durin would betray us to the Canadians in a breath's moment. So don't share notions of alliance with her. Why would I? Val thought idly, Durin is no friend of mine. I have not said I will do as you ask. Dalla waved her off. I know you will. You have not threatened to slit Robb Stark's throat yet. So you know the weight of the task I have put on your back. I'll be on my back. And we know what the lords will want done while I'm there. I have little desire for children, sister, not yet. I will not be able to keep a straight face when I make the offer, sister. Or a calm tongue. Dalla's lips thinned. You would not need to give him the offer. Mans is going with you. Val looked at her blankly. Mans is coming south. Yes. Disguised as one of the unicorn riders. They haven't forgotten their oath to him. They aren't born of stolen women, Val thought, not like the Laughing Tree's other clans. It is unwise to test their loyalties. And won't the army fall apart without Mance? Not if he's gone for a certain time only, Dalla replied, the chieftains will be told he's going on a tour of the gift, to see what points may be defended easily. Only one who knows the truth is Giant Spain, because he's going to command while Mance is gone. Val rubbed her face. Any more surprises? Do the Canadians know? They'll find out, Dalla stated, they just do not need to know yet. A king beyond the wall must not appear to grovel, after all. Then why was I chosen at all? Val's mind asked, hurt, was I not to be trusted with this negotiation in the first place? I care not, sister, she said, if Mance is going to talk to the Starks, then I will stay here. It was our king who volunteered me, yet he would come along? Clearly he has no more need of my being at Winterfell. Having no more to say about the matter, Val made to leave. Dalla gently grabbed her arm, holding her in place. The wolf took notice, ears up. Val. The lords need to see us as more than savages. They think they know us, but they know only the raider in the night. If Mance goes alone, they will see only him. And what is he? Handsome to my eye and a great man. But also a crow that flew away, his black cloak sewn with red silk, his winged helm on his head. An armed traitor. Dalla touched the side of Val's cheek. If you are the one they see instead, what is it they will glimpse? A proud woman of the free folk, speaking good sense, beautiful and the very image of what they think nobility is. All their expectations will be shattered. Val's jaw set with annoyance. So I am to lead in talking to Stark because the lords shall think me pretty. She said, somehow, that feels more an insult than them rejecting me for my wildling blood. They're men, Dalla smirked, their fantasies can confound their good sense. Something we must use to our advantage. Despite the bluster, Mance would avoid war with the lords. He is of a mind with the Canadians in this more than with the chieftains. Our people need this, sister. Tell me you will do what we ask. Val scowled, and pulled her arm out of Dalla's grasp. But the words she wanted to speak rejecting her sister's request could not come. Instead, her eyes were drawn north again, searching for the others in the gloom beyond the guard fires. I will do what is required, she said instead, no further, unless it pleases me. And I think it shall not please me. Dalla breathed a sigh of relief. Then it is all in the hands of the gods now, she said, all preparations made. Val shook her head. What manner of woman have you become? You have changed, sister, she said, a year ago you wouldn't have bargained my life for anything. I am a queen, Dalla replied, while that does not mean much to our people, it is not without meaning entirely. I feel, burdened by it, sister. As if the bards will sing of my failure if after having escaped the others, the Starks ride us down, shaming me for all eternity. Val looked at her sister like she had just asked for a dragon. What a foolish notion. You won't be around to experience eternity, she said, finally leaving, better to think of the here and now. Where are you going? Della asked. Taking your advice, Val replied over her shoulder. Seeing that Jon Snow hadn't moved from his post, she walked carefully across the icy gravel, moving further down the wall. Her progress was tracked every step of the way by the white dire wolf. The creature eventually broke away from its master's side, padding over to inspect her. As it reached her, Val stood absolutely still, allowing it to sniff her. Not here to hurt anyone, wolf, she thought, I would know your master, is all. To her surprise, the wolf acted as if it heard her mind, and it threw its long nose under her gloved fingers. She found herself scratching the beast on its large head by force of habit, to its delight. It panted silently, an eye the color of weirwood sap peering up at her as she found a spot behind the ears that was particularly favored. That's unusual, Jon Snow remarked, Ghost doesn't usually take to people like this. Mayhaps I am not just anyone, Val commented. She stopped scratching the wolf, and got her hand pulled on for her trouble. Despite the size of the teeth clamped around her glove, she could tell it was just asking for more. Jon Snow laughed loudly. Mayhaps Ghost just knows the people who scratch the best, he said, even those who are brave enough to approach are not always brave enough to touch him for long. Val retrieved her hand from the wolf's mouth, getting a silent huff of breath in response, and joined the crow at his post. Tomorrow we leave for Winterfell. The young man inclined his head. We do. What brings you to me, my lady? Val hesitated. It didn't seem proper to simply ask about his brother, though she was sure that was what Dalla had done. But she did feel there was something to speak with him about, now that she knew what she had to do. I would talk with you. We're alike, Jon Snow. The young crow raised an eyebrow. How so? Val eyed him, not sure she should even hint at what she had been asked to do. He is easy to look at. A pity he wears black. We're both trapped by duty. The mustering. The whites snarled and rasped breathlessly as they were tied up and rolled into large fur blankets, tucked in with ice slabs from deep inside the wall. Their luminescent blue eyes rolled and searched as they were packed atop the crawler's rear unit, secured with strong polymer rope from another world. Stacked like carpets, a tarp was laid over them and still more ice from the wall shoveled on top, finally covered with a second large canvas to protect the cargo from the sun. The last piece of cargo. Everything else had been ready to go the evening before, allowing those that would be going south to catch a long sleep. Zhang flashed a thumbs up from on top of the crawler, indicating that everything was secure for travel. Michael flashed it back out of habit and waved for her to get down, feeling strangely sluggish for reasons he couldn't explain. So that's it, O'Neill said from behind. That's it, Michael confirmed, we're ready to go. Are we? The sergeant asked. I know logically, we are. Doesn't feel like it, sir. There's a good reason for that, Michael replied, all we have to do is engage in diplomacy with a foreign power, on another world, in the technological and cultural context of a medieval society. If we succeed, we get to drive or fight our way to a magic island that might not be magic at all, then maybe retrace our journey. If we fail, we're in the middle of another idiotic war. What could possibly go wrong? O'Neill commented flatly, you forgot about the ice demons, sir. Michael grimaced. If a wall a few hundred feet high can't stop them, we're up the creek anyway. Hopefully we can leave that problem behind us. And now that you've said that, we're fucked, sir, Zhang declared cheerily, best not tell them that though. She gestured to the open space around the gate area of Mole's town, where the Laughing Tree tribe was fully assembled. To one side, those that would remain behind until some sort of resolution to the Stark Free Folk conflict was made. Mostly settled folks, Michael noted, married with kids. They were clumped together in knots, not having been subject to the constant drilling of O'Neill. The sergeant's opinion was you couldn't teach old dogs new tricks, though they weren't all that old. To the other side, a disciplined line of almost soldiers, dressed in black steel mail over their furs, with helms and shields. They were almost exclusively young men and women. Each had a maple leaf made of red cloth pinned to their chests, seemingly cut from a single template. Even the unicorn riders, dismounted for inspection and in far less orderly a line, had the patch. I wonder whose idea that was? Michael thought with annoyance, pondering on whether or not he should order the sigils removed. They're not Canadians. Not yet, anyway. They look more ready than we are, O'Neill commented. Of course they are, Michael responded, they've been waiting for this longer than we have. There was a commotion as a group of riders came through the deliberately emptied market section of the village. To Michael's surprise, it was Queen Dalla leading the way, not Mance. She looked more regal than ever before, wearing a crown of small antlers and what looked like Mance's black and red cloak. Beside her was Val, looking far more modest in what were quite obviously traveling furs. Behind the royal pair was a collection of crows that included Jon Stark and the Lord Commander himself. The riders passed between the two groups of the Laughing Tree, coming to a halt in front of the crawler. Keeping up diplomacy, Michael stood to attention and saluted Dalla. The queen dismounted and returned the salute in decent fashion, drawing an amused snort from Zheng. Your Majesty, Michael greeted, ignoring the corporal. The queen did not comment on the use of the title. Lord Duquesne, Dalla replied, or is it Elector Duquesne? Michael saw Mormont frown ever so slightly behind, apparently not happy or not a believer that the whole party of Canadians were nobles. Perceptive grouch. Lieutenant Duquesne, I'm under arms, he replied with a smile, is the king joining us? Dalla shook her head. He's resolving a dispute between tribes, she said. It seems the warriors of the Ice River and mountain caves were unable to take the Shadow Tower. Their families are unhappy that their men were sent at all. That meant the Night's Watch still survived in some independent fashion, Michael knew. He looked to Mormont again, finding the man carefully guarding his face from showing feelings on the matter. But the Lord Commander was too smart to think questions about it could be avoided. Sir Dennis Mallister has commanded the Shadow Tower for 33 years, Mormont declared. If you expect me to order him to stand down, you'll find yourself disappointed by the result. Dalla glared at the man over her shoulder for a moment. Another matter Mance will need to deal with. Worry not. The half-hand has offered to mediate. And if that fails, the Frozen Shore tribe and their cousins of the forest will happily make the journey to take the tower from the south. And Sir Dennis will happily meet them in battle, Mormont smiled. I suppose it is all in the hands of the gods. You may suppose, Val commented, her tone venomous, but the gods will not save Dennis Mallister. Nor the warriors he cuts down before his fate reaches him, Mormont replied coolly. For reasons he couldn't explain, Michael found the whole exchange increasingly hilarious with each word. Thanks to the underground library, he knew of the complexity of politics in the South. The familiarity of the argument between Crow and Free Folk seemed almost quaint by comparison. Yet the back and forth was a long way from murder, which would have been the default between a Crow and Free Folk person south of the wall not so long ago. At last, a loud chuckle escaped him, ending the back and forth. Michael held up his hands in apology. Sorry, he said, it's just. I think I'll actually miss this when we're gone. Night's Watch and Free Folk. Crow and Wildling. You stupidly kill each other, sure, but now you're just jesting with words. Doing what we've done here? Bringing the Free Folk south and keeping some sort of peace, I think it might be the most important thing I've ever done in my life. Let's not screw it up. There's an army of dead men after us all. Eyes wide, Val and Mormont exchanged looks, while the rest of the delegation simply stared. John Stark's left eyebrow threatened to disappear up into his generous hairline, which actually made things even more amusing. Michael glanced between Dalla and Mormont for a moment. A strange melancholy rose up his throat that he couldn't suppress. The next time I see them, they could be whites. We might find a way home and never meet you again, he said, so keep each other alive when we're gone. Try to remember you're all human beings, and your real enemies are not. Not just talking about the others either. Hunger, disease, stupidity. Do your best against those, and remember us, for what that's worth. The Lord Commander looked away, north towards the wall. Dalla gazed at Michael, her eyes warm with surprised approval. Val sighed, and glanced at an equally confused John Stark. I've stunned them all. Great. Where did that come from? Zhang asked in English, motivational speaking a side gig of yours, sir? I wouldn't quit the day job. Michael shrugged. He didn't know why he needed to say what he had. Are you ready to march? He asked the two who would be joining him. You have your sword, John Stark. I am ready. Yes, it was returned to me. The responses from Val and John came one on top of the other, solemn as a funeral prayer. Both were resigned to whatever awaited them on the journey, a death sentence hung over them. Without anything that could soothe them, and not sure he should even try to begin with, Michael just nodded. Then let's begin. He sidestepped away, back into view of the parade lines of the Laughing Tree. Turin, RYK and Ygritte immediately saw him, and braced themselves for the order they knew was coming. Mount up. The order was repeated as the formation of 300 men and women broke and ran towards the corrals of horses and unicorns, every one of them eager to get going. Their mounts and spares had already been loaded up with their weapons, supplies, and equipment. It was just a matter of getting in the saddle and going for most of them, following Ygritte down the King's Road. Speaking of getting in the saddle. Where is Lady Rowan? Michael asked Dalla, she is supposed to be riding with us. The Queen smiled and pointed to the crawler. Indeed, the older woman was already waiting by the forward cabin, leaning against the vehicle with a large bag made of what looked like an entire deer. When did she get there? Michael wondered. Our mother has always been able to move unnoticed, Dalla explained, sensing his question. Makes sense, Michael thought, useful skill where getting kidnapped is a first date. She is ready to speak to our grandfather and granduncle, Val added. She better be or we'll all be neck deep in your grandfather's blood, Zhang snarked, before marching back towards Rowan with the intent of getting into the crawler. She still had little faith in the plan or that anyone was getting to Canada from this world. Michael frowned, and glanced at O'Neill to join her. The sergeant understood at once and trod in Zheng's steps. Michael made to go and do one last errand. Lady Val, John Stark, say your goodbyes. When I get back, we'll be moving out. Dalla stopped him gently. Lieutenant, please understand our fate is partially in your hands. We are taking a great risk in trusting you. If things do not go well, recover my sister and mother from Winterfell, whatever else happens. I promise, Michael said, I already promised. I needed to hear it again. Dalla said, moving out of the way. Michael could understand that. Shooting their way out of Winterfell was a last resort that some might be tempted to avoid entirely. The library's information on the castle was not encouraging. Still, he went on his way, passing by John Stark and Tarly in conference. The latter's eyes were watering with grief. Not just heartfelt goodbyes for the free folk, then. Turin was waiting for him in the empty space left behind when Ygritte had led the troops away to their mounts. She looked considerably better dressed than before, having acquired clothing not made from animal skins in the 24 hours since Michael had last seen her. Lieutenant, she greeted. Michael gave her a nod. It's time. You already have the gold and silver we taxed from the trade. Is there anything else you need? Just our return to our homeland, Turin replied, putting her hands on her hips. Convince the lords of that. I'm going to attempt to, Michael answered, hopefully that will be the easy part. You're willing to bend the knee. I'm sure they'll like that. Turin bit her lip in thought. I'm not so sure. I feel more nervous than I was after I was taken by the raiders, though that was because I was ignorant. I keep asking myself the same questions. Have I led these families to doom? Will the lords let me go home with my children? Or will they reject everything I am? Michael felt a pang of sympathy for her. She had taken a risk coming to him for help, and brought many families along with her. They'll not like what happens if they do reject you. Turin's face lit up with amusement, her eyes laughing though her mouth was not. Ah, they'll meet the wrath of the mighty wall breakers. God damn right. Turin swept him into an embrace, just for a moment. Thank you. I may have to name my next child after you, Lieutenant. Please don't. That's far too embarrassing. All the more reason to do it, then. Michael couldn't formulate a response to that, and stood staring at the good-humored woman for a minute, until the patter of boots on damp ground summoned his attention elsewhere. From the corrals, Sayer walked quickly over, on his way to do his duty. He shot a salute up as soon as he saw Michael turn. Unicorn Riders report ready to march, sir. The Unicorn clans hadn't earned the trust to be given radios yet, having only joined the Laughing Tree after the wall fell. Michael would have preferred to keep Sayer on assignment with them permanently, but had thought better of it. No need to make hostage-taking easy. He nodded, and changed the channel on his radio. Weirwood, this is Mabel. Report. We're on the horses, Ygritte replied, any semblance of military professionalism missing from her response. Can we go now? Michael looked around, seeing no reason to wait. Get on the road in column, but wait for us and the Unicorn Riders. We'll pass you, that'll be the go signal. Got it. Yeah, I understand, Ygritte grumbled, her English pronunciation somehow better than before. She had mastered the art of complying while being a shit about it. Sayer shot Michael a look, like he wanted to say something. Michael raised his brow at the private, inviting him to speak his mind. Ygritte seems annoyed at you, sir, he said. She is, Michael confirmed, she wanted to ride in the BV. Can't say I blame her, even the seats in the crawler are softer than a saddle. Turin gave a guffaw. If you believe that is the reason she is displeased, you are beyond hope. Michael glared briefly at Sayer, transmitting the simple thought, look what you've done. The private straightened up to attention. Michael stopped himself, a little guilty. It wasn't really Sayer's fault. He turned back to Turin. I'm aware of her feelings. But you do not know how to respond. I do. But the mission comes first. We have laws. It's been explained to her. And maybe she even accepted your explanation. But that doesn't mean she's happy about it. I'll figure something out. Further discussion of the matter was interrupted, as the column of mostly shaggy horses and large ponies began moving out from their corral. Each rider had a spare mount tied on the end of a rope following beside, to facilitate the quick march south. Winterfell in 10 days, Michael thought, it's going to be tough. Good thing the watch had plenty of horses. After the vanguard unit of warriors who actually knew how to fight from horseback rode by, which was not a large group among the Laughing Tribe or the Free Folk more generally, the forward command unit appeared. Ygritte and her elected NCOs rode on X-Watch horses in full regalia. She wore a Canadian helmet and radio headset, her blazing red hair flowing and bursting over her shoulders from beneath them. She also wore Singh's body armor over her furs, and over that, a necklace made of brass bullet casings arranged in 3 lines with a small circle of them just below the collar. The necklace had not been on her before. Her weapons hung from her belt or her saddle, including her old short bow and the longbow taken from the other she had helped to slay. Very Mad Max, Michael thought with amusement, clear the way for the bullet farmer. Ygritte gave a salute as she approached, 2 riders behind holding spears with the laughing tree sigil and the maple leaf flag waving from them. Michael got the message loud and clear. I can follow your rules. Join your clan. Now give me what is mine. He couldn't, of course. But for some reason, south of the wall, the rules seemed to matter a little less. Or maybe the time away from the rest of the army was getting to him. Ygritte was a large part of the reason the remains of his platoon were alive and had allies. Without her, they would have been wandering the wastes beyond the wall aimlessly, or very much dead. An idea quickly popped into his head. A quick check to see that O'Neill wasn't in visual range allowed its execution. To hell with it. Michael did not return Ygritte's salute. Instead, he winked at her, wearing a smile that would brook no misinterpretation. Not much in the grand scale of things, but a promise. A mischievous grin spreading across her face, Ygritte dropped her hand back to the reins and winked back. The conspiracy is born. Michael saluted the flag bearers instead as they all passed by, putting himself back into the appropriate mindset. He turned to Turin once again, as if nothing had happened. Commandant, he addressed her by her new made-up rank, ignoring her exasperated look, the base is yours. He saluted her again. My gratitude, Turin replied with false politeness, before cheering up, see you again soon. She gave him another embrace, which he returned, and a very startled Sayer was dragged into one to match, which he did not return out of surprise. Let's go, Private. Michael and Sayer made their way back to the crawler, avoiding Jon Stark and Val Umber as they rode to join the horse column with RYK behind them as escort. Dalla and Mormont both looked on with concern, while Tarly openly wept behind them. This better work, Duquesne, Mormont intoned without breaking his gaze at Jon's back. I don't need you to remind me of that, Michael replied, before looking to Dalla, Your Majesty, we'll be leaving now. Tell Mans I'd like this place to remain intact while I'm gone. However long I'm gone. I shall, Dalla said, we'll have a horn of ale when we meet next. Sounds like a good idea. Goodbye. Michael gave Tarly a pat on the shoulder as he went by, and finally, Sayer and he reached the doors to the front unit of the crawler. Zhang was already in the driving seat, O'Neill in the front to supervise, and Lady Rowan Umber was in the far rear corner watching the unicorn riders join the column out of the window. Much of the space was filled with everyone's packs, removed from the rear unit of the vehicle so more supplies could be carried. Climbing inside, Sayer took a seat next to Rowan and Michael crouched on top of the engine deck, prepared to stand up and take the machine gun position in the roof. Any last words? Michael joked to the crew, objections. Zhang twisted in her seat, arm over the back of it. It's 500 clicks to Winterfell, a place we don't need to go and we've got a fullish tank of fuel. It's a war zone between there and here probably, and we're moving with a group of warriors that'll attract a fight. And the people there are literally fucking medieval. Do I have objections, sir? Nothing I haven't already said to him, Corporal, O'Neill said, let's go. Zhang shrugged and returned her attention forward. Atta girl, O'Neill smirked, before giving Michael a thumbs up. Shaking his head, the latter stood up into the machine gun position. The crawler's engine roared to life beneath him, and the corporal turned the vehicle around in a slow arc, drawing the eyes of every villager, free folker, and crow present. The last of the unicorn riders was moving through the gate area. Follow them out, Michael commanded over the comms, nice and easy. Copy. The crawler moved at a leisurely pace past all spectators, royal, crow, or otherwise, and out of CFB Molestown entirely. The turn onto the King's Road was awkward on account of the fuel trailer, but Zhang managed it without incident. The flow of refugees had been stopped by decree of King Mance, those coming through the wall instead camping at Castle Black for the moment to allow the march a traffic-free start. Zhang pushed the vehicle down the road alongside the waiting column, passing the unicorn and horse riders. Michael gave a wave as they passed, though most were watching the weapon he was holding the grip of with the other hand. Peace through superior firepower, his mind joked badly. The vehicle passed by the command unit, Ygritte shooting him another wink. Michael smiled warmly at her as they passed, and adjusted his radio mouthpiece. Weirwood, this is Maple. Catch us if you can, see you this evening. Godspeed. Copy, Maple, Ygritte replied with as much professionalism as she could muster, don't get into any fights with the Kneelers without us. We've got wargbirds up, we'll know all about it. Michael turned his attention and the weapon forwards, as they cleared the column and nothing but open road appeared before the crawler. No promises, Weirwood. He grabbed the handhold. Corporal, hit it. Let's close the range. Yes, sir, came the enthusiastic reply. The crawler accelerated to 3 times the speed it had been traveling at, the vehicle taking the people it had transported to another world further and further than they had ever been before. He of 6 skins. The campfires guttered as the wind blew in among the tall trees, smoky and smelling of the freshly cut branches of soldier pine that had to be burned to get the flames burning hot enough to be worth the effort. Men coughed and argued around each one, eating their day's lot of food knowing it wasn't enough. Even the chieftains sharing Varmer's fire bitched and moaned like old hags, not leaders of warriors, arguing over what was responsible for their defeat. The Shadow Tower was home to a flock of crows still. Maybe you'd all be in a better mood if you had a spear wife or two to fuck. Varmer thought with annoyance. Their kind didn't allow the women to have weapons. Ignoring them as best he could, he focused his mind on betrayal. Mance's betrayal. He had been given the honor of leading the third warband of the free folk by the king. While others would try to climb the wall and storm the keeps in the east, he was to take the Bridge of Skulls and seize the Shadow Tower. To kill every crow in the west, he had been given the Ice River tribe and the Mountain Cave clans. Savages that made the Thens look like the Antler River folk, cannibals and slavers, but well suited to the job. Especially as all eyes would be on Castle Black and Eastwatch and the great hosts that would appear before them. But no other tribes had joined when the call came. Varmer cursed himself, knowing he should have realized something was wrong then. At the time, he had thought it was merely the chieftain's personal hatred for him. Now he could see the scheme behind it. Mance's scheme. The king had gathered all the tribes and chiefs that would rebel against his authority once they were south of the wall, and sent them against the keep most likely to hold out against any attack. He had sent them there to die. Varmer was now sure of it. After running through the events of the past days again and again, his mind always went to what he would do on reaching the night fort. Schemes of his own, madness most of them. That night was no different. I'll go through and take Castle Black from the south myself. I'll kill the Canadians one by one in their sleep. I'll kill Mance and call myself the King of Wargs. Something in his mind told him that wouldn't work as a plan. That the free folk would not brook cowardly ways, if they knew about them. That wasn't what they looked for in a chief or king. The memory of his failure, or how no chieftains had deigned to join him to attack the Shadow Tower when he had asked, would sour any open attack in the eyes of the other chiefs. They had all shunned his leadership. No. I'll take Mance's skin in the night. A new body with a crown on its head. I'll tell the chieftains to kill the Canadians. I'll take Dalla as my own. I'll take the sister too, as my right. I'll make the wargs the heart of the host. I'll take more skins and when the Starks come, I'll confound and kill them in their camp just before we attack. As satisfaction at the dreams of such revenge and glory rose up, Varmer grinned widely, poking at the fire to make the flames lick beyond the smoke. The noise of the chieftains disappeared, replaced in his ear only by the crackling of the wood, his sight flooded with a vision of him having the queen and princess in the ruins of Winterfell. His blood warmed at the dream, banishing the unnatural cold all around him that furs were a poor shield against. You speak oh who's to blame like you were chief oh this band o' warriors. Boomed a voice out of nowhere, cutting through the swirling arguments and the fire's spitting. Varmer's gleeful grin soured in his mouth, the spell of his new plan broken. He knew who the voice belonged to, and raised his gaze. Narker, an old chief of the Ice River tribe, sat opposite Varmer across the fire, his scarred face and grey beard the only parts of him visible among the thick furs and leather armor. The man met Varmer's gaze with no fear. Wasn't to the Ice River or the cave that Mance gave the bronze rod. Was you, 6 skins. He told you to bring him the Tower of Shadow and the Bridge o' the Gorge, and told us to follow what you said. Here we sit, beaten like stray dogs. Varmer coughed and hawked into the fire. There was no point talking with the man. The chieftains murmured, displeased with the lack of answer. Hands moved to weapons. Varmer paid it no heed, his mind moved elsewhere for a moment. Snow crunched underfoot and Orell stepped in front of him as he returned his attention to the circle. Wisdom, friends, the young warg said mockingly, if you could not kill the crows, you've not a kneeler's chance against us. Fuck you, Orell, said a chief of the cave clans of a similar age, his sire dead by the crow's hands, your rattleshirt's leavings, pissed your skins twice before a Canadian rifle. Cause you faced such sorcery and stood tall like a giant, Orell laughed back, I did not see you try and take the Canadian camp at Craster's, though I heard much talk of how you'd like to enjoy the woman. A clamour of objections and assertions followed, as more of Orell's fellows stepped forward to join him in shouting back. Varmer sighed to himself. As tedious as taking a shit. He stood, which quieted the lot of them, though he was no taller than Orell's shoulder. They wanted their answer. He looked at the young mountain clan chief first, the boy so new to his place that he didn't know enough to be afraid. I was told your tribes are the best climbers among the free folk. The young man raised his chin with pride. I fucking lackwit. You lot couldn't climb the gorge. We all saw your men slip and fall, cracked open like eggs against the rocks or washed away by the milk water to sea. And when some of you did reach the top on the crow's side, the black ones threw you down one by one to the same fate. Fucking boys and old men too, not the rangers. You were as useful as teats on an aurochs bull. The young man bristled, as did his friends now fellow chiefs. But he did not have the confidence to attack. The cave dwellers' menfolk had been gutted by the attempt to take the gorge. The Ice River chieftains took the opportunity to laugh. Though their true rivalry was with the frozen shore clans, they had warred with the cave tribes in the past too. Varamir could see they were enjoying the hesitation of the other chiefs to defend themselves with their axes. Too much. I don't know why you find it such a great lark, he said to them. I was told you were great warriors, tribes that forever warred with the Thens and the frozen shore, men who fought in the shield wall. And that you knew the lands near the gorge well as your own. The Ice River men were not stupid enough to be outwardly proud. They knew what else was coming. Not such lack wits then. Varamir gestured to the trail they had been retreating down. We were ambushed twice by the rangers. It seems they knew the trails better. And when the time came to take the bridge, you could not move the crows from it. Even with my wargs and archers to aid you. He sat down again. Man lied to me about you. Narker gave a rasping chuckle. If man lied, he lied about you, not us. You were some great man of cunning by his word. The crows weren't as weak as you were thinkin', and they all had black steel on their bodies and in their hands. You were given steel of your own, Varamir countered, stalling for time. A handful o' blades, Narker sniffed with a dismissive wave, prizes to be sure, but not to break the crow shield wall. Tell me, Varamir, how is it you still ve all your skins yet I've lost many fine warriors? Fine warriors? Varamir's mind laughed, cannibals and men unworthy of seating a woman. I'll see yours get better stock when I get south. A bear or a wolf cannot break a shield wall, Narker. Man lied to us all. How do I know dha without you tryin' it? The old man replied, leaning forward on his knees, bears have thick hides, and wolves can grab the ankles o' men. And crow spears are sharp steel. If you don't know that by now, you are unworthy of leading warriors. No, 6 skins, 'tis you who's unworthy. You can go back to lurkin' in a cabin, forcin' women into it with your shadowcat, hated by all. Once we make the happenings o' this raid known, no man will ever follow you again. Varamir saw the movement behind in the trees, the slow lumbering and rapid shifting. The time had come. I know, he said. Narker blinked and stared, to Varamir's great amusement. Wah! I know that if you make it back to Mance with your lies, no man will ever follow me again. Now! The snow bear reared up behind Narker and roared, as she brought her full weight down on the old chieftain at Varamir's command. The other chiefs stood and flinched away from the creature in their midst, weapons pulled from belts and loops. As the bear brought her jaws around Narker's shoulder with a wet crunch, ignoring a bone axe thrown at her, the wolves and shadowcat struck from every other direction. Ankles, Varamir thought. His skins obeyed. The wolves grabbed another 3 chieftains by their lower legs and pulled them to the ground, the shadowcat swiping with his claws. The remaining chiefs scattered as the beasts began tearing at throats and arms, the screams and roars of pain and exertion overwhelming all other sound. Varamir watched the gore with satisfaction, not moving from his sitting position. They had not thought much of him. They always thought little of him. He was small, thin, not any man's imagining of a great warrior, nor any woman's. But he was the greatest living warg, and that's all that mattered. Should we kill the rest? Orel asked, pointing with a spear at the fleeing chieftains. Varamir grinned again. The snow whirled in rivers through the air, streaming side on, the northerly wind carrying it battering all every man and woman it hit regardless of how much fur they had wrapped around them. Even the animals seemed to suffer, their heads turned away from the surge as they pulled the sleds of what remained of the ice river and mountain cave warriors. Frost stinging his eyes, Varamir squinted back from the front of the straggling warband atop his snow bear, seeing that even his own skins were not likely to live to see the night. The survivors of the other tribes had not taken the death of their leaders well, but they wanted to get south. And as if to add misery upon discontent, the food was running out. Only the death of stragglers was keeping each warrior's share above a mouthful's worth each night. Varamir dared not ask how things could get worse. He knew exactly how they might. But his thoughts soon quietened as he noticed the wind doing the same, a strange silence settling over everything. Hoping the worst of the weather was over, Varamir looked this way and that, finding that the snow was falling directly downwards and letting up. The cold bit less deeply. The world covered in the powdered ice emerged from the flurries. More of the warband emerged with it, the flakes sticking to their furs, the dogs shaking to clear their own. All his skins joined him from the sides. The gods are with us. Orel commented from the sled behind, his eagle flapping its wings on the handle beside his hands. His sled dogs pulled away as the bears turned to see what had approached from behind. We'll see, Varamir grunted back. He misliked the other warg, no matter how useful the man and his bird was. Orel had come to Varamir only because none others would take him. None would defy the Canadians. His true loyalty was to a dead man, an unpopular man even when he was alive, mocked for his haughty nonsense and rotted teeth. But Orel knew the ground they were supposed to be in by now. Seeing it was time for the younger warg to show his worth, Varmer drank deep from a skin he had kept inside his clothes, the warm water fortifying him. How near to the night fort are we? Orel glanced around for a while, his eyes lingering in the direction of the wall newly visible to the south for longer. Can't tell. Everything's covered in snow dust. Leagues, I'd guess. Find out, Varmer stated, I didn't bring you so you could give me half-arsed guesses. He nudged his skin's minds, making them to open and close their mouths together at the same time. An old favorite of his. Orel's mouth twisted with disgust for a moment. He knew what those jaws could do. The younger warg sat down on his sled, his eyes rolling and then turning white. His eagle twitched, before taking off, Orel's mind inside it. Satisfied the man would do his job, Varmer straightened up atop his snow bear, raising himself as high as possible. He saw nothing that he recognized either, though he had not been by this way in many years. His mind briefly suggested the crows might be around, but it was a fleeting fear. The rangers wouldn't be showing up. By now they'd know their black brothers elsewhere on the wall were under attack or fallen. It was time for the warband to rest, Varmer decided, and see how many of them yet lived while Orel flew to the wall to see which keep they were closest to. A scream echoed from the very back of the line of sleds. Varmer's head shot up, seeking a foe in the distance. He saw only panic as the sled drivers and warriors abandoned their sleds and ran in his direction, the dogs pulling the sledges off the trail. Along with the food, Varmer's inner voice reminded him, the fucking idiots. Get those things in hand. He shouted at the nearest lurking warriors, looking confused about what they were seeing, then find out what happened. Some idiot pulled under a sled, he thought, mayhaps. The men wasted no time in departing to follow the command. Varmer watched as they shuffled over the snow towards the disturbance, as more and more warriors and sleds began to flee. He saw other figures too, harder to spot, like the light bent around them. At first, he wasn't sure if they were people or random snow flurries, but his wolves' noses did not lie, their fear wafting to him. His own throat closed on recognition of just what they were, his skin burning as if he had just fallen through the ice over a lake. The White Walkers had come. One on either side of the trail stalking through the trees, herding the warband forwards. Bone-tipped arrows flew from bows of those further away, missing or bouncing harmlessly off trees. Their aims thrown off by the weakness cut into them by the cold, the trail and the hunger. Varmer's mind snapped out of its torpor, as it understood the tactic. Force the lot of us to run, pick off those too weak to keep up. He himself had used it when intimidating villages for their women, and clans attempting to take other clans alive did the same. And all the better, the walkers seemed to have no whites under their rule. An expedition to get more then. I won't be taken, he told himself, I am prepared. He reached behind his cloak for the weapon he had prepared, a wooden club with shards of obsidian lodged down its length in lines. It had taken him 2 years and a dozen lives bloodily taken to build it. Now it was time to test it. Varmer nudged the mind of his warged beasts to advance, swinging to the left of the trail. The mass of warriors retreating seemed to pause as they saw him and his skins run by, but he paid them no mind. They had no dragon glass, he knew. Better that they distract the walker on the other side. The thing directly ahead soon paid heed to the collection of animals advancing on it. The way the light bent around the thing seemed to melt, its edges and shapes not flowing with the trees behind anymore. Its glowing blue eyes like starlight peered straight at Varmer. You want me to see you? Had the walker's approach not been picked out before, such a sight would have set Varmer to running away. But he had been granted enough time to think. I slay you and your brother, and no man can call me a defeated craven, his mind whispered to him, so your lives are mine. The White Walker produced a long sword of crystal-like ice from behind its back, and aimed its point at the charging snow bear and its rider. Varmer did not stop his white-furred mount. If the other was surprised at this, it did not show on the thing's face. I'll see those eyes widen with fear yet. His eagle swooped down from the side just before sword could meet bear hide, causing a flinch at the critical moment. His snow bear swiped and the wolves circled as he jumped off, distracting the White Walker further. As the crystal sword was swung to create space away from the bear, and then plunged into one of the wolves, Varmer stepped into range from behind. They always underestimate me. Varmer aimed for where the backbone would be on a man, and brought his obsidian-studded club into a vicious swing, connecting with the other's hip. Whatever curses he might have wanted to spout at missing his mark disappeared as his enemy let out a crunching, guttural roar of pain. Dropping to its knees, the strike had caused part of the other's body to shatter, blood like water tinged deep blue draining and steam pouring out the cracks. The talk of dragon glass was not just talk. Triumphant, Varmer Six Skins raised his club over his head and sent it flying directly into the back of the White Walker's head. The skull exploded, a gust of steam spewing into Varmer's face. The rest of the body decided it was nothing more than a pile of ice chunks, collapsing in a pile. Though his blood sung with the victory, he knew he had no time to enjoy it, nor any to see if his wolf Sly was dead yet. The slain enemy had a brother nearby. Sweat running cold into his furs, Varamir quickly remounted his snowbear and turned towards the direction of the second White Walker, marshalling the surviving skins to follow. To his surprise, he found the warband had rallied nearby, blocking the way of the other. They were forming a shield wall, archers to the rear shooting. Orel and Varamir's own war party were at the center, shouting to the rest to hold. Not so fucking useless after all. Together, they could beat one White Walker, even without the advantage of surprise. Varamir rode down to join the warriors, but forced the snowbear to stop halfway. His eyes soon picked out more shapes as they began moving between the trees and across the snow, the light of day going through parts of them but shining on others. The single White Walker became 2, then 3, then 5, and finally, 7. Armed with swords, axes, and bows, the former of crystal, the latter of weeping weirwood. All staring at Varamir. Complete silence fell. All words stuck in his throat. The wind halted completely and the final figure appeared between the others. A woman. Her face and body was glowing white, but unlike the others escorting her, they were made of skin and not ice. But with them she shared the glowing blue eyes that announced they were not anything human. Her hair was like white gold, and fell to her shoulder. She was cloaked and clothed in a white fabric that seemed to cling to her, revealing every curve. She was the most beautiful thing Varamir had ever seen. But he was too afraid to appreciate the sight. He knew who she was. What she was. And so did every other warrior in the warband. This was the Lady of the Night Fort, the consort of the Night King, the High Priestess of the others, enslaver of crow and free folk alike, the witch that had sacrificed thousands on weirwood altars atop the wall, long thought dead at the hands of Jormon and one of the Stark Kings. The Corpse Queen. She's come for me. Flee. Varamir roared, abandoning all fear of calls of cowardice and dreams of kingship. He turned his snowbear southwards. The warband did not hesitate to follow this command, nor did the others wait to commence their own attack. Ice arrows began flying, screams of pain echoing, and strange noises chittered in the distance. The blizzard returned with a vengeance, closing around the world once more. Ottawa. National Defense Headquarters, aka Disneyland on the Rideau. Clutching her heavy sample case, Anne Cloutier thought the soldiers assigned to escort her to the conference room were quite rude. They had roughly searched and herded her fellow scientists like they were children going through somewhere they shouldn't see, except the concern wasn't for those being herded. That she or any of the others had been let into this part of the building was not usual procedure. But there was no choice. What we know could change everything, but what use is there in treating us like we don't know already? It was making her hands itch. She scratched idly before catching herself. The group was eventually corralled into a particular corridor, guarded by 2 armed soldiers with rifles, and into a room. Inside was a large conference table, projector, and screen. High-ranking officers of the army sat along one side of the former, leaving the seats on the other for the scientists to fill. Anne did not pay attention to the introductions. She was too nervous, though she nodded to the commanders of the Princess Patricia's 3rd Battalion and the Canadian Ranger group that the missing soldiers belonged to. She had seen them before, at the site. They at least looked curious at what she and the other scientists had to say. They haven't been told yet either. CSIS Director Vigneault walked in as the introductions ended. CSIS had been told first, as they had been the ones to investigate. Anne was still amazed at how calmly Canada's top security agent had taken news of the result of her part of said investigation. The itching on Anne's palms eased. Surely he is on our side? He took his seat with the general wearing the most gold and medals. Another officer nodded to Anne as she went to sit at her left in the middle of the table, pulling out a laptop and plugging it into the projector system. Anne recognized her as Colonel Harris. She had been in the CSIS briefing as the Army liaison. So we begin. Sign these, Harris said, shoving a stack of folders with papers in them to each participant. What are they? Anne asked. Non-disclosure agreements, Harris replied, stronger ones. A murmur went up from the scientists. Dr. She went further. Colonel, what we know is of great significance to the public interest, she said, you can't just cover up. You do not determine what is in the public interest, Harris interrupted, especially not when there are defense implications. Personnel of the Canadian Army are missing, we do not know if it was by hostile action or not, and what you have found is relevant. Sign. Anne sighed, hoping it was quiet enough to escape notice. She knew there was no dropping this requirement. The director and the generals weren't even speaking to assist Harris in shutting she up. Reluctantly, Anne pulled the nearest folder towards her to sign. That seemed to provoke she further. And if I don't sign? All evidence will be destroyed and the military will issue a total denial. We will counter your story with the original hypothesis of a deep sinkhole, bury 6 empty coffins and ignore any further interaction on the matter. Anne had known that was coming. In other words, the more we speak about it without military confirmation, the lower our credibility. It was a bluff, of course. The soldiers would want to know what happened to their comrades, but it was the sort of play governments always seemed to make. She completed her signings, and saw that the others had started on theirs. Except for her she. Sign. This is too big for them to hide forever. She grimaced with frustration, but grabbed her own NDA roughly to comply. Harris waited until the task was completed, before turning to the generals. What is this about, Harris? One said before she could speak, you seem to have scared these poor civvies stiff. The agenda says they're what? Archaeologists? Geneticists? I thought we were here to discuss the missing troops. I hope that doesn't mean we'll find our people as dead as those you usually deal with, frowned the leader of the 3rd Battalion with a glance at Anne. Clearly he had remembered her from the site too. Though it's been almost 3 months. That remains to be seen, said Harris, but I can assure you, this is relevant to the question of where the 6 soldiers have gone. Anne gulped. I hope so too, she thought to herself, but maybe being alive is worse for them. Let's start, the director said. Harris put her computer screen up on the projector and began a slideshow. A map of the area appeared, with track lines of the route of the vehicle that had gone missing. General, Director, as we briefed you on previously, we were easily able to identify the exact site of the disappearance of Lieutenant Duquesne, Sergeant O'Neill, Corporals Zheng, and Privates Aaron, Sayer and Singh. You found some rocks there, thought it might be sinkhole territory, the general recalled impatiently, which is unusual itself. Then CSIS swooped in and continued the investigation. It's a good thing we did, the director said, you'll understand. The general did not appear convinced. You will be, Anne thought to herself. We did not find sinkholes, sir, Harris continued, we found one of the most important and largest archaeological sites ever discovered in the north. The picture that the projector was showing changed to an early picture of the site, one of the drone images from above. It was Anne's turn to start. As you can see, General, the large stones were under the snow and arranged in a massive spiral pattern almost 50 meters wide. Carved into them were runes of unknown origin, and it appears as if the stone at the very center recently moved or subsided in the ground somewhat. Colonel. The general began, addressing Harris instead of Anne, can you please tell me what this has to do with anything? Your new friends might be archaeologists, but I'm not. I'm not seeing the connection between an interesting set of stones and where our missing soldiers are. Harris smiled. Certainly, sir, she said, changing the slide. According to every available measure and witness testimony, the lead BV of the platoon disappeared exactly in the center of the spiral. The general frowned, finally turning his eye back to Anne. An entrance to something underground. That's right, I'm the woman to ask, not your lackey, Anne's mind snarked. That's what your soldiers thought, she answered, so they drove spikes into the center stone and pulled it up with winches. They found no sinkhole, no underground cave. But they did find this. Harris dutifully changed the slide being projected. The stone in question, a megalith 15 feet long, was now standing end to end. In the hole it had been sitting in were 24 skeletons. Small skeletons. Good God, the general exclaimed, the other officers grimacing and shifting in their seats, are those children? Anne exchanged a look with she. The geneticist wanted to spring the truth right then. Not just yet. Your soldiers didn't know for sure, but there were lots of First Nations artifacts with them. Lots of things of possible religious significance and many pieces of weapons, particularly where they would have been inside the bodies originally. Naturally we thought it was a First Nations site and put the stone back, Harris cut in, we assumed it had nothing to do with our own search. To be sure, we called the medical examiner to make sure it wasn't murdered folks. There was no exhumation, but he found the bodies strange and discovered the first artifacts. So he called Professor Cloutier and her team to investigate. We kept searching the area on our own. What it sounded like to me was a sacrifice site or plague pit. They are absolutely unheard of in that region, Anne continued, the me thought it might be a mass grave, settlers using a First Nation site as a place to hide the bodies or something along those lines. Very important historically if that was the case. So I took a flight to Yellowknife with 2 of my team immediately, met Roger and Lewis here from the local First Nations patrimony group, and got a buggy out to the site ourselves. You are beginning to test my patience, the general said, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Mine too, said the leader of the Canadian Rangers. The director made a noise that could only be described as polite. We can speed things along, he agreed, with a look to the scientists. Annoyed, Anne opened her mouth, but closed it again quickly. She wasn't sure how to hurry the explanation. Key details would be missed, details that the credibility of the discovery depended on. Not to mention the record. It wasn't easy to legally exhume grave sites usually, but it had potentially been very important for First Nations history, and she felt that needed to be stressed. Dr. She cleared her throat, either to prepare herself or get the attention of the room. Anne's heart clutched. Oh Jesus, she's just going to say it. The bodies aren't human, and they're probably not from Earth. Suffocating silence filled the room, as the eyes of every army officer narrowed and mouths dropped open. Anne could have killed Dr. Shi. She's just sunk us. Excuse me? The general asked. The bodies are not anatomically or genetically human. Or ape. Or terrestrial. Colonel Harris has a slide to show. Or two. To her credit, Harris did move to the first slide in question, skipping the story of these facts to display a skeleton sketch against that of a young human child's, noting differences. None of the other officers looked up at it. Did you say the bodies aren't terrestrial? Another officer asked, like they're aliens. I'm glad you asked, Dr. Shi smiled. If you'll look at the slide, you'll see they all have only 3 fingers instead of 4, and have small claws instead of nails. The whole table looked up. Not all the scientists had seen the full skeletons before. But Anne could see every face was etched in stone. Just like her team's faces had been when they had seen the first body. Anne quickly indicated to Harris to change to a different slide. The projector soon had a set of DNA test results up, one column marked human, another marked NWT find ref 003. Dr. Shi was happy to continue, the shell shock in the audience encouraging her. We managed to get a viable DNA sample from one of the bodies. That was far from certain given the bodies appear to have been placed there around 8,000 years ago, but we got lucky with local conditions. What we found was unlike anything seen in Earth's animal kingdom. Or anywhere else we know of. How was it different? The general asked, suddenly entertaining the notion. Unless you're a geneticist, it would be hard to explain, Anne said, before she launched into an explanation regardless. To put it a simple way, DNA is a code that describes how to build a living creature. On Earth most things have a code with certain kinds of structure, using certain kinds of molecules. The DNA of this creature is unlike anything on Earth, from what we can tell this early on. So you're saying it is an alien? The general asked flatly. Anne swallowed her pride and admitted the truth aloud. An alien, or an artificial creation, but given no one has had the ability to create a being like this from scratch on Earth that we know of, artificial likely means alien too. The general looked to the director, who was happy to weigh in. We had our own people replicate the result. The bodies are real. We got the same DNA data too, though there is still a slim possibility the creatures are from Earth. It's 90% certain Dr. Shi is right about the genetics, but that isn't the only evidence. He pointed at the others at the table. These other scientists have preliminary data which confirmed it in other ways. Geology of the stones, linguistics on the runes, chemistry of other parts of the bodies, even the dental examination. All unique and unrelated to anything on Earth, certainly unrelated to anything previously found in the region. The general chewed on that for a minute, but came to the right conclusion in Anne's opinion. So either there was a society of unique ape-like creatures in the NWT 8,000 years ago, or we have proof that life from another world has visited Earth. Possibly, the director said, there's no shortage of evidence to examine. It still isn't impossible all of it is Earthling like the rest of us. If this is a hoax, it's a very good and expensive one. And we have no evidence for it. An ordinary truck couldn't hike those stones to that location. Every one of them has more bodies underneath them too. Going by the average of the first 3 we've lifted up, there may be as many as 1,000 of the creatures buried up there, Anne added, it's almost certain we'll be able to get more DNA samples. The general paled. Anne smiled inwardly. Good, you understand the ramifications. If they're extraterrestrial, the evidence will be irrefutable. The commanding officer of the 3rd Battalion got to his feet, his face red with anger. Are you suggesting that aliens abducted our soldiers? Sit down. The general commanded. The officer complied immediately, though his face was still a storm. Seeing the key moment had arrived, Anne reached for the sample case at her feet. Might as well go all in. I'm not sure if abduction is the right word, she said, maybe your troops are still somewhere in that wilderness, or have been captured by another country using technology, and all of this is a coincidence. Or maybe they opened a door no one remembered or knew about before, to a place we've only written about in science fiction. Unless someone saw a flying saucer and Colonel Harris hasn't told us. The colonel snorted, amused by that little half-joke. Good, Anne said to herself, you're calming down. This will go well. She placed the case on the table in front of her and stood up. The thing was large and heavy, she couldn't open it from a sitting position. What is that? The general asked. Something else we found, Anne replied, before turning to the 2 officers commanding the missing troops. If there was an abduction, I'm not saying little green aliens did it. At least not alone. She lifted the outer shell off the sample case. Inside was a yellowed skull, clearly human or ape-like, but big enough to be used as a helmet by an ordinary person. It had a flat face, large square teeth and small eye sockets. Say hello to Bigfoot, Anne declared. That's the first arc, folks. Rounded out with news from Earth. I'd like to thank everyone who made it this far. This story has plenty more in the tank, especially as the action will be moving southwards to a large extent from now on and we're going to be meeting a whole lot more familiar characters. Crescent. The throne hall of Dragonstone shook with the shout from the throats of every kneeling lord present. Though they were few and all others had been cleared from the castle, they spoke loud enough that one would think the dragons carved into the stone walls had lent their voices to the men. And their words were the same. "Hail Stannis, King!" Words spoken with anger over the audacity of the Queen Regent, though Cresson was an old man, and well experienced in the thinking of noblemen of middling rank. Their enthusiasm was not provided by moral outrage. It came from the opportunity for many of their number to regain a place lost to history. Loyalty to the Mad King in the previous war had cost some of them dearly. Velaryon, Celtigar, Sunglass, Bar Emin. Old and famous vassals of the Targaryens left without a benefactor of note. No more. The lords of the Narrow Sea and the lords of the Crownlands now had someone to call king again, and they were determined to put him on the Iron Throne, so that they might have the influence and prestige denied to them by the man's own brother. "You're being too harsh," Cresson thought to himself from his perch off to the side. "Their loyalty is not only selfing. It was earned." He looked to Stannis, flanked by 2 fires, sitting on the throne of dark granite that Aegon the Conqueror had ruled from before conquering the 7 kingdoms. The new king was dressed in black and gold, and wore no crown. Instead, he wore an expression of determination, his heavy brow unknitted and jaw relaxed. "He is pleased," Cresson knew, and could not help but feel the same way despite himself. Despite the message he had in his robes, delivered by Raven not an hour earlier. Celis and Shireen were present too, their own perch on the opposite side to that of Cresson's own. The king's wife seemed to glow with pride as she beamed at the assembled lords. The king's daughter only looked to her father worriedly. It is a terrible thing when a child has more sense than their mother, Cresson thought, as he regarded the pair. The red woman stood over them, as tall as Celis easily, though far more comely. Red silk wrapped tightly over pale, clear skin, and a ruby tied around her throat. Even the lords could not help but steal glances. But only Cresson himself looked at her with the suspicion she deserved. "My lords," Stannis declared, "I thank you for your loyalty and good sense. Together, we shall assure the rightful king shall always sit on the throne, and the depravity of the Lannisters will be remembered forever. Our enemies are doomed." A cheer went up. The king frowned at the interruption, briefly. "We have much work to do. These are my commands: ready your ships, rally your men at arms, prepare for war." The king glanced at the red woman. What has she said to him? Cresson thought, what happened to the boy and the man who valued wise counsel and would never have fallen for a foreign witch's prattles? He could not believe it was the same reason many of the other lords would have paid her mind, a face and a body. And heed this, by the time we may move, much may have changed already. The coming war shall not be short. Tywin Lannister is no fool, even if his bastard grandson is. And his treasury is full of gold. This will require all our strength. Go now, I expect to hear of your preparations soon. The lords rose as one, gave their bows and withdrew from the hall. Stannis quickly signalled for Sir Davos Seaworth to stay behind, and for Cresson to join him by the throne. Celis quickly took Shireen out of the hall, but the red woman stayed behind, hovering at 3 paces from the king. "Begone, witch!" "My king," Sir Davos said as he approached, "what do you need of me?" "My ravens to the Storm Lords have gone unanswered," Stannis said, with a look to Cresson, "and no one has word of Renly since he left King's Landing. We know he has not returned to Storm's End, but nothing else. Much of the Crownlands are now loyal to Lannister gold," Sir Davos said with a sniff. "The Queen was spreading it around for years. Perhaps Renly is having trouble escaping them." It could have happened that way, but Cresson knew the former smuggler better than that. He was searching for a good reason why the king's brother might not have returned to Storm's End, but wasn't so stupid as to dismiss the possibility that Renly was dead or had done something infinitely more unwise. "My brother is a fanciful fool," Stannis said through gritted teeth, "but he had a significant retinue with him, and the Tyrell boy. He escaped. If I had to guess, he makes for Highgarden, to sit out the war. I just hope his friendship with the Tyrells keeps him from being held as hostage against me." "The Tyrells have no love of the Lannisters, my king," Cresson said. "Nor of their rightful king," Stannis replied, "and it is not yet the time to declare my claim to the greater realm. The Starks do not march, and Lady Arryn's instability troubles me. She has not sent her son as her husband promised, and word from Gulltown is she has not left the Eyrie since arriving. The time to declare yourself will come," intoned the red woman, "that, I can promise." Her voice was deep and warm in an accent that could only be from the furthest end of Essos. No wonder men and women fall for her tricks. But the king was unimpressed. There was hope yet. "Be sure to tell me when the time does arrive," Stannis said. "In the meantime, I have need of your sailing and smuggling talents, Davos." "For what, your grace?" "I need sell swords and sell sails. Tywin Lannister has deep pockets. He may prolong war with gold, by way of buying men and ships from Essos. You have contacts among such men yourself, I would buy them first." "Unwise, my lord," Cresson interrupted, such men cannot be trusted. The Lannisters could bribe them to betray us. They can be trusted to fight for gold once contracted, Stannis responded, they do so yearly in the free cities. And it is your grace, now. Crescent bowed his head in apology, trying to ignore the red eyes of the red woman boring into him. What do you want from me? I shall bring men and ships, your grace, Sir Davos confirmed, including my own from Cape Wrath, such as they are. Good. And once you have sent swords and ships, I would have you learn why the Storm Lords are not answering their king, and have them pledge their strength to ours. Sir Davos' face curled. They are lords, my king. I'm just a smuggler to their eyes. Someone of higher worth may be a better choice to speak to them. You are of higher worth, and the king's messenger besides, they will hear what you have to say and hear it in my voice, Stannis intoned gravely, I could send a boy of 10 to deliver such a question, and I would expect the same answer from the lords. I am the king. I would have them recognize it or reveal themselves as false. Yes, your grace, Sir Davos said, not mollified, I will do as you command. I know you will, Stannis replied, now go. Crescent quickly intercepted Sir Davos' arm before the knight could leave, almost being dragged to the ground in doing so. The knight quickly steadied both of them with his mutilated hand, surprised at the movement. If I might, my king, 2 letters arrived from Castle Black that are, strange, Crescent said with a deep breath, they talk of matters of great import if true. I think you might value the counsel of a worldly man in reading them, and I am sure Sir Davos such a man. Stannis' brow moved ever so slightly upwards, his curiosity piqued. Very well. His stomach turning at what he was about to say, Crescent bowed his head again and retrieved the raven scroll. Lord Commander Mormont and Maester Aemon both write to say that the free folk are assembling an army. And the dead are rising north of the wall, turned into the slaves of the White Walkers returned again. A silence fell over the hall that felt like it lasted for an hour, the stern blue eyes of the king boring into Crescent. He wonders if I have lost my mind. What? Stannis snapped, grabbing the raven scroll, is this some sort of jape? Crescent shook his head slowly. If only it was. The letter states explicitly that it is not and is genuine, he replied. Chieftains showed up with some strange foreigners to negotiate moving the wildlings south of the wall. They brought one of the resurrected dead to show the Lord Commander. Maester Aemon's letter goes into great detail about it. He held up the other scroll, only to have it plucked from his fingers by the red woman, her eyes seeming to glow slightly. What business has a shadowbinder with the far north? He asked himself. They say dead men are rising north of the wall. Sir Davos asked, even if that is true, what do they expect us to do about it? I can't believe they would send this message to every great house. They haven't, Stannis said, his eyes moving from side to side as he read the rest of the letter, the Night's Watch want to buy dragon glass, and half this island is made of it. They say it is only weapon other than fire or Valyrian steel that can kill the Whites and the Walkers. Sir Davos shook his head in disbelief. If I might suggest allowing them the dragon glass, my king, Crescent said, mayhaps they tell the truth. It is certainly possible. I have never considered Maester Aemon to be a foolish or frivolous man, he is well regarded even today at the Citadel. Jeor Mormont is not a fool either, Stannis agreed, even if his son is. Crescent tried to remember what Mormont's son had done to earn the title of fool, but failed. 10 years ago I would have remembered such a thing at once. They could have discovered a superstition or obsession of the wildlings with the substance, and wished to profit from it, Sir Davos suggested, to Crescent's approval, does it really matter if it's for fighting dead men? No reason we can't profit too. It's well known the Watch haven't received the bounty of the realm. As well they shouldn't, Stannis replied, it is the dumping ground for rapers, thieves, bastards, and spare northern sons. What is the point of the Starks being wardens of the north if they rely on such men to defend them from wildlings? Crescent frowned. Your grace, men did not build a wall hundreds of feet high to defend against wildlings that cannot even build a catapult. But Sir Davos may be right too. It is impossible to know soon. Ravens can take weeks to reach that far north at times. A curious look came over Stannis' face. One that Crescent had never seen before. The sight of it scared him. What has happened to you, my boy? The king looked to the red woman. Well, he said in a demanding tone, Maester Crescent says it is impossible to know the mind of the men of the Night's Watch for weeks. My wife claims you have sight beyond sight. You predicted certain events before, what say you to this challenge? Crescent felt sweat begin to drop down his neck, feeling like ice. Predict certain events? What events? The red woman did not reply, but smiled, holding out her lovely hand towards the king and looking at the letter from Lord Commander Mormont. The king placed the scroll in her grasp. She took both it and the scroll from Maester Aemon, and dropped them in the fire to the right of the throne. She did not take her eyes off the flames, as they rose higher than the 2 slips ought to have allowed. Crescent swore the ruby at her throat glowed slightly. For a moment, nothing happened save for the paper of the scrolls being consumed. Crescent began to hope she was a false witch, a woman simply adept at reading the fears and hopes of the sort of person Celis was. But as his sweating stopped, the red woman recoiled from the fire a step. Sir Davos moved to catch her, and the king shifted his weight. She recovered without help and returned to her place, eyes enraptured by the licking orange waves. The wall and Castle Black have already fallen, the red woman said, with no small amount of surprise. The king blew out a breath with amusement. The White Walkers? He asked. The red woman shook her head slightly. No, your grace. The foreigners the Lord Commander spoke of. Who are they? I see 4 banners. A snowbear on a field of lilies. An eagle with wings of flame, perched on a harp in a green field. A golden dragon flying in a deep blue sky towards a white sun. A lion with a thick mane, a crown on its head, standing in a field of blood. All of them carry a red leaf of a maple tree. Crescent balked. How could 4 foreign nobles take Castle Black? Do they have retinues with them? The red woman looked against into the fire. I see them carve through the wall with fire and smoke, cut down men of the Night's Watch as if they are nothing. It was not magic, I would have felt such a thing before now, but some clever knowledge. Many of the ones you call wildlings are now south of the Great Barrier. Crescent did not know why, but he believed the words. He felt his heart lurch, his chest tighten. By the gods! I know not these sigils, save perhaps for a crowned lion. Stannis thought aloud, his eyes briefly glazing over in thought, but it could not be the Lion of Lannister. There are none of that line at the wall to my knowledge, and certainly none among the wildlings. Sir Davos made a noise from his throat. Crescent knew he did not want to address the Red Woman directly, but the Onion Knight had a question nonetheless. Are you saying the Night's Watch? They are all dead. No. The Watch yet lives. It seems the Lord still has use for them. Or the foreigners do. Crescent could not contain an outburst at that. If the Watch lives, their purpose lives and the wall has not truly fallen. I suppose you shall say we should not send the dragon glass regardless? That our king has other concerns. The Red Woman tilted her head, like he had just said something stupid. No, the Lord of Light commands it. We must send the dragon glass, and be prepared for more. Once King's Landing and the Iron Throne belong to Stannis of the House Baratheon, we must look to the north. The great enemy has indeed stirred from his rest. There is still time to undo his machinations, but it will require the full strength of the Westerosi. The king stood from his throne, lurching upwards to his full height and over the Red Woman's own. How do I know you are telling me the truth? You say the dead are rising, and the north is being invaded by a wildling army led by foreigners unknown to our shores. No, your grace. The wildlings are led by one of their own, a man in black wool and red silk, a king beyond the wall. Stannis' jaw clenched and his eyes narrowed. It matters not. If the Starks have wildlings to their north, or worse, they may hesitate to march south. The Red Woman smiled brightly. Worry not, your grace. The fires have shown that no matter who prevails, your enemies will suffer. The Lord of Light shall shine his light upon the victor. I do not believe in gods. My faith has never been rewarded. You shall, and it will. Answer my question. Why should I believe you? One day, you shall learn the truth of what happened at the wall, through others. On that day, if what I have said is false, kill me. Crescent exchanged a look with Sir Davos. The Red Woman had just talked herself into a bet she could not withdraw. The king sat back down on the throne, and took the Red Woman's hand. The gesture lacked force, but it was not a kindly touch. I shall remember that. I have no fear of being proven wrong, nor of death, your grace, the Red Woman replied. Stannis' demeanor softened slightly, and he released her hand. We shall see. He looked to no one in particular. Leave me. I wish to be alone. Alone or alone with her? It was a question that could not be asked. So be it, your grace, Crescent replied, joining Sir Davos with a bow. To the visible surprise of both, the Red Woman did the same, and followed them out of the hall. Sir Davos made his apologies and rushed off to begin his preparations for the tasks the king had set for him. Without the Onion Knight's companionship to protect him, Crescent attempted to increase his pace to escape the other person present, but the Red Woman was tall and he was old. Maester, she intoned, catching up to him without trying, my name is Melisandre of Asai. You would do well to remember the name, and heed the words of the Lord of Light. The night is dark and full of terrors. It draws close for you in particular. Anger bubbled up in Crescent, out of the deepest part of his soul. My lady, I shall be long dead before I heed the commands of your strange god. The Lady Melisandre inclined her head in a nod. Yes, I believe you shall. The crown less. Each day's ride through the gift was relentless. They always started with something the Canadians called reveille at dawn, a loud droning horn blast to wake all. John didn't think he could hate a horn so much, and it was obvious from every face that even the wildlings felt the same way. Tents would be struck and packs loaded onto the horses, ponies, and unicorns. A light breakfast would be had, for both men and mounts. The Canadians would then get inside their metal beast with Row and Umber and it would take them away at great speed down the King's Road. From that point, 3 chieftains were in charge, though they often argued with the princess called Val. 2 were called Ygritte and Ryk, the third was unknown to John. Next came riding for every daylight hour. The wildling families and their herds moving south got off the road to allow passage of the column, while others dispersed into the countryside to settle. This monotony was broken up with regular stops to rest, but they never seemed long enough to truly recover before the march resumed. By command of Michael Duquesne, John rode with Val and her escort in the center. Ygritte, the chieftain of the Laughing Tree tribe, rode at the front with the strange banners, and Longspear Ryk, her second, rode at the back. At the pauses, John wondered if this was to prevent either him or the princess from riding away easily, or if it was to keep their own men and spear wives in line. By the time the sun was getting low, the column had caught up with the Canadian machine, which traveled a steady rate each day. The foreigners from another world spent most of their time waiting for the riders to catch up. John quickly understood. The combination of their ease and his fatigue from the march made him feel resentment towards them, though he knew it was childish and born of his own pain. The camp was usually complete with corral and palisades made from large stakes by the time the unicorn riders caught up at sunset. They rode in their own column to the rear. The larger shaggy mounts were misliked by the horses, and were slower to move. They could also carry more, could move for longer without rest, and could eat plants and roots the horses could not. In fact, the evening feed for the horses was carried by these creatures in large saddlebags or in chariot-like carts. The unicorns themselves preferred stripping the local plant cover bare to eating grain. Superior to horses in every way, one tribesman from another clan said to another, except that they smell like cow shit fermented in sweat. John thought that description was insufficient, and thanked the gods the creatures slept downwind at all times. The foreigners must have had the same thought. A meal followed by deep sleep was the way for most. All were exhausted after the exertions of the day, and it was the Canadians kept the night watch. John slept in his own simple tent made of hide nearby them. The wildlings were polite but no friends of his, that much was sure. The whole mass of them got just enough sleep before it all started again. John awoke each morning to find Ghost had joined him in the night. After 3 days of that pace, there was a rest day. The Canadians did not want to stop, but the chieftains convinced them otherwise. John felt the exchange was very strange. Of course they do not know when horses need rest days, he mused to himself, they don't need horses to move about their realm at all. That such a people could exist had been beyond his comprehension only a few weeks earlier. By coincidence and their excellent pace, the rest day fell just as they had reached the northern border of his father's lands, or near enough. To the west of the road was the Wolf's Wood, to the east was the fallow lands of the Gift, the plains. Both directions had visible free folk camps besides his own, these particular wildlings wanting to be as far south as possible without breaking trust with their king, or the Canadians that had just arrived. There were also warning signs and runes carved on standing stones, telling travelers they were now in the Gift and so subject to the laws of the Night's Watch and the judgment of its Lord Commander. John had remembered seeing them on the way to Castle Black. I'm going home, he thought numbly as he walked over to one to investigate. Ghost padded after him, not having disappeared into the woods for once. Subject to the laws of King Mance, now, said a woman's voice from behind. Annoyance simmering up at the remark, John turned to find the princess standing behind him. Her bright blue eyes were looking directly at him, for her height was akin to his, and her blonde hair tied up in a long braid shook as she approached still closer. Gods, she is pretty. He bowed his head without thinking. Princess. Apologies, I didn't hear you approach. The princess let out a rumbling, mocking laugh that sent the blood straight to John's face in anger and embarrassment. She idled up beside Ghost and began stroking him behind the ear. Still haven't learned after all our talk, Lord Snow? I'm no Sauron. Even if I'm to carry the name Umber for this journey. My sister is queen. That does not make me a princess. My name is Val. You've got the Umber mannerism of saying whatever you want, John thought with a frown, before looking away. I was simply being courteous. It is a habit of mine. You can expect such courtesies when we arrive at Winterfell. She regarded him for a moment. With pity, to his horror. I'm sure many such things were beaten into you there, Val said, my mother told me many things of the south. Man's more still. No doubt your fine lords will think me a bastard too. The gods be thanked I am not a child to bend so easily to such notions. I was never beaten. You can beat someone down without a touch, Jon Snow. John looked at her again, and saw sincerity. His resentment rose. Does she know her fate? My brother is going to like you, my lady. It was Val's turn to frown. Why would that matter? I was brought up in a noble household. I know why you asked me about him and my family. I know what Mance is trying to propose by sending you. A king or a lord does not send a young unmarried woman to another's keep with anything else in mind. Val's face hardened, the frown disappearing behind a mask, from which only her eyes were a clue as to her thoughts. She was examining him. Keep your tongue still about it. Not a request, John thought, glancing at her belt where a sword and knife hung in easy reach. The movement of his gaze seemed to break the mask. I've gelded bigger men than you, Lord Snow, for trying to sneak into my tent, Val said, as a matter of fact, though none carried Valyrian steel. Perhaps you will best me. But do not count on it. Realizing what she meant, John blushed furiously for second time, though this was not out of anger. She thought I was looking at something other than her weapons. Rescue came in the form of the thump of horse hooves, causing both John and Val to turn towards their source. The chieftain Ygritte was riding up towards them atop a jet black horse. The young woman was wearing a Canadian helmet with its strange protrusion for speaking to others over distance by radio, her bright red hair leaking out of the bottom of it. Her necklace of the strange brass tubes that somehow fed the Canadian weapons jingled slightly as she got nearer, a reminder of to whom she owed allegiance. What does she want? John thought wearily. Michael Duquesne needs both of you further up the road, the chieftain said. Why? Val demanded. Ygritte wheeled her horse around them. Trouble ahead. Someone has hung one of the boys that came south at an inn. And since both Eddard Stark's son and Dalla's sister is here, Duquesne thinks you can do something about it. The chieftain rode off back the way she came, without further elaboration. John did not require any. He knew where to go. An inn. Val asked, what inn? The last inn, John replied, only place to sleep in a bed on the King's Road between here and Mole's Town, unless you want to break into the homes of the small folk. It is usually hunters from the Umberlands that stay there, or so my Uncle Benyon told me. The fur-clothed body swung from the upper arch of a gateway, the rope slipping inside the hood to choke it. From the color of the skin at the hand, the hanged man could not have breathed his last more than half a day before. Gods, John prayed on seeing it up close, he is of an age with me. Clearly, this was one of the boys that had been allowed through the wall by virtue of the strange customs of the Canadians, who did not consider those below the age of 18 years to be grown men. The gates themselves were wide open to reveal the inn itself within, a high-roofed, stout structure of ironwood with its doors and shutters closed tight, large enough for a whole herd of cattle or horses. John had stayed there when traveling to Castle Black, but only for a few hours. His Uncle Benyon had said it was made out of an old barn, by men who preferred the lower, poorly collected taxes of the Night's Watch to those of the Umbers. Not a chance they will open their doors to me now. The Canadians were nowhere to be found. Their horseless cart was not to be found in the yard of the inn, nor by the side of the King's Road. The tracks on the road told that they had been there before, and not long ago. Following the tracks into the distance with his eyes, John saw the unnatural beast off beside the nearest camp of free folk families. This means trouble, he thought aloud, hand going to his sword as he brought his horse to a stop. You don't need to be wise to see that, Val replied, riding closer to inspect the body, one of Jarek Kingsblood's tribe, or I'm a then. No wonder he thought he could take what he wanted. Jarek is haughty, and so are those that follow him. She looked towards the camp. They must have moved like the others had breached the wall to make it this far south so quickly. Right into the hands of the lords of the north, John stated, they'll be the first caught by your cousin's men. And a hanging is the least they can expect. We will not allow it, Val replied, voice as cold as a north wind, this is not like the times before when we have invaded the south, Jon Snow. John opened his mouth to state otherwise, but found he had no argument against that. There were whites within sight at that very moment, tied and trussed up under furs, but still there. They gurgle in the night, sometimes. You're right, he said, taking his hand off his sword, it isn't. Val's eyes flickered to him. Lord Snow, I wonder, she said, if you were Neeler Lord of Winterfell, what would you do? I can never be Lord of Winterfell, John replied bitterly, it is not my place. His reward was narrowed eyes of impatience and a flick of her long braid as her head moved. Imagine the gods make it so, as they brought the Canadians. Remembering all that has happened, what would you do? What would father do? John thought, his mind wandering to the details of a possible answer before he could notice, can I answer honestly? He decided there was no point in hiding it. The free folk seemed adept at detecting a lie. I would do my duty as Warden of the North. I would gather my banners and fight you as quickly as I could, he said, I would guard against my men committing excesses against your women and children. Once I had inflicted a large enough defeat, or captured your king, then I would make alliance against the others and turn south to deal with the Lannisters. I would make you bend the knee. Val breathed out a sigh, and read him like an open tome. You would make us bend the knee, then. Why would you do that? You know what we face. Every man and spear wife you kill is one that cannot fight against the others. Because someone needs to be in charge, John replied, before pointing at the hung boy of 15 years, even if my brother agrees to let you live in the gift, the agreement will be tested again and again until it breaks. We might both be blood of the first men, but we live differently. Who will decide whether hanging this boy was justice or murder? A continuous roar in the distance announced the approach of the Canadians. John could see their machine moving around the Free Folk camp now in a slow arc. Horse riders followed in its wake, including the chieftain Ygritte, easily identified by her helmet. When he looked back, he saw that Val's gaze had softened again, and a small smile spread across her lips. So you do know something, she said. My father often said to win a fight, you think about what your enemy would do. Now I know what you will do. Am I your enemy? John asked. You are a crow, Val said, as if that explained everything. What will your brother do? Will he ride north to destroy us? Or will he do what you would do and leave us alive to fight whites? The memory of Rob and Catelyn when last he saw them flashed into John's mind from memory. Both standing together, waving goodbye, one sad to see her husband and daughters go, the other including him in his sadness. Their hair and eyes identical in color. Tully colors. Ghost nudged John's nose with his nose, causing the horse to shift uncomfortably. John understood what the wolf was doing. The lump in his throat that he hadn't even noticed melted away. My brother can't ride north, he admitted, not unless you were to attack further south, and even then, Rob could not move with the strength needed to end a war with the will. Free folk quickly. Why not? His mother is from the Riverlands, even further south. She married my father for an alliance, and her homeland is being raided. And my father is a prisoner of the same lords who have attacked it. Honor demands that Rob and his host must move further south, not north. The river lords would not understand or accept anything less. So he will agree to our terms. It will depend on the terms. John answered. And if the lords accept you as an Umber and Lady of Winterfell out of desperation? But it is not impossible. The Canadians in their green armor, black boots and white coats finally arrived, and dismounted from their machine quickly. Rowan Umber descended too, helped by the one called Sayre. She was old, particularly for the free folk, and was tall too. Cut him down, commanded Duquesne to O'Neill, pointing at the hanged man. Yes, sir, the sergeant replied with enthusiasm, pulling a steel knife from a sheath on the front of his armor. You in the inn. I'm cutting the kid down. You don't like it? Shove it up your hole. No reply came and the man moved to the rope. The Canadian leader looked to John and Val, as Zhang hovered behind, her weapon in hand. There is definitely going to be trouble, John thought. Mr. Stark, dismount and get your magic sword out, Duquesne said to John, the rest day you insisted upon isn't going to be restful. John complied, getting out of his saddle and tying up his horse, before returning sword in hand. Val dismounted too, though she kept her knife and sword away. What happened? He asked. Negotiations failed, Duquesne said, the innkeepers can't just hang people and put them on display. Eventually someone is going to take offense to that. It looks like the local clan want to teach the inhabitants some manners. We need to prevent it. John moved so he could see the wildling camp past the foreign machine. Several dozen figures were mustering for a fight, spears, shields and axes collected from tents and packs. The skull of a stag with full antlers was visible atop one spear, the standard of this particular tribe. There'll be a battle. Should it not be certain free folk taught some manners? John asked, gently, the men inside did not hang this boy for nothing, it's not their way. We can't stay here protecting the inn forever. Already have an idea about that, Zhang replied, her black eyes peering at John over a smirking smile. We weren't born yesterday. What idea? Val asked. First thing is first, Your Highness, Duquesne said, watching as O'Neill finally lowered the boy's corpse to the ground. The cavalry is en route now. A long, drawn-out horn blast sounded from the north, a sound that made John curl inside as it was the same as the reveille. Down the King's Road at a trot, the unicorns and their riders came, helmets on. Their barge-pole lances were held ready for the tilt towards the sky, the laughing tree banner carried on the foremost. Zhang, take Sayre, mount up and move to an enfilade position down the road, Duquesne commanded. Let's not screw up this little Jomilak, sir, no shooting before I command it. The woman gave the strange salute of the Canadians by bringing her hand to her helmeted head, and pulled Sayre into the machine again, before it roared off again southwards down the road some 100 paces. It turned in a great ring like a snake, so its head faced towards the camp where the wildling warriors gathered. Zhang and Sayre reappeared in the roof of the machine, their strange weapons ready. What must war be like on their world? John wondered, do they duel atop hundreds of such machines charging at each other, like knights? Duquesne approached, wary of the dire wolf at John's side. John Stark, I have a legal question. Not sure if you're the person to ask, but you're the only option I have. John nodded. I have often attended my father when he deals with such matters. The Canadian made a strange gesture with his fingers, creating a loop between his thumb and forefinger with the others straight. What are the punishments for killing an intruder and mutilation of a corpse? John saw why he was asking immediately. Intruders in your home or place of commerce can be killed freely, though you must declare it so that no one can accuse you of breaking guest right. If you don't declare it, you can be accused of murder. Duquesne nodded, though his eyes were on the unicorn riders. They had formed a rough line to charge across the open field at the other wildlings. I would not like to be in front of those lances and horns, John thought, not even with 1,000 pikemen. And mutilation? The Canadian asked. John frowned. He couldn't recall a time his father had ever dealt with such a matter. And he hadn't received the same teachings on the law that Rob had. I am not sure, but it would be a lesser offense. Flogging and exile, or payment to the family, I should think. If it's a bad case, they might be mutilated themselves. Both Duquesne and O'Neill grimaced at the word flogging, an expression that only got worse when mutilation in turn was mentioned. They had an exchange in their own language, a look of resignation soon fell over both their faces. It might come to that more than once, O'Neill said, returning to the common tongue, they used to call it the English vice, back when Napoleon was kicking about. It might, Duquesne agreed, before he took his weapon in hand. The wildlings had left their camp and were advancing across the field slowly, wary of the unicorn cavalry more than the Canadian machine. They haven't seen the Canadian weapons work in person, John realized, hoping they wouldn't need to. The little warband was made up mostly of young women and boys, led on by their elder women. They didn't need to die. Princess, O'Neill asked, if that inn was across the border in Umberlands, would the King's Blood clan stay away? Yes, Val stated with certainty, they swore oaths. Jarek would not forgive them who broke one. And they know Mance would be angry. Another exchange between the Canadians in their own tongue followed the answer. Ah yeah, O'Neill nodded at last, he did seem like he had a stick up his arse. Descendant of a king beyond the wall and all that shite. Val let out a little laughter. That's Jarek. He tried to steal me once by arguing his bloodline, the fool. O'Neill joined in the laugh. John felt a clutch in his chest at the sight of them both laughing, unable to identify where it came from. All to our advantage now, Princess, Duquesne intoned, let's begin. The two remaining Canadians struck out at a march towards the wildling warband, whispering orders over their radios, and bringing their weapons to their shoulders. John quickly followed, as did Val. When they were about halfway between the King's Road and the warband, the foreigners stopped dead. Duquesne gave a single command. Now! From the machine in the distance, a thunder erupted from the large weapon atop it. The bullets zipped and cracked through the air, over the heads of the warband. That stopped the warriors in their tracks, but the Canadians did not stop there. Duquesne and O'Neill both raised their own rifles and shot 3 times in succession, again aiming above the warriors. The warband stopped, took a knee and raised their shields. Duquesne nodded to O'Neill, as both lowered their weapons. Now that we have your attention, O'Neill shouted, send out people to talk. We won't ask twice. Seemingly without hesitation, an old woman pushed her way through the shield wall and walked towards them, pieces of antler hanging from threads all over her furs. Brave, John thought, and not because the Canadians might kill her. The warriors she had pushed through did not look pleased that she had left them. Who are you Canadians to tell us what to do? The woman said, addressing O'Neill rather than Duquesne, we are the King's Blood. I'm the guy with the gun, O'Neill replied, shaking his rifle by its handle. The old woman scoffed. Your sorcery doesn't scare me, Canadian. Justice must be had for the boy those kneelers killed. The gods see the right of it. John wanted to laugh. It wasn't the first time he had heard someone justify themselves like that. He had watched his father take their heads. The laws of the gods do not say you can kill a person for defending their home, he said, and they also say you don't disrespect a dead man's body. Both you and the innkeepers have wronged each other. The Stark speaks rightly, Val added, you cannot kill a village because one of your boys failed to steal a wife. This is against our own laws. The old woman grumbled to herself, knowing it to be true. Our laws don't speak to kneelers. They speak wherever we of the free folk stand, Val said, you are about to break your oath to Mance and the gods. The old woman eyed the king's good sister with an evil eye. We break no oaths, Val of Snow's End. Thinking fast, John saw what the Canadians had intended all along and what Val had caught onto. I hope the Lord Commander will agree with what I do. He flourished and pointed Longclaw at the inn. That place is not the gift, he said, as an officer of the Night's Watch, I declare it the land of the Umbers, who are sworn to my father, Eddard Stark. Your oath was to not settle beyond the gift or raid the kneelers. And Mance will accept it as Umberland, Val agreed, as king of the gift, he will see a raid on the inn as breaking your oath. And even if you kill us all, he will find out. The old woman scoffed, pointing a gnarled finger at Val. This stark-blooded crow's words come out of your mouth. What of the boy killed? The kneelers didn't swear an oath, they can kill us freely and hang our bodies like Ice River savages. The innkeepers will be punished, Duquesne said, according to the custom of this land. And what will that punishment be, I wonder? The old woman sighed, perhaps a reward of silver for killing a wildling? Is that not the custom of this land? It is, John's mind thought, his memory of the wildlings trying to take his brother strong in his mind. Father would have rewarded small folk for stopping those wildlings. Flogging, Duquesne stated, his previous discomfort with the word well hidden, for hanging the body. The killing was justified by self-defense. The old woman's eyes widened. She hadn't expected that answer. You would flog the men who hung the boy? Duquesne hesitated. Do they not flog men where he is from? No, I'm not a lord here, he said, but I would not stop you doing it, under the supervision of John as an officer of the watch and Val as the king's representative. And what if the innmen want revenge? The old woman asked. You have the right to self-defense as much as they do, John replied. Another horn blast sounded, higher and more shrill than before. The whole group turned to see a pair of riders moving at the gallop down and towards them. RYK and Ygritte. Michael Duquesne. Longspear hollered, the wargs have spotted a Kneeler host coming up the King's Road. The gift. Author's note, splitting this chapter into pre-battle and battle ones, due to length, and a need to rewrite the battle. Apologies for the delay, writer's block has been immense. The Leadership Council met less than an hour after news of the Kneeler force, the chiefs of the Laughing Tree, the chieftain of the Unicorn Riders, Michael's own section and Michael himself. Tagging along were Rowan, Val, and John, though they were technically not part of it, and the old chief of the King's Blood camp called Rika, because she could bring more warriors into the equation. O'Neill and Zheng had been forced to use in the crawler to gather up the others, as Ygritte had taken a party out to hunt, with some success, and the Unicorn Riders had moved their mounts to graze on the wild grasses of the plain to the east. Michael had spent the intervening time speaking in detail with the young warg Iola, the one that had spotted the enemy through the eyes of her white gerfalcon. She had provided all the details. Now the others awaited his word on what was coming, standing outside the inn where Michael himself had judged the best possibility for a defense could be made. It was damn good ground for that, in fact, which was probably why the last inn was built there in the first place. He began to explain, and hoped to get some answers from those present with more knowledge of the local lords. 700. They'll be here by mid-afternoon tomorrow. They're marching under a banner of yellow with green thistles on it. House Norei, John Stark blurted out. Everyone turned their heads towards the young man. He looked thoroughly embarrassed he had said it. Michael wasn't sure if his reaction to his own words was because he had given intelligence away, or if it was because he had spoken up like a skookid answering a teacher's question. Maybe he's taught things like lords' houses in such a way. House Norei. One of the mountain clans of the Starklands, Val answered before Stark could refuse, pointing towards the mountains to the southwest. See those two peaks closest to us? They live in a valley that begins there, between the two of them. They prefer stave weapons and slings, but they have good armor like most Kneelers. Better than the crows. Knowing exactly how Val had that information, Michael frowned for a moment, considering whether or not to ask her if that snippet should have been told to him before they left. Raiders must regularly make it this far south. I pray to the gods they're not akin to our mountain clans, Chief Rika mumbled through her worn teeth. Last thing we need is cannibals. I hope they are alike, Michael thought to himself. Your mountain clans aren't equipped to fight anyone. The warg reported poleaxes and slings, he confirmed to Val, so that checks out. Sergeant, what is our current strength? 426, O'Neill replied, 300 Laughing Tree exactly, 122 Unicorn Riders, and us 4. None sick or wounded, unless you count Asor Ars. I don't, Michael replied flatly. We've about 100 me, boys and spear wives, Rika added. Rescued yourself there, Michael thought, you almost admitted some of the boys are old enough to be men. A rumble of disapproval sounded from beside the old woman. The man who made it was chief of the Unicorn Riders, Markach. He was not a tall man, but he was built like a brick shithouse in the words of the sergeant. Thick arms for carrying a long barge pole lance, and thick legs for clutching to the looped saddles his people used to ride unicorns, both bulged through the skins and furs wrapped around him. Like most of his people, his hair and beard were cut short, in defiance of the usual free folk style. Unicorns liked to chomp and pull on hair, that was how they got the attention of their fellow unicorns. Outnumbered, Markach said, I usually do not fight when outnumbered. Sometimes we don't have a choice, Michael said in return. The chief shrugged his large shoulders. True, but sometimes it's wiser to move away or hide. Do these Kneelers have horses? A number for scouts. Not sure how early they'll arrive, midday maybe. Far fewer than we have, though I don't think we should risk ours in a fight. We need to get to Winterfell and I don't want to leave anyone behind because the horses got shot full of arrows. RYK and Ygritte both agreed with nods. Do these Noreis have the same armor as crows? Markach asked, my tribe hasn't raided south of the wall. Because you're craven, sniffed Rika, your kind did not join Silas or the true king beyond the wall, Redbeard. How can a man climb the wall with an unicorn? Markach growled back, we had no care for the Southlands. And still wouldn't, if dead men and their masters weren't coming to kill us. Shut up, O'Neill commanded, the pair of you. The chiefs complied, albeit without grace. Iola saw some sort of armor, Michael said, answering Markach's question, thick coats with studs on them. Coat of plates. Sayre declared, like it was his turn to answer the teacher. Michael blinked. Coat of plates. Sayre nodded. Yeah, metal plates bolted inside a tough cloth or leather, that's what the studs are. How do you know that? O'Neill asked. Video games. Michael and O'Neill exchanged looks, but took his word for it. Full of useful information, aren't you? The sergeant muttered. Sayre smiled and shrugged. Wasn't useful before now. Markach crossed his arms. So we're going to fight a warband with more warriors and better armor than what we have. Are we all drunk? Michael didn't like that attitude, but kept polite. Like I said, we need to get to Winterfell, or we'll have far more than 700 soldiers to deal with. So we need to run, wait in the forest for the enemy to pass, or fight. Running means delay. Hiding means Mance will need to fight a battle with his own host, which might provoke a larger conflict. Fighting now prevents both of those things, but it'll probably cost us. We need to fight, Ygritte insisted. Rickah agreed. Michael felt his brow raise. Why's that? This is free folk land now, Ygritte said. And I can't just move our camp, Rickah agreed, our herds are away grazing up in the hills. I've no way to know where the shepherds have taken them. They could come down any day and the Kneelers would be waiting for them. And if you stay, the Kneelers will fight you even if you don't want to, Michael said, completing the thought. Though that gives me an advantage. You can send someone to wait for the herders, Jon Stark objected, warn them off. Fighting my father's bannermen when you want to speak peace shall not endear you to my brother. We've no choice, Crow. The herders can't leave the sheep. Rickah began. We'll plan to fight, Michael interrupted, then I'll decide what we're doing, based on whether or not I think it has deterrence value. So do what the sergeant ordered and shut up was a thought he left unsaid. Jon Stark looked sour at Michael's decision, which got his own back up. I'd prefer not to leave these people to the tender mercies of your father's men, Mr. Stark, Michael stated with absolute certainty, because that would destroy the peace just as quickly. We're in the gift, not the north. If those bannermen cross the border, they're the ones invading. My brother will not see it that way. That is my problem, Val said, not yours. She gestured to Michael. I would hear your plan. Perceptive one, Michael thought, you know what I intended in bringing you here. Jon, if you wouldn't mind leaving, he said, I have something for you, but it means you can't know what our intentions are. Sorry. The teenager slunk off towards his horse in something of a huff, as if Michael had just insulted his honor somehow. Which was probably the case, Michael knew, but all would be explained later and that would probably help. At least his wolf is following him. Ghost padded away, tail bouncing happily. When he was sure Stark couldn't hear, Michael continued. You'll carry out a classic L-shaped ambush, he declared, with a twist. L? Asked RYK. Ah, sorry, Michael smiled, L is one of our letters. I'll show you. Here's where we'll fight. He took hold of a stick he had brought for the purpose of drawing, and with it quickly sketched out the ground, explaining as he went. The north-south King's Road, the hill where the inn sits, and the forest on the adjoining foothills, sloping upwards east to west starting at the road. This circle on the inn's hill represents the inn's palisade, and the XS are where each of the free folk camps sit, one near the inn is the King's Blood one way further north in the trees is ours. Lastly, he drew an L shape across the road, then across the inn and finally downwards, parallel to the road in the high ground among the trees. That's the L. You'll set up like this, Michael explained, one part to stop the Norai force advancing, another to attack from the side before they can form a proper line. We'll dig defenses and make obstacles in the forest so they can't just charge. Since they don't have radios, all this should force the commanders of each section to do whatever they think is best for themselves. They won't be able to coordinate, especially if you shoot anyone with a horn or drum you can see. What if they run away south? Ygritte asked, gesturing with her finger. Then you've won, Michael replied, they're on foot, their wagons won't be able to keep up, and even a unicorn is faster than a man. Especially if he's wearing that much metal armor in his jacket, Zhang added, with a glance at Sayre. Michael nodded. RYK, you'll lead the pikes and crossbows. Hide the pike troops behind the inn's palisade until the command to begin, and then block the road here. Crossbows can go on either side of the pikes and then switch to shields and axes when the enemy gets too close. RYK gave a casual salute in response, which Michael took as agreement. Ygritte, you'll take the real archers with shields and short spears to the middle part here, from north to south. When they've marched almost the full length of the road below you, that's more or less when you'll spring the trap. Fill the kneelers full of arrows as best you can. Kill their own archers and slingers first. Giving me the hard part. Ygritte grinned as she gave a thumbs up, delighted at her role in the scenario. Michael blew an amused breath out, stifling the full laugh. Innuendo aside, her section of the battle line was the most vulnerable, sitting at the place he himself would choose to counterattack. She clearly knew that as well. I guess I am, he answered, but that's why we'll dig some holes and pile up some dirt, to make it safer for your archers and harder for the Norais to climb up and stomp you. Michael looked to Rickon next. Your warband will be at the top of the L, here. Your job is to stop the enemy rolling the flank in that direction and distract the rear of the column. You should have an easier time of it. Our warg saw that it was where the pack animals and supply carts are. And the soldiers guarding them seem younger. Chief Ricka's eyes gleamed as soon as the words pack animals and supply carts were mentioned. She has loot on her mind, Michael saw, or maybe just food. Is food counted as loot? And us? Markach asked, where do my riders go? I'll explain that when we get to what happens as soon as the signal is given, Michael replied. First, I'd like to. What does Jon Stark do? Val asked, interrupting, what do I do? Interesting, she asked about Stark first. Exactly what I was about to explain, Michael answered. Stark is going to ride south today, with a white. Alongside the Norais, there's a brother of the Night's Watch. He must have been dispatched by Sir Alliser to fetch reinforcements as soon as possible. Which means other reinforcements could be coming by other ways. You're just letting the crow go? Markach asked, won't he refuse to come back? Join these Norais against us? Michael shook his head. The kid's character didn't suggest someone who'd break his word, and he seemed genuinely afraid of the others. Only place he'd go in that case would be Winterfell. We'd catch up with him, and he likely won't tell his brother anything Mormont hasn't already sent by now. Val's lip curled. If a crow rides with the Norais, then another rides with the wolves of the coast also. They will bring warriors to the Shadow Tower. We must warn Della. Della? Michael asked himself, why Della and not Mance? Sisterly concern? We'll send a rider back north at dawn tomorrow, he agreed. Jon must go today though, we need him to reach the Norais and his crow brother before they reach the gift, and tomorrow may be too late. With luck, he can convince them of the threat beyond the wall, and the need for peace. If he fails, we can consider fighting. There were no objections to that. Where will you be? Ricka asked, gesturing with an antler at the map in the dirt. Michael pointed away off the east, at the edge of another forest area. Nowhere near the road or where the fight would be. Over there. Ricka's face gathered in confusion, exposing every wrinkle. She looked off into the distance in the direction indicated, telling she at least knew how to read a map. How do you mean to fight from there? She asked. Your weapons can strike from that far. They can, but I don't mean to fight at all, Michael said. Canada is not at war with the Starks. The Laughing Tree tribe will be considered free folk, it can fight. But we can't. This again. Ygritte groaned. Are you craven too? Ricka hissed, you would have us fight your battle. You're the one camped beside the border, Zhang replied with a shrug, it's more your battle than ours. We can wait until the Norais or whatever pass by, or just drive around them. You're the ones who have to fight or run. Ricka gave her the evil eye in true satanic witch fashion, to which Zhang simply stared back. The chief lost the contest and quickly, realizing the corporal was right, as far as Michael could tell. Either that or Zhang's stare was too alien for the old woman to stand. We can help in other ways, he insisted, trying to smooth things over, but if Jon Stark or any of the Norais go to Winterfell, we need to be able to claim we didn't kill a single one of his father's bannermen and be believed. As far as he's concerned, we're giving you advice at best, not commanding you, understand? How will you help? Ygritte asked flatly. For one, you'll keep your radios, Michael said, you'll all be able to work together. I have some other ideas too, but that's just for you and RYK. Ygritte put her gloved hands on her hips, regarding him with doubt, but said nothing more, accepting his words for now. Rowan cleared her throat pointedly, twirling a hand in Michael's direction. If you're not commanding this battle, she said, then who is? Or who will Jon Stark think is commanding it? Michael smirked. Val. Rowan cackled. Now there's an idea. And he'll believe that? Isn't he a little kneeler, thinking women can't fight or think? We'll make it convincing, Michael said, looking to Val herself. You and your escort are all archers, right? Yes, Val answered, some of the best. Ygritte snorted. So says the soft snows-end girl. Tomorrow you'll go arrow for arrow with me, and we'll see who's best. Val shot a doubtful look like an arrow back at the spear wife. We'll put you on the corner of the L by the inn, Michael said, it's on a hill, so you can see everything. We'll give you a radio too, so you can actually do the job, though I advise you to follow my ideas. I almost said orders. That position is where the slope of the hill is steepest too, O'Neill added. As soon as RYK gets moving, you should also be able to shoot over the pikemen into the units coming to engage them. If you're careful. A small smile shot across Val's face. This is beginning to sound like a good plan. The Starks won't treat with an untested girl. They may treat with someone who has defeated their bannermen. The Mormonts have such chieftains. I hadn't thought of that, Michael lied. Unfortunate for us that I'm not able to do the same. Unfortunate that the press back home would hang me for attacking first, and more so that bullets don't grow on trees. Why don't we use the inn, sir? O'Neill asked. It's a fine defensive position. Let's not open that can of worms. If we fight, the Norais need to be defeated in detail, Michael answered, so they don't just leave us here and march north to rape and kill their way through other camps. And even if they don't, we don't have time for a siege. The sergeant scowled. Harder for this lot to do that than us just shooting the clansmen ourselves, sir, he noted in English. Yet. The King's Blood chief cleared her throat, resulting in follow-up coughs that had Markach moving away from her. If the Norais are coming, I want the flogging down now, Rika complained. Justice for that boy can't wait. Mayhaps we lose the fight and those that hanged him escape what the gods proclaim is just. Michael was struck dumb for a moment. Talk about twisted priorities. This area is about to be teeming with kneelers, he said, and you want to flog one just before they arrive. O'Neill weighed in too. Have you considered what else will happen if we lose? When the hundreds of armed warriors hear what you did. You said it was the another path to us taking our own justice and killing them all, the woman replied. You said we would have a flogging at least, for what they did to our boy's body. Enough of this. Michael shook his head. I agreed to it before because I thought I had no choice. Circumstances have changed. How so? Came a question, accompanied by narrowed eyes. It doesn't take a day to flog a man. Because now I possess something you need. What's that? The only force capable of defending you against the kneelers. Chief Rika's eyes bulged. You wouldn't. I absolutely would, Michael stated. If you do not drop this arrogant demand for vengeance at once, we will withdraw and leave you to the mercy of these Norais. I am not free folk, Madam King's Blood. And those allied with me know better than to side with you in this. Rika looked to Ygritte. Is that so? Ygritte crossed her arms. And you agree with this shite? Ygritte quickly glanced at Michael. Come on girl, you want to be my wifey, don't you? Her expression softened momentarily, before she answered the chief. No, I don't agree with him. But this man and his clan broke the wall and took Castle Black. We'd be fools to favor you over him. Nothing stopping you from getting justice later, RYK added. Mans is journeying through the gift, settling the clans. He will no doubt visit here soon. Ask him for your justice, and stand with us against the kneelers now. The inn's men haven't been pardoned. Chief Rika snorted, and smiled revealing worn but still white teeth, the antler pieces hanging from her furs clacking as she laughed quietly. It was a fake laugh, Michael could see. I see I've no choice. You don't, Michael confirmed, but if you go along with it, your clan might be able to say it was a part of the first free folk host to defeat the kneelers. I understand that might bring you some honor. Rika snorted again, a picture of derision. Honor enough. But I won't forget this. The King's Blood does not forget. Not getting the message. Michael straightened himself up to his full height, and turned his body fully towards her, visibly taking his rifle into his hands. The eyes of every chief present widened. Don't threaten me, Rika. The last people who did were the crows. Me and mine took that as a declaration of war, and stacked 100 and more of their corpses high inside their own castle. You stand here today, alive and not a slave to the White Walkers, because of that. I'm offering you the loot of the enemy wagons too, food to feed your clan. He released his weapon from his grip again, letting it hang. Don't threaten us. Don't forget to whom you owe the lives. The chief said nothing, her fists clenched. But she couldn't meet Michael's eyes any longer. Good, be ashamed. Seeing the others watching the display, he felt a little ashamed himself that he had to resort to such a direct method of coercion. Better than watching a flogging though. Now, Michael said, relaxing his tone a little, let's talk through the ambush, step by step. You have a battle to win. Sunset in the gift was loud. Bird calls, groans from nearby elk or moose, the howling of wolves in the distance. Michael had never heard a forest so alive, and wondered how many of the creatures making their sounds had been north of the wall before. Before he had left Castle Black, Eastwatch had reported another herd of deer swimming the short sea gap, plunging from cliffs to do so. Only an hour earlier and the scene would have been very different. The Laughing Tree and the King's Blood had both been hard at work digging and then camouflaging fortifications in the forest above the road. They had no tools but wooden ones, and the cold, Dried mud wasn't easy to move. But they had got it done, a series of raised trenches and layers of stakes set along the middle of the wooded slope, all at optimal range for bows and disguised with dirt and relocated bushes. The animals had stayed away during that process. Now the free folk were safely back in their tents, sleeping and readying themselves for another long day when the sun rose again. Meanwhile, only Canadians stalked the forest, finishing up checks to the camouflage. By the time that was complete, Michael and O'Neill found themselves at the very edge of the gift, beside the final 2 standing stones announcing where Night's Watch land begun and Umber land ended. Michael stood at the very edge of where the Starks ruled and looked south. "Do you think it'll be enough, Sergeant?" he asked. "If it isn't, the free folk didn't deserve to win anyway, sir," O'Neill replied. "It would be easier if we helped them, all the same. With bullets, not helpful pointers." "Impossible," Michael said with a shake of the head, "it's not our fight. Neither the lords in Winterfell or the politicians and journalists back home would see it as anything less than aggression." O'Neill frowned. "Even if we're defending refugees?" he asked, "because that's what those women and young lads are, sir." "Don't worry, we won't stand by," Michael replied, "we'll unleash hell if it looks like a loss. The Norreys are screwed either way. But I prefer that no one else know that. The second we shoot one of Stark's men is the second we lose credibility as mediators here." O'Neill grunted an incomprehensible curse. "You talked with Mormont and John Stark a bit about their attitudes, I see." Michael nodded. "It's one thing to try and take a squad of Night's Watch prisoner in lands they don't own, or fight the Crows after they've declared war on us. It's another to kill a nobleman's vassals in open battle, without a declaration of war, in lands they most definitely consider their own. Big Rock's saying otherwise be damned." A derisive smile erupted on O'Neill's face. "Noble pride. They're nothing more than gangsters, sir." "Mormont says the Starks are more than that," Michael said, "but they still have to play by gangster rules if we kill their people. So we'll leave that to RYK, Ygritte and Markach. Mormont says a lot of shit, sir. He gave us the barest information he thought he could get away with." "True, but he's honest enough about the Starks. I think." A crackle came over the comms, followed by the corporal's voice. "We've finished covering up those last stakes." "Orders, sir." Michael considered it for a moment. "Return to the OP. We'll walk back and do one last inspection." O'Neill groaned at that, muttering about his knees. "Copy. You have Ygritte and RYK coming up the road behind you as ordered, sir." Michael and O'Neill both turned to see the pair, half stumbling up the road. The 2 chiefs had both been digging and cutting as hard as anyone else that day, and it showed. "Do you think this is a good idea?" Michael asked O'Neill. "Yes," the sergeant said, "no threat to our position, keeps them safer." "Good." RYK gave a weak wave as he approached, while Ygritte concentrated on staying on her feet, until both stopped and gave tired salutes. Michael glanced at O'Neill, finding him disapproving of the slovenly display, and then returned the salute. "What in the God's arses made you bring us out here?" Ygritte asked. "Sergeant." O'Neill sighed and unholstered his pistol in a smooth motion. Michael took his own out too, though he didn't need to yet. RYK flinched, taking a step back, causing Ygritte to laugh. "They're not going to kill us," she chuckled mockingly, "jumpy before the big fight, long spear." "What are they doing then?" RYK asked. Ygritte's laughing stopped with a sigh. "Because it's a good question." "Watch," Michael said, before turning to O'Neill, "Sergeant, teach them the operation of the Browning high-power pistol. Ye old Second World War vintage." The sergeant frowned but complied. He waved the 2 free folk over and began explaining how to use the weapon safely. Startled but fascinated, Ygritte and RYK listened as if nothing else in the world mattered. Michael did not, trusting the sergeant to do the job, and spent the time looked south again as it got darker, the western sky slipping into a bloody red-orange color. Beautiful, he thought, but maybe too much of an omen. There was clicking, as the 2 free folk demonstrated what they had been taught to by O'Neill, thankfully without bullets. "Don't forget," the sergeant said at last, "or it's your funeral." The little training session over, Michael returned his attention to them, in time to see O'Neill hand his weapon and its holster to RYK. The free folk warrior admired it for a moment, before stowing it in the holster and beginning to wrap it around his leg in the same way the sergeant wore it. Michael walked over to Ygritte, and offered his own pistol to her, along with a single loaded magazine. Her hand snapped out eagerly, fingers wrapping around the grip, but paused. She looked up at him for a few seconds, before taking the weapon and holster as RYK had. She loaded the weapon but did not cock it to fire, before putting it away. What was that about? Michael thought. These aren't gifts. We'll want them back when this battle is over. And you're not getting any more shots than you already have. We'll turn the wrath of the gods on the kneelers all the same, RYK smirked, patting the weapon holster with his palm. The sergeant loomed over the guy. That's not why we've given these to you, O'Neill growled. You're not to shoot the Norais with them unless everything else is lost, you hear me? Ygritte grimaced with amusement, like the sergeant had said something incredibly stupid. Then what are they for? Authority, Michael replied, just as the lords of Westeros wear swords, officers and war leaders on our world wear these weapons. We would give Markach one too, but we only have two and he was a chief already before we arrived. You weren't. The Laughing Tree is a new tribe, it doesn't have the same roots and loyalties as the others. The King's Bloods might decide we're not friends the second the battle is over too. The two free folk glanced at each other. They heard the implication, but didn't like it. Speak plain, RYK interrupted, who do you mean for us to kill with these? Whoever defies you in a way that threatens you, O'Neill said, the King's Bloods would be my bet. They're not happy about the flogging thing. RYK's eyes ballooned. Shoot our own. While the kneelers are near. Michael held up his hands. Easy, I'm not saying you do it at a whim. In fact, we don't do that sort of thing ourselves back home, but we're not back home. O'Neill nodded in agreement. All it takes is one man or woman to lose their cool, start shouting about how you're all doomed or attack you guys to escape, and send everyone else running. At that point, you'll be mincemeat. You need the ability to focus minds, Michael stated. Every soldier of the Laughing Tree knows these weapons we're giving you. I'm confident the mere sight of you armed with them will make them obey and hold the line. Our warriors held before, Ygritte said, against whites. Against White Walkers and crows. The whites are stupid, they just run at you wildly, O'Neill responded, his tone indicating he did not like the memory associated with his words. Living opponents are smarter and more dangerous in a fight, man for man. The White Walkers didn't want to do their own killing, so your soldiers haven't really faced them. As for the crows, you haven't fought them in a pitched battle. At Castle Black, they didn't have their weapons or armor, and got surrounded. This next fight will be more difficult for you. But if you succeed, you and the Laughing Tree will fear no one, Michael added. The first time you go into battle as one unit, one warband, is always the hardest. It gets easier after that. We've all been in a fight before, Ygritte sniffed. Not like this, Michael stated, it isn't every man out for his own glory, or survival against creatures that burst into flame if fire so much as brushes them. You'll see more blood and guts tomorrow than you've seen in your entire life. More than when we took Castle Black. So will the soldiers you command. Ygritte breathed out hard. And they'll fear the same thing happening to them, she agreed, glancing to RYK, more like when Mans took on the Thens. That was bloody. The spearwife crossed her arms. We understand, Michael Duquesne. We accept your weapons and how to use them. Can we go get some sleep now? I feel like I've been carrying around a giant on my back all day. Michael smiled widely. Sure, just be careful not to get those stolen, He gestured at the pistols. RYK snorted. The entire camp is already asleep, I'd bet. We'll be the ones doing stealings if anyone is. With that, the pair departed, chattering about what they could steal. Exasperated by the conversation, Michael nonetheless ignored it and waited until they were out of earshot to speak. Do you think the grenades would have helped? He asked. O'Neill shook his head. They'd be just as likely to kill their own with explosives, he answered, and it would be bad for you. What? If that girl dies tomorrow from some Kneeler arrow, you'll blame the enemy. If she came back with her arm and half her face blown off from a grenade, you'd blame yourself. Same if it happened to RYK or some other person, I guess. But especially her. Michael wanted to rebuke O'Neill for that. It wasn't about his personal feelings about Ygritte. Fragmentation grenades would put down the mountain clansmen of the Starks easily, and it would be easy to say that the free folk had stolen them, so no direct blame could be attributed to any Canadian. In theory. Unfortunately, the sergeant was dead right about the scenario. Too right to dispute it. The free folk would have to do their killing the old-fashioned way. The good sister. After eating when the sun was highest, a day after Jon Stark rode south with a white to try and stop a battle, the wargs announced that he had failed. The Norais were marching back the way he went under the warmest sky Val had ever experienced. Everyone who could hold a weapon armed themselves and went to the places where they would ambush the Kneelers. Draped in the black chainmail liberated from the Crow's armory, Val and her 6 chosen archers were just west of the inn, using the curve of its log wall to hide. At the corner of the L, though the young sayer called it a backwards L, whatever that meant. What mattered was she was on high ground, and she could see the entire area where the ambush would catch the Norais men, except for a curve where the King's Bloods were. The road, the forest, the marshes between the road and the eastern forest, all of it. The Unicorn Riders and half the Laughing Tree joined Chief Rickaw's warband in the forest above the road, ready to rain arrows. Though invisible to anyone on the road, Val could see the piles of dirt and rocks, the stakes disguised as small bushes, and the trenches. It's like a long castle, she decided. I hope it works. I don't think I'd be fooled. The other half of the laughing tree put their pikes with new steel tips together and hid behind the inn, prepared to block the way forward and lock the enemy into the trap. Longspear RYK led them, a shield in one hand, a sorceress weapon of the Outlanders he claimed to have stolen in the other. A likely story, Val thought to herself, as if he could steal anything from the Canadians. Here they come, said the O'Neill, scouts crossing the border now. Column behind at 500 yards. Val frowned. Not at the content of the message but its tone. Of course you can be calm, you don't have to fight. The man was atop their strange carriage, away to the east in another small forest, far from where the fighting would be. And the man declared that battle was certain as if he had just finished cooking a chicken and was offering part of it to the person next to them. For her own part, Val could feel her blood move with every heartbeat. Though the kneelers were still around the curve over the road and she could not see them yet, her legs demanded she pace about. Her palms itched as they held her bow and arrows. Her tongue shifted in her mouth, wanting to ask 17 different questions. Calm yourself, fool, she told herself, just because you trusted the kneeler doesn't mean you are responsible. The warriors do not know this is your first battle. If you act like a scared child, they will run and fall. She quickly decided on a question to ask. There was one that rose above the others in anger. She quickly cleared her throat so her voice wouldn't squeak when she spoke it, and activated the sorceress device the Canadians called a radio. So John Stark has betrayed us, she intoned gravely. Is he leading the scouts to us or is he skulking with the warband? There was a pause for a moment. Neither, Duquesne replied, I don't see him at the front of the column at all. But I don't think he's betrayed us. They're not marching in close order, some of them don't have their helmets on. It wasn't wise to let him go alone, Val replied before thinking. Oh ye of little faith, Duquesne replied, I can see him now. He's at the rear just in front of the supply wagons. His wolf is leashed in one of them, chewing the hell out of the wood, the O'Neill added, and the man himself is riding with his hands tied in front of him. Looks like Johnny said some things his fellow crow didn't like and got himself taken prisoner. Val bit her lip. For some reason, that tiding was just as disturbing. If he's a prisoner, the crow with him might kill him when the ambush begins, she told herself, and then what shall we say to his brother in Winterfell? Guess our theory was right, sir, Zhang continued. Sir Alistair sent out men he could trust to stir shit. There was something to be cheerful about, Val decided. So they don't know we are waiting for them. Apparently not, Duquesne stated. You and RYK will have to deal with the scouts first though. The kneelers on horses were moving slower than she had hoped, allowing their eyes to search everything nearby with more care than she had hoped. They're no untested boys. I see them. Fearing they'd soon examine the inn from a distance, Val quickly slipped along the round wall again, out of sight save for a single eye. The scouts got closer and closer, and everyone became more and more still. The rustling and shifting of RYK's warriors behind Val ceased entirely, as the Canadians gave reports over the radio on the progress of the enemy. The kneeler horses were shaggy and small, like those of the free folk, and likely had the same endurance. To Val's eye, they would have looked at home beyond the wall as much as anyone, except that their clothes and boots were better made. It was clear the riders were truly alert. Their mouths were flat lines of concentration under drooping mustaches, and their hands kept clutching reins and crossbows. Their eyes swept the treelines, both those on the hill nearby and where the Canadians were. Val recognized what these men were immediately, the tales of returned raiders ringing clearly in her head. The eldest warrior of her party joined Val, a brown-haired, brown-eyed woman from the Frozen Shore clans 10 years older than her, simply known as Gilliany. The kneelers haven't seen the ambush. The gods are with us. Val began wondering at that. She couldn't believe not a single person in the forest had been seen or heard. Or that neither the line of bushes and small trees to hide the positions nor the clearing of the way down the middle seemed out of place. Are they that arrogant? They'll notice. It's only a matter of time. They're men who seek the bounties on the heads of our raiders, Val replied to Gilliany, paid in silver for each. The older woman blanched. Is that so? They look like the survivors described. They like dragging raiders behind their horses until they're dead. Gilliany bared her teeth. Mayhaps we shall do the same to them. Val glanced at her. No time. She waited until the next pause in Canadian chatter about the Norreys and then activated the radio again. Longspear, are you ready to take the scouts? Have 24 waiting inside the inn's palisade end. He began, stopping mid-sentence only to continue, by the gods. Stop him. There was a commotion both from beyond the inn and over the radio, heavy breathing. One of the kneelers in the inn just broke out. RYK hissed. Val leaned out from the wall, trying to see the man. We see him, Duquesne replied, he's heading down the road, towards the scouts. The leader of the Norrey riders at the front held up a hand, bringing the whole group to a halt. The innsman finally came into view, dressed in linens, his hands and arms moving wildly as he attempted to explain from a distance. Val felt an icy grip around her heart. He's going to warn them. We should have seized everyone inside the damned inn. You can't get him? RYK asked, meaning the Canadians. We kill him and the scouts will know we're up here, Ygritte whispered back first. We can't kill him either, O'Neill stated, we need attention looking up the road, not on either side of it. Val knew the truth when she heard it. Everyone stay where you are, she said, ignoring the lump in her throat, doesn't take a warband to kill one man. What? Said a voice in her ear. She ignored it, turning to Giuliani and the others. With me. Without checking to see that the others were following, Val burst forward around the log wall of the inn and onto the open slope. The scout's eyes tracked upwards from the innsman to her, causing the man himself to turn around to see what they were looking at. Still moving at pace, she knocked an arrow on her bow, took aim and stopped to loose it. The innsman bolted southwards, attempting to weave. But Val had hunted rabbits from the age of 8 years. The black-fletched arrow sailed from her fingertips and stuck itself in the man's throat as he turned to see if she had shot. He tumbled hard, rolling off the road entirely onto the marshy ground beside it. Ouch, Zhang declared, her voice ringing in Val's ear. The leader of the scouts gave a shout and a wave forward. The riders knocked their crossbows or drew swords, and came at a charge up the road, throwing caution to the wind. Val knocked another arrow, as her escort arrived and shot their own at the approaching horses. 2 of the animals were hit, then 1 of the riders. All were 3 unable to ignore it and dropped out of the charge, dead or dying. The crow arrows hit hard, Val thought gleefully, loosing another herself. She missed the leader by an inch, the man not flinching for a second. Snarling at the failure, she realized at least some of the riders would reach her before being shot down. And at last, the front of the full enemy host came around the corner, led by their yellow and green thistle banner, easily able to see her and the others. Back! Val shouted to her escort as they loosed another volley, follow me. She rushed past them, fumbling for the radio control. There was no doubt they were following this time, their breaths and curses could have been heard in Winterfell itself. Long spear, we're going to go inside the walls, she breathed heavily, spring the trap as soon as they're inside. Beautiful notion, RYK replied, worry not. We'll fuck these kneelers right up the arse. Best hurry though, they look like they want to do the same to you. Val ignored his cheer and his warning, though she picked up the pace. The thudding of horses' hooves was now floating through the air. Just as they neared the gate through the wooden wall, a crossbow bolt smacked into Giuliana's back. She sprawled into the mud. Val turned and shot an arrow back, as 2 more of the escort dragged Giuliana through the gate. The scouts were very close now, and aiming their crossbows. Get out of there! Came a shout over the radio. Shit! Val ducked inside the open gateway, quarrels chasing to where she had stood a breath before. She found Longspear's men hiding behind the gates themselves, vicious grins on their faces. Good. Did the bolt hit you deeply? She asked Giuliana, who was sitting up against a post and raking mud off her face and clothes with her fingers. The woman shook her head. The chainmail and furs did their job. Hurts bad. I'll bruise. A grin appeared. Not the first time at that. Realizing Giuliana wasn't in any danger, she pulled her escort towards the inn itself, to get within the corral nearby. They just made within the strong wooden fence when the scouts rode in, wheeling inside towards them. Val watched with grim satisfaction as Longspear's men slammed the gates shut and pulled the kneelers out of their saddles. Daggers, maces, and warmers did the bloody work after that, not a single one of the 13 riders harming their attackers. They died too quickly, she thought, before the radio spoke again. Enemy Azontir moving up the road quicker now, Duquesne said, coat of plate, crossbows and poleaxes. Not many shields. As expected. Old guard types at the front, O'Neill added, grey hairs and scars on every one of them. Younger guys in the rest of the column, I think. Some of them don't even have beards. Column? The old men and boys, Val thought aloud, the Starks really are going to war in the south, if that is all the mountain clans can muster. Sure, but they know someone is in the inn now, Val, Duquesne continued, they're halfway up the road. You need to make a choice. Wait for them to put their entire force in the ambush zone, or spring it now and take out the veterans to send the younger guys running. Surprised the Canadian was not commanding her to do one thing or the other, Val nonetheless knew at once what had to happen. We wait. The Norreys must be taught that trespassing on the lands of the King of Gift and Wall has a price. The Starks too. The Kneelers will respect strength over mercy. The Canadians said nothing for a moment, or were talking among themselves off their radio if Val had to guess. You're in command, Duquesne said at last, it isn't what I would do, but it's your choice. I know. How long until the Kneelers are where they must be? A minute. I suggest you look for yourself. The conversation over, Val climbed through the corral's wooden fence again, pausing only when she noted Giuliana staring at her. What? The older woman smirked. You look utterly mad when speaking with that thing. Val couldn't help but smile back. I know. Come with me. She marched straight to the gate, through the collection of the scouts' bodies in the process of being looted, the free folk warriors still guarding the way out looking on in envy. She looked to the ladder. Open up. The gates swung in again. The looting stopped as the men and spear wives grabbed their weapons again, seeking another foe. Good to see RYK's people are not imbeciles, Val thought, before she strode out into the road like she had built it herself and looked south. The enemy was close enough to. They were at the bottom of the hill and beginning to climb it, led by the banner of yellow with thistles on it. Behind, a long line of men stretched all the way to the next hill along the road, where wagons were being pulled into view. Every single warrior had armor of a sort that free folk chiefs would have killed entire clans to possess a single set. The Norai chieftain sat on horseback with a group of riders around him, carrying the Norai thistles and the stark dire wolf in the middle of the line. He had even better, drawing Val's eye as it looked like parts of his arms had been replaced with metal ones, the steel shaped around his forearm and hands. But it was when she looked at the vanguard closest to her again that Val felt like someone had poured icy slush down her back. Though the gentle slope seemed to be challenging the legs of these older men, every single one of them stared out from under their helms with the look Val had seen only a few times before. They mean to take us alive and then make us die screaming. Gods, Jillian muttered, knocking an arrow to loose it at the Norryman. Val didn't reply. She didn't even bother trying to keep her voice calm when her next words sprung out. Her throat felt like it was closing. RYK, Igrit, now, she choked out, not hearing herself over the sound of hoarse shouts from the enemy. A horn blew from behind and a greater shout. From around the walls of the inn came Longspear RYK and two others with banners, the golden horn of Jormon on a blue sky and the laughing tree. Behind them followed 100 pikes, held by men and spear wives wearing the same black chain mail, shields and black helms that had struck fear into free folk for generations. With those were half as many again with crossbows, larger shields, axe and mace. Val and her escort joined Longspear, letting arrows fly as he took up a place on the right side of the road near where Val had planned to spend the battle. The pikes and crossbows put themselves across the road beside their leader. No one will get past them, Val decided. The Norryman slowed, but didn't stop. They were near enough that the pockmarks of individual faces could be distinguished. And the pikes were still not leveled at them. The pikes were still arranging themselves somehow, and the crossbows were not shooting. Val looked to Longspear to ask why he was taking so long and found him giving a snarling grin, taking his stolen Canadian weapon into his hand. Watch this. He raised it, and squeezed a small piece of it that could only be a trigger. The weapon thundered, half jumping out of his hand. 3 times it boomed, into the air around the Norais. Why is he not killing them with it? Val wondered. At last, the advance stopped. The remaining men glanced to the sides, as if being sure that the others were seeing what they were. What the hell are you doing, RYK? Duquesne demanded over the radio. Longspear ignored him. Pikes! He roared. The block of warriors beside him lowered their weapons towards the Norryman at last. The first 5 rows presenting between each other in a wall of spear tips, the rest holding the pikes just above the heads of the rest, ready to step in if someone further in front fell. Val's mouth dropped open, before she stopped herself and closed it again. She had never seen anything like it before. And Longspear was not yet finished. Forward! He shouted. His warriors responded. Huzzah! They shouted with each step taken. Huzzah! 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 Though the word was strange to her ear, Val knew that it was the signal for the next part of the ambush. She paid little heed as the pikes finally met the Norrymen, who tried and mostly failed to swat them away with their poleaxes. Her attention was elsewhere. The rest of the kneelers were rushing to join the fight, their old men having marched forward more quickly on seeing Val shoot the Innsman. Their neat line was breaking up in their eagerness to kill free folk, and more confusion came as a new sound could be heard over din of battle by the inn, hooves. Val moved further westwards to where she could get an unobstructed view of what was going to happen next. The kneelers are about to meet a tribe they have never fought in battle for a very long time. From 3 paths cleared on the slope above the King's Road, the unicorn riders burst through the trees at a full gallop and lowered their lances. The Norrymen in the middle of their marching line had no chance to react. Like deer that have just seen a hunter, they froze as the massive beasts and the warriors atop them rode through. Lances pierced both sides of the bodies of young men and shivered off, crow-forged steel tips piercing the armor easily with the weight of the unicorns behind them. Then the animals themselves collided with those not lucky enough to die from the lances. Val sucked in a breath through her teeth as the unicorns head-butted their prey, rode them down, kicked them as they passed. The Norai chief just barely escaped being caught by a lance, though the standard bearer carrying the wolf banner was not so lucky, his mount falling to a unicorn horn to the rear haunches. The man in the banner fell under the grievously wounded horse, the remaining riders in the center bolting to the rear while looking back at both with wide eyes. Markach led his people through the carnage they had made until he was almost on top of the Canadians in the opposite forest, before wheeling southwards to prepare another charge. The unicorns themselves were covered in blood, shaking their heads to get it out of the hair around their eyes. Val felt a surge of excitement rise up through her like never before. How does it feel? She wanted to scream southwards, how does it feel to be ridden down, Kneelers? She just barely kept the words out of her mouth, controlling herself and looking to see what she might do to help next. The attack split the enemy column in two, a gaping bloody chasm of dead and dying left behind separating the two surviving parts, at least 100 dead or very badly injured between them. The old men in front and the younger men at the rear were now two warbands, not one. Just as planned. Ygritte and Rickah began their attack as soon as the unicorns were clear. The archers, the best of both tribes, stood up from their hiding holes on the slope above. Arrows began flying like birds between the trees, barely visible blurs until they bounced or buried themselves in the norais below. Ygritte's arrows flew to the men at the front who hadn't joined the fight against Longspear yet, forcing them to stand and stay behind what few shields they had. Their bows were powerful enough, and the range was not so great. The Kneelers were being brought low quickly. Further south, the King's Bloods tried to pick off the less experienced Kneelers at the rear. Val saw their arrows were not having the same success. Ygritte had made the decision to give over some of the crow steel-tipped arrows to Rickah as a peace offering, but the King's Bloods had already shot them or their bows were too weak. Trouble, Val decided, those Kneelers will realize their armor protects them and charge. She waved for Juliana to move and made her way up the slope. Where are we going? The woman asked her. Ygritte first, Val replied. The appearance of the small group spooked a few of the archers in the holes closest to the inn, causing a few arrows to be aimed, but they realized Val and the others were friendly and the arrows were not shot. Val traveled on the same path the entire host had used to get up into the hill the day before to dig the holes and camouflage the ground. So many feet had traveled it that it was almost as wide as the King's Road, though it did wind around large trees and bushes. It did not take long to reach Ygritte at all. The spearwife was using a strange weirwood longbow that was taller than she was. Blood poured from the place she held its wood, dripping down her arm. She was knocking a bough as Val jumped into the hole with her, pushing branches of a leafy bush out of the way. Ygritte half jumped at her arrival. What? Val the princess. What do you want? What's so important you couldn't use the radio? Val had to ask. Did you hurt your hand? Doug. Val followed the advice, just in time for a sling stone to fly through the air, smashing the branch she had moved just before into splinters. Ygritte rose again, putting an arrow to the bowstring. Val stood and saw she was aiming at the slinger who had unleashed the stone. The man was among a group of about 50 others, using them as protection. It's not my blood, Ygritte said, it's sap. Thing bleeds sticky sap all over me. But it can also do this. The arrow thrummed off the string, and buried itself through to the feathers in the chest of the slinger. He dropped his sling and a new stone to clutch it, staggering to the ground. What in the God's name is that? Val wondered. Took it from another that Sayer killed, Ygritte explained, sensing the question, what do you want, princess? The King's Bloods aren't killing many Kneelers back there, Val said, pointing southwards, the Norai chief is back there. Once he understands their arrows aren't doing anything, he'll charge. Ygritte's lip curled. Serves em right. They wanted the easy pickings and the loot. She loosed another arrow, which stuck again up to the feathers, this time in a shield. The man holding it flinched backwards, not killed or injured, opening a gap that another archer used to kill a different man. Val opened her mouth to object, but Ygritte knew what she wanted. You want some of my unit? You can have the 50 over there. They're not doing much at the moment. I want more crow arrows too. Well, you can't have any except those the 50 have. We need the rest here. Val bristled. Why am I called the Warkiff of this host in the first place? I lead here, Ygritte of the Laughing Tree. Ygritte turned towards her, revealing yet another of the Canadian weapons strapped to her leg. I follow Michael Duquesne, princess. Don't get all high and mighty with me. Facing the vivid memory of just how easily the same weapon had killed Kneelers in full armor only minutes before, Val grimaced and took a step back before she could stop herself. That reaction seemed to amuse Ygritte. Good, you know what this is. She pat the weapon with her clean hand. Val recovered her senses at once. She enjoys this too much. Shall we ask Duquesne then? It was Ygritte's turn to grimace. No. Just making sure you know I'm not yours to command. Take a sheaf of arrows each, they're against the tree behind us. One each. You take more and I'll come find you after. Val did not thank her, but climbed out of the hole. Juliana and the rest of her escort pulled themselves out of other ones, tracking her to the arrows in question. They all grabbed one bundle apiece, except for Val who took two, and together ran southwards again down the pathway. The Ygritte's archers joined in, the spearwife having sent a runner to get them moving. They crossed the cleared ground that the unicorns had charged down, which also marked where the King's Blood and Laughing Tree warbands fought. Val caught a small glimpse of the carnage on the road that Markach's riders had caused as she ran by, but any thought about it was interrupted. A King's Blood warrior quickly darted from out behind a tree, a bone spear in hand. "Stop!" he said. He seemed too old to have passed through the wall, though Val knew plenty boys of age had done so under the noses of the Crows and Canadians. The older men don't want to see their boys die to the others. "We're bringing you more arrows," Val explained quickly. "Where's Rika?" "Down that way," the young man said. Val and the others ran, the path curving slightly east with the curve of the hill. She could soon see the inn again. Longspear was pushing the Norrymen hard, and almost had them off that slope entirely. Markach's unicorns were loping into view too, a charge against the men Ygritte had been shooting at about to start. Half of her wanted to shake with glee. The northern part of the Norrey host was going to be killed to man. She could see it. But the southern part wasn't. Something needed to be done. Val soon found Rika in council with her tribeswomen, overlooking the Norrey wagons. The kneelers had wisely pulled them into a circle of sorts, the ground to either side scattered with the bodies of donkeys and a few oxen. The King's Bloods were still shooting at them, though their arrows were tipped with antler and bone now. Even John Stark was out of his saddle and ducking behind a cart full of grain bags. "Don't move, Stark. We brought more arrows," Val announced, joining the little group of elder King's Blood women. Rika turned to see. "Good. We are running out. These kneelers are tough. We must thin their numbers before we take their wagons." The chief gestured to two younger women, who ran up and took the sheaves of arrows from Giuliani and the others. Val glanced northwards again, seeing the unicorns crunch into the kneelers there once more. This time 2 or 3 of the beasts did not survive, the Norrey poleaxes working just as well as spears. "The kneeler chief won't let that happen again." "No, we need to charge," Val said, before pointing to the slaughter near the inn. "The kneelers cannot fight unicorns in the open. There is only one place them behind the wagons can flee to, they will." She stopped speaking, as the thing she was describing happened. The Norrey chief and his men charged out from the wagon circle and straight up the slope towards the King's Bloods. "Gods, they can't!" Rika half shouted at no one in particular. "Of course they can," Giuliana growled back. "Shoot them down!" Val commanded. The archers with her obeyed the order, and the King's Bloods too. A flurry of arrows rolled like a wave down through the trees, sticking in trees, men, and dirt. And another. And another. Still the kneelers came, though more fell, not just to the archers but the small stakes and holes dug to slow them down. Val hair seemed to stand on end as she looked at the sight, sure as anyone could be that the Norreys would not stop. "We need more warriors." She activated her radio once more. "Ygritte, the kneelers are charging. Get over here." The Laughing Tree's response was drowned out by a roaring shout. The first of the kneelers had reached the foxholes and were putting their poleaxes to work. Young boys and spearwives both were cut down mercilessly. Skulls split and shoulders shattered from the weapons, while others simply caught others in nearby holes fled rather than shoot more arrows. "Get everyone back," Val declared, "shield wall, right here." A number of the elders looked to Rika. "What are you looking at me for? Go." They ran to either side, shouting the command as they went. The kneelers crept forwards ever closer, avoiding the traps and obstacles and using trees to shield from the crow arrows striking hard again. Val brought her own bow up and added more to their woes. But she only hit one and 2 times, and every arrow spent made her feel like spiders were crawling all over her. The shields of the King's Bloods and Laughing Tree went up in front of Val as her last arrow killed a man of an age with her, which banished the crawling feeling for the moment. Thinking she knew what was coming next, she drew her sword and picked her round shield off its straps, 2 more pieces from the capture of Castle Black. She barely had time to raise the shield before a swarm of axe heads came crashing downwards. One impacted the rim, almost ripping the shield from her grasp entirely. Others came slamming into helms and wood, or fur-covered skulls among the King's Bloods. Men and spearwives recoiled in pain or dropped to the earth. The man in front of Val dropped to his knees as the poleaxe that had struck her shield was pulled back, the bottom point of the axe head tearing part of his neck away. "Wish we had some pikes here now." She quickly dragged him back, not sure if the wound was fatal, and took his place in the line. The kneelers were not in a single group, but a number of them, striking as hard as they could against the shield wall. The Norreman directly opposite her was older than the others, Val saw, and bringing his poleaxe up again to strike. "No you don't." She quickly rushed forward, under the reach of his weapon, and drove her sword through his throat. The blood poured from the wound, soaking the length of the blade. The man's eyes rolled up and he dropped, clutching it. Val felt ill, but the enemy were so close that it burned like fire, helping her to swing wildly to keep them away. "Follow Val!" Rika called from behind, "Follow the kin of our king." "Push!" Val could have turned and killed her for that, but it didn't matter. Somehow the numbers were matched, and the kneelers were the ones who really wanted to keep the fighting at the length of a spear. The whole shield wall erupted in war cries, spittle, and swinging weapons. All around her, Val found her people on the attack, a whirlwind. The kneelers stood for a minute, some twirling their poleaxes against this and that opponent, others switching to short swords or daggers. Their armor blocked many blows, though the slope of the hill sent a few tumbling downwards. The king's blood soon ground to a halt, the kneelers having too great an advantage in arms and protection. Val felt the battle may be lost right there and then, and took a step forward to try and stop it. Yet more war cries stopped her. Ygritte and another 100 warriors of the Laughing Tree appeared, charging from the left. They slammed into the first group of kneelers they could, and sent all of them dying or running. Ygritte herself waved them on, keeping her strange longbow in hand and sending an arrow or two through easy targets. The Norriman broke at that. "Back to the wagons!" cried one of them, and the rest took it as a command. They began moving back down the hill, as fast as they could. Val saw the chance. "Charge!" she screamed. The whole Free Folk warband moved down the hill, hot on the heels of the kneelers. Only a few were caught. It was harder to move with everyone else getting in the way, though Val and Juliana managed to outpace the rest by a few steps. When they broke out of the trees, Val could see long spears pikes moving down the road, Markach's unicorns resting in the middle of the marshy field beyond, and the Canadians' machine moving the long way across the same, churning the ground into mud as it moved. The kneelers made it behind their wagons again. "It's over," Val thought, almost. To her surprise, John Stark soon appeared from between two of the carts, a blade at his throat. The man holding it was none other than his fellow Crow. Panic shot through Val. "Hold!" she commanded, "shield wall." There were grumbles from behind her, but no arrows or charges set forth beyond her position. "Wait for your loot, damn it!" "That's right," the Crow said, "I know you need this boy. Move any closer and I'll gut him like a fish." "That's Lord Stark's son," came a shout from within the wagon circle, "let him go now." "You're a fool, Norrie," the Crow replied, twisting his head back, "this man is a brother of the Night's Watch and a traitor. They're going to kill us all. Lord Stark will never know who killed his bastard, and bastard's brother will think it was these wildlings. You stay right where you are too if you value Snow's life, you hear?" Val took a step forward, which gained her the attention of the Crow and John Stark alike. "Let him go. March back the way you came and then I'll let him go." "A lie," Val knew, "you just said he was a traitor." "What do we do?" Juliana asked quietly. Val looked around. The Norreys were not in favor of what the Crow was doing, but John Stark was just as much a hostage to them as to the Free Folk. The Canadians were getting closer with each breath, but Val knew their arrival might cause the Crow to slit John on principle. They had taken Castle Black and the man knew that now. Val made the decision. "We need to kill that Crow. Now." Ygritte stepped up beside her. I've had enough of this shite," she muttered, slinging her longbow over her shoulder. "Do as I said." The man himself called, "By the Seven, I am not afraid to die if it means pissing all over your dreams of peace with the Seven Kingdoms. But I'd rather live to see the Starks kill you all later. Move." Holding her hands up to show she was doing as he said, Val gave the nod to Rika and Ygritte. Slowly and quietly, the Laughing Tree and King's Blood warriors backed off. Quietly enough that the sound of the Canadian approach could be heard. The Crow turned to look in the direction of the noise, craning his neck out from behind John. Val saw the opportunity. "Ygritte," she mumbled, "now." The spear wife grabbed the Canadian weapon from its strap on her leg, and aimed it with both hands, smearing it with weirwood sap. The Crow barely noticed, the alien sight of the horseless carriages moving towards him too strange to dismiss. He was too close to miss. Ygritte's weapon sounded once, a thunderclap that echoed back from the opposite hills. The Crow grew a bloody red hole on one side of his head, and fell turning to reveal a larger one on the opposite. Gods, what power! Val felt her stomach sting her throat. She gulped, struggling to rid herself of it for a moment. The Crow's knife scraped across John Stark's neck and jawline as he dropped, shaving hair and skin off, but the young man escaped with his life. He quickly shoved away and ran. His dire wolf howled from outside sight, still trapped in another wagon, as Val and the others joined him, returning to the trees where the warband waited. "I thank you, my lady," John said to Ygritte, holding his hand to his jaw as gore leaked between his fingers, "you saved my life." Ygritte opened her mouth, but failed to find any words, blushing. "'Twas this one's idea." John Stark's grey eyes turned on Val, expelling her ill feelings and fatigue from fighting. "I thank you too, then." Warmed by the words, Val fought hard to make sure he didn't know that. "You can thank me by talking to your brother on our behalf." The young man gave a nod, causing him to wince with pain. Val offered him a piece of clean linen from the bag on her hip, which he took gladly, but didn't apply to his jaw. The rumble of the Canadian crawler by the King's Road interrupted the moment. It avoided the bodies of the slain carefully, moving more nimbly than Val thought was possible. Soon, it was within speaking distance and Michael Duquesne appeared on the top of the thing, the large weapon pointed directly at the Norrie wagon circle. He quickly spotted Val and the others in the trees, and a frown broke out on his face. Val of the Free Folk. Norrie of the North. He shouted, enough blood has been spilled today. You've all proven your point. Val blinked. What is he doing? She asked, moving out of the trees again. Saving the Kneelers' lives all sudden like, Ygritte sighed as she followed, an annoying habit of his. Val made a point of looking around and saw bodies scattered all over the forest and road. Gods help us when he decides to kill. Snorted Ygritte, that'll be a day to see. A man jumped up on a wagon right in front of the crawler. Val realized it was the Norrie chief, his helm removed to reveal a bald spot. You are the Canadians? He asked. Canadians, yes, Duquesne replied, as you've probably been told, we're trying to get to Winterfell to talk peace with Lord Robb Stark. Peace? The Norrie chief snarled, you call this, peace? He gestured to the whole battleground. This is a massacre. We did not participate in this battle, Duquesne lied, you were defeated by the Free Folk alone. I'm not defeated yet. Yes, you are. And John told you about the Whites, showed you one. You chose to disregard that. I chose to protect my lands and my small folk from wildling murderers and rapers. The Whites aren't here yet, the wildlings are. There's a host gathering by the crossing of the last river you won't be able to. Val couldn't believe her ears. They're bickering, not negotiating. Enough. Both Duquesne and the Norrie chief turned their heads to her. Only the latter seemed angry about it. Lord Norrie, Val began, I'm good sister to Mance, king of the wall and the gift. I offer you the chance to take your remaining men home, with their weapons and armor. The wagons and carts stay here. We'll burn the dead. The words felt like ashes in her mouth, but she pressed on. We'll let the Starks decide on war or peace, it's not for the Night's Watch or you to decide for them. Do you accept? Or shall we continue the slaughter to no gain? Will you leave your lands with no warriors at all to defend them? The Norrie chief ran both hands through his thinning hair, turning around to look down inside the wagon circle. There was some conversation that Val couldn't hear, but it caused the man to hang his head for a moment. Without looking at Val or Duquesne, the kneeler gave his the reply. We accept, may the gods damn us all. The spiral. The aurora borealis fluttered overhead, a show for one and all in the cold that seemed to bite bone deep even without a wind. Everyone in camp had trotted outside to watch for a while, the scientists standing around electric heaters and the few soldiers around wood fires in cut-up oil drums. Only a week or two before, it would have been too cold, but winter was ending at last. Craning her neck to look upwards, Anne stood just outside the prefabricated hut that she shared as living quarters with her team, a mug of hot chocolate in her hand. The green streamers of light made her skin itch. The disappearance happened when there was an aurora overhead, one half of her mind whispered, it's connected, somehow. The more rational part of her didn't speak so softly. We're in the Northwest Territories, Anne, it stated with certainty, the aurora is happening all the time here. All that changes is how much you can see it. She sighed loudly. You're tired, Anne. Flying doesn't agree with you. And quick trips to Ottawa and back is a lot of flying. 20 hours of cars and airports and cramped seats. She shuddered, regretting having voiced the memory. Seeking something else to look at so she could let her neck rest a little, Anne saw a figure moving towards her. The excavation area not 50 steps from the door glowed white in the darkness under the glare of a few floodlights, all the ground covered in fresh snow. He was skirting the edge of the lit area, rifle slung behind his shoulder, his camouflaged cold protection covering every inch of his body. The soldiers' area was on the other side of the pattern of megaliths, closer to the nearest road. Anne snorted as she knew exactly who it was. There was only one man who refused to walk on the spiral. Not without orders, anyway. She remembered the first time he had been commanded onto it. He looked like he was walking on thin ice the whole time. Teixeira. She called with a smile on her lips. One of the soldiers newly posted to the site after the original group were withdrawn, Lucas Mark Teixeira held the rank of Master Corporal, whatever that meant. A nice, friendly, fills out his uniform nicely Master Corporal, though Anne didn't have much chance to appreciate it given his uniform was usually under coats and armor. Can't wait for lunch in the mess. The man waved and pulled his ski mask down off his face. Professor. He called back as he got closer, I heard you were back. I am, she confirmed, as the sergeant kicked off his snowshoes beside her. How was Ottawa? Teixeira asked, warm hazel eyes looking up in the way which made Anne feel just a little weak-kneed. You know, I've never been there myself. Knowing she couldn't discuss much about what she had done in Ottawa, Anne rubbed her neck like it was still hurting from the journey. Can't say I've seen much of Ottawa myself. I flew in, got dragged to the big shots to speak my piece, flew back. All with a military escort that wouldn't speak to me and wouldn't let me speak to anyone but Dr. Shi. Taxera cocked an eyebrow. Wouldn't speak to you? He asked mockingly, some people have no taste. Well, we found some crazy stuff out here, and shrugged, it's going to change the world. Glancing behind to the lit-up area, Taxera shook his head. And that's why I don't go near the thing. Don't want to be part of any world-changing events, thanks. Well, I half expect to be in a war sometime soon. Just keep me away from magic holes that swallow up whole vehicles and let aliens onto the Earth. Anne's jaw dropped. Why the hell do you think it's aliens? The whole reason your unit was brought up here was... Taxera flashed a toothy grin, and Anne realized she had just screwed up. Just confirmed everything to him. Not much makes it past the notice of the 1st Battalion, ma'am. If those 3rd Battalion pukes were up here, someone would have found them already. Anne stared at the man, expecting a better answer. Eventually, his head dropped for a second and then returned upwards to deliver one. Your collection of scientists aren't so great at lying. Don't think we missed what's going on in the sample hut, did you? We guard the doors from a distance, sure, but your CSIS friends seem to forget we have scopes. You've got a couple of dozen Roswells here at least. Anne scowled, finding it hard not to lecture him on the importance of secrecy. Not least because she didn't want half her research team arrested for breaking their new confidentiality agreements by accident. Best to say nothing, shouldn't further confirm his ideas by complaining that he knows something. She made a mental note to call the CSIS director and arrange something, before he did another something entirely. And now I'm working with military intelligence, God help me. Why are you back so early? Taxera asked, thought you'd be in the capital another few days. First Nations leadership need to be shown what we've discovered, Anne said, there's rumors all over the place that we've found a native site. We need to show them it isn't one before we get accusations of desecration. Luckily, I had the wisdom to bring in the local patrimony experts from the start, so we can crush those rumors once we've got the local politicians caught up. So it is aliens, Taxera smirked. I said it isn't First Nations, Anne corrected him, I didn't say ET. You know those politicians will leak this, right? Anne grimaced. No journalist will believe them. None that the public will believe anyway. More likely some accuse us of desecration anyway, that'll get the journalists sniffing around regardless. God, I sound like the director. His words in my mouth. What happens when the CBC shows up with some cameras? We show them some artifacts, show them there's no desecration happening. Tell them the finds are so unique that their value is massive and we got credible threats of looting, so we're protecting the site. Taxera laughed, a sound Anne very much liked. Protect the site with mechanist infantry? They won't believe that, it's overkill. RCMP can do this shit, we've got IFVs. What are they saying we're afraid of, the Chinese gonna airdrop in light tanks? Sure they'll believe, Anne grinned back, it's all just part of the ongoing northern exercises. Instead of wasting money on driving around pretending, they're using the situation usefully. His laugh dampening down to a chuckle, Taxera stood up on the step of the prefab with Anne and looked up at the Aurora himself. All this over Angel Eyes disappearing. Can't say I'm surprised, man has bad luck all around. Anne blinked. Angel Eyes? Taxera shifted his weight from side to side, still watching the sky. Ah, wasn't supposed to mention that. One of the missing guys. The lieutenant. He used to be with the 1st Battalion. My company, in fact. His nickname was Angel Eyes. Anne's brow knitted. How do you get a nom de guerre like that? Does he have a face like a Hollywood star or? Taxera stopped Aurora gazing, his mouth thinned. He nodded to and waited for 2 other soldiers to walk by before answering, out of earshot. Something like that. I guess you've never seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. Anne searched her mind for what he was talking about. It took her a minute. A Western. Taxera nodded. Didn't remember it either until I heard the nickname and asked someone. A pang of cold hitting her, Anne drank her hot chocolate. Someone had turned off the electric heater. She stood aside to let some of her team inside the building, getting tired nods of greeting as they passed. So what? What's a Western got to do with Lieutenant Duquesne? The movie's about 3 guys. One good, one bad, one ugly. Angel Eyes is the bad guy. Anne's eyes widened at that, forcing her eyes to tear up and half blinding her. She rubbed them with her wrist, almost spilling her drink. Aren't bad guys in Westerns really bad? What did he do to earn that? Taxera frowned. Sorry Professor, some things have to stay between soldiers. We have a code. The whole thing was dealt with anyway, not for civilians to judge us. Her mind filled with all sorts of criminal acts, Anne glared at him. He might be easy on the eyes, but he's still military. A code? An omerta you mean? Taxera held up his hands in apology, causing Anne to sigh loudly. She couldn't stay mad at him, who knew what consequences he'd face for speaking out. Sorry. Not the first time this week I've heard something like it's not for civilians to judge us, okay? The Master Corporal didn't respond, his gaze aimed out over the spiral, his eyes narrowing. Jesus, what is that? He pointed. Anne looked for herself, following the line drawn by the pointed finger. There was a figure in the center of the megaliths, the exact spot where the soldiers went missing. She squinted, not sure what it was, except that it was made of ice and was shaped vaguely like a person. An ice sculpture? Who put that there? Annoyance rose like acid in her throat. Who is playing games with my artifact site? The thing moved, Teixeira declared, before mumbling into his radio mouthpiece and getting audible chatter back into his helmet. It moved? Anne frowned, staring at the thing and blinking. The brightness of the lit-up area meant her eyes wouldn't focus quickly enough, and she had left her glasses inside. But as soldiers and CSIS agents began pouring out of the other buildings with their guns, she saw exactly what the sergeant had. The ice sculpture was a man, with a massive sword. And the man was looking this way and that. Stay here, Teixeira said, jumping down off the stairs, stepping back into his snowshoes and flipping his rifle off his back. He began moving towards the spiral without any of the superstition about being disappeared he had voiced before. The hell, I will stay here, Anne thought, jumping down behind him as he moved off. It was hard going without being able to stand on top of the snow, until the snow was properly dug out over the top of the stones. By the time she caught up with the knot of soldiers seemingly under Teixeira's command, 2 more groups had formed, catching the figure in the center of what would no doubt be free fire zones if it made to do anything with the sword. The figure turned towards Anne and Teixeira briefly, revealing glowing blue eyes and sending a shiver down Anne's spine. It was shaped like a man, but it couldn't possibly be human. As it moved, the light seemed to bend around inside it, like it was passing through clear ice or calm water, before shifting back to whites and blacks. Its outline was that of some kind of ancient warrior, armor and all. She couldn't identify the culture of origin from its possessions, but military archaeology or history wasn't her speciality by any means. That fact let the rational part of Anne's brain quickly overwhelm whatever fear she was feeling, analyzing what she was seeing before her. A new curiosity came to her quickly. It isn't one of the little 3-fingered ones, it isn't a Sasquatch type either. What is this? Why is it here? Copy, we'll approach and attempt to detain, Teixeira reported over his radio, before turning to his subordinates. Okay, with me. Safety's off. Don't be afraid to back off if he gets too close with that blade. Everyone else will light him up like it's the 1st of July. He waved the soldiers with him to follow. Anne tagged along behind them, dancing this way and that to keep her eyes on the figure. It looks like it's made of ice, she thought, unable to stop herself trying to get a closer look. How is that possible? Together, the troops spread out into a small line, aiming their weapons at the thing. It took the figure a minute to realize it was being approached, but when it did, it took its sword in hand. Teixeira's battle line stopped, some of the men kneeling to get a better shot. Anne froze, afraid they would start fighting at once. And more afraid the soldiers wouldn't win. A creature made of living ice, would bullets even harm it? She fought back a sudden urge to run away. She had to see this up close. There was a silent standoff for a moment, until Teixeira spoke. What the hell do I say to the thing? He asked, presumably to someone else over the radio. There was more chatter and eventually the Master Corporal responded. Copy. You have illegally entered a protected facility of the Canadian Forces. Teixeira boomed, place the sword on the ground. Then step away and kneel, placing your hands on your head. The ice figure did nothing, its glowing eyes scanning the line of soldiers, even as Teixeira repeated the order. Anne saw no understanding or recognition there, its gaunt white face not reacting to the words. She knew what she needed to do. She stepped up beside Teixeira, careful to not get in front of any of the weapons of his subordinates. What are you doing? The Master Corporal demanded, seemingly unwilling to drop his weapon's aim on the creature in order to stop her. Anne ignored him and took one more step towards the ice figure. It gave her its full attention, and she found herself unable to get closer. It looks like it hates me. Wanting to get what she intended over with, she gestured to the creature, and then mimed throwing away a sword, dropped to her knees onto the light dusting of snow and put her hands on her head. The creature blinked, definitely understanding what she was saying. But it didn't move. Anne pointed at it again. Come on, do what you were told. At last, the thing reacted. It lowered its sword and threw its head back, letting out loud laughter that sounded almost like someone crushing ice cubes. There wasn't a person alive that would mistake what it was communicating, mockery. Teixeira grabbed Anne by the upper arm and dragged her backwards onto her feet and behind the firing line. He gave her a quick apologetic face, before speaking into his radio mouthpiece once more. It's not obeying, not dropping its weapon. No, I don't think we can grab it without someone getting hurt. Yes, sir, we're clear, nothing behind it but trees. Yes sir, I understand. Anne watched with horror as the Master Corporal raised his weapon once again, and with a tone she had never heard him use before, passed on the command. Open fire! The line of rifles aimed at the ice figure erupted like a volcano, half-deafening Anne, the bullet trails flying through the air and the figure, then into the woods, visibly bouncing off the ground between the trees. The laughing of the ice figure stopped, and it flinched and twitched. Yet it still stood there. Cease fire! Teixeira called out, cease fire, cease fire! The soldiers stopped shooting, and Anne finally could see things clearly again without the flashing of the weapons. The ice figure had not dropped dead or been shattered by the attack. But it was clearly no longer amused or curious. Its ethereal face curled with what Anne would have guessed was frustration, if it had been a human. Not responding to his radio, Teixeira crouched briefly, gathering snow up in his gloved hand. Anne watched with amazement as he balled it up into a snowball, and like a baseball pitcher, threw the packed ice straight at the creature. His aim was perfect, and the snowball sailed straight for the thing's chest, and then sailed right on through it. The ice creature dissolved into nothing, melting into the air like it had never existed at all. Anne rubbed her eyes, unable to believe what she had just seen. At last, Teixeira responded to the chatter on his radio. It was some kind of a projection, sir. It was never really here. We'll debrief, sir. What? Anne half shouted. The Master Corporal leaned close to answer. Our bullets never hit anything, Teixeira quietly responded to her, they just flew on by, into the woods. Anne glanced between him and where the figure had been standing. But why? What was it doing here then? Teixeira frowned. My guess? Taking a look around. And it didn't like the reception we gave it. That's the one thing keeping me from running for my life. Rifle fire doesn't agree with it. The Umberlands. Alone, Michael lay in the summer snow atop a hill, Sayre-scoped rifle standing on its bipod in front of him. His grey and white mottled Arctic coat was draped over his body as camouflage. A necessary precaution. There were many potential eyes that could spot him, though the nearest to worry about was still about 600 meters away. After dealing with the aftermath of the battle at the last inn, and a few more days' travel down the King's Road, the joint Canadian Free Folk Force had finally arrived nearby the camp of the army assembling to help the Night's Watch. The tent city sprawled in front of a massive forest and a fast-flowing river. The north-south road ran through it, then over a strong stone bridge. After the bridge, the roadway appeared to widen and stood on an embankment to prevent being flooded out. The whole layout of shelters was surrounded by wooden stakes aimed northwards, freshly cut trees from the look of them. It's well laid out, Michael thought to himself as he examined what he could see of the base, organized latrine areas, proper defenses against raids, armories, corrals for mules. Makes Mance's camp look like amateur hour. But he knew it was nothing they couldn't overcome if required. The bridge over the river was not defended properly. It would be a simple matter to storm that particular section of the camp with the crawler and unicorns, hold until the rest of the mounted force crossed the river, then withdraw across the bridge. Maybe even destroy it with the remaining plastic explosives. Worst case scenario, Michael reminded himself, don't be tempted to do it just because it would be easier than talking. After what had happened with John Stark's attempt to get Lord Norreys to stand down, he'd almost prefer to go in shooting. When the young crow had arrived at the Norreys camp, it turned out the mountain clan chief sworn to the Starks had another crow with him. Thorin Smallwood, a ranger of the Night's Watch. A friend of Sir Alistair Thorne according to John. In short, a worthless shit. This crow had listened to John tell the tale of what had happened at Castle Black. He then had convinced Lord Norreys to view the White in private instead of showing the entire army, and that Jon Snow was a traitor for agreeing to join the mission of peace and for abandoning his post. And lastly, Mr. Smallwood killed the White with a fiery torch, something he would not have known to do if it hadn't been for Michael himself. The coup de grace had been so easy, it helped convince Lord Norreys that the wildlings were the bigger threat. That was why there had been a battle at all, and why Michael couldn't decide whether or not to attack now. Will Moore's Umber be equally as stupid after seeing a White? Stewing on whether or not to attack or let the plan proceed, Michael didn't notice immediately when someone climbed under his coat with him. It was only when he smelled roast pork and pine that he realized, and found Ygritte shifting on her belly closer to him, fur hood over her head. What are you doing out here on your own? She asked. You can look at Umbers from camp. She nodded behind them, to a higher, wooded hill on the lee side of which the rest of the force was encamped. Needed a closer look, Michael replied, the others know I'm down here. So you say, Ygritte said with a shrug. She didn't say anything else, but didn't leave either. Not really finding her a nuisance, Michael continued his observation. He began picking out the banners on display on each part of the camp, based on a list he had as described by John Stark out of a great book that had been taken from the library of Castle Black. The Umbers were the ones camped on either side of the road directly, of course, but there were others. Most of the army by the river was from smaller lordly ridings, the Lakes, the Knots, the Littles, the Harkleys, the White Hills. The only other major vassals Michael could see were the Karstarks, their white sun on black very easy to identify even without the scope. Most importantly, Michael saw very few horses of any real size. They might have no cavalry, he thought, definitely an advantage to us if so. The temptation to attack rose again. Dealing with locals on deployment was never easy, but the Westerosi seemed particularly difficult. They were aliens, yet strangely close to what had once existed on Earth in a number of places. He exhaled hard, as if expelling pure frustration. It didn't help much. Without warning, Ygritte tipped his helmet off and pulled it aside. He turned to ask what the hell she was doing, but she quickly threaded her fingers in his hair by his neck. She started playing with it, half massaging and half pulling. It felt damn relaxing. "What's wrong, Michael Duquesne?" she asked. "You're going to get to talk to the Kneelers again, aren't you? Kneeler talk is like a strong drink to you, keeps you coming back for more." Despite her mocking, she kept running her fingers through his hair. Michael leaned in, as conspiratorially as can be. Ygritte's fingers stopped moving for a moment. She was misinterpreting his intentions. "Want to know a secret?" he whispered. "I want to ride straight through them, guns blazing. They're middlemen. Just important enough to be able to order men to kill us, but not important enough to understand trying that will doom their own people." Ygritte brought her hand from Michael's hairline to his cheeks, and squeezed slightly. "Why not ride through then? If that's what you feel you should do. You owe the Kneelers nothing. They told you obey or die." Michael gently pulled her hand from his face, after which it returned to the back of his head and curled through his hair again. "Damn it, that's disarming. I'm not really supposed to go killing people if I can avoid it. Tends to make enemies I don't need. But you had us fight the Norais. Your plan made fools of them. And they don't need to know that. I was defending a camp full of women and children, vulnerable people the Kneelers hate. Whatever my morals are, letting the inevitable happen to them would have left a bad taste in my mouth. Mayhaps you care too much about others. That'll be the day." Michael thought, returning his eye to the scope. "They were your people, Ygritte. Would you still crawl under my coat and pet me like a dog if I let them be taken by Kneelers?" Ygritte's fingers stopped moving for a moment, but continued as she scooted even closer, half her body resting against Michael's own. "So you let us kill those Kneelers so I'd be happy, Michael Duquesne?" Michael snorted with amusement. "Count on this girl to be turned on by that idea. I'll never tell." Ygritte's hand moved, skirting down his neck, down his side. Towards his belt. He shifted his weight to try and catch her. However, he thought about the idea of her in his pants, under a coat in the open snow wasn't how he intended to go about it. The radio crackled to life in his ear as Michael finally grabbed Ygritte's hand, giving him a crooked grin. "Johnny Boy and Rowan are ready to ride, sir," O'Neill reported. "Are we going ahead with this?" Michael nudged Ygritte away, in case the sergeant had eyes on them right now. "Guy probably has X-ray vision to see under the coat too." Suddenly the right path seemed easier. He looked at Ygritte, realizing her antics had calmed his mind enough to make a decision. "Let them go. That army will see our campfires tonight anyway." O'Neill gave a single, mirthless chuckle. "Of course they'll see our campfires, we're going to be lighting 6 of them apiece. All we've been doing since setting camp is cutting up firewood. Nothing wrong with a little strategic deception, Sergeant." "As you say, sir. The ambassadors are on their way." "That's it then, it's done." Michael crawled back a few paces, out of sight of the Umber camp, then pulled his coat on around him. Pouting a little, Ygritte picked up Sayer's rifle and handed it down, anticipating that his time spying on the Kneelers was done. "I don't like you pretending you don't want me, Michael Duquesne. I don't know what I want, except to get off this rock." "We can't always have what we want, Ygritte," Michael replied, rolling up the survival bag and putting it in its own protective sheath. "Sometimes we need to wait. Sometimes we don't ever get it." Ygritte's pout intensified, but whatever answer she had to that was interrupted by the thump and sloth of hooves entering snow and hitting the ground. Around a curve in the King's Road, Jon Stark and Rowan rode their mounts, Jon holding an improvised black banner of the Night's Watch and Rowan clutching the reins of another horse, a white slung across its back. The riders didn't seem to notice they were being watched. Jon's face was particularly stony as he pushed his animal hard. "Stark's sullen as usual," Michael remarked. "If he keeps that look on his face, it'll get stuck." Ygritte eyed him without turning her head. "He's a pretty one. Even when scowling. Not sure any girls would mind." Michael cocked an eyebrow back at her. "Trying to make me jealous? Am I not pretty?" He joked at her, making me feel like an old man over here. "And that I am certainly not." Ygritte's tongue worked in her mouth, like she was searching for the right answer. You're a man, Michael Duquesne. Pretty's not the thing to say about that. But Jon Stark's still a boy, fancy sword or no?" Michael frowned, aware that Ygritte would barely be considered an adult herself if she had been born in Canada. regardless of her life experience. He wasn't exactly long in the tooth either, he was easily the youngest lieutenant in the battalion. Even before being transported to another world, he had seen and done things most young men his age hadn't. Perhaps the three of us have that in common. Maybe he is a boy, but John's doing a man's work now. The next morning, the whole Canadian Free Folk force mounted up and crested the final hill as one unit. O'Neill and Michael rode on top of the crawler, Zhang driving and Sayer inside for support if things went south. The pace was slow, deliberate, so as not to provide an impression that an attack was going to happen, and it stopped as soon as the hill could mask just how few riders there actually were. Not that it made any difference. The unicorns were now draped front and sides in black chainmail shirts backed by the padded gambesons, roped together crudely but tightly, like a packed clothesline. Their riders had also been up-armored. Cataphracts, Sayer called them, after the armored cavalry of Parthians that had destroyed the Roman army of Crassus 2,000 years before. The kid played too many video games. These ones were some strange mix between horses, bulls, and rhinos, and Michael glad every morning the creatures and their riders were on his side. Even if they stunk to high hell. To replace the chainmail now on the beasts, the riders of both horse and unicorn had plentiful coats of plate now, taken or surrendered from Norei men both dead and alive, only keeping chainmail for their arms, legs and necks. All had lances or half-pikes, giving the impression they were all trained heavy and medium cavalry. The badges of green thistles on yellow on the armor coats had been replaced with the maple leaf too, which also flew on a banner alongside those of the Laughing Tree and the Horn of Joramun. The time of appearing to be separate were over, and the time of a united front had come. As the line of cavalry stopped, the crawler proceeded halfway down the hill towards the Umber camp with just the leadership, as set out in the terms sent with Rowan. Michael waved a tree branch, a symbol of parley, and then sat directly on the front of the crawler, his legs overhanging and his rifle across his lap. Below at the riverside, there was utter chaos. Panicky infantry milled about, rushing out of tents with weapons but no armor or running into the woods. For a little while, it looked like a battle might be inevitable as sergeants began shouting to restore order, but a collection of horsemen soon gathered in the Umber part of the camp. Too small to possibly be a defensive response. Gotcha, Michael thought. He knew for sure now from Iola's scouting with her eagle that the Kneeler force didn't have cavalry at all beyond a few bodyguards. The lords are coming. Just as planned. Here come the big hats and monocles, O'Neill commented quietly from behind. You sure this is what we should be doing? The plan isn't exactly American-proof. Yes, I am, Michael replied with certainty, and equally as quietly. The others on horseback were close by to one side, and Markach on his unicorn wasn't far on the other. Thankfully the whites were active again, and their squirming wasn't silent. Maybe they are the other CCTV after all. The sergeant scratched his chin and glanced back at the undead packages. Zheng's idea of skipping all this is looking more appealing by the minute, sir. That makes 3 of us. Where's your insistence on the regs now? Gone like a fart in the wind, the second I saw that army, sir. You getting laid doesn't trump the regs, but our lives do. And our lives are what we need to be concerned about now. We have more than enough bullets to break through and escape, if we strike now. As much as I wasn't planning on fighting a whole division. He's right, but it'll be just as easy to decapitate the force and then break out. If we need to. Michael exhaled, his breath smoking with the growing cold. Starting a running war to a place that might not even have a way home seemed like a bigger bet on longer odds. We won't have to fight a whole division, Sergeant, he said, before waving at the machine gun. Be ready with the pig, just in case. Yes, sir. A large man led the way up towards the crawler on a horse that looked too small for him, followed by Rowan in her furs and John in his black cloak, then a collection of other bearded men. The men all wore their sigils on well-made full breastplates, their eyes peering out of helmets that seemed more advanced than what the Norais or Crows had been wearing. Like something out of the Renaissance or 30 Years' War. As the lords got close, their horses shook their heads and refused to get closer. Michael quickly realized the issue. The wind was blowing southbound and the animals smelled the unicorn. They didn't like it. Unable to any closer, the commotion was enough to force the lords back to dismount. Some young pageboys held the reins to keep the mounts from running off. Michael brought up his rifle to look through his scope, his attention grabbed by one lord in particular, the leader. The man was as tall and broad as O'Neill, though he was far older, his hair, mustache and bushy beard all white. One of his eyes was missing, replaced by a chunk of obsidian of all things. He wore a polar bear skin over his head, helmet, shoulders, and back, and the symbol of the giant was etched into the leather covering of his breastplate. He carried a long sword with 2 hands, resting on his shoulder but ready to swing. This is Moor's Umber, Michael said to himself, or I'm the king of Timbuktu. Almost as a battle line of their own, the lords began to walk up like a gang in a western. There were only a half-dozen of them, but that somehow made them more menacing. John and Rowan's presence was drowned out by them. Trained from birth killers, Michael thought, 2 can play that game. Ygritte, bring Val and RYK, we'll meet them halfway on foot. Let me do the talking, he commanded, climbing down from the crawler. O'Neill, Zheng, watch for trouble. Sayer, be ready to grab a white and roll it down to us. The others dismounted too, though most took their horses along by the rein. Markach had his massive unicorn lay down so he could climb off of it. The man wanted to join the discussion, it seemed. The great shaggy beast snorted as it thudded onto the snow and scratched its large twisting horn along the ground, as if sharpening it. The group got together and marched down, Michael in front. When the lords were close enough to speak, he called out and held up a palm. That's good. Mors stopped at once. The others lurched to a halt, surprised their apparently leader had obeyed the command. But they haven't seen a rifle work up close. Outlander, Mors said in greeting, before his eyes locked with Val's. Neither said anything. Not my name, mister. Introductions are in order, I think, Michael replied, gesturing to himself first. I am Lieutenant Michael Duquesne, Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry. An elector of Calgary, he began, on behalf of Her Majesty's Canadian Forces, I extend greetings. A Royal Guard. The Karstark Lord with the sigil of the White Sun asked, seeming to direct his question at Mors. A Royal Officer, Michael corrected, before continuing, I see you had a good conversation with your daughter and the man in black. Mors said, with the barest glance to John, Lord Eddard's natural son spoke well for you. Not that it matters. John scowled at the man, but he did not notice. Michael shook his head. His name is John. Now liaison officer to us from the Night's Watch. He's here to speak for them, not us. And for us with his brother. Mors glanced at the rest of the wildlings. Ygritte Redbow and RYK Longspear of the Laughing Tree tribe, Michael continued with a gesture to the pair. The nickname Ygritte had earned in battle seemed good enough as a surname, and she didn't complain. She just glared. There was no reaction to that from Mors or the other lords. Just an awkward silence. Jesus, this is like pulling a fingernail. Michael turned to his left. Markach, leader of the Unicorn Riders. This time, Mors did look properly, the short but stocky wildling giving no indication as to his feelings about that. The lord gave a harumphing laugh. Well met. Perhaps you'll steal a grandniece of mine and take her away on your great beast. Or I'll split its head in two. The sentence ended with a gobbet of spit flying from the man's mouth to the ground. Michael could have laughed. Just announce you're afraid of our cataphracts, why don't you? The Unicorn Rider's eyes narrowed. Such hospitality for our first time in the south, Markach replied in the old tongue, unicorns can't climb the wall, so we never thought it our concern to raid you. My clan and yours have never crossed lances. Something to keep in your thick head before you offend the gods with such insults at a first meeting. Mors laughed louder and longer at that. A wildling is a wildling, Lord Markach, he replied in the same language, the gods are on our side where insults and killings are concerned. This seemed to cause confusion among some of the lords. They don't speak the language, Michael realized, why is that? He quickly gestured to the last person. Val stepped forward, before Michael could make the introduction himself. I am Val, she declared. Mors said nothing in response, but continued his stare. Val looked to her mother, standing beside the man, but Rowan's lips thinned. She didn't know what was going on, what her own father was going to do. For the love of... Michael thought. Val Umber, Princess of Wall and Gift. Val made a face, but did not challenge the announcement. There was some murmurs from the lesser lords, like they hadn't heard that before. Doesn't work like that, Rowan complained. It does now, Michael insisted. Stop being pedantic and help me out here, lady. Says who? Me. And the whole bunch of guns I've got with me. Rowan blinked, but Michael ignored her. This is a mission of peace. Mans is not invading. He is fleeing. He has the gift, he doesn't need or want more. At last, Mors Umber reacted, thumbing to himself. The gift is ours. He roared, the dragons took it from me and mine. If the watch is defeated, it is ours once more. Not Mans's fief, not the wildlings. The gift will belong to an Umber in time, Val said, her flash of discontent at those words quickly hidden, you have been told. She's playing her part well, Michael thought, appealing to his pride. Mors took a breath. I've been told, and I would hear it no more, he said, the thought of my family's name being dragged through mud and shite, because wildlings swearing themselves to my blood can raid and rape throughout the north. Mans has given commands to prevent that, Val replied smoothly, those who disobey will be killed and fed to the weirwoods. Nothing tells men obey your oath like seeing oath-breakers' guts hang from the branches, grandsire. Fed to the weirwoods? Michael blanched at the thought, is that why the tree's sap is red? Mors hissed out a breath. You are lucky you look like my mother's younger sister in her youth, little Val. And that I remember the woman fondly. Val cocked an eyebrow. Why is that? Because it's said my aunt looked like my mother in her youth, Mors growled, and that thought is the only thing stopping me from strangling you, here and now. The man was exaggerating, Michael somehow knew. The news of his family among the free folk, descendants who had risen to the very top of wildling tribes, had him confused and angry. Rowan understood it was bluster. Others did not. A dark look flashed over Val's eyes, as John Stark stepped around the lord. Before Michael could stop him, the young man drew his magic sword and leveled it towards Mors. Lady Val is an envoy of peace, Lord Mors. To threaten her with death is to offend the laws of gods and man. John. Michael warned. The young man flashed a glare back, like it wasn't anyone's business but his. Michael was glad his wolf wasn't around, but wasn't about to take crap from a teenager, sword or not. He strode over as some of the other lords went for their swords, but Mors held up a hand to stop them all. He's a child, the lord thundered, and Eddard Stark's blood besides. Though I never thought our lord's kin would need their ears cleaned out this badly. There was no laughter at that. That's Valyrian steel, Umber, the Karstark declared. Mors glared down at John. Gods, it is. Where did you get that, boy? How'd he not notice that before? Did John not show it at camp? A gift from Lord Commander Mormont, Michael interrupted, before grabbing John by the scruff of the neck. John, put away the sword and step back. You're threatening an envoy yourself right now. Lord Mors hasn't drawn his own weapon. Not that I'd need it, Valyrian steel or no, Mors joked back, such a ridiculous statement that it finally had both the Kneeler lords and Val herself smiling. Mayhaps they'll call me crow food for a different reason soon, boy. With his scowl now doubled in intensity, John nonetheless obeyed the order he had been given and sheathed his sword. Though he didn't leave Val's side. We're getting distracted, Michael declared, I'll be blunt. We want to go to Winterfell to make peace. Let's talk about you moving your army out of the way. What makes you think we want to talk about that? The Karstark declared. What a useless lie, Michael thought. You came up here at the double quick as soon as you saw the unicorn lancers, didn't you? Who are you? Val asked. The lord grimaced in a parody of a polite smile. Cregan Karstark. Cousin to Lord Ricard Karstark of Carhold. Nobody, then, Val sighed back. Lord Cregan balled a fist. Careful, girl. You're pretty, but that won't save you. Val regarded the man like a coil of dog crap placed on her dinner plate, and his anger withered into hatred at once. She reached behind her, into a bag, and took out a large yellow cloth. Unfurling it to reveal the green thistle stitched onto it, she threw the banner at Cregan's feet. Ask House Norey if I need to be saved, she said, as icy as a white walker. The lords all burst out with strings of curses, fists curling around the hilts of swords and fingers pointed. Mors grit his teeth but said nothing, not restraining them but not joining them either. Does he keep quiet because it's his granddaughter? Or is he impressed? Michael looked to Val and found her giving them all the same glare she had given Cregan Karstark. Just what we need. Enough. Michael interrupted at the top of his voice, this changes nothing. You were already at war. You have been fighting for generations. Is Lord Norey still alive? A man with a rope knot icon on his cuffs demanded, did you help these wildlings? So perhaps we do look different to the free folk after all. I wasn't present at the battle, Michael stated, my people and I arrived just as it was ending. We didn't kill anyone. Even if I provided the plan that killed every single one of those that died, on both sides. Val gave a nod. The battle ended when the Noreys yielded, on good terms suggested by Duquesne. He saved their lives. Knew they would never accept being left defenseless. Their lord is marching back home, with the survivors. We didn't take their weapons. Most of the lords seemed to relax a notch at that, but not fully. How kind, the Karstark spat. No one is pretending anyone here is a friend, Michael stated, you don't have to make peace with friends, you make it with enemies. Your two peoples are undoubtedly enemies. But I am not your enemy. You stand with our enemies, Cregan said. Michael ignored him. Lord Mors, have you received orders to stop us going to Winterfell? Mors frowned, scratching at his obsidian eye with a thumb before answering. No. Then you should let us pass, Michael stated. This is above your pay grade. I am Castellan of Last Hearth. I command these lands while my nephew is away. You are not Castellan of the All-Stark lands though, John cut in, you cannot block envoys to my brother. Mors shook his head, and gestured over John's head to the hill behind. What sort of envoys have an escort of 400 knights and riders? To say nothing of the host waiting in the hills. The old Mongol campfire trick worked, at least, Michael thought with some degree of satisfaction, only wish they'd take it seriously as a threat, rather than an invitation to fight. If you can call those knights, Cregan added with disgust, I can smell them from here. Markach shifted his weight at that statement, clearly wishing he was still atop his unicorn so he could ride down the Karstark. Easy tiger. A strong escort is required, Michael replied, we're envoys that can be disappeared without anyone on your side caring very much. What's to stop you raiding? Cregan asked. My word, John stated, they have not raided, nor do they speak of raiding. Nor would Lord Duquesne stand for it. He proved his honor by saving Lord Norrie. They would like us not keep quiet about that around a man wearing the black. If John's word as a son of Lord Stark isn't good enough, Michael replied, we already showed you another reason. The white. Cregan shook his head and spat. Got another diseased wildling to show, have you? The last one did not convince me. All I saw was a smoking corpse. Because you were late, the lord with a white mountain on his sigil complained, it was dead but not dead, I swear on the gods. Cregan began to complain back, but Mors directed his ire towards his fellow lords, talking too quietly to hear but gesticulating wildly. Keep the thing tied up this time, he growled at John, once he had finished his words with the Karstark. The crow nodded. What did you do, John? Michael paused for a moment. There's division, but is that bad or good for us? He got on his comms. Sire, get another white down here, he said quietly into his radio in English, need one for this dog and pony. Yes sir. The lords were looking at him like he was mad. Why are you talking to yourself? A man with green dots in a U shape on his armor asked. Just calling a man to bring down something, Michael replied. You barely spoke above a whisper, Cregan stated flatly, before looking to his fellows, the man is mad. Michael smiled, and waited. Soon, Sayre appeared from behind the crawler, rolling the white along with his foot. Cregan and the others' faces grew stormy with confusion. And yet, here comes exactly what I asked for, Michael said, milking the mystery for what it's worth, something to consider, if I can speak to men so far away without shouting. The lords remained silent at that, or perhaps did not recognize the full significance. Sayre arrived soon enough, the way the whites were wrapped up made their packages relatively cylindrical. The private gave one last shove with his foot to put the thing just in front of Michael, stood to attention like on parade, and gave a top-notch salute. As ordered, sir. Thank you, Sayre. Hang around, will you? I'll probably need help to get this thing back inside. Yes sir. Unwary of the young newcomer, Mors stepped forward without invitation. Sayre raised his rifle and Michael took his own in hand, giving the lord pause, but Michael quickly realized what the man wanted to do. Go ahead, Lord Mors. Sayre relaxed and the lord resumed what he was doing, taking a knee by the package and untying the cords. The outer layers of insulation fell away, revealing a tied body sandwiched between two slabs of ice. In a minute, the white was squirming like crazy on the ground in front of both delegations, jaw opening and closing rapidly as the only means by which the thing could hurt anyone. It had a man in his 50s by Michael's reckoning, but didn't seem to have any wounds at all. That didn't mean the thing wasn't very obviously dead though. Its eyes glowed blue like the rest of its kind, its flesh was pale and darkened with rot in some places. It wasn't even wearing full furs, just skins with a light fur cloak and some kind of moccasins. Dressed for summer beyond the wall? Well Cregan, Mors rumbled at the slack-jawed Karstark, know of a disease that does this to men. The Karstark chewed on air for a moment. No, he replied, I don't, Lord Mors. I am no maester, but... Mors snorted, whatever triumph he felt at the admission dampened by disgust and fear at what he was seeing at his feet. The white rolled, attempting to move towards him, but he kicked it back viciously. An audible crack of a rib breaking sounded, but it did not faze the wriggling dead man. Michael knew the other lords had noticed that. This is what we need to show in Winterfell, he said, your fellow lords need to know these things are out there, thousands of them, commanded by White Walkers. They don't sleep, they don't feel pain, and they are very hard to kill. Time for a gamble. Anyone they kill join them in undeath, he lied smoothly, omitting that it seemed to require a White Walker to do that part. The wall is still there, Mors said with a dismissive wave towards the white, what do I have to fear of dead men so long as it stands? To Michael's great surprise, it was Cregan who countered that. Lord Mors, these foreigners got through the wall themselves, and wildlings climbed it to raid every year. If men who get tired and can be killed do so, then why can these things not do so? Wrong question, Karstark, Mors replied, if they can climb the wall, they should have tried it already. Yet here we stand, unbothered by whites and walkers. How should we know why they haven't? The green-dotted lord complained. It's common sense, countered another, a white mountain on purple decorating his front, if it's the ancient enemy of the stories, then they'll want to kill us all. A good point, but this isn't a debate club, Michael thought to himself. They probably do, but their masters are smart. They could know that there are strong armies down here. They're old and remember, Val added, they will kill the free folk first to build their army. Then they will come for you. Then we will throw them back at the wall. Mors declared, after we've thrown you back. Cregan shook his head, his pallor almost as bad as the moving corpses now. Mayhaps you don't know this as you have no coast in your fief, but wildlings cross the bays in boats too, Lord Mors. Doesn't take a Grand Maester to work out boats neither. The tales of the walkers said they were cunning, if I remember the old nursemaid's tales correctly. Cunning enough to use a raft, surely. There were nods from the other lords. Praise the god of Infantaires, they believe. You're also a little preoccupied with a war in the south, Michael said, throwing fuel on the fire. Castle Black got a message from your capital, declaring Lord Eddard Stark a traitor. Seems you've got a war against the living in your own country already. You're also already at war with the others whether you like it or not. Declare war on the free folk, and that's a third war. And every one of us you kill will be a soldier for the others in time, Val said. The walkers take their whites to graves and barrows to increase their numbers. A body can be turned into a white years, decades after its death. Your host will not be enough to guard the wall properly. You do not have enough warriors. Cregan and another lord whispered furiously at Mors, but he swatted their comments away with a swing of his ham fist aimed nowhere in particular. Rowan took her father's arm. Father, you need to let the Stark in Winterfell and the other lords decide this. Or what? Mors asked. Or a whole lot of people will be dead, Michael replied, taking his rifle in hand, but you first. Age before beauty. Mors grinned wildly. Gods, I really want to know what fighting you would be like, he declared. Jon Snow's tales of sorcery seem true, and those creatures on the hill. I would test my mettle gladly. He turned to his fellow lords. And you? Do you think as Cregan does? As my daughter does? Michael waited for the penny to drop. The other lords said nothing, but couldn't meet the man's eyes. It was clear the majority agreed it was a matter for the Starks, above their pay grade really. But who could openly defy the mighty Mors Umber when he said he didn't want to give something to wildlings, of all people? How can I allow it? Mors stated, I'm sure the lords want no peace. And if they do, your wildling friends will have to kneel, their king or his heir will have to marry Starks. And I am sure Mance Rayder would refuse that offer. As am I, Cregan said, I desire no peace either. The only good wildling is a dead one, Lord Mors. Even your kin. He glanced at Val, causing her to bristle. Rowan and Jon too. But I am sure many assembled in Winterfell do not believe the report from the wall. I didn't. They must learn there is a new threat. I would have Lord Robb know it. Then he can march up here first and settle matters. The Lannisters will not take Lord Stark's life. He's too valuable. Michael frowned, getting the impression that Cregan Karstark wasn't the sharpest knife. If you march up north, aren't your allies further south in trouble? Or perhaps you don't care. Fight us and you'll be starting a war, against your own granddaughters, only for their people to rise again as puppet corpses for ice demons. And you are not Lord of Winterfell, so you'll be doing it all without the rightful authority. Lord Mor's head dropped, his chin touching the lip of his breastplate. He stayed like that for almost a full minute. Until it shot up again, chin pointed at the sky. Gods damn it all. My nephew the Lord of Last Hearth would tan my hide if I didn't let the Lord see these things, and I'm past the age of being able to match him blow for blow. I'll let him decide if you're telling the truth. A wise decision, my lord, Jon stated. The big man shook his head. A wager, Jon Snow, Mors replied, I have no intention of sending these men behind me home, nor will I leave the lands between here and the gift without protection. I am sure the lords will not want peace. Your wildling friends will have to kneel, their king's heir will have to marry Starks. A king beyond the wall is no man to kneel. I am certain of it. That's for us to worry about, Michael replied. In the meantime, this white is yours. Show it to every single person in that camp. Show them what is coming. Mors grunted his acknowledgement of the idea. Good, you're not entirely an imbecile, Michael thought. We'll depart today. Would you kindly clear the road and bridge for us, and move your warriors away from both? Mors' brow knitted briefly together in anger, but he released a colossal sigh. He nodded once and took a long look at Val. When he had seen whatever it was he was looking for, he grabbed the white by the scruff of the neck as he left, dragging it along. The other lords followed behind like children following a parent. Only Cregan Karstark paused to scan the line of unicorn and horse cavalry for a moment, before picking up the bundle of furs, rope, and ice on the ground. As soon as they were gone, Michael let out his own sigh and got on the radio. Sergeant, we can stand down, he said, get everyone back to camp to pack. We go ASAP. The corporal. Mud and tree smells blowing in her face from a southerly wind, Lien watched the water of the White Knife glide under the nose of the barge, smoothly and without disturbing the whole craft for the first time since leaving Long Lake. Behind to the north was a few dozen more barges, each loaded with horses, unicorns, and warriors. Obtaining the craft and their crews had been surprisingly easy. All it had taken was one look at John Stark, his ever-growing direwolf and the free folk force at his back for Seneschal at Lakehold to agree. A portion of the gold and silver in the lieutenant's possession greased the palms of the bargemen to make things easier. Their usual cargo was lumber, wool, or furs, not mortal enemies, but the money shut them right up. The hardest part of it all had been getting the crawler onto the largest barge. But it had been worth it. The whole convoy of barges moved down the river effortlessly, carrying the whole force as they shot the rapids, passed by ox trails and villages on the river banks. Before sunset every day, the barges would land and camp would be set. Every place the river had banks that could land a barge also had a village. None of them were welcoming places. Even if you couldn't have smelled the fear on the air, the locals armed themselves and locked up their houses tighter than a tick's ass. Strict. As the river journey continued, Lien was just glad it only cost gold and silver. They had saved the equivalent of 3/4 of the horse food and crawler fuel to drive and ride from the top of Long Lake to Winterfell. The horses, unicorns, even Ghost had been so tired by the time they reached the docks, they had got onto the barges without any trouble and just laid down. Even with rest days, the speed of the march had gotten into their bones. Without any driving to do, or anything else except stand watch when it was her turn, Lien had taken to trying to read the books they had taken from Castle Black. It doesn't make any sense, she told herself, if we can speak every language in this world, why can't we read their texts? The thought of being trapped on another world without access to the knowledge needed to survive it drove her on. She had no doubt vital intelligence was lurking in every one of the tomes, and that nobles would look down on her for not being able to read them. Her plan had been to read books with illustrations. The idea was to mimic how young kids learn to read at first. The big book on the noble houses of Westeros was perfect for the job, with each of the noble families having their own logo both drawn and described in it. But no matter how much Lien examined them, the words refused to untangle. The mess of lines and curves just looked like the Gothic script with alien letters. The only word she learned was house, but she wasn't even sure that was the same word as in English or if it meant specifically a noble dynasty. "What book is that?" said a voice from behind. Lien turned around, and found a white-furred, red-eyed demon approaching closely. Ghost's snout quickly poked her here and there, nose sniffling as she was inspected closely. Every hair on her body stood on end. Ghost was already larger than any dog or wolf Lien had ever seen. She hadn't believed the lieutenant or sayer when they had described the beast after encountering it. She had seen the dire wolf eat its hunted prey by the roadside. His teeth could easily tear her apart. Her hand dropped the book to the deck and reached for the carbine at her back, failing to find it the first time. "Back, Ghost!" called John Stark, his black cloak billowing in the southerly wind. "Back!" The dire wolf turned and stared at his master, pointing away, hoofed silently to himself and padded off towards the stern of the barge again. Lien watched it closely, ignoring Stark. Ghost went to O'Neill of all people, who smiled widely and scratched it behind the ears. The sergeant definitely had big dogs as a child. "Sorry about that, my lady," John said, stepping into her vision. "My lady?" Lien's mind asked in confusion, before it clicked. "Ah, my fake title. It is a bit more frivolous than Elector." John continued. "Ghost has been looking to do that since you let us through at Castle Black again. Something about your smell." The boy's eyes widened, realizing what he was saying could be misconstrued. "I mean, only that you are strange and interesting to him." "Yay, more people treating me like a zoo exhibit or an exotic stripper." Lien regarded the kid with cool eyes. "Interesting to lots of others too, it seems." John looked away quickly, finding something less suspicious to look in the book at her feet. "My apologies, my lady, as I was saying, what book is that?" Lien frowned, bent over and picked up the thing off the deck again. "How best to handle this? Bluff with enough truth to make it believable, I suppose. You tell me. Our translation magic can't seem to understand your writing. Which makes no sense. I've been trying to solve that." She offered the book to him, and he took it. "When Women Ruled, Ladies of the Aftermath," John read aloud from the cover. "Not sure I know this one, my lady." "I do. Your friend Tarly recommended it when I asked for something about how women are treated here," Lien replied. "He gave me this and one about morals of the Andals." 6-pointed star. "The 7-pointed star," John corrected her, holding up the book. "It is like Sam to know what books to give you. You say you can't read it?" "No." "Do you even know the sounds of the letters?" "No." Lien paused for a moment, having a good idea. "If we can't do it the easy way, we'll do it the hard way. I don't suppose you'd write out your alphabet for me?" She rummaged in a pocket to produce a small notebook and a ballpoint pen, before offering them to the kid. John looked at the items like they were bugs or something. "Alphabet?" Rolling her eyes, Lien stepped up beside, and wrote out the English-Latin alphabet, showing both how to use the pen and what she wanted of him. "Every letter in our language, it's called an alphabet. Can you write out the letters of your common tongue while telling me the sounds of each? John had no objection, and took the pen, stopping only for a second to admire how easy it was to write with. Lian was surprised at the result. The common alphabet had a few more letters than the English one, but the extra ones replaced English combinations like th and ch. There was a letter at the end which meant end for some reason. Easy compared to Kuyu. They had no easy song to learn the thing, so Lian spent a good 15 minutes going over it a few times to get it all in her head. She had a knack for languages, being bilingual since she was a toddler. It wasn't long before she was concocting a means of remembering it. The whole string had a sort of rhythm to it that was probably why they didn't have the song. Does that help? John asked after her 7th successful repetition. Probably not, Lian admitted, but thanks anyway. Happy to be of assistance, John said with a small smile. I hope you'll be to agree with my brother, Lady Zheng. He's a good man. A better man than me, in some ways. You'll see that and deal fairly with him. He's a boy like you if the Lord Commander is right, Lian thought, plastering a smile on her face, over her worries about feudal lords fucking everything up. I'll keep that in mind. With that, John bowed his head as a goodbye and left, moving towards his wolf which by then was thoroughly spoiled by O'Neill. Lian watched him go, thinking it was going to be a pity when she had to shoot up his family home. With a sigh, she returned her attention to the book. Lian's eyes felt blurry as they fell on the cover title. She blinked and rubbed them with the back of her hand. The blur resolved itself, and she looked again. She almost dropped the book, catching herself quickly. When Women Ruled, Ladies of the Aftermath. The title now appeared to be English, though it was a bit like reading in the dark. It was difficult and hurt her eyeballs somehow. But the difficulty didn't matter. She felt victorious at last, lifting her hands into the air. Lian, you're a fucking sorceress. The population of the river port, Oxbow, was nowhere to be seen. The landing areas, piers, thatched wooden houses and warehouses were as quiet as crypts. Carefully empty, Lian knew. There wasn't a single ocean-going ship in sight either, despite this being the place where goods from the north were transferred to real ships or bigger barges. According to John Stark, it was unusual for the place to be without at least one ship present. The people weren't present either. Is a port town still a port town if there are no ships and no people? Every soul had fled into the twin keeps guarding the settlement, wedding cake-looking things made of grey stone. One of the many castles stood on the banks of the river south of the town, guarding the route up from the ocean. The other sat on top of a hill inland to the northwest, where roads and trails twisted through the country. Neither really existed to block a wildling force coming down the river from Long Lake. Lian's previous good mood had soured. She didn't view the lack of resistance as a good omen, because there was no sign of the element of surprise being on her side of the equation. No doubt the ravens or owls or whatever had flown from Lakehold days before, and this was a reaction to the news. If the locals were hiding, then the lords in Winterfell knew the free folk were coming from the southeast now. At least they can't ambush us on the forest road, she thought to herself, looking out over the land. Open fields stretched for as far as the eye could see, with deep furrows everywhere. There weren't many fences or walls or hedges to separate them out. The land seemed checkered with two types of crops and fields left idle for shaggy big-horned cattle, of which there were a lot. Here and there, like studs nailed onto the land afterwards to keep everything down, there were woods. Nothing at all like Beyond the Wall, or the Gift, or even the Umberlands. The barges landed on the soft, brown sand where they must have done 1,000 times before. The craft carrying Lian and the crawler was first onto solid ground, leaving no real time for the others to enjoy her discovery of how to use their translation magic to read the common tongue. The crawler came off the barge more easily than it had climbed onto it, even with the fuel trailer. She drove around town with O'Neill on top with the machine gun, to make sure there wasn't an ambush. She saw a few stubborn people locked up tight in their homes, but no threat. Meanwhile, the LT dealt with the bargemen. By the time Lian returned, they were shouting at Duquesne as the mounts began to be disembarked. The men suddenly reduced their ire with indecent speed on the approach of the vehicle, narrowed eyes and frowns on all of their faces. That's right, assholes, Lian smirked to herself as she dismounted, ET is Canadian, and prefers you to be polite. The bargemen didn't like not being able to get back to Long Lake as soon as possible. The ox drivers and their animals that usually pulled the barges upriver again were nowhere to be seen. The complainers soon dispersed, allowing the sergeant and her access to their superior officer. Place is a ghost town, mostly, O'Neill reported. Reckon we can use the warehouses for the night, sir. It'll be the devil's own work keeping the boys and girls from stealing from the houses though. Lian snorted. The way O'Neill said devil was barely recognizable. The man glared at her briefly, misunderstanding her intent. Volunteering for the job, Corporal. Lian shook her head. Not a chance. Only way to stop those crimes would be to shoot them. She glanced over her shoulder. Besides, if there's anything worth taking in those houses, someone around here didn't do their fucking job before we showed up. The LT's lips pursed as he thought about that, his eyes scanning the town. Seems that way. Let our friends poke around if they want. I still want to watch though, Zheng. I don't want anyone shot over stealing, but if they start burning or raping, then I'll teach them to smoke through new holes in their foreheads, sir. It was O'Neill's turn to snort. Oh, aren't you full of it today? And in a better mood now that you figured this magic shit out? Lian lifted her carbine and balanced the butt on her hip. Figured this magic shit out again, Sergeant? I'm 2 for 2 on language sorcery. O'Neill rolled his eyes and shook his head. And what'll your next trick be? He looked to the LT for some response. The man was still thinking, and didn't say anything for a few moments. Sergeant, talk to Ygritte, RYK and Markach please, Duquesne commanded, make sure they're aware of the rules. And another 2 for them, no taking crap we don't need, and no going anywhere here alone. Got it. Have it by the short and curlies, sir, O'Neill replied, snapping off a salute. He turned and strode straight towards Markach, who was helping to coax his own unicorn off a barge nearby with a large carrot. Sarge is in a good mood too, Lian thought, why does that make me nervous? She stared off at the town, looking for anything she missed before that might be wrong. What's wrong, Zheng? The LT asked, you sorta just stopped dead there. Lian exhaled through her teeth, not happy he had noticed. But he had asked the question, so she would have to answer. Nothing is wrong, so everything is wrong. I keep waiting for the sky to fall on our heads. We're making progress, Duquesne sighed, Sayer's barge idea was great. You're not the only one pulling rabbits out of hats. Frustration burning her throat, Lian let her carbine hang off its straps again and put her hands on her hips. Yeah, but progress towards what, sir? A theme park where all our dreams come true, everything is explained and we get to go home? I'll believe it when I see it. The LT's eyes looked around, checking if anyone else was around. Once they had confirmed there was not, they aimed towards her like a tank's turret. This isn't the first time you've said something like that. If you keep it up, it's going to affect morale and belief in the mission at critical moments. I'm sure the sergeant has already spoken to you about this. O'Neill had, but Lian couldn't shake the feeling. The dread of being left in this damned world was like stigmata. A place on the brink of zombie apocalypse, where she was nothing but a womb or a convenient hole to screw, lorded over by barely literate tyrants. It ebbed and flowed, sometimes with events and sometimes at random, along with the memories of everyone she had to kill so far, especially those with glowing blue eyes she had to put down twice in one night. The sergeant has talked to me, sir. The LT nodded to himself. Here's what's going to happen. You and I are going to have this out, where no one can hear us. Then it stops, Corporal. Lian opened her mouth to speak, but Duquesne continued. We'll chat. I'll take your objections under advisement. For real, not just to say that I have heard you. Then you'll shut up until the point you get to say I told you so. If that ever arrives, I'll admit all fault. Understood. Grimacing, Lian nonetheless nodded her head. There was no arguing with officers when they got insistent, even when they were being stupid. And although this was the first time she had seen Duquesne get serious in this way. Is he cracking at last? Yes, sir. Follow me then. I want to look at that inland fort. The LT began walking through the town, shouting to Sayer to sit up on the crawler while he was away. Lian followed, not even able to look at his back. This is going to be unpleasant. She quickly fell into her duties, gripping her carbine to cover every nook and cranny she could as they moved. All the better to distract herself for a few minutes, letting the business of keeping safe calm her down. They made it out of the warehouse area, passing by an empty corral that smelled even worse than the unicorns did, through a clutch of houses, and onto a cart path. The keep came back into view. Guards and townspeople, judging by their clothes, were gawking down from the crenellations with interest, at all 3 levels of the wedding cake shape. Curious and looking for any way to delay the coming conversation, Lian raised her carbine and looked through the scope. Not many of the gawkers had weapons, and most of those were crossbows, not something that could strike at range. Though if they decided to sally out, it might be a problem. Lian sucked in a breath. We might want to stop here, sir. There's a lot of them, not sure we want to get too close in case they get the idea to rush us. Duquesne snorted. I'd almost like to see them try. But no, they're not up there just because they're afraid of us. They're up there because Winterfell told them to be. If they wanted to do us harm, they would have defended the riverbank, put stakes in the river to hold the barges. That kind of thing. Lian scowled, not sure that was a good theory. Duquesne laughed. They're not going to overhear us, if that's what you're worried about. It wasn't, sir. Good. Lian didn't know where to begin, and didn't look at the lieutenant. He didn't look at her, leaning against a fence post. They just both stared up at the keep, as the people in it stared down at them. After a while, it began to get awkward. But Lien preferred awkward to the conversation to come. The LT didn't. Well, you're the one with the grievance, Corporal, Duquesne said out of nowhere, speak your mind. That's an order. Lien bit her bottom lip. What do I say? She decided to keep it simple. We're never getting home, sir. Duquesne clicked his tongue. And you're not shy about that opinion, but that is all it is, an opinion. Then here's a fact, our coming here was a freak accident, sir. It's also proof there's magic or science that can move people and things between worlds. Odds are that if it can happen by accident, it can happen deliberately. Lien rubbed her face, feeling like her jaw would lock shut with frustration. The man is as stubborn as a mule. Odds are that there is nobody left that knows how to make it happen deliberately. I've talked to people. No one has seen these children of the forest for 50 or 60 years north of the wall, and it wasn't like they were walking around doing meet and greets then. And John isn't sure anyone has seen them in the south for centuries. The LT briefly turned away and raised his rifle, to look at the keep through his scope. Whatever he thought he saw wasn't there, and he returned his attention to Lien. And yet every single person we talk to agrees that the one place magic might still be around is the Isle of Faces. An island few people come back from. Not to mention the books we've been shown by Mance and Tarly. Just because they write myth or ancient history in a book, that doesn't mean we'll find what they describe when we get there, sir. Doesn't mean we'll find nothing either. Jaw opening and closing wordlessly, Lien turned her head and then her body away from the LT, pacing away from him and then back, trying to avoid saying something she would regret. She couldn't do it. How the fuck are you this naive? She exploded, your level of self-deception is off the charts. I understand why O'Neill and Sayer believe it's worth our time. The Sarge has kids, Sayer thinks he'd be okay staying here, but you? You should know better. You should be trying to protect us from this piece of shit world, not pretending we can leave it. Why on earth are you dragging us across this continent chasing a fantasy? Not finished, Lien had to pause and force air back into her lungs. She almost choked when she saw the look the lieutenant was giving her in return. His eyes were soft, no anger in them. Pity, she realized, he pities me. Her own anger began to rise again. Feel any better to have it out? He asked, before she could formulate a rebuke. No. Lien said, I'll feel better when I understand what the hell you're thinking. The LT nodded. I'm sorry, Corporal. I knew you were worried about our situation, but I would have done this sooner if I knew you were having this bad a time. Fuck you, sir. You should have thought about it. You and the others LL be okay, you've all got cocks between your legs to impress other cock owners. Ever since I got here, I've been ogled like some piece of exotic meat to screw. And from what Stark, Tarly and other crows told me, the southern nobles are going to be worse. At least the free folk respect a woman with a weapon, if she can use it and pays attention. The LT glanced away, at least appearing ashamed. Good, you should be ashamed. Yeah, that's probably not going to get better. Our cover story for you is good, but it won't save you from judgment. Just from being used as a bargaining chip. So you understand why you're pissing me off, sir. Lien continued, we should be figuring out how to survive in this place, our way, not screwing around with the locals to get right into the middle of a war zone when we are gambling on the result. I wish we could. Lien froze. What? Duquesne stood up straight and sighed. I wish we could just dismiss the possibility of getting home. It would make things more simple, even if it would break O'Neill and as much as I want to get home for personal reasons. But we don't have the luxury. The man was insane. Of course we have that luxury, it's our only option. Everything points to magic being somewhere, Corporal. So what? So, I have no intention of becoming another campfire tale. There have been stories like that for thousands of years. Lost Roman legions, ghost ships. Hell, even in our own lifetimes, there has been strange shit. That Japanese destroyer that went missing in the Pacific, or the Chinook that just plain disappeared out of the air over Syria. I'm taking any chance at getting back, because we have a duty. Lien sighed. Here comes the officer grade guilt trip. What duty? We're standing on another world, Corporal. And there are human beings here. Do you have any idea what the consequences of that are? For science, politics, religion? Not to mention the existence of magical creatures bent on killing everyone. Our duty is to carry that news back home. Reality isn't what anyone back home thought it was. That's what you're risking our lives for, sir, without any idea if it'll pay off. The big picture? Fuck that noise. I'm a big picture kind of guy, and being an officer is a big picture kinda job. Excuse me if that isn't comforting. You joined the army, Corporal. Your job, our job is to serve the bigger picture. You know what's going on at home, it isn't like we are in the safest occupation there ever was. Hanging her head, Lien was sure she couldn't counter that. She knew what she had signed up for when she had joined the military. Not just that she might die, but that she might be captured and abused. All of a sudden, the possibilities of the new world did not seem so different to the old one, just more likely. She was still armed and deadly. That left just one thing. What if you're wrong? She asked. What if I'm right, there is no magic door home? Do you even have a plan? The LT scratched his chin. Yet. A skeleton of one or two, at least. Your discovery today made them a little more solid, by the way. What are they? A grimace. Not ideas I want the sergeant to hear until it's necessary. Lien made a noise from her throat, raised of its own volition. What makes you think I'd tell the sergeant? A laugh burst from Duquesne's lips, and he tilted his head. The question in all of it was loud and clear. Really? The LT was new to the platoon. O'Neill and she were not. Yeah, okay, I'd tell the sergeant. Lien glared back. Then you must have truly stupid plans. Duquesne smirked. I would think so too, but there are precedents. What precedents? Nice try, Corporal. Lien grit her teeth. Clearly she wasn't getting an answer today. But somehow, she felt a little better. Now she knew that Duquesne had at least thought about what happened if the big dream turned out to be a nightmare. We done, sir. Just one more thing, Duquesne said, I apologize, for not having this conversation sooner. Lien waved that off, however much she appreciated it. Don't apologize, be better. Sir. The LT grunted something, glancing up at the keep and the audience before stepping away again. Let's get out of here. I held up my end of the bargain. You hold up yours. We get to Winterfell, then the Isle, then home. Or make a home if we can't. Bargain? You mean orders, Lien thought, as she followed him back towards the river. Yes, sir, I'll shut up about not getting home. You'll stop being an ass. It's balanced, at least. The LT didn't miss a step about her snarking. He's not going to stop being an ass at all, Lien thought with a frown, his plans better be good. Make a home fucking how? Thean. One hand on his sword's grip, Thean used his other to button up his black velvet doublet again as he walked through the streets of Wintertown, his boots crunching in the half-frozen morning snow. The town was bustling, but not in the manner to be expected of a keep's settlement as the banners arrived. Word had gotten out, the wildlings were coming. Knights quartered in the houses were leaving in their armor. Winter shutters were being closed and bolted. Carts of food moved in behind the walls of Winterfell itself without any orders to do so. The young women of the town were being dispatched to relatives and acquaintances elsewhere for safekeeping. Thean had learned of the last part at the most inconvenient time. At the smoking log, Kyra had just shrugged out of her tunic. The promise of a fine start to the day with his favorite wench had beckoned, until the door opened with a bang and the innkeeper stormed inside Kyra's room. Shoving Thean out the door with his breeches, belt, scabbard, and sword, the man had ignored any admonitions in favor of shouting at Kyra to dress warmly for a journey and slamming the door shut again. So Thean had found himself in the corridor, with no breeches on, fuming. In a flush of rage, he almost kicked the door down to use his sword and answer the insult, but downstairs, the inn was full of Bolton and Searwyn men. They would be unlikely to understand or wait to find out the reason behind the innkeeper being cut down. So instead, Thean had left, fuming and full of want. As he walked, he decided to take out his needs on the wildlings. He knew Robb would be riding out to meet them. He knew there were women among them. A fight and some wild woman to tame, he thought, that's what I need. The thought of it amused and aroused him. Before he bit down the stirrings, he would need to concentrate on not getting killed first. He made his way into Winterfell via the south gate, and found the whole courtyard full of riders. Every lord in the north seemed to have donned whatever armor could be put on quickly and was mounting their horse. Thean cursed to himself, unable to see Robb in the throng. He swiftly made his way through the clusters of lords to get to the stables themselves, bearing with the glares of hatred. They all knew who he was, of course. Very few liked him. I'll show them what I'm capable of, he promised himself, and I better make sure I'm never late to a fight again. Not joining us, Squidling, called a booming voice. A bolt of fear stopped Thean in his tracks. There could only be one owner of that voice. He turned to find Great Jan Umber approaching from the side, the largest sword ever forged by man on his back. Going to the stables to find my horse, Lord Umber, Thean replied, as loudly as he could, worry not, this sword will soon shed wildling blood. The Great Jan looked down at him with a sneer. I'm sure they'll be right afraid of you, in your fine doublet. Even their antler-tipped arrows will go clean through that armor, my Lord Greyjoy. A collection of nearby lordlings laughed. Thean bristled. Then I'll be sure to stand behind you then, Lord Umber, until we're close enough to kiss the wildlings with our blades, he said, you'll make a fine pincushion. The Great Jan gave a laugh, slapping the front of his coat of plates. Wildling arrows will bounce off my armor like it was the side of a great hillside, squidling. And I'm told behind me is an unpleasant place to be, at times. More laughter. Theon gave a false smile, and bowed slightly to take his leave before striding away, simmering anger in his stomach. There was nothing he could do now but get to his horse. Theon found Rob in the stables mounting his own horse, already equipped with breastplate, a white cloak and helm. His shield with the wolf of Stark on it hung from his saddle, and his long sword from his belt. Yet the Stark in Winterfell carried no supplies with him, nor were there any attendants mounting up to join the pursuit. Maester Luwin stood nearby, allowing the Oriboi that had brought the mount to leave by the furthest route, for Grey Wind stood in the other direction, watching proceedings. The dire wolf met Theon's eyes, and gave a big yawn, showing all its fangs. I hope that means it just woke up, not a warning. Grey Wind was hard to read, even among the dire wolves, except when it was displeased. Rob. Theon called, coming from the same direction the boy was leaving. Are we riding against the wildlings? Riding to meet them, Rob confirmed. Whether there will be a battle, I know not. I hope not. John's letter from Lakehold said they have not raided, and the keeps at Oxbow and Flaxfield reported some light looting but no harm to the small folk, not even when they couldn't flee. Theon sniffed. Be more simple to kill them, he said, send a message to the savages in the gift. Lord Stark rots in the black cells of King's Landing, Luwin intoned gravely. Lord Rob's sisters are captives too. And Mance Rayder has 100,000 warriors. It is wise to be cautious about getting into wars in two places at once, when you must save your liege lord and kin. Who asked you, old man? Theon thought, though he guarded his tongue against saying any such thing. I'll not kill envoys coming under protection of the gods, Theon, Rob said, I shall hear them out, get counsel from my father's lords, then decide. Luwin nodded, to Theon's annoyance. Of course you approve, you're likely the man who advised such action. The maester made Rob weak, in Theon's opinion. The sooner they left Winterfell, the better. All the quicker to let the wolf out of his skin, and join the Kraken in eating the lions alive. Theon relented. I'll get my armor and bow, he said, just in case this is a wildling plot to kill you. No time, Rob said, wheeling his horse as Grey Wind padded over nearby, the wildling host will be here by sunset. What? Impossible, Theon said, those savages couldn't possibly have went so far from Oxbow since we had word of their landing. It seems these foreigners have taught the wildlings some discipline, Luwin said, ravens have brought news of well laid out camps, among other things. Theon smirked. He knew well what other things meant. More talk of unicorns? I wonder what the wildlings have dressed their horses with to make Mors Umber and the small folk believe such things. All the better than the great Jan comes from such foolish stock. If only he came from smaller. Rob gave a small frown. Get on your horse. It was a command. Theon judged disobedience as a doomed notion, and quickly gave a bow of the head. His horse was readied in a minute, and together, Rob and he rode out to join the now mounted host. My lords! Rob called, with me. A great roar of approval erupted from every corner of the courtyard. Theon felt a lump form in his throat at the sound. Shall my lords hail me with such volume when I return to Pike? He did not have time to think about it. Rob spurred his horse forward and out the south gate, with Grey Wind close behind, forcing Theon and the lords to follow. 1,000 riders were at Rob's back for nearly 3 hours, rushing down the twin roads towards Oxbox, passing by crops being harvested out of the morning frost and woods being scoured. Less than 2 weeks before the northern host assembled at Winterfell would march south, and even now, the small folk labored to make more rations and more arrows. Grey Wind led the way, better than any scout at detecting danger. The wolf somehow knew where to go at every fork and crossroads too. The beast also set the pace, which was ferocious. Rob had to call the stops. Theon and his arse were deeply grateful for the break each time that happened, as were the lords. Not all of them were young men, and the grumbling could almost be heard over the hooves thumping. Between 2 halts in the march, something else unusual appeared. In the sky above, a white eagle began to follow the column of riders. And then a snowy owl. And then a seagull. Soon, near a dozen birds were crisscrossing the road from above. The next time he got the chance, Theon pointed this out to Rob as soon as Ricard Karstark stopped speaking. It was more as a piece of passing strange than out of any concern. Rob heard the inquiry with eyes aimed up at the circling birds. Lord Commander Mormont mentioned wargs. I did not believe that of all things, until now. Theon let out a laugh, before realizing Rob was not joking. Skin changers? How could that be? If the wildlings had such abilities, surely they would far more difficult to defeat. Rob nodded. The accounts of my forebears tell tales of having to fight bears, wolves, even great cats that marched alongside the wildlings. But also that their wargs are spread out through the tribes, most only have 1 or 2. Theon glanced upwards. That is not 1 or 2. And they're only the birds. The thought of having to fight off a bear with a man controlling it like a puppet did not appeal to him. All the more so when he remembered he had only a sword and no armor. Rob agreed. Either man's is more cunning than any king beyond the wall before him, or yet more tricks have been taught to the wildlings by the foreigners. The same way we would not spread out our cavalry, they have learned not to spread out their skin changers. Your ancestors beat them back before, Theon said, you can beat them again. Rob remained quiet, until the time to continue the march forced Theon to remount and take his place behind the lords again. It wasn't long before the first sign that the wildlings were close came loping down the road in front. It started with Grey Wind living up to its name. It burst forward with a new speed, quickly going out of sight over a hill. Fearing for his wolf, Rob called out for the column to hurry too, and the horses quickly carried the whole host to the top of the hill. The ride stopped when they found Grey Wind standing some distance down the road, jumping and dancing between two fields full of ripe rye, and it was not alone. A second dire wolf was doing the same thing, both creatures' tails wagging wildly. A white-furred beast. Ghost, Theon's mind whispered, John is close. Which means the wildlings are close. He searched this way and that, looking for the foe. Many of the other lords did too. All he could detect was a strange scent on the air, like rotting grass after rain. He almost jumped in the saddle when the bastard of Winterfell strolled out from the field to the left of the road, pulling along his horse by the reins. Theon immediately saw the large sword at his hip with the head of his white wolf on the pommel, a pang of jealousy running up his throat. A fine weapon, too fine for John. Rob. John called out, as he moved closer. Grey Wind ran to him, Ghost close at its heels, jumping up to nuzzle John at the neck and almost knocking him over. To Theon's surprise, Rob did not ride out to immediately greet his base-born brother, however much he smiled from the head of the column. Instead, Stark called to Snow. John. It's good to see you again. You've got some explaining to do, I think. That made Theon to understand. John had brought wildlings south. Even though he had sent messages to Rob secretly, informing him of this or that development, the lords were not like to look kindly on any man of the Night's Watch. And rightly so, they failed their duty like no others before them. Rob should claim the entire gift for the Starks. John did not answer at once, but got back on his horse and rode up to join the column, falling in beside Theon. The man gave a nod of greeting to Theon, which he returned, as much out of habit as anything else. Much has happened since we parted, John finally agreed. The Canadians sent me ahead once they spotted you, to find out if you intended to fight. 1,000 riders is hard to miss. Even now, they watch through their wildling wargs. John motioned to the sky, where the cavalcade of birds now circled at different heights. Rob glanced at his lords behind him, before asking the question Theon most wanted an answer for. Where are they, John? Close. The unicorn riders are laying down behind the field I came through. The rest are ahead a mile. John gestured to both places. He had spoken too loudly. The heads of Great Jan Umber, Ricard Karstark and Roose Bolton all swiveled to the left. They saw no unicorns, but a word to their attendants later, and riders were moving back down the column, shouting to turn to face the threat. My lords? Rob asked, unsure whether he should stop his bannerman but hiding it well. Better to be prepared, my lord, Roose Bolton responded, barely making himself heard over the drawing of blades and complained breathing of horses. The column had turned to become a line of battle quickly. The road was wide enough to allow 4 horsemen abreast of it, which now became 4 ranks of knights. Best not, John cut in, they'll take actions to be prepared themselves. As if John had ordered it, at the far end of the rye field the heads and shoulders of mounted men appeared, as did the tips of the longest lances that Theon had ever seen. There were only 100 or so of them, but the smell he had caught on the air before intensified and the rye was tall enough that they shouldn't have been able to see anything but the tops of helms. Unicorns, Theon realized, they really are riding unicorns. He imagined very tall men on very tall, horned horses. Gods, the great Jan growled, look at those. The man's incredible height likely allowed him to see even more. And his face did not show any great deal of confidence about the sight in question. My lords, under no circumstances are we to attempt battle first, Rob stated with a finality Theon hadn't heard him muster before. We may have the advantage in numbers but we cannot charge through the crops. The horses wouldn't be able to see, Theon agreed. We must attack, my lord, Ricard Karstark thundered, this may be our best chance. You will do nothing, Lord Karstark, Rob commanded, unless I give leave. Karstark let out a shout and flourished his sword, but did not order a charge or put his horn to his lips. Theon smirked to himself. Amusement that died when he noticed a house moving through the rye field to the right. By the drowned, old and new gods, what is that? Rob continued, not noticing. John, ride back to the foreigners and tell them I want to meet. I will not permit their approach to Rob. Theon declared, finally gathering his wits, look. He pointed at the strange sight, causing all the lords to turn in the saddle to watch. Two men soon appeared on the roof of the moving house, which soon turned out to be two such houses moving one behind the other. The men had round helmets covered in a green fabric, and strange-looking bows. The foreigners. Even John looked shocked. He didn't know they were there, Theon thought. What now? We talk to them, Rob stated. Lord Bolton, ride back and put the rear of the column into the field behind us. Assurance against any further trap. Yes, my lord, replied the Dreadfort's lord quietly, before spurring his horse away back northwest again to do as he was commanded. The moving houses moved across the field, a strange rumbling on the air getting louder as it got closer. About halfway across, they changed their path, moving so that they would cross the road ahead of the direction the column had been riding. When the thing finally made its appearance, glowing eyes over a caged face shone light forwards, stalks of rye caught in the bars of the cage. The whole thing appeared to be made of metal. A large glass window revealed a space inside the front house, the person driving inside it plain to see. It seemed to travel on its own road, made of some kind of layered black leather that was unrolled before it and then gathered up again behind after it passed. Theon, Rob, and the lords were silent and unmoving as the dead, though their horses shifted uneasily beneath them. Only John was truly calm and unconcerned, Theon noted, as the foreigners came close enough to see properly. They all wore the round helmets, along with tunics and breastplates of the same color. They had strange ropes and boxes hanging from pouches and even inside their helms, the purpose of which Theon could not determine. At last, the strange machine came to a halt 30 yards away from Rob and John, a burning smell wafting from it. Its rumbling sound ceased, and one of the men atop it ducked down from the roof and exited out of a door in the side. In the meantime, John dismounted too, and walked back to meet the newcomer. Ghost padded along too. They exchanged few words, and the man stood waiting, looking expectantly at Rob. Lord Umber, Theon, with me, Rob commanded, we'll go on foot. My lord, I object, if you are lost. Lord Karstark began, before being silenced by a look from Rob. Greywind raised its hackles. Lord Karstark, you are in command, Rob added, to soothe any resentment. If I am attacked, you are charged with bringing the wrath of the north in response. The Karstark appeared pleased at that. By your command, my lord. He's learning, Theon thought, these lords open their mouths too quickly. Rob is worth twice of any dozen of them. Theon got off his saddle, his arse as equally as pleased as Lord Karstark, and fell in beside Rob. Lord Umber soon loomed too. Why is the squid coming? The man asked. Because I want him to, Rob replied, before Theon could respond himself, no time to lose. He walked directly towards the foreign leader. Lord Umber and Theon competed to be the first to catch up, and to Theon's annoyance, he lost that contest. The foreigner was tall, a little over 6 feet in height. Piercing blue eyes peered out from under the green helm, his face was clean-shaven, and unknown markings covered the lapels and shoulders of the man's tunic. A strange black stick poked out of the helm to hold a small metal box beside the man's mouth. Though Theon could not see much underneath the armor, he was certain the man was strong from the collection of things he was carrying. The bow spotted before was just as strange, it had a trigger which implied it was some sort of crossbow or bolt thrower but had no arms nor coiled rope for tension nor a bowstring. The man examined Rob, Theon, and the Great Jan as they approached, taking the longest with Rob until Greywind loped into view from behind. The foreigner was quick to reach for his weapon, though Theon knew not what he would do without a long blade. The foreigner's bolt thrower would surely not kill a beast like Greywind before it got its fangs into his throat. Rob said nothing when he finally arrived close enough to speak without raising his voice, and neither Theon nor the Great Jan did either. In fact, the Great Jan's gaze looked for someone else entirely. Does he know something I do not? It was John that broke the silence. Rob, this is Lord Michael Duquesne of Canada, Elector of Calgary and Lieutenant of Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry. Rob inclined his head in greeting, and then looked to Theon. He knew what Rob wanted. This is Lord Stark, Lord of Winterfell, Warden of the North, heir to Eddard Stark, Lord Regent of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm. I am Lord Theon Greyjoy, heir to Lord Balon Greyjoy of Pike, Lord of the Iron Islands. And I'm John Umber, Lord of Last Hearth, the Great Jan boomed, not to be forgotten in the exchange of pleasantries. Lord Duquesne smiled. I guessed as much, Lord Umber. You look like Moors, if he was 6 inches taller, still had color in his hair and had both his eyes. The man's accent was light, refined, but strange. It had a far northern flavor that was not unfamiliar. The Great Jan gave a guffaw, ill-humored but acknowledging the truth of the statement. Rob straightened up and rested a hand on the pommel of his sword. Lord Duquesne, by what right do you come to negotiate with us? You ride through my father's lands without permission, attack my father's vassals when it suits you. The wildlings have never offered terms before, and to my knowledge they abhor such diplomacy. Some of the leal lords of the north would have me send a force to crush them. Duquesne's smile widened. I am an officer of the Canadian Army. I am empowered to negotiate with all local authorities if my duties compel me to. I have attacked none of your vassals. The free folk did repulse Lord Brandon Norrie and his force from the gift, yes, but the gift is not your father's land as I understand it. The free folk offer terms for the reasons I outlined. The White Walkers are mustering north of the wall. I am sure you've received word from people you trust more than I about that by now. The foreigner looked to Lord Umber before answering. As for your lord's opinion, can you afford to fight 100,000 wildlings while also fighting the Baratheons and Lannisters? I have read the Queen's message to the Lord Commander. Can your lords really tell you to march north when your father is a captive in the south? Theon could not help but be impressed. Driving between the lords more worried about the wildlings and those honorbound to Lord Stark. There had been some doubt that the foreigners really were nobles themselves. Theon had shared that doubt, but no longer. Robb did not find the response all that impressive. No wildling force has ever stood before the strength of the north, and I have more levies to call should I require it. Maybe you do, maybe they sweep aside Mors Umber's force before you can reinforce it, Duquesne responded, but that's a matter for discussion between you and the free folk. As the initiating party of this negotiation, I request a formal audience in Winterfell, between you Lord Robb, the free folk envoy and myself. To hammer out a real treaty of peace, and for us to show you the true enemy in the far north. Whites. Are they real? Theon half remembered strange tales among the Ironborn that reaved the frozen shores beyond the wall, taking wildlings as thralls. Giants and direwolves and snowcats featured among them. But dead men walking? Robb considered this for a moment. Theon knew many of the lords would not like the proposal, though they would not raise their swords to oppose talking. There are grievances that we must address before I could grant that, he replied at once. You have already spoken of the attack on Lord Norre's host. What of Castle Black? Lord Commander Mormont tells me you seized his armory and killed hundreds with sorceress weapons before he could yield the castle. Theon regarded the thing held in Lord Duquesne's hands once again. Hundreds? Such a small armament did not seem likely to be able to do such a thing. The foreigner's smile disappeared. He did not like the question. The Night's Watch demanded loyalty to your Iron Throne, Duquesne said. We could not agree. We all swore to serve Her Majesty, Elizabeth II, by the grace of God, Queen of Canada. A queen rules your land? Theon asked. Your lords allow such a thing? Duquesne sighed, and levelled a glare at Theon as if the questions were ridiculous. Yes, a queen rules our land, though it is more complicated than how one would rule here. Theon's jaw set. Who is this man to speak to me like a child? It was all the worse that the great Jan could not help but make a noise of approval at the put-down. As if you'd follow a woman, even if you are half wildling yourself. To get back to my point, Duquesne pressed on, Sir Alicerthorne as acting Lord Commander also declared that if we did not agree to his terms, that meant the Night's Watch would treat us as wildlings. He declared war on us, on behalf of his brotherhood. He lost that war. The Night's Watch now exists solely at the discretion of the Canadian forces and King Mance, to fight the others and guard the wall. And yet the Shadow Tower stands defiant, does it not? Robb said, we have had no word from that keep. There was a raven from Eastwatch dispatched as it was stormed, and soon after your own flew from Castle Black. Silence from the west means they perhaps do not know that the other keeps have fallen. I have no doubt Sir Dennis Mallister still holds it against the Wildings. If you cannot take that keep, you have no hope against Winterfell or Last Hearth. We don't need to take the Shadow Tower. Commander Mallister has been ordered to continue his duties by Lord Commander Mormont, Duquesne replied. We do not need to take Last Hearth or Winterfell either, wrecking your war in the south would not require it. And I broke the wall. I doubt Winterfell has as impressive defenses as that. Theon doubted that was the true way of how events had played out. How did you break the wall? He asked. Are you sure you did not climb it with your strange crawling carriages there? Duquesne smirked. Maybe we did. That would be inconvenient for you and your castles, wouldn't it? I suspect the lords and riders behind me would prefer to face you in open battle, Robb interjected, where such abilities would mean nothing. All the better to shoot you down, without stone walls, Duquesne replied. That is not why I came here, but I will not hesitate to do so if we can't even try and agree terms. You should consider what happened at Castle Black and to the Norreys a good cause to try, rather than a reason not to. The same way I'll consider the strength of your Ozontir and the experience of your lords in making war as good cause to try. None of us benefit from conflict without at least an attempt at peace, we both have more dangerous enemies to fight and none of us claim each other's territory. Theon did not know why the foreigner used a High Valyrian word, but it was a strange sound. If the Night's Watch have fallen, then the new gift is mine by right, the great Jan declared, the rightful fief of House Umber. And House Karstark, near the coast. To Theon's surprise, Duquesne nodded his head. We believe we can address that. I believe you already know how we can. The great Jan snorted, his face guarded against any other indication about how he felt. What has Robb not told me? Theon thought. He had expected the Great Yon to be foaming at the mouth to face the wildlings in battle. Robb inclined his head, a gesture of agreement, before turning to his half-brother. John, how many are there in their host? Duquesne frowned with disapproval, but waved to John to answer. The bastard appeared to consider the question, as if he didn't know the answer. A mummer's farce. The base-born lad had already supplied Robb with the information that there were a little over 300 left, by the raven that flew from Lake Hold. 100 or so unicorn riders. 200 or so mounted on horses. Theon leaned in towards Robb to whisper. If they took Castle Black with so few, they could take one of the keeps in Winterfell and hold it. A keep would be very bloody to take back. Robb's lips curled back, liking not that possibility. Lord Duquesne, I cannot allow the quartering of 300 and more wildlings within the walls of Winterfell, nor in Wintertown or the environs of our hosts' camps. The possibility for mischief is too high, and not just from your side. The foreigner scratched his chin. You may be right, Duquesne agreed. I'll bring a group of 15 including myself, and allow the free folk envoy to select another 15. The rest will move closer but out of sight. You'll withdraw your mounted Azantes and our delegation will ride to Winterfell in the morning. You will not bring that machine to Winterfell either, Robb continued, pointing at the horseless carriages, and I insist that only 2 of you Canadians are a part of the delegation. Theon heartily approved of that. The tale Mormont had told was blood-curdling, even if it was unbelievable. Robb had been lucky the Lord Commander had seen fit to get the message through. No need to leave the matter to the gods where its truth was concerned. You should have them leave their weapons behind too. I agree with the Squidling, the Great Yon declared. If they want to talk peace, they have no need of weapons, whether they're blades or magics. No, Duquesne stated firmly, I'll leave the crawler behind. I'll bring only one of my own people with me, but we shall be armed in whatever manner we want. I doubt you'll disarm your lords and soldiers for my sake, and I have no intention of cooling my heels in your dungeon. The Great Yon smiled. You're no fool, then. The foreigner did not return the sentiment. Lord Greyjoy is more a fool for asking, Lord Umber. The big man's smile widened. Who's the fool here? Theon pointed back at the machine. Should we not see these wights you claim to have? Surely there is no point in speaking if they do not exist. I will show the wights only when I stand in Winterfell, where I can show them to every lord, every lady, and every one of your soldiers present. But I agree, it will be necessary to do so before we begin negotiations. Very well, Lord Duquesne, Robb said, we have an agreement. But know that I do not believe a treaty of peace is possible. Pray that it is, John said, or we might all be dead sooner rather than later. Duquesne was pleased. I shall see you in Winterfell tomorrow, then. We'll wait here a little while to allow you to return without worry. The foreigner waved to the carriages, and 2 men sitting within got out. The first was wearing a hood of the finest red color that Theon had ever seen, and reminded him of certain kinds of Dornishmen he had met once or twice. The second was no man at all, but a woman. She took off her helmet, revealing jet-black hair that was arrow-straight, a stern but noble countenance, full lips and eyes so black they reminded Theon of the deepest parts of the ocean. Once a merchant vessel from the Summer Isles brought men of Uti to Pike, just before his father's rebellion. This woman was clearly of their blood, and clearly a warrior. His ardor from the morning, forgotten in the hard riding through the farmlands, returned with a vengeance. He did not understand why, but he did not care. Perhaps we should be amiable after all, he thought to himself. Winterfell. Even from a distance, Winterfell was the most impressive castle complex that Michael had ever seen or heard of. There were 2 sets of high walls with a moat between them, multiple large keeps within, towers, gatehouses and crenellations, all in some sort of granite. But he also saw weaknesses. The walls were straight lines, and they had blind spots at the bottom of them. They weren't entirely smooth-sided either, a decent climber could make the top with basic equipment. On the south and east sides, there was a town almost right up to the fortifications, and on the north and west, the large forest called the Wolf's Wood was nearby, plenty of cover and plenty of wood to build siege engines. But there wasn't much time to dwell on that. As Jon Snow led the way, the delegation moved slowly by Wintertown and to the east gate. Stark men guarded the way, blocking every street exit both ways. To Michael's irritation, there were no crowds of people to gawk and throw rocks. Normally that would be an inconvenience, but he had intended to put on a show. 3 wights were marched between the horses at the front and the few unicorns at the back. They were attached to poles with leather loops around their necks to keep them in control, 2 apiece. The guys keeping control were not happy to be doing the job, but promises of decent food that would come with a diplomatic event worked. At least the Stark men-at-arms appeared equally displeased to be near the things, some of them forgetting their duty as the wights passed by and backing way off from the road. In the meantime, Corporal Zheng's jaw was practically wired shut, a deep frown set in place. Aside from being voluntold into joining the delegation due to her cover story, She had no horse riding skills whatsoever and little patience to learn for the moment. She radiated unhappiness, but kept her promise and hadn't complained. Her reins were held instead by Val, riding alongside, the princess dressed in fine white furs, her long blonde hair tied in an exceptionally long single braid adorned with silver rings and clasps. Val was too busy staring up at Winterfell to betray any other thoughts. Robb Stark waited at the gate, with some of his lords and what appeared to be another maester, a small man dressed in grey robes with a small multi-metal chain around his neck. The lords weren't dressed in armor this time. A good sign. Michael was still surprised at how young Jon's brother was. He had assumed the legitimate son of the ruler of this part of the world had been at least a few years older, but aside from being thicker built, the elder Stark could have been born the same day as the younger. He had neck-length red hair and blue eyes, and his gaze was cool and wary. Negotiating with a child, Michael thought to himself with annoyance, before another part of his brain reminded him the child likely had received political education from the day he could speak. But probably not with someone I can dupe. Soon the column reached the gates, and Michael put 2 fingers in his mouth, whistling loudly. The White Keepers moved their charges up the column and in front of the party blocking the way. Michael had selected 2 biggest of the Whites for the job, former free folk warriors who had gone down fighting and rose again with the most horrific wounds. The third was a woman, practically untouched but dead all the same. Hissed curses and roars of shock blew out as soon as the undead came into view of the lords. And then they looked at Michael with bewilderment. Good, they believe. And not just about the Whites. Robb Stark himself kept his mouth shut and his face blank, though he paid attention to nothing except the Whites for quite some time. He's grown up too fast, Michael realized, before making sure that Zheng was recording the event with her phone. He moved his horse between the 2 parties, aside from the Whites, and addressed the man. Lord Robb Stark, I present the Whites as promised. Robb took a moment to realize he had been spoken to, but the mask of a practiced noble quickly fell over his already muted shock. That you have, Lord Duquesne. A quick glance to either side of his brother Jon followed. Who are these you have brought with you? Val nudged her horse forward a few steps to join Michael, bringing Zheng along with her. She met the eyes of her cousin, Jon Umber, and inclined her head in greeting. To Michael's surprise, the huge man inclined his head in return, drawing the attention of many a lord. Finally, the Free Folk's chosen speaker inhaled a large breath and introduced herself to the lords. I am Val Umber, Princess of Wall and Gift. Good sister to Mance Rayder, our king. I come to speak peace and to warn of the threat to us all. She pointed sharply to the Whites. There were rumbles of discontent that rolled and built, threatening to burst into outright shouting. Michael made a mental note of all those that were displeased, via their house sigils. When he looked at the man he guessed was most capable of making noise, he heard and saw no objection at all. Jon Umber was as silent as Val had been on the approach. What's your game, big guy? Robb Stark soon raised his voice over the din, cutting it off. My lords. You shall have the chance to voice your concerns, but not here before the gates. The lords shut up quickly, though not before Lord Greyjoy and another older noble lent their own voices to telling them to be quiet. And who else? Robb asked, looking to Zheng. Michael waited for the corporal to introduce herself, but she did not, instead staring at him with her hand on O'Neill's pistol. It took him a minute to realize what she wanted, and he was glad she was getting into the role. The whole idea was to save her from being a bargaining chip, after all. May I present Her Royal Highness, Lian Zheng, Princess of Taipei, Elector of Vancouver. As the lord's brows knit deeply, Zheng smiled widely and looked back at them. A pleasure, Lord Robb, she purred. Robb, Jon, the maester, even Val looked like a dog had just transformed into a dragon and declared itself king. Don't be so surprised, Zheng said to Jon. The crow blinked back, and Zheng wove a dismissal. A princess? Robb asked. My family is in exile, we were expelled from our homeland, however respected we are in Canada, Zheng replied casually, and I'm the youngest child of many. It's not very likely I'll ever wear a crown. Yet blood is blood, is it not? The lords' faces relaxed. They knew what blood right meant. They accepted that idea. It was familiar to them. The grand deception was working, the half-truths easy to sell. Zheng's family had been thrown out of China during their civil war, and her father's side still had ties to the leadership of Taiwan. Why the hell she had joined the Canadian Army with that sort of background, Michael couldn't wring out of her, but it wasn't necessary for his purposes. Robb seemed to view Zheng with softer eyes. Lady Zheng, Lady Val, Lord Duquesne, I bid you welcome to Winterfell. We have bread and salt here, though I know not if you follow the tradition of guest right. Zheng smirked over at Michael, no doubt amusing herself by thinking of how she killed Craster after deceiving him. She was under strict orders to accept and eat the damn food this time. We don't, Michael answered honestly, our tradition is different, we regard diplomatic negotiations like this one to be sacrosanct without the need for such a gift, with all parties' lives and property to be respected to the highest degree possible. We will however accept your gift of bread and salt, as a sign to you that we intend to follow that tradition. Robb Stark gestured to his maester, who proceeded forward with the offering. The older man offered it first to John. The Crow looked at Robb with some hurt, which Michael didn't entirely understand. He quickly tore off a part of the loaf and dipped it in the salt, before eating as instructed. The maester repeated this with the entire column. The bread was better tasting than any Michael had eaten on this world, being made with wheat flour rather than rye. The salt even improved the flavor. When the whole delegation had taken their bread and salt, Robb Stark stood up in his saddle. You are now guests of House Stark. Follow us to your quarters. Know that any breach of the laws of the gods where behavior as a guest is concerned will bring the wrath of mine host upon your entire party. The lords gave a cheer. The free folk remained silent. Such threats were nothing to them. And even less to Michael. I'm going inside your big walls, kid, he mused to himself, you're the one who ought to be afraid of my wrath. The whites were rolled up again in their ice, leather, and furs, and packed back onto the unicorn's haunches. Robb led his lords and the delegation through the gatehouse, across the moat, through a second gatehouse and into a large courtyard. The horses were put into a stable, though Val and the other free folk were reluctant to do so. The 3 unicorns carrying Markach's representatives kept stirring up the horses, so they were brought along instead. Robb and some guards continued to lead the delegation onwards, with John and the lords disappearing into the largest keep in the middle of the complex instead. Michael was nonplussed when the building they were to stay in was not in fact built for the purpose of housing guests. It's a fucking church, sir, Zhang declared in English. I noticed, Corporal. There's a priest standing in the doorway. Zhang said something in Chinese that Michael had little doubt was anatomically impossible, while the priest in question gawked at the unicorns. He wasn't old, maybe the same age as Zhang herself. Like the priest of the 7 at the wall, he had a crystal hanging off of his neck on a chain. Unlike his counterpart however, he didn't reek of booze. This is Septon Kale, he will see to your quartering in the September, Robb said. Aside from this building, you are permitted access to the grounds, the Great Hall at mealtimes, and the God's Wood. Nowhere else. John will show you where those are, after I speak to him. Guards have been posted. The September connected to no other buildings, and the nearby guard towers and balconies had great lines of sight to every exit. Good thing we brought smoke, Michael thought. I take it putting us in a guest house or a tower would piss off too many of your lords. Robb smiled. You're lucky you aren't sleeping in the stables or kennels, Lord Duquesne. My bannermen would have happily insisted on it, if they knew I had planned this. With that, he departed, though half of his guards did not, instead remaining to guard the exit into the adjoining courtyard. Perhaps they meant it as an insult, Val added, we are lucky Varmer or the Thens are not here. Though I have no quarrel with it, false gods do not scare me. Thought as much, Michael muttered to himself, before raising his voice, okay, let's go inside and get settled first. Allow me to help, Septon Kale said cheerily, approaching and taking one of Michael's packs, it's not very often I get so many visitors. To say nothing of visitors rumored to be merciless savages. Yet here you are to treat and make terms. Val scowled from behind the priest, but said nothing. I was surprised, to be honest, Michael answered, I didn't think we'd find a priest of the 7 gods here. We were told the north was almost entirely old god worshippers. Lord Stark's lady wife follows the new gods, Kale explained, as they moved inside, and their children have been instructed in both faiths, though Lord Robb favors his fathers. There are more of us along the White Knife and especially at White Harbour, where House Manderley follows the gods of their southerly ancestors. The inside of the September was just about spacious enough for 30 people camping out, and had its own fireplaces. It smelled strongly of incense with a little wood smoke. Icons of the 7 gods hung in front of 7 carved statuettes of the same, on 7 walls. At least they're consistent with the divine numerology, Michael thought as he claimed a corner between the king of the gods and the warrior god, placing his second pack down carefully so the munitions boxes inside wouldn't bang on the hard wooden floor. Kale quickly put the other pack of Michael's he was carrying down beside it, while others filed in and claimed their own spaces. It took some time to get the space livable, secure the unicorns and whites outside, set a watch on the courtyard outside via the small windows at the tops of the 7 walls, and get a radio check-in with O'Neill outside of Winterfell. All of that went without a hitch, though the priest hovered about the whole time. Something that wasn't going to fly. Do you sleep in here, Septon? Michael asked. No, though I can if you wish, Kale replied, bouncing on his heels, I would learn of your customs, if at all possible. Such matters are of interest to me. And you could learn of the 7 too. Michael wondered where the priest's energy was coming from. We'd prefer privacy, Septon, though I'm happy to speak about our customs, he replied, seeing Val come into the building and tilt her head to point behind her, Corporal, with me. Zhang unslung her weapon and did as ordered. The door banged open, and Thing Val was warning of strode in, Lord Greyjoy with a pair of Stark guards. The black-haired teenager with a sword and a golden giant squid on his jacket half flinched when he noticed Michael so close to the door. But his gaze soon floated over to Zheng and Val, interrupting whatever train of thought the young man had. Thinking with his cock, Michael thought with amusement. Lord Greyjoy, is there something you came here for? Greyjoy woke up from fucking Zheng, just in time to avoid getting a gun stuck in his face, and cleared his throat. Lord Robb demands that you join him in his father's solar to discuss the terms of peace. Michael resisted the desire to roll his eyes at the use of demand in what was more likely a diplomatic request. Very well. We'll dress into something more suitable and follow you in 5 minutes. 20 minutes and a radio check-in with O'Neill later, Michael and Zheng were kitted out in their walking-out dress, complete with shined shoes, berets, and the addition of their slung rifles and some smaller bags. Outside, Lord Greyjoy was red in the face with impatience and began to say something arrogant until a Val glare shut him down. Jon Stark was also present, though he did not move to follow Greyjoy. Not coming with us? Michael asked. The lords don't trust the Night's Watch anymore, Jon replied. Robb says I will join the negotiations after today, but for now, only the northernmost lords will attend. I'll see your people are well treated, Lord Duquesne. Michael gave a thumbs up. Thank you, Jon. The young crow gave a little bow, and went into the September. Michael saw a great many lords standing around the entrance to the Great Hall, staring at him. We really do have a mountain to climb here. What are you doing? Greyjoy demanded from across the courtyard. Michael did not respond. He half-jogged to Zheng and the others, putting the problem out of his mind for now. Let's just get through the first meeting. The destination was the Great Keep of Winterfell, a massive round tower with sub-towers around it. It had an entrance hall at the base with arrow-slit windows, and many closed rooms accessible through winding stairways. It was also a lot more warm than Michael imagined it would be, considering it snowed at random even in winter in the part of the planet they were on. Does this place have air conditioning? Zheng asked, pulling at her collar. What? The squidling asked. She means it's warm, Michael responded. Greyjoy stopped on the stairs to explain, aiming his response at Zheng. There are hot springs underneath Winterfell. The hot water and steam runs through the center of the keep into its walls. Other buildings too. Keeps everyone warm, especially in winter. That's what I was told when I asked when I first arrived, though I have not been here during a true winter. It was 3 flights upwards until they reached the place for the negotiations. The solar was essentially a large office, circular with a fireplace at the opposite point to the door. It smelled of ink, parchment, and burning turf, not unlike the library at Castle Black. It was completed with tapestries on the wall, shelves for both books and scrolls, a sort of plank and trestle table in front of a fine large oak desk and a finer oak chair. Lord Robb was sitting in the chair, his maester attending beside him. Standing on one side of the table was a trio of other nobles. Their badges were not hard to miss, and all 3 had more than passing resemblances to relatives Michael had already met. Thank you Theon, Robb said to Greyjoy, leave us. The latter man bowed, glanced at Zheng and then left. There was a silence for a moment, as both parties sized each other up. Michael started things with a salute. Lord Umber, Lord Karstark, Lady Mormont, he rattled off, before looking to the main contender, and Lord Robb Stark. Greetings on behalf of Her Majesty's Canadian forces. And the King of Wall and Gift, Val added, politely but without salute or bow. After getting no reaction from the nobles, the maester whispered something in Robb Stark's ear. Lord Duquesne, Your Highness, Lady Umber, Robb replied, shall we begin? He gestured to the trestle table, as the maester proceeded to pick up a writing tablet with parchment nailed to it. Val took a seat at once, opposite her cousin across the center of the table. They stared at each other, as the lords took their own places. I need a minute, Lord Robb, Michael replied, reaching for his bag. He pulled out his laptop, and placed it on the table at the end. Corporal, stay standing, he said in English, be ready if something goes wrong. Mind the door and the lords. They've got swords and maces. Zheng frowned. Yes sir. She began pacing at the end of the table. Michael wasn't sure if she was trying to be menacing or if she was just uncomfortable. You have a strange tongue, my lord, the maester commented, I have never heard it before, and I am a man with much learning in the tongues of this world. Maester Iman at the wall even more so. The room seemed to watch the deployment of the computer with some interest, whispering as it powered on. I'm certain no one south of the wall has, Michael replied, and that you have no idea what this thing is. Don't bother asking questions, I won't answer and we have more pressing business. Though not so much that I shouldn't know your name, Maester. Lewin, my lord. Good to meet you, Michael said, as he started recording every sound in the room. Let's begin. At last, Lord Umber complained. We'll be direct for the sake of our collective sanity, Michael promised. Val, tell them what you want. The princess looked to Robb. The young lord returned her attention, examining more than her face for a moment before discipline reasserted itself. The Greyjoy isn't the only one to think with his cock. Maybe Mance wasn't making a mistake choosing her after all. Val spoke clearly and firmly. The free folk want peace, the gift is our kingdom, and a promise from you to fight against the White Walkers. We offer oaths to not raid your lands and to punish those that do in the way of our ancestors, sacrifice to the Weirwoods. Laughter bubbled out of the lords, and the Lady Mormont cackled. Robb Stark and Maester Luwin remained silent. They're letting the underlings vent. Do you think us drunks and cravens, cousin? Lord Umber asked Val. They'd no longer call me the Great Yon if I accepted such a proposal, they'd call me the Great Loon. And I regard the cockless, Lord Karstark added grimly, 100,000 wildlings or no. We've always been able to push the wildlings back, Lady Mormont agreed. This is a negotiation, Michael reminded them, that was what you would call an opening proposal. He looked to Lord Robb. Do you have one? Putting things how they were before isn't going to be possible. I would know yours, first, Robb replied. We've heard what Mance Rayder wants. What do you want? You are not free folk, after all. He's carefully read whatever reports the Lord Commander and Mors Umber sent. Michael saw little point in hiding his intent though. Free passage to the Isle of Faces, unmolested by any force loyal to you or your allies. If your enemies resist our movements, then we'll fight alongside you to remove them as obstacles to our progress. We would have no obligation to follow your orders. Just that? Robb said, surprised. No, Michael replied, many of the warriors with me are also descendants of the people taken by raiders and dragged north of the wall. I would demand their right to return to the homes of their mothers and grandmothers, as well as thousands more of their cousins that remained at the wall. Lord Karstark pulled on his beard. How do we know they are who they say they are? He complained, how do we know this is not a plot to put wildlings on our lands? I would imagine Lord Umber's Aunt Rowan can verify their stories, Michael replied, with a false smile to the Great Yon, but even so. They split off from Mance to swear loyalty to us, so I could bring them home. That alone makes them different to the others. They know what a return means too. They want to bend the knee as long as there is peace. Val's nose turned up slightly at that, but she did not verbalize her displeasure. Robb nodded, tapping his fingers on his father's desk. Why do you want to go to the Isle of Faces? That is our business, Zhang replied. A way station, Michael lied, from there, we can receive orders from our government. Whether that's to stay or return home, it does not matter. Our requirements have no more cost to you than provisions for the journey south, and could benefit you if we have to fight your enemies to get where we want to go. Canada's demands are the least of your worries. The lords were quiet and didn't make any sign of objecting to that. Looks like they don't really care about us, except that we've helped the wildlings. John says you claim you're from another world, Robb said. Do you offer proof of this, beyond what we can see before us now? He gestured at the laptop. A strange thing, Lord Karstark commented, it hums to itself. Though that's not proof of any sort. I've not seen or heard the like, Maester Luwin stated, and I have studied the deeper mysteries. The Citadel is unaware of this, or hides the knowledge at the highest level. Mayhaps we best see a demonstration of the weaponry my brother speaks of, Lady Maedge added, peering out from her grey hair towards Michael's rifle where it was propped up against the table's edge. Michael shook his head. Our origin is not relevant. The fact I'm sitting here at all is proof of our capabilities. I didn't come here to put on a show for you. If I spend bullets here, it'll be to kill you, not impress you. It's relevant if you're off your bloody heads, the Great Yon snorted. Or if you're sorceress fiends of some kind, Karstark added, the other's return means the return of the magics, that is told in all the old tales. Zhang let out a laugh, circling to the front of the table and leaning on her palms over it. If we're mad sorcerers, then you're really in trouble, aren't you? Ha, true. The Great Yon said. Michael scratched his chin for a moment. We're getting off track. I've stated what we want, Lady Umber has stated what her people want. Lord Robb, it is time for you to state your position. With the greatest respect, stop dancing around it. The teenage lord clasped his hands in front of him in thought, and the maester ducked his head to consult. The two spoke for some time, before Luwin finally stood up straight again and cleared his throat. The North requires all those in the gift to swear fealty and bend the knee to Lord Robb in place of his father, Eddard Stark, Warden of the North. Michael's jaw clenched. Sir Alicer's shit all over again, he thought, I have more leverage this time, but maybe that doesn't matter. Luwin's pronouncements continued. The lands of the new gift will be returned to their rightful lords, namely Lord Umber, Lord Karstark, as well as the chiefs of House Wool and House Norei. And about time too, the Great Yon smiled, nudging an equally pleased beard-tugging Lord Karstark with his shoulder. Not a chance Mance will accept that, Zhang said, rolling her eyes. Michael looked to Val, and found her still locked in a staring contest with Robb Stark. Why isn't she saying anything? Brandon's gift will return to the north also. We are willing to name Mance Rayder's heir as lord of part of it, and we are prepared to name chiefs who bend the knee as vassal lords across the entire gift. We shall require each to send their heirs to Winterfell as wards, including Mance, as well as all their daughters. Marriages will be arranged as appropriate to tie the new vassals to the realm. Val's head finally turned to the maester. She loves her sister too much to like that proposal, Michael knew. We also require a marriage pact from each of you with one of the northern lords, Luwin concluded, perhaps Lady Val to a Karstark. Yourself Lord Duquesne to Lady Mormont's eldest daughter. Michael sucked in a large breath, exasperated that the marriage demands had begun already. Before he could concoct a coherent response, Lady Mormont rose and slammed her palm of the table, shaking the whole thing. Maester, I'll not have my daughter wed to the man that shamed my brother. Lord Robb straightened up in his chair and addressed her directly. 'Twas only a suggestion, my lady, he intervened, no offence was meant. Lady Mormont sat again, nostrils still flared with anger. Well, she doesn't like us. Perhaps Lady Zheng could marry Lord Umber's son instead, Luwin offered, we can discuss the exact matches in due course, if the principle of the thing is accepted. Michael glanced at Zheng, and found her finger was on her carbine's trigger, her thumb brushing the selector switch, threatening to throw it to full auto. Her face was not twisted with anger or fear though. She's calmly contemplating a massacre. He quickly raised his palm under the table at her. Let me handle it, Corporal. The maester wasn't done. Naturally, Lord Robb would expect both the chiefs of the Free Folk and you Canadians to fight on his behalf to free his father from captivity, Luwin concluded. There are our preferred terms, Robb stated, I imagine you find them as unacceptable as we find yours. But know this, my lords will not abide large concessions without beneficial return. He looked to Val again. Lord Umber, Lord Karstark and Lady Mormont are here as they are the nobles who would have to live beside your people, Lady Val. Even if we accept you as an Umber, and we do not concede that except as a courtesy for the moment, they must accept whatever we agree on or our words will be nothing but air in the wind. So we must meet in the middle, Val said coolly, that is the way of things, where two tribes possess no clear advantage. Robb nodded once. You can put marriage out of your mind right now, Michael said, for us at least. Lady Zheng cannot marry without permission of her father, and you wouldn't get it even if you could ask. Another of our number is already married. The last is too young. Lies to protect everyone, so easy. And you? Luwin asked. Ygritte entered Michael's mind, the sensation of her running her fingers through his hair. My situation is complicated. John says you are betrothed, my lord, Robb cut in, to the chiefess of the Laughing Tree tribe. The lords and lady clenched fists and gripped the table, not liking that news. Michael wanted to deny it, but the situation was a key link to the free folk he could not just toss away. Not until they were well clear of the Starks' lands. Assuming I'm not stupid enough to take her along to Canada. Michael's silence must have been answer enough. All the more reason we should have a marriage pact between our peoples, Robb continued, you already have one with the wildlings. No, we don't. Your man who is too young, Luwin said, how many years has he seen? Jon Snow said he was older than he is. Perhaps this man can be asked his opinion on the matter. Marriage is not how we build military alliances in Canada, Michael countered, and if we are ordered to leave this continent, a marriage would not keep us here. Given the situation, our government would regard it as being made under duress and not recognize the pact as legal. Marriages are how we create alliances here, my lord, Luwin pressed on, you are not in Canada. Our ways are not yours, Zheng said, cutting to the chase, accept it and move on. Her thumb finally moved her carbine's selector switch. The maester cocked an hairy eyebrow, perhaps having worked out what that meant. Yes, there are more important differences, Michael said quickly. My people will not bend the knee, Val said, not when we have taken the wall. You did not take the wall, Robb replied, before pointing at Michael, he did. It was both of us, Michael said, and that was the unfortunate result of a single man's arrogant belief that he was better than us. One man's personal war. Sir Alistair was a dragon-loving cunt, the great Jan rumbled, and he liked killing wildlings very much. But I doubt the fault was all his. Michael felt his skin crawl. We are dangerously close to an impasse that will result in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people. It won't just be wildlings, and it may result in total loss at the hands of the undead creatures you've already seen today. Now, can you please begin to speak about how we're going to resolve the differences between your two positions? What about the difference between you and I? Robb asked, you refuse a pact. I just told you, a marriage pact wouldn't be legal, Michael replied, struggling to keep his voice down, it wouldn't bind me at all. Your demand is pointless. And on top of that, I'm the one returning the people taken by raiders to you, and their descendants, strengthening you with skilled hunters, fishers, woodworkers, tanners, furs,men, and warriors. Wildlings, Lord Karstark declared, they're wildlings. They can't be trusted. They're your families, Michael countered. The legitimate cousin of Lord Umber is beside me, in plain view, not a yard from where you're sitting. And she is far from the only one with relatives in your lands. And after all I've heard and seen since arriving on this damn world, it surprises me above everything else to hear a noble lord argue that blood ties are meaningless. Karstark bristled, puffing up with outrage. Will that stop them raiding? Will that stop them following the ways of the tribes they were raised in? Yes, Val said, turning all heads to her, if we have the gift, we do not need to raid. Though I'm sure there would be outliers, Michael added, in the name of managing expectations. Those are men and women we would kill, and then hang their guts from the branches of the sacred trees, Val said. We knew you would say such things, Lord Karstark. It is why we offered to do this from the start. It is no small thing. The chieftains committed their men to killing our own to keep a peace at great risk. But when they give their word and oath to the gods and the king who brought us south of the wall, both are kept. Though they'll lawyer the hell out of both too, Michael thought to himself, and some won't listen anyway. We're no fools, Lord Stark, Val said. I am prepared to exchange terms, if you are. A way we both get most of what we want. Lewin and Rob exchanged looks, but it was the maester that answered first. That would depend on the concessions you offer. And if you have the authority to make them, Rob said, what if your chieftains do not like what you have given up? They agreed to follow my decisions, Val said, and to what I can offer. Another sacred oath. Lady Mormont scoffed. Impossible. Every wildling thinks himself a king. Not so much anymore, Michael interrupted, the free folk have learned a lot since we met them. More than you can imagine. I'm sure you taught them well, Lord Karstark quipped. He was laying the blame for the whole situation at Michael's feet. Rob cleared his throat pointedly. Let's hear what you think we should accept. Val's hand grabbed her long braid under the table, playing with the end of it where the lords could not see. What's wrong? Michael asked. She can't possibly be that nervous. She had quipped and stood tall the whole time. You agree to our terms as I have already stated. The gift will be our kingdom, you will aid us against the others, we will not raid you. We spin in circles, Lord Karstark complained. Val kept speaking. In return, the chiefs will send their heirs as wards to Winterfell and Last Hearth, for those that are young enough. In time, marriages can be arranged, to assure peace beyond the winter to come. We offer gold and silver for your war in the far south. And warriors. There was an awkward silence for a moment. Warriors? Rob asked, you mean to join us in trying to free my father and sisters, to punish those who took them? Michael could hardly believe his ears. Though he had suggested something like this, the chieftains hadn't breathed a word of joining the Starks, or else he would have heard it through Turin before leaving Mole's Town. What? Zheng said. Michael glared at her to be quiet. We need to know her plan. The gift is enough for my people, Val explained, but many of our people would get as far away from the others as they can, as far south as they can. Some tribes will not take well to peace and will want to raid, but they know that raiding the lands of the Starks would doom them. They cannot trust that the Canadians will assist us against you if they provoke a war. So we offer warriors, spear wives, and wargs to go south, to fight your enemies and to raid upon their lands instead. Lady Mormont cackled again. There is a certain poetry in sending the wildlings to kill Lannisters, she admitted. Can you imagine Lord Tywin's reaction? The maester frowned, writing down the statement. How many swords do you pledge, Lady Val? Lewin asked. Thousands of warriors, perhaps 10,000, Val said, and hundreds of skin changers. Michael had heard enough, but he couldn't speak to stop it. She didn't come here to make peace. She came here to make an alliance so Mance's warriors would fight a different enemy, steal from different villagers, drag off different women. He wanted to say that and more, but one whiff of serious division like that, and the lords would pounce on it. We intended to ride south soon, Rob said. Your warriors will not arrive in time to aid us. Val folded her hands on the table. The city your father is held in, Mance says it has high walls and a castle as big as this one. Not quite as big, Lewin said. It matters not. Mance says you will not take the city easily, nor will your enemies allow it to happen without battle. Your war will last many months, if not a year. Our warriors will have the time to join yours. And we need not send all the warriors at once. Smaller hosts can move more swiftly. What of our lands? Lord Umber boomed, much of the new gift belongs to me, cousin. By right, now the dragons are gone and the Black Brothers have been defeated. An Umber will be king of the gift one day, Val promised, even now, that king may grow in my sister's belly. If we are kin, then my family will always rise to the defense of yours. And who's to say our families will remain separate forevermore? The same for the Karstark. The strength of both your clans will grow and prosper with ours, that I do promise. What a lovely tapestry weaved from the lips of a lovely maid, Lord Karstark said without warmth, but mayhaps you fill our ears with honey, so that your warriors can betray us on a southern battlefield, leaving the north stripped bare of men-at-arms for your multitudes to descend on. Or perhaps the treachery will arrive before that, as your host moves down to join ours. Can wildlings resist the offer of Lannister gold and promises of even more of our land? I think not. I offer a promise against that too, Val said. What promise? Robb asked. Val seemed to brace herself on the table. That you and I shall wed, Lord Stark. Son of a bitch, Michael thought, Mance, you crafty piece of work. Val had pale blue eyes on a pretty face, long hair, blonde hair, curves in the right places. Most men would have killed to be with her for a night, and Michael was sure they had. Robb Stark was a hormone-soaked teenager regardless of upbringing, and one that had spent most of the meeting watching her, even as he listened to everyone else. It didn't take a genius to see the strategy. Though Val must have also seen something in the young lord too. Michael couldn't see her agreeing to a marriage otherwise, even if Mance ordered it. She's as much a spear wife as Ygritte, all told. Robb Stark did not immediately shoot down the idea, as Michael thought he would not, instead searching Val's face for the answer. Lord Karstark rose from his seat like a shot, his face red. The heir to Winterfell to marry a wildling. He shouted, and stormed out past Zheng, who gave him a wide berth. Lord Umber and Lady Mormont rose to follow him, though they both bowed to Robb first before taking their leave. What the hell just happened? Zheng asked in English. It seems we all have some things to think about, Michael replied in the common tongue. Lord Robb, I think we should adjourn for the day. So do I, the young man said. I need to consult with my lords on everything that has transpired here. We shall return tomorrow morning. Understood, Michael said, ending the recording on the laptop and shutting it. Lady Val, can I have a word with you? The negotiation. Only half listening, Michael watched the day's negotiations as he mulled over his miscalculations, wishing he had gotten more sleep. Val had not been receptive to his objections to unleashing the worst free folk raiders on the Starks' enemies. She saw it as the only way to keep said raiders from attacking the Starks or rebelling against Mance. And that was that. The nobles arguing kept intruding on his attempts to come up with an answer to the problem. The arrangement of Lord Robb Solar had been changed, and comfortable seats arranged in a circle in the middle of the room. Two had been set aside for he and Zheng, another for Val near theirs with Lord Umber beside her, and a greater array of the lords filling out the rest with Lord Robb directly across from Val. There was no escaping the talk, and it was all about the price of alliance. The idea of unleashing wildlings on their enemies positively tickled every one of the nobles present. They had spoken about the consequences for the Lannisters for an hour at least. The sore part was over how to make sure one side didn't betray the other. Not very much headway was being made. Almost all lords loudly disagreed with the idea of Val marrying Robb, except Lord Umber, who advocated for the marriage with certain conditions. Michael could guess his game though. He wanted Umbers in control on both sides of the border, a situation his family could benefit from in numerous ways. The nobles weren't going along with that, though they did recognize Val as an Umber, addressing her as Lady. That was something Michael couldn't figure out entirely. His best guess was that because Lord Karstark wanted her to marry one of his sons instead of Robb, and with Lord Umber being the main advocate of taking Val's deal straight up, the other nobles were trying to split the neighbors. Turn Umber against Karstark over potentially owning the gift, and force a better deal for them. Val herself remained firm. She had been when Michael had confronted her the night before too, and it seems that disagreement had just been practice. The free folk needed a significant marriage that would stop any of the other noble lords from attacking the gift. That meant a marriage to a Stark, as far as Val was concerned. The cost to civilians in the south was meaningless to her. To the lords, she openly stated her disdain for such a marriage, preferring that the man she married should properly steal her in the tradition of her father's people. She was willing to make the sacrifice for the safety of her people. Naturally, she expected the Starks to do the same. That was one moment Michael did pay full attention to, if only to see the lords squirm and try to not look like hypocrites. The counter to her argument was an offer to marry Brandon Stark, the younger brother of Robb. The kid himself was present, sitting in a chair beside Lord Robb, each of them with a dire wolf curled up at their feet. Brandon Stark was disabled, unable to move his legs, and Michael did not want to ask how that had happened. Val was not tactful in her rejection of the idea, on account of age and infirmity. So around and around they argued, trying to figure out the best way to work together to pillage the hell out of the lands of their enemies. Eventually even Zheng got bored watching for some threat, got up from her chair and returned with 2 mugs of something. Beer, sir, Zheng said quietly in English, it's even fluffy on top. She offered 1 mug to him. Despite needing his wits about him, Michael couldn't help but take it. It was a pure shit of a day. The beer tasted pretty damn good too. If he wasn't on another world, he would have thought it some sort of German lager. Thank you, Corporal, Michael replied, before taking another gulp and putting the drink down. No problem, Zheng yawned, covering her mouth with the back of her hand. these guys love to argue, don't they? Thought the whole medieval nobles thing was do what I say, or else. Though maybe I've been in the army too long, thinking that way. You argue more than they do, Michael thought, before realizing that probably wasn't true. They have a hierarchy, he said, but it's a long way from a chain of command. Zhang shrugged, and took another sip before leaning on her chair's armrest, so she wouldn't distract from the main conversation. They're a long way from modern warfare too. Did you see their armor when they were riding out to meet us? Yeah, straight out of a history book like the rest of it. Zhang drank deeply. Think our bullets can go through all that metal, sir? Looks like stronger stuff than what we took from the Norreys. Michael smirked. The pig, Sayer's Ranger rifle or that big revolver he is hiding in his pack would shoot holes in through 3 knights and out the other side. He pat the side of his rifle. Ours might be an issue. Zhang pulled her own carbine onto her lap, examining it. 556 won't go through that steel. Michael shook his head. No, it would go through, it's just the C6 would get a lot more meat per bullet. Lord Duquesne, said Robb Stark in common, do you have something to add? Michael brought his hands together. No. Lord Robb narrowed his eyes. Then what were you speaking to Lady Zhang about? Michael raised his mug off the small table beside him. How this beer tastes. It's a lot like something from home. Are we boring you, Lord Duquesne? Lord Karstark asked. No, you're not boring me, Lord Karstark, Michael said, I just think you can only say the same thing so many times before you're saying nothing. Is that your objective? End these talks with no conclusion. The Lord looked around the room. Others were interested in the question's answer. No, Karstark replied. Time for another recess, Lord Robb, Michael said, getting out of his seat and taking his rifle in hand. Your lords seem to be competing over a prize. I suggest you decide who gets it. Call us back when you choose someone the prize will choose for herself. Thank you for the beer. Michael drained his mug, smacking his lips as he set it down. He looked to Zhang and Val. Let's go. Zhang got up at once. Val took a few seconds, but followed too. Together, they left the solar, Michael stretching as soon as they were out of sight of the lords. So many hours, sat on ass. What was that about? Zhang asked, as they descended the spiral stairway. I've let them speak their grievances, Michael said, now I'm letting them stew. Hopefully they'll get over whatever bullshit is preventing them from accepting the marriage offer. If not, we'll need a demonstration of what will happen if they keep being stubborn. So now you are aiding me, Val scoffed from behind, after objecting to our joining with the Starks. Don't get twisted about it, Michael said, I've decided I can't stop you, and that you have the right to make that offer. So I'm expediting my own exit out of this hellhole. If it ends the war in the south more quickly, that's at least an outcome I can live with. Assuming I ever find out about it. Michael dressed back into his No 5s, had a good lunch, gave some emergency orders to O'Neill via radio, and lay down for a nap. By the time he did, the lords had moved to the Great Hall and their shouts could be heard across the courtyard through the windows. He didn't try and work out what their mood was from the echoes. He just drifted off and waited to see what luck would grant him, prepared for most outcomes he could imagine. He wasn't prepared to be kicked awake, however politely. Wake up, Lord Duquesne. Michael blinked away the sleep, finding the only thing he could see clearly was the daylight still pouring in through the windows of the September near the roof. He rolled over to see who had kicked him, and found one of the unicorn riders standing over him. What the hell do you want? He growled at the man, sitting up from his bedroll. Is that any way to speak to a king? The man quietly chuckled, such a change from when we first met. It was your majesty then. Michael stood up, what the man had said not quite clicking at first, until he looked at the man's face properly. Long hair had been shaved and a well-trimmed beard had been grown out in the fashion of the unicorn riders, but the eyes and easy grin were the same. Mance? Michael asked. You seem surprised, Mance replied, I thought you had discovered who I was during the battle with the Norreys as we rode by your position, and just kept it to yourself. Michael blinked. You've been with us the whole time. To see the Starks' preparations for war for myself, and aid Val, should she need it. Though she has not spoken to me since arriving, likely to keep attention away from me. Fury rose in Michael's throat. If he's here, who commands at the wall? Corporal. He erupted, come here. Zhang rang across the September, carbine gripped and ready to aim. Sir? She asked on arriving behind. Corporal, put this man on his knees now. Zhang impressed Michael with her complete lack of hesitation. Mance barely had time for his eyes to widen before her foot shot out, catching him on the back of the leg and forcing him onto the stone floor. He flopped down all the way, before Zhang pulled him back up again by the shoulder, on his knees. Val and some others made to intervene, but Michael grabbed up his own rifle. No one gets closer. He declared, Corporal, cover him. Zheng's carbine came up, the barrel pointing almost down Mance's ear. The other free folk obeyed, but only Val and the other unicorn riders froze solid. They knew. The rest didn't, but they knew. Which means Markach knew. Michael returned his attention to Mance and Zheng, finding the latter glancing between him and her prisoner. Wondering what his crime was. Turn your head to her, Michael said to Mance, show her your face. The man didn't do it. Zheng jabbed him in the cheek with the barrel of her weapon. Mance finally looked, and the corporal's dark eyes grew to the size of saucers. Son of a bitch. My thoughts exactly, Corporal, Michael said, the real question is why he's revealing himself now. As I said, Mance intoned, I thought you discovered the truth at the battle with the Norais. Well, I didn't. Don't make me ask twice, Mance, you won't like my reaction. Mance scoffed, but answered nonetheless. I'll pretend I believe you'd bring the Stark's wrath down on yourself for violating guest right, then. The young lord hasn't accepted our offer, accepted Val as his bride. Who would have thought such a thing possible? I came to offer my assistance, talk to the lords as simply another chieftain. I have a talent for convincing men to act in their best interest instead of on their instinct. Michael lowered himself to a squat and looked the man in the eye. Mance turned his head away, preferring to stare at Zheng's carbine an inch from his nose. Time to work that talent now, Michael said, my instinct is telling me this is all a ruse. That while you are here, pretending to help, things are going to hell at the wall. Without me there to threaten them and you there to convince them, the chieftains may decide our deal on who gets to go through the wall isn't worth shit. And that will force me to fight on your side of the war that results, because as far as I could tell, you tried your best. Mance met his gaze again. My queen is more than capable of keeping my word. Tormund and Styr know I went south too, and are assisting her. Between the three of them, there is no collection of chieftains that could possibly make a challenge, not when they control the gates at Castle Black and the Night Fort. And East Watch is in the hands of coast and river tribes who are not fond of the rest of us. They'll let no one but their own through. Then there are the Crows, who don't want our menfolk to come through either. Our agreement stands. Does it? Michael asked, standing up again. He pointed at Val, and then at the ground beside him. The princess came over, hand on her dagger. Take your hand off that weapon. Val curled her lip, but held up the hand in question. What are you doing with Mance? Not even an apology for the deception. I'm not sure yet, Michael said, but a thought did occur to me. You decided to trade the services of your raiders to the Starks for recognition. I could trade you for free passage south, and leave behind your plans to rape and murder. You would not do that, Val said, I have seen you with the Laughing Tree. I have seen you with Ygritte. You would not betray and abandon them. I also can't be involved with rape and murder. Val sighed deeply, eyes narrowed. What do you think the Stark men will do? Michael scratched his chin. What do you mean? Do to you? Not only to me. Do you think the Stark warriors will leave women alone, not steal what they can, or kill who they want? Do men not do these things on your world? They're punished for those crimes. Sometimes, Zheng said flatly, only sometimes, sir. Michael gave a nod, conceding that was true. Far more often than here, I suspect. Zheng couldn't deny that herself. Would the Starks do that? Aren't they going to defend their allies? It won't matter, overmuch, Mance said, and if the Starks drive their enemies from their allies' lands, they'll move into the enemy's lands afterwards. Then the chances of mercy and restraint prevailing are 0, Michael interrupted, seeing the issue, damn it, you have a point. Lower your weapon, Corporal. Help the man onto his feet again. Zheng grimaced, but offered Mance a hand. The rest of the room began to go about their own business again. The king got up, giving Michael the stink eye the whole time. Don't give me that look, Michael growled, you put yourself on that floor when you lied to me, because I required the truth. Mance bent down and rubbed the leg Zheng had kicked. I would have given that to you. Michael crossed his arms. You didn't trust me enough to tell me you were coming along. You got Val, Markach, and presumably all of the unicorn riders to lie to me. Why should I trust you in return? Wallbreaker. Sounded a voice from across the September. Michael turned and found a warrior on watch waving his hands, the one sitting on a ledge under the window facing the great hall. They're coming, he declared. Michael craned his neck, listening out for the shouting of the nobles he had heard before. It was not gone, but it was a lot quieter. How many? He asked the man on watch. 8 or 9. The young Stark and the one with the Kraken. And warriors. Michael turned back to the others. Maybe we're not at an impasse at all, he said to Mance, I take it you'll want to listen in. Then put your damn helmet on and join us. It wasn't a minute before Robb Stark and Theon Greyjoy walked into the room on their own. Lady Val, Lord Duquesne, Robb Stark called out from the door, "Please join us." Michael did not go to the door straight away. He put on his armor and combat webbing, as the two lords watched him do it, picked up his rifle again and waved for another 6 warriors to follow. Zhang and Val joined him, while Mance was among the warriors. "You did not need to arm yourself, Lord Duquesne," Robb said, as he led the way out of the September. Michael held a palm out to the Stark men-at-arms hanging around, gawking at the corralled unicorns nearby. "Looks like I did." Greyjoy smirked. "As if it would matter." "Come with us," Robb said. "To where?" "The Godswood." "Well, that's not suspicious at all." "Lead the way." Michael had his group trail behind the Stark one, and sent Zhang a little ahead between the two parties to keep an eye and intercept any ambushes. But the longer they walked, the more amused the Greyjoy kid seemed to be, looking back at them and joking with Stark. "Not a trick then." They were brought through the small enclosed wood in the middle of the complex to a weirwood, looking over a gently steaming pool with a sad-looking face. The Stark guards stood off at a respectful distance, so Michael had the warriors he brought do the same. Except for Mance, of course. The two parties squared off in front of the frowning tree. "I have decided upon an offer," Robb Stark declared, "a final offer." "Is that why we're out here?" Zhang asked, kicking a stone into the pool with a splash. Robb raised his head towards the branches of the weirwood tree, the red leaves shaking in the wind. "Should our proposal be accepted, I wanted to be able to take our oaths." Michael shifted his weight, an idea growing in his head about why Lord Robb would want oaths taken immediately. He's going to present his lords with a fait accompli. Is he going to marry her right now? Val took a step closer to Robb. Michael did nothing to stop her. This was between her people and the Starks now. "I am willing to take the oaths," she said, "if our demands are met." Lord Robb smiled warmly. "I've just spent a lot of time arguing over who gets to marry you, Lady Val. Though all complain that you are a wildling and without merit, many a lord believes only their son is worthy of your hand." Val exhaled with exasperation, her breath visible in the cold of the creeping evening. "Truthfully, I am no Southron lady. I do this to save my people. That hope is worth more than my discomfort. Most have no desire to face your host in battle. But the beliefs of your lords about who I should marry are meaningless. If their sons were men, they would steal me. I would welcome them with gladness, and a gelding knife." "Some men wouldn't fear that threat," Greyjoy said haughtily, "the risk is worth the prize." "The same men who would lament as they bled out between their legs on the snow," Val replied coolly. That threat didn't seem to deter the squidling at all, though his eyes wandered to Zhang as much as the blonde princess. "Man has a death wish. If it were my duty, I would gladly steal you, Lady Val," Robb said, "or try to. I have no doubt you would give me a contest worthy of song." Val put one hand on her dagger and another on her hip. "Then send your guards away and I will send away my companions. Steal me if you can, Lord Stark." Greyjoy nudged him with a smile, encouraging him to do just that. Michael almost wanted to throw in his support too. Robb shook his head, gazing at Val with a certain sadness. "I won't deny I would like that, my lady. But duty compels me to do otherwise, and being gelded would be an inconvenience to say the least." Greyjoy and Zhang snorted out a chuckle in unison. "It is not you I shall marry," Robb continued, "regardless of whether or not you accept what I have come to propose. I shall marry Lady Alice Karstark of Karhold." Val let go of her dagger and crossed her arms. "This was not what I expected, Lord Robb." "Can't say I expected it either," Michael added. "Were your lords about to rebel unless you threw them a bone or something? My vassals wanted assurances that no matter how this meeting goes, I would protect the north. To grant what I am about to offer, I had to promise myself and my brother Rickon to marry a Karstark and a Mormont. I also had to promise Lord Umber that no harm would come to you should you refuse." Val looked back at Michael for a moment. "You may want to think first about harm coming to you, should I refuse," she said. "If I am not to marry you, then who?" "My brother John." "Won't work," Michael thought immediately. John didn't have the political power needed to counterbalance the lords of the north. He waited for Val to dismiss the idea, but she remained silent. What is she waiting for? Mance moved to join the circle, having been listening from a respectful distance before. "This is not a suitable arrangement," he said. "Jon Snow is lord of no land, chief of no warband. Your vassals will not hesitate to attack us." Val looked back at Mance with annoyance. She wanted to handle it herself. Then why didn't she? "And he is a crow, a brother of the Night's Watch," she added. "What of his vow?" Greyjoy's hand wandered to his sword hilt, as he noticed Mance for the first time. "Who are you?" Mance gave a mock bow to the squidling. "I am Abel, chieftain of the Windsingers." "More like the smoke blowers," Michael joked to himself, "expert at blowing it up your ass." "What Abel says is true," Val said. "John cannot stop your lords from attacking us." Robb raised his chin. "John is my brother. I will make him a lord, and allow him to establish a cadet house. This is not without precedent. And it's what my father should have made him from the beginning. And the crows? Mans asked. The lords care little for what happens to the Night's Watch now, they have failed their purpose twofold. They failed to find that the others had returned, and they failed to stop you coming south. On the contrary, this plan has the full support of the northernmost houses even at the expense of the Watch. Lord Umber, Lord Karstark and even Lady Mormont have not only agreed to it, they will swear oaths themselves to defend it. With some conditions. Why would they do such a thing? Abel asked. They hate wildlings more than most lords, I hear. Are a few marriages all it takes to cow them? No, Robb said, Lord Umber will lead the vanguard when we march south. Lord Karstark will lead the right wing, or he will command the host that is sent against Mance if you refuse the offer of marriage. Lady Mormont will lead my personal guard. My first daughter by Ali's will marry the Smallgen's heir. Lord Karstark's first granddaughter by his own heir will marry my own firstborn son. And certain arrangements have been made if the wildlings begin to fight each other. Arrangements that will allow your lords to steal our lands, Mance said. I expected as much. Robb said nothing, not denying or confirming the point. There are a lot of chances for your plan to break down, Michael noted aloud. It's possible you won't have a daughter or Lord Karstark won't have a granddaughter. I am taking a risk, Robb agreed, but in those cases, we can compromise. There will be children available, I am certain of it. It does not change the fact that John isn't really a lord, Michael said. Even if the lords agree, why should the free folk trust their word simply because you do? We're agreeing to all their other demands, Lord Robb said. They will be an independent kingdom. They're keeping the land they stole, for now. They'll be allowed to raid in a way that does not break the peace. We will stand beside them if the others do threaten the wall. With so many warriors gone south, the Lord's stewards will not dare provoke a response. Why John? Mance asked. Why your bastard brother instead of you? Could you not have offered all these marriage pacts to the lords in return for marrying Val yourself? Robb shook his head. The lords would not have a wildling as Lady of Winterfell. They did not say so openly, but they kept raising concerns. Fears about wildlings being to come and go from Winterfell to visit, or free passage down the King's Road you might abuse to raid. They would not stop. Plus they heard you a rumor you called Jon a Stark, Greyjoy added, and they know that wildlings do not restrain themselves from having bastards. So many thought if you both cared not about bastardy, then you could have the bastard of Winterfell for your marriage pact. There's what my annoyance with Alicerthorne has bought me, Michael frowned. The lords who wanted no match at all weighed heavy in the decision, Robb added. Better a match to a cadet house spawned from a bastard, than war with both the Lannisters and the wildlings. Many feared what would happen if Lord Tywin decided to aid Mance with arms, food and or even sell sword cavalry shipped from Casterly Rock. We have no fleet with which to stop him doing so. Assistance by sea, Michael thought, is that possible? He hadn't considered outside help when he had calculated what sort of war the free folk might fight against the Starks. It would certainly change the equation massively, particularly if weapons and armor could be sent at enough scale. All the more reason for you to tell your lords to get on board with the original offer. They would not have it, Lord Duquesne, Robb said, if I may borrow Princess Lien's words, accept it and move on. Cheeky. There is another concern that I'm sure could present itself, Mance said. How do we know Jon Snow will be granted land that is worth anything? The king and queen would not like much to hear Val had been married off for a small farm that garners her no respect. She may have to live in your lands forevermore, after all. Robb nodded. My father talked on occasion of making Jon a lord in the gift, to repopulate the land in support of the Night's Watch. I would do the same. Such a fief would be a useful buffer between our peoples. That is not possible now, Val said. The tribes have already divided up much of the land. The chieftains would not allow me to take more through a Neeler marriage, when Mance has already laid claim to some of the best of it. You'd have to clear the spear wives off of it by force, Michael thought aloud. Good luck doing that without bloodshed. The young lord tilted his head in thought for a moment, his mop of straight red hair falling across his eyes until he pushed it back again. Most of the land I could offer borders lords who are deeply suspicious of the wildlings, Robb said. The only other option is Moat Cailin. It is far in the south, perhaps too far from your kin. Val shook her head. We have heard of the moat. An ancient first-man fortress stands there, Mance added approvingly, and the bulwark that kept the Andals out of the north, in the time before our peoples were estranged. It is far, but it is storied too. And that is something our people can appreciate. Would the lords accept Jon as lord of the moat? Greyjoy asked, with a wildling bride. I cannot see why they would not, Robb said. Moat Cailin is too far from the gift to be of any assistance in an invasion from there. And no Sauron force could pass unnoticed by Lord Reed and his lord's vassal in the neck. Betraying us to the south would be useless. And I don't believe Jon would ever betray me. The squidling frowned. They'll complain they didn't get to talk about who gets it instead. Robb grimaced. The moat's lands are the possession of House Stark, so there is no insult in granting them to a cadet branch. Though some marriages may need to be arranged between John's children and the other houses nearby. The Manderleys for certain. You may think too much of your lords, Mance said, our chieftains always find a way to complain. Even when they have no real reason to do so. From the sounds coming out of your great hall before, I say your lords are the same. Robb smiled. That may be so, but I will not allow them to dictate what House Stark does with lands it has held for thousands of years, since we defeated the Marsh Kings. The only person who might undo what I have done is my father, once we rescue him from King's Landing. Would he do that? Michael asked, don't know about here, but if a leader went back on a treaty like that where I'm from, his reputation would be badly damaged unless there was very good reason for it. My father is an honorable man, Robb said, and my word would mean much to him. I cannot guarantee he will keep it, but once he hears of these whites. They do sharpen the mind as to what is important, don't they? Mance said. Aye. Mance nodded. Val, you should take what is offered. And you do not dislike the boy. Val clicked her tongue, and looked to Michael. Would you agree to this? Michael thought about stepping back, saying it wasn't his business. But that would have been a cop-out. It seems a fair exchange, though it'll have shaky legs. There will be raiding on both sides by people who are trying to ruin it. But yes, I'd take the deal. Can't say it sounds bad, as long as you like John enough, Zhang added, before making a sharp thumbs-up gesture repeatedly, otherwise, my advice would be to tell them to. They get the picture, Corporal, Michael interrupted. Zhang balanced her rifle on her hip and laughed to herself. You enjoy being vulgar to these people far too much, Corporal. Val turned back to Robb. Tell John I will go into the Wolf's Wood tomorrow with 5 companions. He must come try to steal me. He may bring companions of his own. If he fails, then we have no marriage. If does not, we shall return and say our vows beneath this tree. Are you going to make it easy for him? Greyjoy asked, seems unwise to leave it to John's prowess. We always give the last say to the gods in such matters, Val said, if John cannot steal me, he is unworthy of me, because they have made him so. And John's prowess isn't inconsiderable, Robb said with raised eyebrows at Greyjoy, but he is also the last person we need to convince. John doesn't know you're offering all this. Michael asked. Lord Robb shook his head. No, he left the Great Hall to see Rickon before it was suggested. But John is my brother, and a good man. He deserves it all. Your hand, Lady Val. The lordship I shall grant him. And our father's name, in good time. I shall make him see that. Remembering how difficult John Stark had been about his crow vows when trying to get him to cooperate at Castle Black, Michael frowned to himself. It may not be that easy. Let's hope so. The crown less. Robb watched John from behind their father's desk, sitting in their father's chair, Maester Luwin hovering behind as if he was their father, awaiting the answer. Yet for some reason, in the light of the candles and hearth fire, Robb looked more like his mother and uncle in that moment than John could ever recall. His hair seemed more red, his eyes more blue, his frame bulkier than what his memories held as the truth. It was impossible to understand why. Was it because Robb was making a demand that would change John's life? Was this resentment? Robb sat back in the chair, pressing into the furs, a laugh on his lips. Look how we've struck him dumb. He said to the maester, who shared in his smile. It would appear he is considering it, my lord, Luwin said, give him a moment. A lordship, a house to call his own and the most beautiful maid north or south of the wall yet seen, Robb said to the maester, it is no choice at all to my mind. John bristled, now understanding what irritated him about Robb's demand. I swore an oath to the Night's Watch. I can take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. What you ask me to do is abandon all honor and go back on my word to my brothers. Robb's face fell. What I ask you to is assist me in saving our father and our land. While abandoning my vow, John said, abandoning my brothers at the wall. The North must have peace with the king on the wall, Luwin said, you cannot fight the largest host ever assembled by the Wildlings and the Lannisters at the same time. It cannot be done. Lord Tywin is a cruel but cunning man. If we do not make peace soon, his envoys will reach Mance Rayder with promises of support. Even if his ships never sail to deliver it, the Wildlings will be emboldened. You would then certainly face a war with them. Robb would need to choose between saving your father and sisters, abandoning much of the North to Wildling raiding parties, or attempting to split his hosts and risk total defeat. Robb sat, his hands clasped together, staring at a candle on the table in thought. He cannot argue against Luwin's logic here. But this isn't about logic. I swore an oath to the Watch, John repeated, does that mean nothing? Still Robb said nothing. The Canadians have destroyed the Watch, Luwin said, the Lords of the North no longer recognize it. Your brothers failed in what every noble in Westeros saw as their duty, to keep the Wildlings out. According to Maester Aemon, the wildlings have never mustered a host the size that man's has, John countered, and never did they have the help of men from another world, with weapons that can breach the wall itself. The lords regard those as failures of the watch too. If it had done its duty and watched the lands beyond the wall properly, the others would have been discovered far sooner and man's raider would never have gathered so many. If the watch had not acted with complete recklessness under the command of Alistair Thorne, the Canadians would never have assisted the wildlings. You know this, John, Rob added, finally speaking, you were there in the Great Hall. You heard Lord Umber, Lord Karstark, Sir Whaley. And saw how others looked upon your presence, though they said nothing for fear of offending me. John shook his head. The opinion of the lords is irrelevant. My brothers remain at their post. We are still the watchers on the wall. George Mormont is still Lord Commander. Lewin frowned. Your brothers are now at the command of the Canadians, and at the mercy of the wildlings. What does that matter to my oath? John said, the others have returned. And the best defense against them is this agreement, Lewin said, we can't burn 100,000 wildlings, John. Which means that even if you find a way to defeat them, every one of them shall be a white if and when the others do find a way past the wall. The wildlings will not accept a lesser match to a vassal, and they do not believe the lords would hold to a betrothal. Rickon is too young. Arya and Sansa's hands cannot be pledged. And Bran, they will not have him. John felt a pang of sadness for his little brother, who once dreamed of knighthood and gallantry in the name of the realm. He'd make a fine husband for Val, in a few years. Then convince them of another match. Neither we nor the wildlings truly have the advantage. They'll bend. I cannot be part of this. The wildlings fear a lesser marriage will allow other lords to attack them, Lewin said, only a stark match will do. The sadness grew, clutching John's throat and chest, threatening to unman him. He gathered himself to state the obvious. I am not a Stark. Rob stood up from father's chair, the legs scraping the floor with the force of it, and came around the table. John. You do not deserve to languish at the wall. You would do more for those still there by agreeing to this. You can organize supplies and money to be sent, show all of Westeros the threat we face. And you deserve your own land, a wife worthy of you, even father's name, though that is the one thing I cannot grant you yet. Rob laid his hands on John's shoulders. You are my brother. You say you are not a Stark. I say you should be an R. John could say nothing. His jaw refused to move, his mind refused to compose words. He did not know what to feel about it. Take some time, Rob said, releasing his shoulders, a few days, if needs must. The host is still gathering. John wandered Winterfell for quite some time after leaving the Solar, visiting all the places he liked to be before he had rode north to the wall. His old room, still as it was. The stables, where he would learn to ride and take care of his horse. The smithy, where he saw his first sword being made. The practice yard, where he sparred with Robb and Theon. His thoughts were nowhere near the question that had been put to him. They were all on his past, all the good moments in familiar places, and the shadow that hung over him. His nameless mother's shadow. At some point, Ghost and Summer had joined him, the two dire wolves padding behind as guards and free folk stepped aside to avoid them, the unicorns in their paddock groaning in objection to the beasts being so close. John found himself outside the September, but quickly turned on his heels. The Canadians and the free folk had their own idea of what he should do. They weren't the place to go for honest advice, despite their good humor towards him and his rescue at the hands of their warriors from the last of Sir Alistair's friends. Instead, he drifted towards the God's Wood, and before he knew it, he was standing before the weirwood. Its face hadn't changed at all since he was a child. Summer lay down on his haunches, watching him. Ghost circled the tree, red eyes searching the trees for something. Feeling all strength leave his legs, John sat down on a large root and faced the pools, watching the water steam off their surface. The white dire wolf soon completed its circuit of the weirwood and joined him, sitting beside him. John put a hand on his friend's head and stroked the fur. What should I do, Ghost? There was no answer, but a glance and a lolling tongue. He sat there for a long while, the sun slipping below the walls, darkness covering the God's Wood, though the sky was still bright and the warmth from the springs kept things comfortable. Summer soon jumped to his paws, ears and hackles up. Mind if I join you? Came a voice from behind. John turned on the route to find Lieutenant Duquesne behind him, fully armed and armored. How did he get away from the guards dressed like that? Come to convince me to accept the deal. The man smiled and moved closer, causing Summer to growl. Hey, if I was in your place, I'd accept it in a heartbeat, the Canadian said in a japing tone. I have seen Val, after all. I'm surprised you have been able to say no at all. Summer's growls grew louder. Duquesne's gaze swung to the dire wolf, and his hand went to the grip of his weapon. Is that wolf going to attack me? He asked. John scowled at him, before calling to Summer. Down, Summer. Down. After a confused look, Bran's dire wolf finally quieted, and lay all the way down. Duquesne's hand moved away from his weapon, and he joined John on the tree root. I can see why this place was chosen for a castle, he remarked. It's not a great position, but it has hot springs. Definitely useful in a place where winters can last years. John made a noncommittal noise, caring not for this meaningless talk. Why are you here if not to berate me? I can't break my oath. Why not? Duquesne asked, picking up a stone and throwing it into the pool. Ghost stopped enjoying being pet and turned his head towards the interloper. Duquesne held up his hands to the wolf, as if to apologize for disturbing. John blinked. What a question. Because what sort of a man would I be if I broke my word? Abandoning men I pledged to stand beside, no matter the challenge by enemies. Duquesne nodded. I can probably answer that, he said, but what is your answer? What sort of man do you think you would be? John's lips curled back. A man who could turn on everything he stands for. A man no one can trust. A usurper, an asshole, a dog fucker, a piece of shit, Duquesne said half-heartedly, counting off the insults on his hand, a bastard. He looked at John without turning his head. John grit his teeth. Yes. Duquesne sighed. Even in my mother tongue, a bastard means a bad person who harms others. In fact, most people don't use it in the context of someone whose parents weren't married. I suppose it's an attempt to call a person's mother a whore or father a deadbeat, indirectly. My father is not a deadbeat, and my mother. John stopped. He truthfully didn't know what his mother was or was not. And the reminder was like a dagger through the heart. Ghost quickly nuzzled him, trying to cheer him up. Duquesne scratched his chin for a moment. I've been bending the meaning of my oath since arriving here. I've put my people into engagements that may or may not have been necessary, got involved with 2 or 3 wars that aren't really our business, forcing factions to make peace. Ever wonder what I am doing with Ygritte? John gripped Ghost's fur, and looked away. What else could you be doing? No. Duquesne blew out a laugh through his lips. Is that how it looks? I'm surprised the sergeant hasn't reprimanded me for that. But the situation isn't much different. By our laws, I'm not supposed to be doing anything with Ygritte. And I haven't, really. But keeping her happy was and is necessary for our survival and our Jomilak, sir. So she stays with me. So you broke your oath? No, I didn't interpret it so strictly that it stopped necessary actions. My point is if we do get in contact with Ardrian, or even get home, I might face trial for what I've done here. All I can do is honor the spirit of our laws as best I can in a difficult situation, and hope I can explain myself when the time comes. So far I think I've struck a balance, though I think I'll be reprimanded in some way. That's worth the cost of getting home, or at least knowing home knows where we are. Bending your word isn't breaking it, John reasoned. What Rob asks me to do, what you and Val ask me to do, it would be no bend in the rules like making me a wandering crow to follow you around. Duquesne rubbed his face, clearly frustrated. What is the oath? Exact words, if possible. John could remember the words with ease. Night gathers, and now my watch begins. It shall not end until my death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. I shall wear no crowns and win no glory. I shall live and die at my post. I am the sword in the darkness. I am the watcher on the walls. I am the fire that burns against the cold, the light that brings the dawn, the horn that wakes the sleepers, the shield that guards the realms of men. I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch, for this night and all the nights to come. Duquesne considered the words, picking up another stone to throw before realizing he'd upset Ghost again and putting it down gently. He sighed. It doesn't seem to cover your situation. John blew out a breath in anger. Of course it does. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. I shall live and die at my post. It is as clear as mountain spring water. Duquesne smirked. Yeah, those parts seem to be against you, but you can't pick the parts to follow, is that what you're saying? In that case, your purpose is to be the shield that guards the realms of men, the horn that wakes the sleepers. You're supposed to fight the White Walkers and make sure everyone knows they're a threat again. That's what I shall do. As a wandering brother of the Night's Watch, or by service at the wall. The Canadian shifted his weight. You don't see the issue with your approach. His way of speaking is strange. No, I do not. You think you should be up at the wall, freezing your ass off, because that fits the exact form of words in your oath. But what parts of the oath are most important? Not taking a wife or being the shield that guards the realms of men. Not holding land, or waking the world to the threat. If taking a wife helps unite the realms of men, that increases their chances of survival against what's coming. And if refusing causes a war that will practically guarantee the other's little resistance, then are you not abandoning your post? Gods, he is right. Suddenly doubting his resolve, John flexed the fingers of his sword hand, wondering if he really was making the right decision. But it's not my decision to make. You may speak the truth about it. But what I think matters little. If the Lord Commander or my brothers think me a deserter, they would never forgive me. I could be killed out of hand if captured, by any lord of West Eros, and the law would be on their side. Duquesne scoffed. They're not going to kill the brother of Lord Robb Stark over something like that, not when you're more valuable as a hostage. As for the rest. What do you want to do? Be popular with the Night's Watch or save the world? Maybe your father and sisters too. Which is the more correct path to serving your oath? John felt the pressure in his chest release slowly. He thought of his father in a black cell under the Red Keep. Of terrible things happening to his sisters. Of those things ending, of the dire wolf banner flying over King's Landing. And then, the memory of the little moments with Val came to mind, her scent, how she held herself, when she actually smiled. I'm letting myself be convinced, he thought, biting down the hope. Why? Is this why you came, Lord Duquesne? John asked, to tempt me with promises that I can have everything I want without sacrifice. No, you can't, Duquesne answered, there's still a damn bloody war or two to be fought. That's a sacrifice. Even if you live, not everyone you know will be at the end. You won't come back as yourself. Tempting you isn't why I came. I had another motive, but decided I'd spar with you for a moment and find out how you were thinking about the treaty on the table. I think I've managed to convince you of the merits, but... What is your other motive? To threaten you. John glared at the Canadian. To threaten me? You would breach guest right. Duquesne laughed. Of course not. But you should know what happens if there is no treaty. In order to get Mance to try for peace instead of just beginning a war immediately, among other things, I had to promise him something. A promise to the king beyond the wall? What did you swear to do? That if we failed to make a peace here, that I would fight on the side of the free folk against your brother and your father's vassals. Openly. John felt a cold sweat drop down his back. The Canadians had tried to maintain a remove from the wildlings as long as he had known they existed. They always insisted they were separate. They did not fight against the Norreis directly, and did not leave the watch to the mercy of Mance. But their weapons and machines were terrifying, and the ideas they gave the wildlings even more dangerous. Open warfare against them would be unlike any war the North had ever fought. Duquesne held up a hand, seeing the disturbance John was under. I did tell Mance that I wouldn't side with him if his demands were unreasonable. The wildlings are afraid to death of being slaughtered or pushed back north of the wall again, and prefer to die standing while killing your bannermen. He shrugged. They can be stubborn as hell sometimes, like any people, so I was expecting something out of possibility for agreement. But a demand for a marriage with you rather than some lower lord who wouldn't be able to stop another one from screwing with the gift, that's not unreasonable. Hell, a marriage with Robb wasn't a hugely unreasonable demand. The Canadian got up from the root and brushed himself off. I needed to warn you that refusing everything that's being offered to you will look very unreasonable to Val and to Mance, he said, and I can't blame them. So I want you to know that if an agreement can't be reached, whether it's this one or another, I've already determined that I can beat the lords of the North. I could break organized resistance quickly, even with the limited resources at my disposal. John rose, and found he was already gripping Longclaw, ready to draw it out into the evening air. The dire wolves had risen too, coming to either side of him. You would murder my father's lords, and my brother, because you feel I am being unreasonable. Not paying any heed to the threat of Valyrian steel or dire wolf fangs, Duquesne crossed his arms. No, I wouldn't murder them because you're being unreasonable. I'd go to war with them. If we could not come to a fair treaty with a chance of lasting peace and allowing us move unmolested to the Isle of Faces. Your decision is merely the last in a long line of decisions that everyone else has had to make a choice about. Duquesne folded his hands on the end of the weapon hanging from the front of his armor. This is not about taking lives, this is about saving them. Your father and sisters, we 4 Canadians, the thousands of people descended from your own stolen women, the hundreds of thousands of wildlings and Northmen, and perhaps the millions of people across the continent and world later. The Canadian poked a finger into John's chest. And that is worth you getting married to a beautiful woman and becoming a noble. Isn't it? They're all hanging in the balance now, waiting for your word. Duquesne held his arms to either side. What's it going to be, John Stark? Robb and Theon laughed and chattered about destroying the lions as they walked John into the wolf's wood. Even the dire wolves seemed pleased with themselves, their tails wagging this way and that. Greywind and Summer playfully nipped at each other as they moved side by side. Shaggy Dog was around too, on the fringes of the group, though Rickon had not come. And Ghost led the way, sniffing this way and that. The retinue was also larger than promised, the lords wouldn't countenance Robb being so unguarded with wildlings around. John couldn't help but be reminded of when father took him to the execution of a Night's Watch deserter. Though what his brother intended was perhaps the opposite of what had happened to that man, John still felt it was the same in another respect, desertion. It must have told on his face. Look at him, Theon said to Robb, you'd swear the man was going to be imprisoned for the rest of his life. Rob frowned. I have heard you compare marriage to being locked in a dungeon before, Theon. Your marriages, not ours. Ironborn are free to take salt wives. And he went to the wall, that was the true imprisonment. John gripped Longclaw's hilt, and turned on his heel to his brother in the ward. You're not on the Iron Islands, Theon. You're as imprisoned as the rest of us. Theon's face flushed with anger, and he puffed up his chest. I've had more women than you'd ever hope to, Snow, he said, and I'm not done yet. John scoffed. You buy your women with my father's gold, he wanted to say. Theon would not relent. Decided on your lordly name yet? Or shall you be Lord Snow? I'm sure Sir Alistair would have loved that question, John thought, but not the answer. Stark? How Stark of the Moat? It was Theon's turn to scoff. If the lords call you that, I'll eat my boot. Best get the cooking pot out, Rob remarked wryly, you'll need to boil that leather before you have it for supper. Theon cocked an eyebrow. You're letting him take your house's name. Yes. It would not be the first time my family has created a cadet house. My betrothed is a Karstark after all, and her house started as the Starks of Karhold. That might be the only reason the lords accepted the double betrothal, in fact. Will your father approve of that? My father is not here. Besides, John is my brother. Rob slapped Theon on the back. As are you, Squid. Though to become a Stark, you'd have to give up your many salt wives. He laughed and walked on, leaving John and Theon behind, both of them not able to say anything about the idea. After a little more travel weaving between the trees and crushing scrubs underfoot, they came near a wild weirwood, the start point for the hunt to come. All the dire wolves suddenly stood to alert, forming a half-circle in front of the retinue. Rob and Theon drew their swords, perhaps expecting the worst. A man in a hooded doublet in crimson under the green-grey armor, green-mottled trousers and black boots rounded the weirwood, holding one of the Canadian weapons and carrying another on his back, a hatchet-axe hanging from a belt by his hip. That's far enough. He called. Sayre, John thought, what's he doing here? Ghost went forward alone, ears folded back. The Canadian met the wolf and scratched him along the neck, though the man's attention never left the retinue. The other dire wolves sniffed the air, but didn't move. Neither Rob nor Theon moved, and the guards seemed to be getting more nervous. John decided this was foolish. If we're making peace with my marriage to Val, we must act like it. He moved forwards. Sayre smiled from under his red hood. Hey John, he said, congratulations. You're lucky. Val is so pretty, it hurts. John found that funny. Sayre was never without a companion or two trailing him. Don't you have free folk women following you around all the time? Some of them are just as pretty. Don't know about that. I can hear you. Said another voice, in the old tongue. A young spearwife in furs came out from behind the weirwood, green eyes filled with indignation. John recognized her as one of the wargs in Duquesne's company, and the girl most likely to be spotted nearby Sayre at any time in camp. The Canadian rubbed the back of his neck under his hood. Iola, you're supposed to stay hidden, he replied, also in the old tongue. She hit him on the shoulder, gaining a surprised yelp. Do you know what they're saying? Theon asked Rob loudly. He had always skipped Lewin's lessons on the old tongue, because the nobles didn't speak it on the Iron Islands. Only the thralls they capture north of the wall. Yes, Rob and John answered as one. Theon gestured with his hand as if to say well, expecting a translation. One didn't come. The whole exchange made John feel better. It also seemed to soothe whatever fears Rob and Theon had. They ordered the retinue to stand easy, and the dire wolves approached. Wow, Sayre said, watching the wolves more than the men, there really are more of them. He began to scratch Summer and Greywind with one hand each, letting his rifle hang from straps. One for each of my father's children, Rob said, you're one of Duquesne's company. Louis Sayre, the Canadian said, offering his hand, actually, Louis Sayre, Elector of Yellowknife, private of the Canadian Rangers. You must be Rob Stark of Winterfell. Rob took the hand and found his own being shaken vigorously. You're not one of the Royal Guard? Princess Patricia's, was it? Sayre smiled shyly. Ah, no. The Rangers are a different thing. The lieutenant and the others are part of a frontline combat unit. We do the scouting and reconnaissance in the remote and rough places, and the Patricias do the harder fighting. Sorta. It's hard to explain without a map or something. Why are you here? Rob asked. We expected to meet Princess Val and her companions. Or at least track them from here, John added. I'm supposed to steal her, am I not? Change of plans, Sayre shrugged. Only John is supposed to go up the hill. And Ghost, I guess. He gestured north. They all looked that way, and saw some smoke rising out of the tops of the trees. Let's go, Theon said with enthusiasm, moving to be first to the fight he imagined would happen. Just John, Sayer insisted. Who's going to stop us? Thean asked. You. Sayer's brow raised. Zhang is up there too. I wouldn't go up there, Kneelers, Iola added in old tongue. John smirked at the squid, but he found Thean strangely torn. He looks like he wants to go up even more, he thought, but knows it's unwise. I'll go with Ghost. All will be well. Rob examined Sayer for a moment. We shall camp here, then, Rob said. Try not to get gelded, Thean yawned, his previous ardor forgotten. That would be a bad start, Rob agreed. Father is still in King's Landing. So are Sansa and Arya. We'll go get them back together. He embraced John briefly. Sayer gave a little wave as Ghost again led the way, up the hill. John was soon out of sight of his brother, as his wolf led him through and around bushes and trees. The smell of pine rose from the floor of the forest, and each step gave way a little under the layer of pine needles. Like a bed, John's mind noted, before he realized why he was contemplating that and shook the notion out of his head. It wasn't long before he found Zheng. She was leaning against a soldier pine at the edge of a clearing, her weapon in her hands. Ghost padded up to greet her, tail wagging again. She forced herself to a fully standing position before the wolf's nose began poking at her, begging for attention she would not give. My apologies again, Lady Zheng, John said, he seems to like you. The woman frowned, but accepted the answer. Val is near. She's armed with a spear and dagger. She's alone. Try not to get hurt, or hurt her with your magic sword. Or your other magic sword. John felt his cheeks glow, and Zheng's expression softened at once. She winked at him, making it all worse. Why are you telling me this? I guess I want you to win. She's sort of a bitch. Good luck. She sauntered by and began walking down the way he had come up. John pressed on in the direction of the smoke for only another minute or two, when Val stepped out from behind a tree. She was not wearing the finery she wore in Winterfell for impressing the lords, but the thicker greys and browns furs of her battle dress, draped in black watch chain mail, complete with hood. She held a spear as tall as she was behind her back with a single hand, its steel head one of those stolen from the armory at Castle Black. She's prepared for battle, he thought, and so am I. They stared at each other for what seemed like a lifetime. She was waiting for something. And he could not figure out what. It seemed impolite to simply attack her, the match was arranged after all. Eventually, John could take it no more. What now? He called, I don't know the rules. Val moved her arms, bringing her spear into both hands, leveling it threateningly towards him. Though she was far from close enough to stick him with it, a quick run would change that. John released Long Claw from its scabbard. The blade glittered in the sunlight coming through the branches above their heads. He held it a low defensive guard, ready to deflect the spear, thinking he knew what was going on. A few meetings of our weapons, and we'll have fulfilled the requirement of us. The wildling smiled, then bolted up the hill at a full sprint, her long blonde braid bouncing along her back with every stride. Where is she going? Gods, John cried, taking to his own feet. His own armor was considerably more heavy than hers, but he kept up all the same. That wasn't good enough. I have to steal her, he realized, this is no game. And he had one asset that other men who tried to steal her could only dream of. Ghost. John called, go. The dire wolf sprang forth, soon outpacing him in a flash of white fur. The wolf circled around Val, not chasing her. Soon, she found herself confronted with the sight of Ghost appearing through two bushes directly in front, unable to run any further. His tongue lolled as he panted, which betrayed the wolf felt no anger or danger, but when she tried to move to one side or the other, he shifted to intercept. John didn't understand how Ghost had been able to understand his intent, but it didn't matter. Val was trapped in a clearing, the trees in a circle looking like an audience of tall warriors hemming her in as much as Ghost was. Disregarding the wolf, she turned and aimed the tip of her spear at John instead. Yield, my lady, he said, mirroring her gesture with Long Claw. We do not yield to Starks, Val said calmly, we fight, one of us is victorious. That is how it has ever been between us. Until now, John asked, and we have won every time you have invaded. I agreed to marry you. Yet I hear you almost did not, Val said, you cared more for your crow oath than for my people, your family, or me. So you shall not have me easily, John Stark. I have caught you. But you do not have me yet. And have not had me. Realizing both what she meant and that she would not yield no matter what he said, John felt his blood rush and decided to do it the hard way. Moving left and right, he tested her, finding no openings. Her spear had considerably more reach than Long Claw. I'll have to feint, draw her in, he said to himself, if I can only just. His thought went incomplete. Without any sort of tell as warning, Val swung forwards on the ball of her foot and thrust the spear low, with the ease that only practice could bring. John's heart jumped with surprise, but his body acted on its own. Parrying such blows had been a part of his bouts with Sir Roderick every day since he could hold a sword. He pivoted, taking a step forward and swinging long claw down onto the spear's shaft just below the head. To his surprise, the Valyrian steel bit through the wood, shearing the metal blade of the spear clean off, throwing him off balance for his next step towards her. Val exploited it, stepping forward and thrusting again with the wooden point created by Jon's own strike, high this time towards his face. He parried again, more desperately this time, curling long claw upwards and completing his move closer to her. The spear shaft spun out of Val's hands, but she seemed to anticipate it, reaching for her dagger. Mistake. Jon turned the blade and made a thrust of his own from the shoulder, another sequence that came as easy as breathing. As her dagger began to leave the loop it hung from at her waist, long claw pierced the furs and the rings of the black chainmail covering Val's breast. She froze. Jon wondered if he had killed her, cursing his training. But he had not. He had just stopped himself short of running her through with it. She winced, clearly hurt, but did not fall or back away. His relief only briefly restrained him. Yield, Jon said. Val winced again and clicked her tongue, before she held up her dagger and threw it down. You move better than most crows. You're not the first I have faced. Most crows didn't grow up in Winterfell. And my sword helped. Val shifted towards him, almost pressing the blade deeper into herself. Jon quickly moved back in step with her, and when that did not work, he withdrew long claw. The point of the sword was red with blood. It trickled down until it slid along the 3 fullers in the steel. She moved closer still. Here I am, she said, you have done it. Do you understand? Jon gulped down a lump in his throat. Yes. He had no idea if he spoke true. Val frowned, doubting his word. Her fingers began to undo the laces of her chainmail shirt and furs, as her pale blue eyes looked into his. Jon's mind wanted to tell her to wait, that they hadn't said their own vows yet, but his body refused to do anything but stand there and watch. Her clothing and armor soon parted from neck to navel, revealing her slender form, the full curve of her bosoms and the shallow wound he had made between them. The sight seemed to make every fiber of his being hum, like he could fight 1,000 men and win. Val took both of his hands in hers. I am your wife. Jon squeezed her fingers. Now I understand. You are my wife. She drew close, and he started to do what ancient instinct instructed. Bran. Another morning, another lesson and test on the houses of Westeros in the library tower. Bran had been left behind again. Yesterday, Jon had got married in front of the weirwood, wearing fine black velvet and carrying a Valyrian steel sword. Bran had watched him take off the cloak of blue and white from the shoulders of the very pretty Val, looking like every tale of a true knight that Bran had ever imagined. The cloak was replaced with one in black, with a picture of Ghost running on it, a handsome sigil. Bran thought it was all ridiculous, until he noticed that Jon looked at Val a little like how father looked at mother at certain times. When he gave her a gift she liked, or when he or Arya did something they both approved of. He did not know why, but Jon must have loved her. How scary, that a girl can make you change so suddenly. Sent to bed early from the celebratory feast, which was quieter than others Bran had been at before, he fell asleep pondering it. The next morning he was told that Jon, Val, the wildlings and the strange Canadians would be leaving for Moat Cailin ahead of the host, while one of the wildling chiefs would go back to the gift to tell the tale of the peace treaty. Bran was heartbroken. He hadn't even got to speak to Jon much since he had come home. Nor had he an opportunity to truly see the wonders the wildlings and Canadians brought. He had sat in on the negotiations with Lord Duquesne and Lady Val, but they seemed quite mean in the way lords always did at negotiations. Yet they had unicorns, horseless carriages, weapons that could make a hole in the wall. He brimmed with questions about it all. His sorrow over father, Sansa, and Arya stopped burning so hard. On top of all that, his normal days since he had fallen began again, and he was once again confined. It felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, listening to things he had heard at least 3 times before about houses in the Riverlands. He wanted to change into a wolf and flee into the wolf's wood. Summer was also impatient, pacing around the library shelves, sniffing and yawning. Shaggy Dog was worse, he had taken to chewing on a wooden rail on the upper level, determined to eat through it. Maester Luwin had frowned, and asked Rickon to call the wolf down. Rickon had done as he was told, though he didn't look up from the parchment with northern sigils on it. Shaggy Dog had peered at them all, and then went back to sharpening his fangs. Bran thought the wolf was convinced Rickon didn't really mean what he said. He watched the slow destruction of the rails idly out of boredom. Someone will need to fix that, or someone will fall like I did. The maester tapped loudly with his stick at a point on the map of central Westeros. The sound jarred Bran back to attention. House? Maester Luwin asked, patiently. Bran blinked and looked where the stick was pointing, a place just west of the God's Eye. Easy. House Blaine Tree. Sigil. Green and brown maple leaves, on a yellow field. Are they secretly Canadian? Weirwoods have the same shape leaves as maple trees. I doubt it, Bran. House Blaintree was established during the conquest, when the Ironborn were forced out of the Riverlands. Whether the Canadians are from another world or from a land on this one far from here, this is undoubtedly the first time any of their people have come to Westeros. I would have heard of such a thing otherwise. Bran curled a lip, not sure of that. The lords accept they're from another world, or from very far away. Though that's strange. How do you make magic to speak foreign tongues if you don't know them in the first place? The maester smiled and nodded. It's wise to question the assumptions of men, especially when they're convinced of something they have no proof of. Aren't there things proof? And that strange glowing window? Maester Luwin shook his head. Such things are proof they are from a powerful, wealthy realm. One with greater knowledge than ours, perhaps. But not otherworldly. None of what I have read about magic seems to apply to them, save for their ability to speak languages. And they say that is not of their doing. Bran nodded. He trusted the maester to know that much, though he was not pleased when the stick again tapped the map. House Blaintree, their words. Reborn in spring, Bran droned. Rickon yawned beside him, drawing a scowl and a reminder to cover his mouth from the maester. The lesson on manners was interrupted by a bang, the door slamming open. That caused Summer to run over and Shaggy Dog to stand up, just in time. A large man in a tunic, breeches, armor, and a helmet all in a dark green with brown and red splotches all over them. His tools and weapons all hung from the armor and helmet on cloth straps of a similar color. He looked around the room, while taking off his helmet to reveal dark blonde hair. His gaze swept over the table and the map on top of it, before settling on Summer. The man's expression softened, and broke into a smile. Bran pushed with his arms on the table to sit up straighter. A Canadian, at last. The maester stood and cleared his throat. Can I help you, my lord? The Canadian didn't answer, instead moving into the room slowly and moving towards Summer. He soon offered a closed fist to the wolf, who sniffed it carefully. When it wasn't torn from his wrist, the man smirked and scratched Summer behind the ears, the wolf sitting to enjoy it. Sorry, he said to Maester Luwin at last, didn't catch that. Can I help you? The maester repeated, Lord. The man's brow gathered and he made a smacking noise with his mouth, disapproving of something. Padraig Jack O'Neill, Sergeant of the 3rd Battalion of Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry. Maester Luwin tapped his fingers on the table. Are you not an elector of some place or another? He said flatly, like the others. Bran blinked. The maester only used such a tone of voice when he was doubtful of some excuse being made, by Bran, Rickon or Arya. O'Neill stopped petting Summer and stood at the end of the table opposite Bran. I'm an elector of 2 places, he responded, does that matter? Luwin made a polite smile. We know so little about you and your people, he said, sounding like he did when speaking to a lord that annoyed him. I am sure the Citadel would approve of a full report on your house, its sigil and words, your dynastic lines and history. His smirk dying, Lord O'Neill sat down in the nearest chair in front of him. I'm sure the Citadel would, whoever they are, he said, but most of that would be meaningless to them, and I don't have my family tree to hand. What a shame. Bran frowned. That didn't sound right, like the Canadians' parents didn't care about it. You weren't made to learn your family tree. O'Neill looked at Bran properly for the first time, before his eyes widened. You're Brandon Stark, right? And this must be Rickon. Rickon nodded so quickly, Bran thought his brother's eyes might fall out. His little brother was in awe of the man. They are indeed Lord Bran and Lord Rickon, Luwin said. Do you have an answer for the little lord's question? O'Neill leaned forward and inspected the map, tracing the King's Road with his finger. We don't need to learn our family trees. They're public knowledge. Our libraries all have copies, and we have proof of identity that cannot be forged. Impossible, Luwin scoffed. Paper and ink can be made to say anything with a skilled hand. It is why forgery is such a grave crime in these lands. If it's that easy, why did you bother asking for mine? O'Neill said, making an open gesture with his hands, and I didn't say the proof was a piece of paper. We have ways. What ways are those? Luwin asked. Lord O'Neill's eyes narrowed, and he responded in his own language. Ask me bollocks, you nosy AUL. Bran didn't understand the words exactly, but knew they were not friendly. Getting along, Sergeant, said a voice. 2 men entered the library, both dressed similarly to O'Neill. One was Duquesne, the Canadian leader. Another was smaller, only a few years older than Rob or John. Both were carrying black bags of a strange, even-sided shape. The strange windows, Bran thought, what do they want here? Lord O'Neill shot to his feet, and made a hand gesture to the side of his head in the direction of Duquesne. Both of the other Canadians returned the salute. Shooting the figurative stuff, sir, that's all. Lord Duquesne glared up at Lord O'Neill, both towering over the table. The 3rd Canadian hovered nearby, looking up at Shaggy Dog and mouthing words at him. Lord Duquesne, welcome, Lewin said, and who this is? He gestured to the third man. Louis Sayre, replied the younger man, with a small wave to Bran and Rickon. Bran knew that name, he had heard Lord Karstark whispering to Lord Umber about it in one of the meetings. He tried to jump out of his seat, but his body didn't respond even if his mind was excited. The other Bane. He killed White Walkers. Lord Sayre rubbed the back of his neck, face going red. Meanwhile, Lord O'Neill rumbled out a single chuckle, until Lord Duquesne glared at him again. What were you discussing before I came in just now? Their leader asked. Lewin sat down again, sweeping the table in front of him with his grey sleeves. Lord O'Neill's house, he said, sigil, words, dynastic tree, those sorts of things. The Citadel records all such details, even for foreigners that do business in Westeros. Lords rely on maesters to have information on all noble houses. There was an awkward silence for a moment, as the Canadians exchanged glances. Bran couldn't understand why. Surely it was easy to answer. Lord O'Neill crossed his arms. What is this, the Spanish Inquisition? Duquesne rounded the larger man, and began to explain. Maester, our realm attracts people from all over the world, from the highest and lowest classes. Not even our queen is a native by blood. In fact, the only person here that can claim to be truly from the first people who lived in Canada is Sayre over there. He thumbed over his shoulder at the other Bane. Lord Sayre gave a strange hand signal, sticking his thumb up from a clenched fist. Bran thought it looked funny, and made the gesture back to Sayre. The youngest Canadian laughed quietly to himself and said something in the Canadian tongue. Maester Lewin nodded once. Can Lord Sayre tell us of his house? Sayre opened his mouth to speak, but Duquesne cut him off. Maester Lewin, as much as I would enjoy a deep examination of this subject, we are leaving tomorrow for Moat Cailin. We're in a hurry. Not all the lords are happy, Bran thought aloud, to the Maester's disapproval, you don't want to cause a fight. Duquesne looked down at Bran, with a glint of approval in his eye. Better that we give them some time to cool off, he said, before addressing the Maester again, we are going to use some of our tools to copy books that will be of use to us. Lord Robb has given us permission. Your assistance would be greatly appreciated. Maester Lewin remained quiet and defiant, ignoring that all three Canadians were staring at him. Bran was surprised at the Maester's bravery. These were men that had killed White Walkers, brought Whites to Winterfell, taken Castle Black, all the very weapons that hung from their bodies now. He began to worry that they might start arguing. Summer began growling at Duquesne. Lewin looked up and finally spoke again. You ask for information yet refuse to give it. Curious. Duquesne spread his hands. We asked for information and got permission, he said, you simply began interrogating my subordinates. If it is matters that concern you, I apologize for being forward, Lewin continued, nonetheless, your refusal to answer my inquiries is suspicious, my lord. Do you have something to hide? As I said, we are leaving tomorrow. Time is a factor. You can speak and copy simultaneously. We do so in the Citadel even as novices, and our tools appear more burdensome than yours. Duquesne scowled. Maester, how can we ask you for books and discuss their contents while also discussing our houses with you? I am sure it can be accommodated. Lord Duquesne took in a breath sharply. Bran could tell he was losing his patience. I'm not. We've got 12 hours work ahead of us and at best 6 to accomplish it. Summer's growls finally erupted into a loud bark, just as Bran felt the argument was about to come to a head. All the Canadians and Lewin looked at the dire wolf, and the sounds of Shaggy Dog knocking over chairs on the floor above as he moved to join his brother wolf echoed down the tower. Bran looked to Rickon and saw tears in his eyes. Lord Duquesne saw the wolves, and how upset Rickon was, and hung his head for a moment. Sorry, boys, he said, raising his head and looking to Bran and Rickon, it was rude of me to have this disagreement in front of you. I'm sure this is a scary time for you without me making it worse. Rickon nodded fiercely. I want mother and father back. I want Sansa and Arya. Shaggy Dog quieted, followed quickly by Summer. They both lay down, but remained on watch. Bran was glad. I want them back too, he said, are you going to help Robb get our family back? Rickon stood up and nodded rapidly again, wanting the answer too. The Canadian leader scratched his chin, then shook his head. Not all the way to where your family are being kept. Our laws are strict, and it's not really our fight. But the Lannisters are in our way, and I'm told they're too stubborn to just let us through. Which is why we need to know as much as we can. Maester Lewin would not give up. The Citadel would be pleased just with a summary from each of you. Then I would be glad to assist you. Wonder who's more stubborn, Lord O'Neill said quietly, the Lannisters or this Bicavilla? I assure you, the answer is that I am, Lewin said, in this realm, to claim noble blood is no small thing. If. Duquesne held up a hand. Okay, Maester. All right. Your colleague at Castle Black was equally interested, so I believe you. And I get the feeling that denying this information to you would delay us more than just giving you your summary. Bran yawned. An inquiry about heraldry was not the question he would have asked the Canadians. Let's talk over at the other table, Duquesne said. I'm sure the wolves can watch the children for a few minutes. I'm sure the wolves could put up a better fight too, Maester Lewin said, as he took up his writing quill and an inkpot, then pulled a large roll of parchment from his large grey sleeves. Lord Duquesne followed him to the other table, leaving Bran and Rickon behind. Lord Sayer quickly joined Lord O'Neill at the table, both hanging up their helmets by the straps on the backs of their chairs. They rolled up the map and took the 2 boxes for the magic windows out. They began speaking in their own tongue, tapping their fingers and thumbs on smaller boxes in their hands. Bran watched carefully, and to his disappointment, they paid no attention to him and the magic windows were not facing him. He almost wanted to call for Hodder from the outer balcony, to move him. But he thought it was no good. He didn't know how Hodder would react to the Canadians, or how the Canadians would react to Hodder moving him. Sad, he decided to try what his father would have expected and returned to his own study on the houses of West Eros. He moved on to the Iron Islands section of the book, a place he did not usually pay much attention to. He started with House Greyjoy, simply because they were first, before moving on to House Harlaw, the house of Theon's mother, and so forth. After some time, the words and drawings seemed to flow together, and Bran just stared at the open pages. When he finally was able to look up, the world seemed to blur and went still. The candles lighting the space blazed brighter and taller, throwing orange light through the air like strings. A 3-eyed crow landed on the head of an empty chair and cawed quietly, the only thing that he could focus on. At first, Bran did not recognize it, but memories of what had happened just before he woke in his bed flooded in. He remembered flying, then the cold from the window and the warmth of summer staring down at him. Listen, the crow whispered. Listen to what? Bran asked. Listen to the last men, the crow urged, the men who fell up through the spiral to the laughing tree, back the way the children once made and perished down. The bird's head turned to the Canadians. Suddenly, they began moving again. Their fingers made strange tapping sounds, as they touched at the bottom part of their strange boxes rapidly. A white-blue glow lit up their faces from the parts that stood upright. I forgot to ask, said Lord Sayer, still watching his window, how did dismissing the laughing tree guys go? The LT got them the right to live in their ancestral homes, right? Bran didn't know how, but he knew that Lord Sayer was speaking in the Canadian tongue, yet he understood most of the words. He almost gasped when he realized that he had understood before, when Lord O'Neill had insulted Maester Lewin. The older Canadian stopped touching the box and blew out a breath. He did, and they didn't fecking use it. Every man and woman said they would come south with us. I expected Ygritte to want to come along, maybe RYK too, but the whole lot of them said they weren't going to kneel. They told the lieutenant to send a message to those back in Molestown to hold off on taking the deal too. Even Markach and his unicorn riders agreed. Sayer looked up from his window. I'm glad. They've been good to us. O'Neill shook his head. They'll slow us down, Sayer. Slow us down to the point we'll have to fight a half-dozen battles like the one they fought against the Norais. We aren't going to be able to just drive on past the armies fighting, we'll have to move at the same pace as the Stark host. And if we do find a way home, there's no guarantee any of them will be able to come with us. They'll be stuck without friends here. Not sure they'll be safe afterwards if we do bring them. Lord Sayer shifted in his seat. What do you think we should do? He asked. Leave them behind. It might have been for the best, Lord O'Neill replied, but when I suggested it to the lieutenant, he shot it down. Said the idea of joining the Starks against the Lannisters with experienced and well-drilled troops was a good threat to hold over the latter's head, when we asked for safe passage. Do you think we'll get safe passage? Lord O'Neill grimaced. Not a fucking chance. At the end of the day, we delivered the Starks reinforcements and we have no other leverage over them until we demonstrate our weapons. Sayer smirked. The LT doesn't want to leave Ygritte behind. That's the real reason. O'Neill rolled his eyes. He's young, but he's not as young as you, Private. He doesn't want to leave any of them behind. Sayer looked at him, saying nothing for a long moment, before resuming the tapping with his fingers. The man's face was sour, like Rickon when he didn't get a lemon cake from Sansa. What is it? Lord O'Neill asked. Lord Sayer hesitated. It doesn't matter. I'll decide that, Private. Tell me. Sayer moved his window machine out of the way and leaned forward on his elbows to whisper. The free folk believe we won't go home. Or the laughing tree does, anyway. Lord O'Neill leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms. The chances of us finding someone who can help us at the Isle of Faces is high. The LT spoke to some lords about it. The Isle has never been conquered, and it's a big chunk of land. There has to be a reason no noble has taken it for themselves. Considering the lords in the south worship different gods, I doubt they left it alone due to religious faith. Sayer held up a hand. No, no, that's not what I mean. They think we'll go to the Isle, open up a portal or something to Canada. Some believe they'll be able to come home with us. Others that our entire army will come to Westeros, to save them from the long night and kick some Kneeler ass too. O'Neill laughed. They may be right. Lord Sayer cocked his head. Are they? Sure, if we can go home, I'm not sure there's a reason why they couldn't come with us. And I'm sure our government wouldn't tolerate such conditions on our doorstep. Though the free folk best pray the door isn't that easy to open from both sides, or else it's a gateway to nearly free real estate. It's a good thing we disappeared in the middle of the ENNWT, else we'd probably see half of our world try to seize this one for themselves. Sayer's brow creased with anger. Would they do that? Take over another world? Could they? Most of the world would happily conquer this place, O'Neill shrugged. They'd cheer if their own countries were the core of empire. Count on that. Ironically, you and I were born in two cultures that generally has learned the real lesson about that, but we're very much the minority where human beings are concerned. And maybe our people would change their minds if given the chance. The two Canadians froze in place again, and their outlines fogged like before. Bran felt panic seize his heart. They're going to attack us. The crow cocked its head. They could, the crow replied, yet they cannot. And these ones would not, though I cannot be sure. Irritated by that answer, Bran wanted to shoo the bird away. Does that mean yes or no? Then what are they talking about? He asked. They are powerful, the crow said, they can help. But like all magical assistants, their help will come with a cost. How do you know? Bran asked, have you seen their world? Not for thousands of years, the crow squawked, not since the children attempted to flee from it. This matters not. I saw them fight the enemy. I saw them breach the wall. I saw them take Castle Black. I have listened to them when I could, to learn. I have failed. Why? Bran asked, why let me listen to them? Because I cannot ask them questions, the crow cawed, but you can. Which questions? Bran asked. The ones you want to ask, the crow whispered, before cawing loudly, ask what your heart yearns to know of them. I shall hear you both. A nudge to his side impacted his ribs firmly but without pain. Bran shot up in his seat, his forehead sore from where he had been resting it on his arms. He looked this way and that, finding the world had returned to normal. The three-eyed crow was nowhere to be seen. Summer stood beside him, clearly the source of the nudge. Across the room, Maester Luwin was putting a tome on top of a pile of them, as Lord Duquesne supervised. The other Canadians stared. You okay over there? Lord O'Neill asked, I mean, are you hurt? The Canadian was no longer speaking his own language, but common. No, Bran said, I was dreaming. Sayer snorted. Yeah, that book doesn't look very interesting, he said, it's one we already have though, the one about noble houses. O'Neill nodded sagely and raised his eyes upwards. Jesus, that one. Even with the magic, it's a slog. Bran bit his lip, wondering if he should do what he had been told. But the answers promised to be too good and time too short to hesitate much more. He watched Sayer, wondering how to start. The younger Canadian noticed at once. What is it? How did you fight the White Walkers? How did you breach the wall? Della. A wind from the east rolled over the fresh snow and through the trees to cut deep. The looming wall somehow turned the gust in on itself, stronger and colder than any wind of the south ought to be. Little flurries of snow were picked off the ground and swirled, a beautiful sight but one that somehow made it colder. Steadying her horse for a moment, Della bundled Mance's cloak closer to herself, fingers gripping both the black wool and the red silk inside. It still smelled like him, and she never let it out of her sight. She knew it was a weakness, something that other chieftains might scoff at. But she missed him. Even Mance's letter from Winterfell, written by the Stark's maester and signed by Val, hadn't stopped her wearing the cloak every day. It was more a crown than the ring of antlers he had fashioned for his actual symbol of kingship, she knew. Some of the chieftains resented her for wearing it in Mance's place, a fact she knew would amuse him. Over the top of the next hill, the camp of the Kneelers was encircled by large stakes, and the Kneelers themselves were milling about. The tents that had been put up were now fully exposed to the wind, having been safe behind the lee of the hill the night before, when the wind had blown in from the east. The crows had the good sense to have wind guards made of canvas. The wool clansmen of the southwest mountains did not, and likely had spent the darkness of the early morning huddled around the campfires, tired and getting snowed on. All to our advantage, Dalla thought, and we outnumber them. At her back, the warriors of the Then and the White Masks were gathering in front of the night fort, while the giants on their mammoths revealed themselves from the nearby forest. The Kneelers had few horsemen, they had been lured in and now could be destroyed, if her words did not reach them. She almost missed the soft padding on the wet snow behind her, until her horse turned its head and snorted. Steer's scarred, earless head bobbed into view alongside his new steel spear tip. The man soon came alongside the horse, and gripped the animal by the bit. "You should not be here alone," Steer said in the old tongue. Dalla leaned over in the saddle to look him in the eye. "Someone has to talk to them," she replied, "other than the old Lord Crow." "Where is he?" Steer glanced back over his shoulder, before spitting to the side. "Taking his time," he said, "but you do not understand me. You do not speak for the then. Man's can, but he has bested us in battle. You have not." Far from taking offense, Dalla knew that the Magner's support relied on Mance being the better man. She straightened up in the saddle again. "I know I am not Mance. You are free to stay and talk. These kneelers should know who they propose to face in battle. Any of the chieftains can come too, should they wish." Steer smiled widely, revealing yellowed teeth. "Do you intend to tell them this?" Dalla smiled back. "No. They're the fools if they do not realize it. Though mayhaps you are a fool for thinking you can speak to Andals who only speak the Andal tongue." The Magner rumbled out laughter, causing the horse to shake its head in surprise. "You are a wise woman, for your age. Queen-like. I know not what a queen is supposed to be like." "Then watch." Steer laughed again, before looking behind him once more as the sound of hooves approached. The half-hand and the Lord Crow were riding up with a bannerman, whites tied up in furs across the rumps of their mounts, the all-black banner streaming above their heads in front of them. "Why bother with a banner if there is nothing on it?" Dalla wondered. "Your Grace," Mormont said as he stopped his horse, before coughing into his glove. "Dalla," the half-hand added, with a bow of the head, "Magner." "Lord Crow and the half-hand are late," Steer intoned in the old tongue. Mormont grunted with annoyance, before responding in broken old tongue of his own. Lord Crow would not be tardy if the Magner of the Thens had killed Rattleshirt and the Weeper years ago. He touched where the arrow had entered with 2 fingers over the top of his armor and clothes, wincing at the pressure. Dalla and Steer shared an amused smirk, before the Magner replied. "Though he speaks true, Lord Crow is healing well if he can joke while doing so." "Long may he live," Dalla agreed. "What do you think of our chances here, Mormont?" Lord Crow nudged his horse forwards a few steps. He examined the forming Shadow Tower wool host as it gathered in front of their hill camp, searching for something. If the old kneeler found it, Dalla could not tell. "You have the advantage, Your Grace," Mormont said at last, in the common tongue this time, though victory is far from a certainty. "My fellow rangers at the Shadow Tower have seen and fought giants before," Half-Hand added in old tongue, "and if they're smart, they'll wheel against the less experienced white masks to get them running. Then turn against your thens while you're busy with the wools, Magner." "I know not these wools," Steer said, "but they shall soon know the new spears of the then." Not about to be ignored, Dalla cleared her throat. "That is not what I intend, Magner," she said sternly, "nor is it what I asked, Mormont. Will your brothers listen to us? Will the wools heed the words of the Stark?" Mormont frowned. "Sir Dennis is a stubborn man. He thinks much of his noble upbringing in the south. He is a good leader, but he is cautious. He spent many years beyond the wall ranging," the half-hand objected, "that makes many men cautious. It's the wools you have to convince, if they will not accept the word of Robb Stark." Dalla spotted a group of mounted kneelers exit the hill camp at last, led by an old, bald crow and another man carrying the same black banner that flew above her own head. Just behind was the fattest man she had ever laid her eyes on, carrying a shield colored blue with brown buckets icons stitched to it. "The South truly is rich," she thought. "We shall see soon enough." The riders dispersed briefly to organize their hosts, the fat man shouting at the wools while the bald crow merely pointed to his lesser brothers. Slowly but surely, the kneelers began to come together for battle, shield next to shield. Not about to be caught unready, Dalla nodded at Steer as soon as she saw the kneeler warriors begin to draw up in a proper line. The Magner took a horn from beneath his white fur cloak to his lips. A loud drone erupted from it, a signal to the warriors of the free folk to prepare to fight too. The thens quickly formed a tidy shield wall from the night fort itself. The white masks came together beside them, and the giants to their left. The blue and white banner with the badge of Jorumun's horn in gold was raised above the white masks. The sight stirred Dalla, her heart clenching with some emotion she could not identify. The banner of the free folk had been raised once more to battle south of the wall. Though this time, it was her decision whether battle would happen. Though not hers alone. The kneeler chiefs quickly regrouped, and came riding to meet her own knot of leaders. The bald crow arrived first, the fat wool chief struggled to keep up, allowing the watchman to make the first greeting. "Lord Commander," the crow said, with a glance to Dalla and Steer, "greetings from the Shadow Tower and House Wool." The wool chief finally caught up, and inclined his head respectfully in greeting to Mormont, completely disregarding the presence of anyone else. Dalla frowned, annoyed she had been ignored. Mormont had said the Shadow Tower's chief was a courteous fellow, raised in the ways of nobility in the far south. She quickly guarded against any further expression on her face, and gestured discreetly to Steer to remain calm as well. "A good idea, for she found him gripping his spear tightly enough to whiten his knuckles. Lord Crow better do what he said he would now, or there'll most definitely be a battle. Sir Dennis, Lord Wool, Mormont began, returning the greeting and bow of the head before gesturing to Della. This is her grace, Della, Queen of the Free Folk. Queen of the Wildlings, you mean, the fat Wool puffed, his breath smoking in the cold air, for the moment. Kneelers, Della thought to herself, quick to give insult over titles. Quick to take offense. She knew some statements could not be ignored though. Queen upon the wall and of the gift, Dalla replied curtly, my grandfather is Mors Umber, Lord of Last Hearth. Though the only thing that matters is that our host is both larger and swifter than yours, so mind your tongue Lord Wool, or I'll make you a feast for the cave dwellers. They'd love to gobble up such a rich man. Lord Wool's turned a deep red, the idea of throwing him to the cannibals robbing him of his words. Steer snorted and spat, looking the fat man over. He asked what had been said, and Dalla told him. The Magner snorted again. As if the cavemen deserve such a feast. Sir Dennis Mollister was not suffering from the same affliction as the Wool. Not the first time I've heard that threat from a wildling, little girl, it does not amuse me, he said, before turning to Mormont, is it true that she's from Umber stock? Aye, said Mormont, her mother has the look of her own mother, as does the sister in softer form. They all have the Umber look across here. He held up 2 fingers together and waved across his eyes. The Mollister scowled, but seemed to accept Mormont's word. You would know, the Bald Crow said, though that does not aid us in untangling this predicament. Lord Wool has grievances. Word has come to us that a wildling warband broke the Norei host on the King's Road at the last inn, and was last seen riding like the 7 hells towards Winterfell. How can a man of the north sit beside a wildling queen in such a time? The fat Wool proclaimed, I have sent my sons to Winterfell to fight the Lannisters and free Lord Stark. But how can Lord Robb lead them to do so? With wildlings in among our homes. Mormont looked to Della. He was giving her the chance to deliver the news. She smiled at him in thanks, before declaring, there is no conflict. The Noreis were coming to invade the gift, which is now our land. The warband that defeated them was on a peace mission, they simply helped the nearby King's Blood clan defend their families. The fat Wool scoffed and said something in a tone that made it clear the words were an insult. Dalla clicked her tongue, to get the man's attention again. The peace mission was fruitful. 2 days ago, a raven arrived from Winterfell. Lord Robb Stark has recognized my husband, Mance Rayder, as King of Wall and Gift. In return, the free folk will send men to march with the lords of your realm to free Lord Stark from the far south. We'll also provide hostages and gold. The pact was sealed with a marriage between my sister and Lord Robb's brother, John. Impossible, the Wool responded. We have proof, Dalla said firmly, by sacred oath, you and I are now allies, Lord Wool, and it is our right to choose who commands the defense of the wall. If your bannermen attack us, you will be breaking your oath to Winterfell. The fat Wool expanded every further, before finally exploding. What lies? I cannot believe. Lord Wool, Mormont interrupted, I have known you a long time. Would you call me a liar? Would you know me to forge documents or messages to get my way or save my life? The fat Wool chewed on air for a moment, before shaking his head slowly. No, Lord Commander. Mormont rode forward until he was beside the Wool, and pulled out a series of large raven scrolls. We received these from Winterfell. As you can see, the seals are genuine. Queen Dalla speaks true, Lord Robb has seen far more sense in peace than war with the wildlings, in light of the joint threat of the others and the Lannisters. Lord Wool snatched the messages from Mormont's palm, furiously reading them. Dalla was impressed the man could read it all. The mountain clans of the south did not have the reputation for that ability, not any more than her own people did. And she could tell that every word he read brought him closer to acceptance of how things were. That just left the Bald Crow to deal with. Sir Dennis, our agreement with the Starks leaves the men of the Shadow Tower without any friends. So it seems, the Bald Crow replied, though that will not sway me. And the word of your Lord Commander? Your own ranger? Will you be swayed by that? The Bald Crow pulled his beard and looked to Mormont. My Lord Commander is a prisoner, in truth. I am loath to believe he would be your mouthpiece simply to save his life, but it is a risk I cannot ignore. Corin, would you have us lay down our arms? The half-hand shook his head. Not them down, no. Take them up to fight the real enemy, which certainly isn't Dalla and her people. Not anymore. He looked to Mormont for support. Lord Crow said nothing, merely looking up at the wall in response. Is he trying to say something by looking there? Annoyed by this, Dalla opened her mouth to speak, but a better idea crossed her mind and closed it again. She instead spoke quietly to Steer for a moment. The Magner's face tightened, a web of wrinkles spreading as far as the top of his own bald head. He moved behind, to the horse of the man carrying Mance's banner. What are you doing? The fat Wool asked, as his gaze finally moved from the raven scrolls again. The others watched Steer closely, as he retrieved the fur roll. Soon, it was dumped on the ground in between the two groups, and untied. The fur stirred as the white sensed its legs were no longer restrained, and the thing stood up awkwardly, curling over in order to get the necessary balance with its hands tied behind its back. The white had once been a man. His fox fur and elk skin clothes marked him a member of the northern forest tribes, and they were torn to shreds, barely holding together enough to stay on his body. It was impossible to tell what his other features once looked like. His skin was covered in deep wounds and blackened in blotches all over, his hair and beard slick with grey-black grease, and his eyes glowed blue. It twitched and shook, its grey tongue lolling this way and that, as it spun and turned, as if confused about who to attack first. When the smell of the thing overpowered the cold and hit her nose, Dalla felt nausea creep up her throat, forcing her to hold it down consciously. Gods, where did Sealskinner get this one? Even the Kneeler horses neighed and backed off in protest. What is that? The fat wool asked, reaching for his longsword. A white, said Sir Dennis, his teeth bared. By the seven, it's a hell's damned white. The thing attempted to rush at the bald crow, but Steer caught its foot with the butt of his spear, sending it sprawling, before he planted his foot on its back to pin it to the ground. Sir Dennis' horse reared in protest, but the old man got it under control quickly and held up a hand to his own host to remain calm. He's no fool, at least, Dalla thought. The old tales are true, she said, the others have come again. They have been digging up old graves and choosing the nomad clans to kill to make more whites. Now they have begun killing the rest of us. That is why Mance was able to unite us, why we have come south, and why there is nothing that will ever convince us to go north while the dead walk. The fat wool and the bald crow exchanged looks. You came out here to talk, Sir Dennis said, so talk. Dalla pulled Mance's cloak closer to her. Lord Wool will leave the gift entirely. We do not mind him guarding where our land meets his, but he must leave. The Shadow Tower will continue with you as chief, Sir Dennis, and you will join your fellow crows keeping to your oath in defending the wall, as you have always done. From free folk and whites. The only way anyone must come south is through the Night Fort, Castle Black, or East Watch. This is what we agreed with our allies. We defeated the men who came to kill us, Sir Dennis said, the men you sent. What guarantee do I have you won't send men to do the same again, this time from the south? What stops us starving when your warriors take the villages I rely on to feed and clothe my men? Nothing, Dalla said. It is true that we have not heard from the clans sent to attack you by West Watch. If they are truly defeated, then you may have the lands they were to be granted. Everything between Sentinel Stand to the sea in the west, and south until the foothills of the clans' mountains. That is far less land than the Shadow Tower commands presently, Sir Dennis complained. Be glad you can have that much, Dalla wanted to say. But Mance had prepared her for this problem. Mance knew the bald crow well. Sir Dennis Mollister had been the man who convinced the father of her child that life on the wall was not worth living, after all. I cannot offer what I do not have. The clans that would have settled there are dead or very much weakened by their attack on you, and they were misliked by most of us. In truth, by giving you the land, it prevents a fight over who among our other tribes should get it instead. But the rest of what you control is to be the new home of tribes that are not so weakened or so hated. I cannot take that from them any more than your king can take a lord's land without cause. Sir Dennis shook his head. We must talk of your offer, he said. Dalla nodded slowly. I thought you would. She pointed to the white. Take that with you. Show your men. They must know. Dalla awaited the response of the kneelers with Steer and Morna, where the white masks and the thens joined in the battle line. It was hard to tell from a distance, but the opposing warbands of crows and wools seemed to group together in their own formations. There were far more wools, but most would be old men and boys. The real warriors had already gone south to join the Starks for battle against their southern enemies. Will they accept? Morna asked, her voice muffled a little by her weirwood mask. Dalla pursed her lips, thinking about that herself. They would be fools not to, she said, but after the crows told the Canadians to kneel or die, I'll never again question how foolish kneelers can be. Morna made a noise from her throat. We should attack, she said, kill them all. Say it happened before we received the messages from Winterfell. What about Lord Crow and the Half-Hand? Kill them too. Dalla shook her head. Do you think me soft-headed? She said, the crows are the only ones that can keep the wall standing. Do you think our people will happily go up there to repair it? The crowsmiths now make steel for us, Steer added, and the bronzesmiths among the then have begun to learn from them. Don't dare kill them, White Mask, or I'll have your skin as a coat. Morna hissed curses at the man. Steer was unimpressed, which seemed to make Morna more angry. Not about to let her chieftains get into a fight over the matter, Dalla raised a hand and stepped between them. Now isn't the time for insults. The kneelers are watching us as much as we are watching them. With a dismissive wave, Morna left and went over to join her own tribe's battle line, clearly still insulted. Steer just stood, his eyes locked on the Kneelers Hill camp. Dalla sighed deeply, wishing Mance would hurry back. Why must I herd these wolves? A young boy came running from the night fort through the rows of men and spear wives, catching blows from the palms of annoyed warriors. Dalla slapped Steer on the shoulder to get his attention, and motioned to the newcomer with her head. Together, they watched the young man as he finally made it, bruised but otherwise unharmed, and panting like a dog. What is it, boy? Steer asked. Varmer, came the answer. What of him? He's just come through the tunnel. The boy pointed back at the night fort. Dalla raised her brow, and felt her heart flutter with panic. The warband that Varmer commanded was the last thing she wanted to march into the situation at the moment. She had just offered away their new lands to the Shadow Tower for peace. How many, boy? She asked. How many what? He asked back. How many warriors does Six Skins have with him? The boy blinked, and looked between Dalla and Steer like he had been asked how the stars were created. He's alone. Doesn't even have his skins anymore. Steer rubbed his mouth with his hand for a moment. If the crows had defeated Varmer that badly, they would have cawed far louder. Something else has happened, Dalla agreed. I'll go back and see. What about the Kneelers? Dalla mounted her horse again before answering. If they accept our offer, send their leaders to me. We'll eat with them tonight and see them on their way at first light. And if they don't accept, kill them all. With that command given to a man who would happily do as he was told for once, Dalla kicked her horse and rode it along the front of the then battle line towards the wall. As it loomed only a few feet from her, she turned and aimed the horse for the west entrance of the night fort. The few remaining giants left behind to guard it parted, allowing her entrance. The inside yards of the castle now played host to a full camp of their people. It was overgrown with trees and scattered with stones from the Canadian breach of the tunnel, but that only provided cover from the wind and places to sit. Baby mammoths, young giants, and their mothers sat here and there, watching as Dalla passed by. She made good time with the camp mostly emptied for battle beyond the castle, and soon arrived at the entrance to the tunnel through the wall. It was daytime and yet the thing seemed to breathe in the light around it. The dark stone reminded her of dragon glass in that way. No one was crossing through it. The way to the night fort on the northern side of the wall was very wild. It was easier to use the paths to Castle Black. Dalla found Varmer with Lord Commander Mormont and the half-hand of all people. The warg was leaning against the nearest tree to the tunnel mouth, with the crows standing to either side of him, examining his body. To her surprise, the half-hand was even offering a bowl of stew. She dismounted quickly and approached, and the surprises continued in a more unpleasant way. The skin changers' skins were indeed missing. Not a sign of the powerful snowbear, the wolves, the eagle, or the shadowcat could be found. Varmer was also weaker and sicker than Dalla had ever seen him. He was always a small man, and not given to overpowering anyone with his own hands, but he was as gaunt as a starved white and about as pale. Frost clung to the hair of his furs. Dalla was forced to slow as she noticed these things, though the crunch of her steps on the snow drew the attention of the crows. Shall he die? He's near death, Mormont said, but he should recover. Dalla wondered if it would be better if he didn't. Varmer would almost certainly be a challenge to Mance's rule, and his agreement with the Starks. Good, she said, leaving the decision to kill the man later to Mance when he returned. Has he spoken? Of course I've spoken, Varmer rasped in complaint. I'm not dead yet, girl. Anger rising from her lungs, Dalla's hesitation to approach died and she soon stood over the skin changer, hand resting on her dagger. Varmer looked up at her, waiting for whatever she had come to do, though he sucked in the steaming stew spoon to him by the half-hand eagerly. Speak, Dalla said, you've said something to these crows, or else they'd be opening your stomach, not filling it. Varmer took another spoonful of stew before answering. I've seen her. The Corpse Queen. Dalla nearly asked him to repeat himself. The Corpse Queen? The woman who made the Knights King declare war on both the Free Folk and the Watch. The one who disappeared when we retook this castle from him, Mormont said. Maester Emon has been speaking to me of the old stories, and the Tarly boy has been finding more of them in the library. Varmer nodded as he chewed. We were coming here after the crows of the Shadow Tower knocked us back. Most of us were still alive then. White walkers caught up to us. No whites, just walkers. There was silence as Dalla and the crows considered what that could mean. The White Walkers were never alone. They always had undead to throw at the living. They approached from the rear. We had dragon glass. I had that thing. It really works, the walkers die when cut by it. Tell everyone. He pointed at a wooden club with dragon glass shards poking out of all sides of it. I managed to kill enough of them with my skins and my obsidian, and rallied the warriors to kill the last of them. Then she appeared, as beautiful as the tails, shining blue eyes, shining long hair, skin as white as snow. Along with 7 more walkers. Those fucking ice arrows started flying then, and a blizzard closed in. Our warbands died quickly. My skins died, except my snow bear. She carried me away from the killing. Thought she would chase and kill me. I was half right. What do you mean? Dalla asked. Varamir coughed and gestured for more stew. It was given to him. The corpse queen had no intention of killing me, once my warband was dead. She followed me for all this time. She whispered on the wind, promising me glory and power. Every time I refused, a blizzard came. Dalla shuddered. What does the corpse queen want with Varamir? You refused. Holding his sides, Varamir laughed, spitting a little of the stew out. I know the tales of the Night's King as well as anyone. I'll not be slave to anyone, especially not a murderous barren woman. And what would be my reward for that? To live in a world of the dead? No sane man would accept. There have been unusual blizzards just north of the wall, Half-Hand asked, were they her doing? Did she follow you here, Six Skins? Mormont added, can we expect an attack? Varamir laughed again. Don't have Six Skins anymore. Even my bear died from the last blizzard. But the answer is yes, Crow. She was near when I got to the ruined gate. Those Canadians did not lie. I saw what they did to the metal. Terror gripped Dalla's heart. She and both crows bolted quickly to where they could see down the tunnel to the other side, drawing their weapons. Dalla thought she saw a fluttering of cloth or hair move just out of sight as she finally got a look, but it was fleeting. A trick caused by her own fear. The only thing they could see on the other side was the dark shapes of trees and falling snow. Varamir laughed at them from afar, eating the stew himself now. She can't get in here, you fools. Do none of you know the old stories? The corpse queen cannot pass the wall or the gorge, unless invited. That was the mistake of the Night's King, and why she is so lovely to the eye. Dalla didn't know why, but she believed that. She scowled back, and wondered how Varamir knew the tales himself. Tell us that before. Almost shit yourself, did you? I'll shit you right up myself, Varamir. Dalla shook the sword menacingly. He continued laughing. Your sword means nothing. After running from the high priestess of the others for this long, all that I've lost, everything you and the crows do to threaten me is like a child cursing me. There's no mortal man alive that could scare me now. Not even the Canadian sorcery was as mighty. I was right, he's going to be an irritation. Dalla made for the warg, wanting to slap him across the face with the flat of his sword, punishment for his slights. A group of riders appeared from the camp area, stopped her from reaching him in time. It was Sir Dennis and the Fat Wool, along with Morna White Mask and an escort of thens. There'll be peace, for now, Dalla thought with elation, her rage at being exposed to utter terror melting away. The crows and kneelers accepted the offer. She looked to Varamir. And maybe he'll quieten when he realizes the man that beat him back across the Bridge of Skulls is here as an ally. Sir Dennis, Dalla called, if you're here, that means we have an agreement. The bald crow grit his teeth, and gripped the silver eagle clasp on his cloak. We do. The admission was honest, Dalla thought, even if it was not pleasing to him. There's something you need to hear, Mormont added, as the men began to dismount. Have you met Varamir Six Skins before? Sir Dennis froze mid-step, his lips curling back with anger. Before he could say something he would regret or simply run Varamir through, Dalla flourished her own sword and sheathed it again. It had the intended effect of being a reminder that everyone there was now allied, or at least acted as enough of a threat for the bald crow to restrain himself. We have met, Sir Dennis said, in battle. Varamir made no reply. Dalla felt better at once. Catelyn. The banners atop the gatehouse tower came into view in the distance reluctantly. The morning fog that swirled and filled the low ground of the neck like soup in a bowl, hiding almost everything and forcing the eyes to squint with concentration to see those things that peeked out from behind the veil. Eventually, white banner with a grey smudge could be seen, joined by black flag with a white one, both smudges the same vague shape of a wolf. Catelyn pulled the reins on her horse, forcing the riding column to a halt. Her eyes locked to the two weakly flapping pieces of cloth, as a terror crawled up through her the likes of which she had never felt before. It's all true, she realized. When Lord Wyman had told her of what had happened in her absence, she could scarce believe it. Wildlings in force south of the wall for the first time in almost 90 years. Peace and alliance made by her son with the same wildlings rather than perpetual war. The others come again, captured whites on the way from Eastwatch by the sea as proof to the world. Men from another world with sorceress powers marching with Robb's host. And Jon Snow breaking his oath as a brother of the Night's Watch to be called a Stark of Moat Cailin, and given one of the most important holdings in the kingdom. Catelyn knew why Robb had done such a thing. Not just the politics of the decision. She knew that war with the wildlings now would mean Ned's death. She knew that the lords had daughters and nieces in King's Landing as handmaidens, that the same lords would never have accepted a wildling marriage for Robb, that the wildlings had no regard for legitimacy of their children and yet would accept only a family link to the king beyond the wall. Those reasons were not truly why Robb had made his brother a lord of the north. Robb had made Jon a Stark because Robb loved his half-brother with all his heart. Catelyn also knew that Robb did not truly have the authority to do such a thing. He was not a king nor was he Lord of Winterfell yet. But it mattered not. Catelyn was no fool to think she could convince Robb to change his mind. Nor could she see his father, her husband, revoking the title from Jon. To do so would undermine Robb's future authority as Warden of the North, and Ned loved Jon too. As Catelyn watched the White Wolf and the Grey Wolf float together atop the gatehouse tower, she wondered how long it would be before they led their packs against each other. The black fires proved the threat of bastards to their true-born siblings, the fatal attraction of high title and lordly power to those without it. Would Jon Snow and his children prove otherwise? After the way I spoke to him before? After I did not speak to him at all? Knees! Shouted Sir Brynden, as he moved his horse in front of hers, sword drawn. As her uncle, he would not allow any harm to come to her. Nonetheless, Catelyn snapped out of her thoughts, her ears suddenly filled with the sound of thumping. Riders approaching, my lady, Sir Wendell shouted as he drew up beside her, his own sword in his hand. His words proved true, but not in an expected way. Out of the fog, a great shape emerged and slid to a halt on the muddy grass in front of Sir Brynden. The mount was no horse. It had a head like a mix between a bull and a horse, though greater, and a great horn protruded from it. Shaggy red-brown hair covered its body, and the smell of cattle followed it like a cloud. Riding on the beast's back in a large horn saddle was a young Yiddish woman with eyes and hair as black as night. She was dressed in mottled dark green, with a helm covered in fabric of the same color and black leather boots. She had strange tools hanging from straps and belts all over her body, and a long knife in a sheath at her hip. The only other time Catelyn had met any Yiddish person was during a visit to King's Landing in her childhood. A delegation of traders had been in port with a cargo of fine silk from the east. The sudden appearance was so strange, she found herself struck dumb. Another dozen of the beasts poured out of the fog and lined up with the first. Their riders were dressed like men-at-arms, though she did not recognize the banner that one held on a spear, a red weirwood leaf on a white stripe in a red field. Stay! Sir Brynden commanded, pointing his sword at the Yiddish woman, who are you to thunder up the road without regard? Identify yourselves. The Yiddish woman's black eyes opened wide and her brow creased with displeasure. She reached behind her and unslung a strange length of metal with hand grips on its underside and what looked like a small Myrish glass on the top. Catelyn knew it was some sort of weapon from the way it was held, and somehow knew to fear it. Finally, the woman straightened her back and raised her chin. I am Zhang Lian, Princess of Taipei, Elector of Vancouver. She boomed at a volume Catelyn could scarce believe was possible from a woman her size. I'll ride where I want. Put your swords away before I decide you want to use them. Behind her, the other riders of the beasts were shifting lances as long as barge poles into more comfortable grips, ready to lower them and charge. Sir Brynden lowered the point of his sword, but did not put it away. The Manderleys did not even concede that much, and kept their weapons ready. They were not in a yielding mood. Stand aside and let us pass, Sir Brynden commanded, though he did not raise his voice, we have business at the moat. The Yiddish woman glanced upwards, at the Manderley banners, and then shot a pointed glance to the side of the road. Looks to me like you can go around. So can you, Sir Brynden countered. The Yiddish woman's eyes narrowed to black slits. Not sure the unicorns wouldn't sink in that ground, she said deliberately, besides, I'm a princess, remember? Shouldn't you be the one to stand aside? Are you a king? Sir Brynden cursed under his breath, his head moving as he examined the opposition. Catelyn feared a fight was inevitable, but the foreigner's words finally clicked. Lord Wyman had mentioned a princess among the wildlings from the Far East, and the tale of unicorns at Winterfell. He had not said anything about UTI, so it had not occurred to her at once that this woman was the one from the story of how the wall had been breached. These are wildlings, she thought of the men-at-arms, and the Yiddish woman is a Canadian. There was no real danger, provided the men could be prevented from provoking a battle. Quickly, Catelyn nudged her horse forward past her uncle. I am Lady Catelyn Stark, she said, I am going to Moat Cailin to see my son. You will not stop me from doing so, princess or no. Stand aside or risk offending your new ally gravely. Lady Lian's lips curled back in a frustrated grimace, followed by a most unladylike sharp breath through her unnaturally white teeth. What does she eat? Shit, the young woman said to no one in particular. Without so much as a look at Catelyn, the Canadian stood in her saddle and gave a large wave with the entirety of her arm. The unicorn riders soon began to encourage their beasts off the road, clearing the way. She dresses like a man, carries weapons, and curses like a fisherman, Catelyn thought, before Arya came to mind, either she is no princess, or she is the most rebellious daughter I have ever seen. Lady Lian was the last to move her mount off the road. Strictly speaking, we're not your ally, she said, but a Stark is a Stark. Your son is in the gatehouse. They're in the middle of a war council, I think. Sir Brynden and the Manderleys finally put their swords away, to Catelyn's relief. Thank you, Lady Lian, she said, I would like to say well met, but this has been most unusual. The Canadian snorted a laugh. Has she no sense of etiquette at all? Excuse me if I don't appreciate men pointing things at me uninvited. She clicked her tongue loudly, and gave a long command in a language Catalan vaguely recognized as the old tongue. Impressive that she has learned the tongue so quickly. The woman's unicorn followed the command and began plodding away. The others soon followed, across the very ground she had said would not support the weight of the beasts. What in the name of the gods has happened, niece? Sir Brendan asked, what manner of lady was that? What manner of creatures were they riding? A foreigner, Catalan replied, watching the woman over her shoulder, riding a unicorn. She was of the Canadians, Sir Wendell explained, I was at Winterfell when she arrived. Sir Brendan scowled and put away his sword. The Canadians are Yiddish. Sir Wendell shook his head. Only she. An exiled princess, or so I recall. Exile explains much of her behavior, Catalan thought, wondering how her own girls would have grown up if Ned had lost the rebellion. If she had been forced to Bravos or beyond, would any of her children have learned the ways of lords and ladies of Westeros? She put the thought away as meaningless, and pressed on. Let us go to my son. He will have more answers. Outriders loyal to her son soon found Catalan's party, and she was escorted over the dark moat filled with lizard lions as the rising sun burned away the morning fog at last. The once mighty fortress was a shadow of itself. The walls had fallen long ago, the large stones littered around the raised ground they had once protected. Only 3 towers still stood, the double-topped gatehouse, the thin children's tower and the leaning drunkard's tower. The famous wooden keep in the center was nowhere in evidence, its beams and planks long since rotted and burned away. Sir Brendan had exclaimed his disbelief at the state of the place, but Catalan knew it was still deadly to anyone attacking it from the south. The surviving towers all faced south, guarding the causeway surrounded by bogs. Everything from snakes, the aforementioned lizard lions and even the ghosts of the dead were said to make their abode in the neck. Her explanation of this to her uncle was met with amusement. The Stark banner and John's banner flew over the gatehouse. That had been no dream or hallucination. Karstark's sunburst banner flew over the drunkard's tower. But it was the children's tower that drew Catalan's eye. It flew no banner, yet who occupied it was quite obvious. A strange pair of carts with small wheels and boxy structures on top sat directly beside. This could only be the crawler described to her by Sir Wendell. The Canadian sorceress carriage. It did not move or make noise, and Catalan wondered if it was such a thing that required sleep or just had its magics removed. In the open space before the door of the tower, a block of men-at-arms were practicing movements with pikes. They were turning their formation this way and that way at the command of a tall man, dressed the same way as the Princess Leanne and carrying a longer version of the strange weapon she had taken to hand. Catalan could not see the man's countenance, as his back was turned. But his voice projected orders that seemed to echo off the stones, in a language she did not recognize. Nearby, 12 or 2 young men and women were seeing to the care of numerous birds, eagles, seagulls, owls, even a snow vulture with its massive wings. Catalan didn't need to notice the weirwood leaf emblems sewn onto their coats of plate and furs to understand who these were. Wildlings. Impressive, Sir Brendan mused aloud, who are they? I don't recognize the sigil. A weirwood tree on a black field. Catalan shifted in her saddle. They're more of the Canadians' wildlings, nuncle. Sir Brendan scoffed. Impossible. Not even the men-at-arms of Lanny Sport handle pikes like that. And the coordination with the crossbows. These Canadians are a different breed, Catalan said, thinking more of Jon Snow than the pikemen. They must be, her uncle agreed, to make wildlings listen to them. Or the wildlings are not what we believed them to be. Let us go. Catalan found her son within the gatehouse tower as promised, deep in council with his father's banner lords in the dark, drafty hall. Robb stood with Theon Greyjoy and Jon Snow to one side of a large stone table, their wolves sat beside them on the floor. He had grown a beard that made him look like her brother. The table was strewn with papers, but dominated by a large map of the Riverlands painted on leather, with wooden tokens indicating the known positions of the various hosts. Lord Karstark, Lord Umber and Roose Bolton were close to Robb, their deliberations interrupted by something. Catalan wanted to run to her son, embrace him, kiss his cheeks and beg the gods he would remain unharmed. But the lords would never appreciate such a thing. Robb led them as a man to war. Anything that would unman him and turn him back into a boy could not be permitted. All notice was given to the group across the table directly opposite Robb, so much so that not a man noticed her entry. By the peat burning in the blackened hearth, there were 2 of the council Catalan did not know. Her gaze was first drawn to the smaller man. He was perhaps of an age with Theon, lean-built but with the wiry strength of a warrior. He was wearing a red-hooded doublet of truly strange design, to accompany the green trousers and black boots common to his kind. The garb made him stand out the most of anyone in the room, yet he yawned and ignored the proceedings. He cradled yet another of the Canadian weapons in his arms, a much larger Myrish spyglass mounted on its top side. His look was strange too, not quite northern or Westerosi. Brown eyes peered out from under a mop of brown hair, his face soft with youth. Perhaps a Yiddish mother or grandmother. The other man soon took back her notice. Dressed in the same green mottled pattern clothing and armor as the other Canadians Catelyn had seen. Despite being in his 20s, it was clear he was their leader. His clothes had some more ornamentation than either the princess or the red-hooded man beside him, and he would not be there treating with the lords if he answered to another. He looked like a northerner by blood, handsome with sharp blue eyes. He leaned forward on the table on one hand, and shot a smirking smile across to Robb and Jon. "You're proposing to divide your force in the face of a superior enemy," the man said. "Either you're Robert E. Lee or this is a very bad idea." The lords looked at each other, as confused as Catelyn was about who Robert E. Lee was. "Who said the Lannisters were superior?" the Great Jan asked loudly. "And what do you propose?" The Lord Karstark complained, before Robb could speak, "with your many years of experience fighting wars." The lords laughed. The man was half the age of most of the lords present. It wasn't hard to understand why they would be contemptuous of him. What arrogance, she thought, perhaps the princess manners are not unique to her. The Canadian's smirk did not disappear. He straightened his back, undeterred. "I'm sure you've been in many more battles than I have, Lord Karstark," he said, "but I can still count. 40,000 is still bigger than 20. Do I need to write that down for you?" The Great Jan rumbled a single laugh, to the Karstark's indignation. The Canadian continued. "Your information says your enemy has 2 Azontir about the same size as your single one. If you send all your infantry along the King's Road and your cavalry across this river to help your ally, both your hosts will be outnumbered." Catelyn felt her brow crease. "Valyrian? Why use Valyrian words?" She looked about, and found none of the lords questioned it. The Canadian shrugged. "For the cavalry, that might not be such an issue. A smaller force that can move fast probably won't get caught out, but your foot? They're in serious danger of being annihilated." He picked up a stick from the table and pointed at the eastern riverlands on the map, bounded by the Green Fork of the Trident in the west and the Vales Mountains in the east. "I don't know if this shows things as they really are, but the only place infantry could face bigger numbers would be the ford way down here in the south, after these rivers all join up. There's not a chance in hell you march everyone on foot that far south before you're discovered and the enemy brings his force north of that point to fight you." He threw down the stick. "That means a battle, in the open, against an enemy that has cavalry and more troops." Catelyn felt a chill. She had to admit to herself that did not sound like a good prospect for victory, though her instinct was to trust the lords of the north over the foreigner. Lord Karstark shook his head. "It'll be hard fighting, but once Tywin Lannister sees that the cavalry is not present, that Lord Robb is not present, he will know his son's host will be under threat from our cavalry joining up with Lord Ed Muir at Riverrun. He won't pursue our foot, he shall withdraw, leave a garrison at Harrenhal and go to his son's aid." The Canadian spread his hands in front of him. "You're assuming your allies' force will remain intact long enough for you reinforce them. The Lannisters clearly have the initiative here. They already occupy your allies' lands, so it's a good assumption that the Tullis are outnumbered by the single Azontir being sent against Riverrun. If your ally loses and this Jaime Lannister sends a message by Raven to his father, there's no reason to let your eastern host get away." The lords made more disapproving noise. "The line between wise words and craven words is as thin as parchment," Lord Glover said. "It's clear you like not our plan as you wish to get to the God's Eye as quickly as possible. And you say you will not fight alongside us. Why should we listen to you?" Catelyn had heard that tale too. The foreigners wanted to go to the Isle of Faces, to contact their own realm by some unknown means. More sorcery. The smirk returned to the Canadian's face. "I won't deny I have a motive to get to the lake," he said, "and I didn't say I wouldn't fight the Lannisters, I said there's an unlikely scenario where our laws do not permit me to fight them. If they block my way or if I found they've committed atrocities, then I'm free to fight them. And you should listen to me because your main objective is not somewhere in the west, it's down south in the capital. Lord Stark is not in Riverrun." There were murmurs of assent from some of the lords at that. The Great Jan was grinning like a loon at Lord Karstark. The Canadian's words must have supported his own notions, and it was not hard to guess the aggressive plan Lord Umber would have suggested. Catelyn's chill turned to a red-hot heat. "They're going to abandon my father and brother," she thought. She was soothed for a moment by Robb's own intervention. "And what would your plan be, Lord Duquesne?" Robb asked. "Abandon the river lords to their fate? We have obligations, Canadian, ties of blood and friendship with these men. My own grandfather rules in Riverrun. We cannot simply ignore them to march south and attack King's Landing." Lord Duquesne held up his hands in protest. "I'm not suggesting you do, I'm suggesting that the best way to help your allies is to smash the enemy in the way." He picked up the stick again, and traced along the line of the King's Road. "The Laughing Tree can find Tywin's scouts with the Skin Changer's birds, then your riders can blind him by killing them. It's possible to stop him sending ravens and keep surveillance on him with the same birds. You confront him with the full host, cavalry and infantry. The numbers still won't be exactly equal. But without scouts and with our eyes on Tywin at all times, you can choose the ground, you have the advantage. The chance of victory is much better like that. You win the first time, and then keep chasing the survivors until they're almost all dead or captured. Which still leaves Riverrun and Lord Edmure in danger, Jon Snow said, we need their banners. He speaks well, Catelyn thought, better than I thought possible. The fear about Jon in her heart lessened for a moment, until her mind reminded her of the reason for her fear. He broke with the watch. He or his line could break with Robb or his children. Lord Duquesne tilted his head. From what you've all told me about how your enemy is organized, if you capture Tywin and destroy his host, the war is pretty much over. But if he's killed or gets away despite the destruction of his army, you can move into here. He pointed at a place west of the God's Eye. You'd control the central position between King's Landing and the remaining host, while liberating your allies' lands and freeing up lords trapped in their castles. That should increase your strength enough to let you turn and attack the capital or the other host at your leisure. Jaime Lannister would have to choose to either confront you with inferior numbers or run if you decide to attack him. Or if you go south, chase you while being hounded the whole way. Catelyn's chill turned to red-hot anger. They will the chance my father and brother will remain free and alive, she thought, they are betting on the Kingslayer's mercy and ill luck, at the behest of this foreigner who knows nothing. The thought of losing her family and losing the war at the same time was too much to bear. Ned was safe as long as Cersei Lannister knew there was a chance her house could lose the war. But he wouldn't be if Hoster and Edmure were captured or killed. And the River Lord's support was needed to win this war. Riverrun had to be secured first. We can't let this happen, Sir Brynden whispered urgently. Catelyn gave him a single nod, and stepped up to the table, finally making herself known. Jon Snow was the first to notice. Lady Stark. Every lord in the room turned their heads to her. It was Robb and Jon's direwolves that made the first move to greet her, tails wagging. The creatures had grown even larger since the last time she had seen them, larger than any wolves ought to be. They both nipped at her fingers, encouraging her to pet them. A cacophony of greetings and movement began. The lords followed the wolves to her, lining up to kneel before her and take her hand. All except the Canadians, who stood and waited quietly. Roose Bolton inquired of Catelyn about Tyrion Lannister, and the lords were much aggrieved to hear the dwarf son of Tywin had been let go, courtesy of her sister Lisa in the Vale. The capture of the dwarf on the King's Road had been a piece of great fortune, but the gods had seen fit to release him. Jon Snow did his duty and knelt before her, his mouth a thin line. It was awkward, but Catelyn could not fault his manner, showing proper obeisance to the wife of his lord and father. Robb was greatly glad that Sir Brynden had joined Catelyn from the Vale, calling him the Blackfish, as he was known throughout the realm. Her son gave a formal thanks on hearing he had abandoned his post in the Vale to fight for Ned's freedom. Once everyone was settled once more, Catelyn turned to the Canadians. Lord Duquesne? Of where? And who is your bannerman beside you? The Canadian made a strange salute with his hand to the side of his head. Lieutenant Michael Duquesne, Elector of Calgary, the Canadian replied, this is Private Louis Sayre, Elector of Yellowknife. Lord Sayre gave the same salute as Lord Duquesne, though with less effort. I am Lady Catelyn Stark, wife to Lord Eddard Stark and mother to Robb. It is good to meet you. Lord Duquesne exchanged a glance with Lord Sayre for a moment, unsure of why he was receiving this attention. All in good time. It is good to meet you too. Well-mannered when he has to be, Catelyn thought, or with women. I listened to you speak before. It is clear to me that you are very wise in the ways of war. Lord Duquesne crossed his arms. He doubts the compliment is genuine. I wouldn't say wise. Well studied, maybe. As you say, Catelyn smiled, pleasantly surprised by the sudden display of modesty, but I must criticize you on another matter. I know little of war myself, but I do know our laws and traditions as well as any man here. How the ties of noble obligation in Westeros bind us is opaque to you, you were not born here or raised in our ways. Lord Duquesne inclined his head forward slightly. I would have to concede that. Though I would say victory in the field has a way of overcoming problems that come from those issues. Catelyn shook her head. Not so. You say if we defeat Tywin's host, we can move into the central riverlands and gather strength. This is not true. By abandoning my brother, Lord Edmure, you risk him being captured or killed. That would greatly offend the river lords or even convince many that the war cannot be won. Not in a way that leaves their fiefs and families intact. If we do not care for my brother or Riverrun, why should they care for my husband or daughters? We need their support to take King's Landing, especially as we have heard nothing from Lord Stannis, Lord Renly or any other lords of the realms about their position in this war. Save my sister. Regretting that her mind had reminded her of Sansa and Arya, Catelyn took a breath to steady herself. You say if we defeat Tywin, capture him or kill him, this war is over. That is also not true. Without killing or capturing the Kingslayer too, this war will continue. The Lannister bannermen will look to him to lead. We cannot simply march on King's Landing until he is dealt with. Lord Duquesne scratched his chin, considering the problem. I have been meaning to ask, he said, after a minute, who is the Kingslayer? It is the name that Jaime Lannister is known by, Robb answered. He murdered the last Targaryen king, a man he swore to protect. He's been called Kingslayer ever since. The Mad King, sir, Lord Sayer clarified, end of the last war. From the book. Lord Duquesne nodded to himself. Now I remember. I see your point, Lady Stark. Though my plan requires the Kingslayer to retreat or face a battle at worse odds. Yet it still risks my uncle and grandfather, Robb intervened, and my mother speaks true when she says the River Lords would be offended, even disillusioned. Some may join our enemies in hopes of being raised above others. The phrase come to mind, Sir Brynden added. The Lords made appreciative noises there. Many remembered the tardiness of the Frey banners in the last war, and how many northern lives were spent as a result. Talk not of the Freys, we may need their bridge. I suggest you leave planning this war to those who understand this realm, Lord Duquesne, Catelyn continued, it is not to say you are incapable of understanding, in time. We are simply more mindful of these matters, by virtue of experience. Lord Duquesne's eyes looked up at the ceiling for a moment, before his smirk returned. It appears I'm beaten, he said in good humor, before turning to Robb, regardless of what you decide, my Azontir will be going south to the Isle of Faces. I see no practical reason to be indirect about it, and we have no orders to help you fight your war. Yet, Lord Sayer added. Catelyn decided Lord Duquesne's smirk was simply the way he smiled. He has that in common with the Kingslayer, mayhaps. Or mayhaps they are both killers. A pity, Robb said, we could certainly use you. But I'm sure many northern lives will be saved by your presence with the host afoot. Clenching her fists beneath her cloak, Catelyn felt they had occupied Robb long enough. My lords, if would forgive me, I would speak to my son alone. Of course, Lady Stark, Lord Karstark agreed, with a tug of his beard. The room began to empty, each lord giving a nod or glance to her as they passed. Only Theon made no move to leave. You too, Theon. The Greyjoy left with good grace. Lord Duquesne took a step to go, but stopped himself. He once more leaned over the table towards Robb and Jon. We'll discuss who commands the infantry coming with me, he said. With that, the Canadians joined Jon Snow and were the last to leave the room. Catelyn found some cheese and ale at a corner of the table, and helped herself to some of the latter. She took a sip. You look like your uncle, she said, when he was young. No doubt, Robb laughed, do not say that too loudly. I know not if the lords would appreciate the comparison. The lords seem to tolerate these foreigners, they will not balk at your Tully blood, Catelyn replied, I know not why such grace is extended to these Canadians. Lord Duquesne is arrogant, and I have never known a northern lord to respect that in a foreigner. Robb's face fell, becoming as hard as stone. Mother, that man is called Wallbreaker by the wildlings. He breached the wall and took Castle Black without losing a single man. Lord Commander Mormont wrote and reported that the 4 Canadians seized the armory. When Sir Alliserthorne led an attack to try and take it back, Lord Duquesne and the others killed him and as many as 150 brothers. And would have killed more, but their wildling allies used the distraction to enter the castle and force the watch to yield. Catelyn's throat closed in fear. Gods, she rasped, sipping more ale. The other Canadian is called Otherbane, Robb continued, he's famous among the free folk for killing White Walkers. A wan smile spread over his face. In fact, he's so famous that wildling women follow him around wherever he goes. Catelyn resisted the urge to roll her eyes, settling on an amusing breath. Lord Manderley told me of the other's return, of the dead walking again, she said, I can scarce believe such a tale. Robb swallowed a breath. There are whites in Moat Cailin as we speak, mother. The Canadians have a number tied up on their crawler, packed in ice from the wall itself. The box carriages outside. They gifted 2 to me, I have them tied up and locked at the top of this tower, away from the damp. I plan to send them to White Harbour with some of the escort that brought you here. To show the world, Catelyn thought aloud, her voice quavering slightly with fear, good. Every traitor must be shown them. You must be shown them, Robb said, believing they exist is quite different from seeing them, mother. The lords agreed to the Canadian peace with the wildlings because they saw the things snarling at them, as far away as you are from me. And because they wish to rescue Father, Sansa, Arya, and their own kin, of course. But I would be marching north not south today if the whites had not been brought to Winterfell, I am sure of it. Why did the wildlings make peace? Catelyn asked, surely they would fight to get as far south as possible. They fear us almost as much as the others, I think, Robb frowned, or fear that they would be caught between. But it was the Canadians that brought them to negotiate. Hence why the lords have called the treaty between us the Canadian peace. 7 Preserve us, Catelyn thought, mayhaps we have had great luck that the Canadians made peace. But she knew there was much on which her son needed guidance. You must tell me all. Uncertain. The causeway south was the only dry land for dozens of kilometers around. The marching column had to camp in a great line along it each night they spent in the neck, guarding closely against the alligator-like lizard lions that tried to snatch a horse, a mule, or a person into the muck and water between the trees. Only the unicorns were immune to this, being so large and smelling so strange to the lizards that they didn't try. Padraig was still unhappy with the pace being set. The Laughing Tree column was moving just as quickly as it had before, even with the addition of 50 Stark riders as John's personal force. The LT had insisted that the man continue as liaison officer and Rob Stark had agreed. But the small cavalry unit wouldn't be enough to punch through the war zone ahead. We need a new strategy, he thought as the countryside moved on by, else we'll be stuck in this slog of a war forever, and I'll never see my children again. He gulped away a lump in his throat quickly. Not liking the growing humidity or smells of the interior, Padraig had relieved the LT of the machine gun on the roof. As evening began to close in, the airflow was a godsend. It let him clear his mind and concentrate on a military task, rather than moping over his lot. Until the midges show up anyway. He spent much of his time that day watching the landscape below the causeway go by. One thing had been bothering him the whole journey. This is the nastiest bit of bog I've ever seen in my life, Padraig declared aloud. It was the 5th time since the crawler had left Moat Cailin he had done so, the first time that day, and he didn't care, the truth of the matter bore repeating. You've said that 4 times, Sayer groaned from below. 5, Zhang corrected him, barely audible over the sound of the engine, it's fucking 5 times. The private grumbled incoherently, clearly having been half asleep. Padraig looked down and saw he had the Wargaiola sleeping in his arms too. Not again. Padraig couldn't get Sayer to rid himself of the girl, or indeed the other girls that hung around. The private didn't give a toss for the regs or his military career ending over it, unlike the LT. Sayer wasn't in the Patricius anyway, he was a part-time soldier. That of course didn't mean Iola had to ride in the crawler. Much to the chagrin of Padraig and the jealousy of the other girls chasing Sayer, Iola was also the most powerful skin changer the Laughing Tree tribe had. Others were certain she'd soon have as many skins as Varmur, though hopefully she wouldn't develop his manners. The little man stood out even among the crowd of free folk chiefs. The LT wanted a skin changer, so he could have his organic recon drones along in the form of Iola's large snow eagle and whatever other birds she managed to snag along the way. So along she came. Padraig thought Duquesne had done it as much to annoy him as for the stated military purpose, a small fuck you for blowing up on the Ygritte situation. Okay, 5, Sayer conceded after a pause for him to think, why though? What's so nasty about this bog? Aren't all bogs nasty? Zhang blew out a breath so loudly, the radio caught it and amplified it enough to make Padraig feel she was blowing in his ear to annoy him. Sayer, you mean apart from the insects, the humidity, the cawing birds all the time, the crazy lizards trying to drown us at night and the stink? Padraig chuckled. She's been thinking about it all the time too. You forgot being trapped in a crawler with someone who smells vaguely of unicorn, he said, receiving a sardonic laugh for his trouble before he continued, I'm talking about the ground itself. At the moat, it was more like some Irish bog, a thick blanket of peat. No cover so the wind cuts through you, except if you're okay sitting in cold water for hours on end. Here, it's more like some shite you'd see near enough Fort Bragg. Fort Liberty. Whatever it's called these days, in the US. Lots of tall trees, black swamp water up to your knees, every drop of it will make you shit your guts out, and it's getting warmer. Various sounds of disapproval came up through the roof exit from below. Do you have a point, Sergeant? Duquesne intervened, can't say my sanity is helped by you repeating that line all the time. Speak your mind. You don't get cold bog and warm bog in the same place, usually, he said, so it's doubly nasty. Good thing we're not invading through it then, Zhang snorted, one of the books on ancient history talks about the attempts to do that. Andal's coming north. Didn't end well for them. The north was never conquered until the dragon riders came, Michael agreed, and never rebelled against the throne until the dragons were dead. Or so say their books. Might as well tell him. I know, sir, Padraig agreed, but we are invading through it, just the other way. Or to be correct, the Starks are. That's what's been bothering me. Their enemies know history just as well as anyone else. If they know the Starks are invading, why wouldn't they block the bottom of this causeway and fortify it? Make the Starks be the one that has to lose men to disease and exhaustion. Duquesne grunted, as if he hadn't thought of that. There are locals loyal to the Starks who could do that work, if it comes to that. Do you think it was a mistake to go first? Padraig considered the question. First does mean we move faster. I wouldn't go that far, he decided, leaning down into the cabin to speak directly to the LT, just that any hope of avoiding a fight might be fucked if they start one on this causeway, sir. The LT smiled. It's not like we couldn't win. Padraig had to concede that, and stood back up out of the roof again. The crawler began to slow. There was only one reason it would. Contact front! Zhang shouted, just came out. Fearing he had suddenly become a prophet of doom, Padraig swiveled the machine gun forwards and aimed down the causeway, expecting a blocking force and an ambush. He found his target quickly. Illuminated in the headlights was a short man in a green hooded cloak, carrying a three-pointed spear. He was wearing scale armor under the cloak, and a scraggly and short grey beard on his chin. Two younger people climbed onto the causeway, a girl dressed much the same way as the older man and a boy who lacked the bronze scales. The three just stood in the middle of the road, even as the crawler stopped about 30 yards away, the headlights showing that the midges had arrived and there were more men hiding on both slopes of the causeway ahead to either side. Padraig could make out some canoes and kayak-like shapes too. Yet no attack came. What are the lunatics doing? Hold fire, Sergeant, Duquesne commanded over the comms, ask who they are. Identify yourselves. Padraig shouted. No answer came. The young boy seemed to say something to the older man, but was dismissed with a wave of the hand. Padraig couldn't hear what was said, but the man didn't look like cooperating. Bleedin' dope. Permission to fire a warning shot over the heads of his soldiers, sir. The lieutenant did not get a chance to answer. A clear voice spoke out. Are you the lion, the flying serpent, the fire eagle and the snow bear? Duquesne climbed up out onto the roof, quickly followed by a now very awake Iola. What did he say, Sergeant? Asked if we're lions, eagles and bears or something, Padraig replied, before shoving Iola back down into the cabin, stay down or you'll catch a feckin' arrow. The young warg bared her teeth at him but complied. Our sigils, sir, Sayer responded from below, he asked about our family logos. Padraig almost took his eye off the target. Jesus Sayer, you have great hearing. Thank you. That's enough, Duquesne intervened, looks like the Starks sent word ahead. Let's go talk. Sayer, you're on the pig. Sergeant, you're with me. Scratching the back of his hand, Padraig didn't like the idea of wandering into the ambush zone, but an order was an order. He quickly handed over the grip of the machine gun to Sayer, receiving a triumphant smile from Iola as she joined the private on the top of the crawler. Another wagon. The whites were stirring under their fur wraps, so Padraig exited by ducking back into the crawler and out one of the doors. Duquesne followed him, and together they approached the strangers on the road, rifles in hand. They seemed a lot smaller close up, making Padraig wonder at the ages of the young two. Swamp living doesn't make you tall. The man in the hood soon repeated his question. Are you the lion, the flying serpent, the fire eagle and the snow bear? The LT cleared his throat of the humidity. That's us, Duquesne confirmed. Who are you? The lizard lions, the girl provided cheerily. The boy snorted a laugh. Padraig shook his head. We've been eating those things for days, he said flatly. Some of us, anyway, Duquesne added. They're good burnt to a crisp, with peas on the side, sir. The girl and boy both laughed at that. The older man looked disapprovingly at his younger companions before introducing himself. I am Howland Reed, Lord of Greywater Watch. Michael Duquesne, Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry, the LT replied, before thumbing beside him, this is Sergeant O'Neill. Lord Rob sent word we were coming. Lord Reed's green eyes peered out blankly for a moment. No. Then how do you know who we are? Padraig asked, before correcting himself, how do you know our coats of arms? My son Hojan has the green sight, Lord Reed replied, gesturing to the young boy with him. In his dreams, he saw the four of you. Padraig and the LT exchanged looks. Great, Padraig said, more fecking magic. Duquesne released an amused breath. What do you want? He asked Lord Reed. There was no response from Lord Reed. Just another blank stare, as if evaluating closely the men in front of him. Padraig curled his tongue in his mouth, restraining himself from doing anything untoward. You're in the way. He added, gesturing with both hands to indicate both sides of the road and then pointing south, we're heading home, that away. Still, Lord Reed remained quiet. What the hell is he looking at? The Lannisters have outriders nearby, the young girl answered, men in the village closest by, watching the causeway and the frays. They would have seen your camp tonight if we didn't stop you. Padraig grit his teeth. Everyone and their dog wants to put up a roadblock to stop us getting home. Shit, he said in English. He turned to Duquesne. What do you think, sir? Duquesne scratched his chin under his helmet strap for a moment. Can we go around them? He asked Lord Reed, camp without fires tonight, then strike out around them on another road. The Cranagman shook his head. There is only one road once you clear the causeway, he said, the King's Road, until the spar to the Twins. The village sits astride it in a thick woodland. Duquesne turned to Padraig. Shit is right, Sergeant. That meant only one thing, delay was inevitable. Here we go again, Padraig thought aloud. Duquesne quickly got on the comms. Sire, tell Iola to look at the village at the end of the causeway with her eagle. Lannisters are camped out there, I want to know what they're doing. Sunset is soon, make it quick. Yes sir, came the reply. Sir. Padraig asked in English, won't that give away the game, if they know we have skin changers? Duquesne smacked his lips and grinned. I'm betting they don't know or don't believe that. Everything travels a lot slower here, Sergeant, even with the ravens. And from what the northern lords say, I don't think many people have actually seen magic directly even if they think it exists. And southerners believe in it even less. It's a religious thing. Padraig glanced down the road. And what if they have someone with a brain up there, sir? Eagles don't typically take much notice of military positions. Duquesne's expression soured. I think the Lannister troops will be distracted, he said, what usually happens when medieval soldiers show up in a village that isn't friendly. Padraig grimaced. Thanks sir, really needed that image in my head. Duquesne cocked an eyebrow. You might be seeing it with your own eyes soon enough, Sergeant. We're going to have to talk our way past these guys or wait for the Starks to show up. Licking his lips, Padraig shifted uncomfortably on his feet. The idea of more delays or more reliance on the Starks to get the job done didn't appeal to him. I've got kids to get back to, for feck's sake. Let's get a move on. Lord Reed cleared his throat politely, his daughter shaking her and whispering to her younger brother. Clearly the lordly Cranagman didn't appreciate being left out of the conversation in English. Shall you attack the Lannisters? The LT clicked his tongue and looked over the reeds to the south. We'll try talking to them first, I think. Is that wise? Even the Cranagman seemed surprised by the LT's idea, though they had more of a right to be. A good question, Padraig chipped in, sticking to English. The LT spread his hands. It can't be helped that we're not formally at war with anyone, Duquesne replied, we need some reason to use force. We talk to them, and take a look around. If we get a hint of any sort of crimes against the people, that's our case. It's not legal for me to order anyone to ignore that. They'll shoot arrows as you approach, the young Reed woman frowned, or they'll lure you in with a false truce and cut you down. They could try, Padraig replied, half agreeing. Then we'll have our case for war that way instead, Duquesne said, excuse me Lord Reed, but I'd like to speak to O'Neill alone for a moment, if that's okay. Lord Reed inclined his head in acceptance, and Duquesne led Padraig halfway back towards the crawler. The LT found the place where the only things that would hear were the rotting trees and the midges, and turned. What do you think, Sergeant? Padraig shifted his weight uneasily again, waving the tiny swamp flies out of his face. We're so damn close. Home would only be a couple of days away if there wasn't for the army or two in the way. Sir, I know I'm the one who made you, who reminded you about sticking to the law as much as possible, he said in English, we're beyond that now, I think. Duquesne cocked an eyebrow, his eyes widening with surprise. What do you mean? I mean the time for talk has ended, sir, Padraig replied, the road in front of us is an area of active military operations. The likelihood of us negotiating our way past it without giving up something is zero. Weapons and technology these people shouldn't have, or fighting the Starks as a belligerent for a battle or two. I think that would offend our political masters a little more than fighting our way home. And we couldn't trust any of these wonkers with such a deal anyway. Duquesne's lips thinned for a second. I have to say I'm surprised to hear you say something like that, Sergeant. After you lectured me on the regs. Besides, I don't think you're right about making a deal. We managed to make one with the Starks. Padraig nodded rapidly, acknowledging the point before pointing out its flaw. Yeah, but we had and still have the threats of the wildlings and the others to hold against the Starks, sir. Not to mention we had Jon Stark backing us up. We still made a deal. Granted, but I still don't trust them. Neither do you sir, that's why you decided we should go ahead of their army. And they sent a bunch of knights along with Jon Stark, so I think the feeling is mutual. The LT sighed and gave a nod. Can we not show the whites to these Lannisters? I think they'll see the threat of dead men marching to kill the living. Maybe they will, but that'll give them even more reason to want our guns. Or more reason to believe they should keep fighting. We need to get home, sir. I need to get home. Duquesne glared. And what do we do about the brass throwing us in prison for shooting up the locals? Padraig bit his tongue, almost blurting out that he was beginning to not care. Not the way to go, keep it rational. Sir, there's a difference between this and you being cashiered for a relationship with Ygritte or us all going to prison for starting a war against the Night's Watch. We didn't start the war down here, and our only way home is through it. The alternatives have shit odds, frankly. The LT held up a hand to pause the conversation. He took a paper handkerchief from his pocket and blew his nose, before balling it and tossing it into the black water beyond the causeway. Fucking swamp. Maybe you're right, Sergeant, but do we have a choice other than playing the odds? What if the Lannisters don't agree to let us though? How can we trust them without leverage? Those are the questions you have to ask, sir. They didn't watch us take Castle Black live on TV. They don't know our capabilities and their leaders probably won't believe we can hurt them, until we actually do that. The LT was quiet for some time after that, scratching his chin again. I have answers to those questions, Sergeant, Duquesne said. But I don't like them. And I've thought of something else in favor of shooting our way past the Lannisters. What's that, sir? The LT scowled back at the crawler. For some reason Padraig couldn't determine until he opened his mouth again. Zhang might be right. We might be stuck here, which means we can't waltz through the war zone pretending we won't fight. No. Padraig resisted shouting, settling on flat insistence just barely. No, we're not stuck. Magic brought us here, magic can send us back. The LT looked at Padraig with pity, making him realize that he had just argued against the thing he wanted. God, he's a slippery shit sometimes. I agree the probability is high, Duquesne said, but it is not a certainty that we'll get home. If we're wrong about the Isle of Faces, then this march will be our real introduction to the Seven Kingdoms. The nobility are no different from mafia families, that's clear as crystal. We can't be seen as weak. We need to be regarded as a force to be reckoned with. Padraig sucked in air, imagining the shit that they'd all be dragged through if there was even a scent of weakness. Easier said than done, sir, he said, and where'd your worries about going to prison go? Duquesne tilted his head in confusion. We can be strategic about the situation, Sergeant. Padraig's eyebrows almost migrated all the way to his hairline. What do you mean? Duquesne looked out over the swamp to the side of the road, the same direction he had thrown his paper handkerchief. Like you said, there's a symmetric war going on. The brass won't want to come here to investigate, and the fog of war would make it useless to try. War crimes are inevitable to the point we don't even need to see them ourselves. Not that I think we won't see that kind of thing. The Southerners talk about how they're better than the free folk, but I've seen the way they look at Zheng. Padraig snorted. If that Greyjoy prick was any more obvious, you could pull his tongue and have it flap back up into his mouth like some Tom and Jerry shite. And his people are as famous as Vikings for dragging off people, Duquesne agreed. Without warning, he raised his rifle, aiming towards the base of the causeway's raised ground before he cracked off a round. Padraig thought he'd gone mad for a moment, but the mud there exploded and writhed. The lizard lion that had been hiding in it had taken the bullet in the gut, sending the creature rolling back into the black water behind. Ripples on the surface elsewhere told the tale of more of the creatures thinking better of stalking the two lone men on the road. No doubt the Reed troops nearby thought so too. Nasty things, Padraig thought, as the corpse bobbed up from the deep, crocodiles but worse. Only good thing about them is the meat on their bones. Duquesne sighed before continuing. Okay, let's think this through. The Lannisters don't know our capabilities. They won't talk seriously to a random group of 4 foreign soldiers until they do, if at all. The Night's Watch only talked to us because we kicked the shit out of Halfhand's platoon and sent one of them to report back. Problem is that the Watch was weak. We also had key information for them, Padraig pointed out, how to fight White Walkers and Whites. The word on that is out now, so we can't trade it, even if anyone else did value it. The LT slung his rifle. Tywin Lannister apparently commands the most well-respected military force on the continent. It'll take more than ambushing one platoon to impress upon him the need to talk, from what the Stark Lords say about him. To say nothing about getting him to respect our military strength and get out of our way. Padraig breathed out with relief. He's going to do it. Whatever it takes to get home. I agree, sir. And I'm glad to say it. So what's the plan? Duquesne looked south for a moment. We show what we are capable of. Hit every single Lannister recon and raiding groups we can find. They'll not have been gentle with local people, I doubt they have real supply lines to get food to them, and the Starks already had reports of atrocities. It's all above board on the face of it. Padraig nodded. Can't see anyone back home complaining we killed groups of thieving rapists that were in our way. As long as we offer them a warning first. Which will only make it easier for us to kill them, because they'll take orders from us as an insult. Duquesne hawked and spat, before muttering about the swamp's humidity again. Starting with the group in front of us tonight, we'll attack and then again every night until we run into Tywin's main force. And we'll announce ourselves at the first place we can find a raven going to King's Landing and that big castle they're probably using as a base, tell the Lannisters to get out of the way. Then we won't have to offer warnings. Padraig's lips split with a grin of his own. Yes, sir. We're going home. The Regent. The small council chamber was cold, the fire in its hearth only just lit and the servant responsible still piling wood into the flames. Another was setting the table with bread, cheese, and wine. 2 more were polishing the carved screen for some reason. All were hurrying, their eyes tied to their tasks and their hands moving with indecent haste. At least they know their lack of preparation has displeased me, Cersei sulked as she watched them from below the 2 Valyrian sphinxes guarding the door, though it's truly Varys' fault. Who is he to dream that he can call a small council meeting? The message that the Master of Whispers wished to discuss urgent news came as she had rose from bed. In her half-woken state, she had agreed. A mistake, one she was sorely tempted to punish the eunuch for as she clenched her teeth together to stop herself yawning in front of the servants. The sound of armor clattering caused her to turn, and from beyond she saw the approach of Slint and Littlefinger, speaking quietly to each other as they moved. Both seemed dressed how they always were, the barrel-shaped Slint in his ridiculous breastplate and the slight Littlefinger in his usual tidy velvet. Thick as thieves, Cersei noted. Of course, that's what they are. Useful thieves. Not about to greet the two men in the doorway, she quickly entered the chambers. Sir Mandan followed, and together the servants scattered out of their path and hurried out of the room, taking their implements with them. Exactly how the sheep should act when the lion walks through their number. Cersei took her place at the head of the table in the king's seat, the queen regent's seat, and poured herself a cup of Dornish red. The seat was more comfortable than before, the plush crimson and gold pillows she had added to it a sheer necessity when having to listen to Pycelle or Littlefinger for very long. I'll teach them brevity in due course, she mused, swirling the wine in her cup as she thought up methods to make it so. The Master of Coin and his gold cloak lackey both bowed to her before taking their seats, making her wonder where the Grand Maester was exactly. He was as like to be dead as delayed, in her opinion, such was his age. A brisk awakening too early in the morn might see him leave his body behind. The thought amused Cersei, and she lifted her cup to her lips, covering her smile, before it died anyway as she realized Pycelle was too useful and his replacement from the Citadel would not be. Annoyed, she put the cup down. Where are the Grand Maester and Lord Varys? Cersei asked. Coming shortly, Your Grace, Littlefinger responded with a tight smile. I believe Lord Varys went to the rookery to send ravens. Carrying what message? I know not, Your Grace. Cersei fumed into her cup. What message is so important that I should be sitting here waiting? The answer was soon in coming, as by the time she had swallowed the wine, a red-faced Pycelle came hobbling into the room, also comported as usual in grey robes and maester's chain, save for his hair and beard being slightly dishevelled. He was followed closely by Lord Varys, a waft of perfume entering with him to replace the smell of wine and wood smoke, the Whisperer perfectly dressed in his SSE silks. Apologies, Your Grace, Pycelle huffed, as he half fell into his chair nearby. We were in the rookery. Cersei's anger rose in her throat. Yes, Lord Baelish has just been telling me, she said sternly. What message have you been sending that you felt I should not know of first? The colour drained from Pycelle's face, causing Varys to titter behind his sleeve as he too sat at his place at the table. Deepest apologies, Your Grace, he said. It was not the Grand Maester's fault. I felt your Lord Father the Hand should expect to hear the news I have gathered without delay. Grand Maester Pycelle merely agreed on hearing what it was. Pycelle expelled a breath of relief, not needing to search for his own words. Indeed so, Lord Varys, he added. Then tell me that before, you old fool. Cersei directed her gaze at the eunuch again. What is your news, Lord Varys? The crown would know. The eunuch's face changed to one of concern, though how much was feigned, Cersei could not know. He does not scare easily. Your Grace, we now have confirmation from White Harbour about what was only previously a rumour. The wildlings are south of the wall and defeated a host of Northmen sent to reinforce it. Surely that is good news. Slint interrupted, pouring himself some arbor gold from the nearest jug. The Northmen will have to turn back and fight for their lands or offer terms for our assistance in repelling the savages. Cersei and the rest of the council looked at the man like the fool he was. He did not notice, and by the time he looked up from his drink, she had mustered the lioness glare. Yes, Lord Slint, but I suspect Lord Varys would not have asked for such a meeting this early in the day if all he had was good news. The gold cloak shrunk back, and even Littlefinger winced slightly at the rebuke. Good, let the coin counter know to quieten his dogs. Indeed not, Your Grace, Varys continued. Unfortunately, the outcome Lord Slint hopes for has not come to pass. The wildling king has made peace with Robb Stark, married his good sister to the young Stark's bastard brother, and pledged to support the North in its fight against the crown with 10,000 warriors. Cersei narrowed her eyes. Wildlings made peace with Northmen? She wondered, how? Somehow, she knew it was true. Things had been going too smoothly. The gods were not ones to let her have happiness without obstacles. Impossible, Lord Baelish declared. The northern lords would sooner sell their children into slavery in Lysani brothels than make peace with the wildlings. It's because they hate us, Cersei realized, more than their hereditary foes. It seems they would give anything to destroy the realm and its rightful ruler, she said bitterly. That is one motivation whispered to me, Your Grace, Varys confirmed. Another is more strange. There are tales from the far north that the dead walk and the White Walkers command them. Cersei scoffed. Your little birds are making up stories. Lord Varys raised his silk sleeve to his mouth. I would not report such a thing to you if I was not sure it was indeed talked about among the northern lords, your grace. Slint gasped out a laugh. What tripe, he wheezed, I've heard likelier stories from rapers caught with their breeches around their ankles. Never underestimate the power of superstition to form opinion, Littlefinger mused aloud, the northerners believe the old stories. Cersei could not believe that tradition alone was enough to convince noblemen to embrace the savages as friends. Lord Slint may be right, but how is it the Starks were convinced? The eunuch sighed. The wildlings brought some examples of these walking dead men to Winterfell. I am told they were quite convincing. Cersei glared. This is becoming obscene. I very much doubt they were truly shown dead men walking, Lord Varys. As you say, your grace, the eunuch smiled back, I report only what my little birds sing to me from White Harbour. Littlefinger pursed his lips for a moment. It is within the capabilities of the wildlings to disfigure men to near the point of death, to show the northern lords. Perhaps the savages would even find such a duty honourable. And the lords would certainly find it impressive. Cersei found herself tapping the table with her fingers, and stopped it. Yes, Lord Baelish, that may very well be what happened. But it doesn't change our problem. The North no longer has a wildling invasion to deal with and instead has wildling reinforcements. How did the savages get south of the wall? Did the Night's Watch let them through? Varys tittered to himself. The Watch would never do such a thing. No, the wildlings had help from a band of foreigners that were stranded north of the wall. They breached the wall and took Castle Black from the rear. Not a single wildling died in the assault. I have confirmation that Eastwatch fell around the same time to a massed attack by wildlings in boats. Gods preserve us, Pycelle muttered, such a catastrophe has been unheard since the days of the Night's King. Even if the wildlings did war with the Starks, it would take a full expedition to deal with such an incursion after the Crown's victory in the south. Else we would find them coming down from the neck. Cersei did not care what it would take to repel the wildlings. She cared that her nascent plan for dealing with the Starks now seemed to be impossible. So the Night's Watch is destroyed. It is uncertain what has happened to them, Varys said, certainly there is no point sending anyone to the wall any longer. Not least Eddard Stark. That is the wildling kingdom now. Cersei wanted to snarl at the world. Why does every man save Jaime fail in his duty and cause everything I plan to crumble? Now we cannot use Lord Stark by making him take the black. We must find another way to stop his son and his new savage friends, or trust in my father to win the war. Littlefinger smiled, his eyes cruel. There may be another option, your grace. I cannot believe that Lord Stark would approve of his son and his lords making peace with the wildlings. Nor can I, Cersei agreed. The man's family threw the savages back every time the watch failed, and he guards his honor too closely to allow himself to be the one who did not. Littlefinger perched his hands together in front of him, elbows on the table. I propose to have Lord Stark order his son back to fight the wildlings, and once that is complete, send the good lord to the wall to restore the Night's Watch. Cersei felt a vein in her head pulse. I am surrounded by imbeciles. A wonderful plan, Lord Baelish, except there is no guarantee his son will obey any command from his imprisoned father. He has a chance at winning now, with an alliance with the wildlings in his pocket. Littlefinger was not bothered. It will take time for the wildlings to arrive, your father should be able to teach the young Stark a thing or two about war in the meantime. Besides, Lord Stark and his son should both care for the well-being of Sansa. I don't believe either would do anything to see her harmed. If the brother does not comply, give the girl over to me, as you have with her companion. Liking the sound of that better, Cersei reclined into her chair. I had planned on Sansa being of use against her father, she admitted, I suppose it is no great difference to do the same against her brother. Littlefinger's smile reached his eyes, gleaming with some triumph. Cersei wondered what he was so pleased about, before she recalled a story about him fighting a Stark for the hand of Catelyn Tully, in the days of the Mad King. He wants the girl for himself, she thought with amusement, if her brother doesn't comply with my commands, Baelish shall have her. Your Grace, Varys began, I do not believe Robb Stark's defeat is so certain. The same foreigners that breached the wall are also responsible for the peace between the northern lords and the wildlings. They march at the head of the northern army now. Their rumored capabilities are startling. Cersei narrowed her eyes, displeased that yet another road looked to close against her. How do you know that? We have had no word that the northern army has marched yet. Why would foreigners care to attack us? Are they sellswords? I do not believe so, your grace, Varys responded, before he looked to the Grand Maester. Pycelle coughed and produced a raven scroll from his voluminous robes. Your grace, we received a message from the foreigners themselves. It was strange, and contained Valyrian phrases inside the sentences in the common tongue, but I believe I understand their meaning. It may clarify matters. Cersei could tell her seat's pillows were truly an excellent idea as the Grand Maester cleared his throat several times. We'll be here all day. Very well, read it, but do hurry. The man finally began. To all combatants in West Eros, this is a notice from the Canadian forces. In light of evidence of war crimes and crimes against humanity discovered in the village of Septon's Rest, and owing to the unsafe condition of the region, we declare that a total exclusion area now exists between the Neck and the Trident, and between the Ruby Ford to surround the entirety of the God's Eye for a distance of 30 leagues. Within this area, the Canadian forces reserve the right to attack any force at our discretion. Any host interfering with our passage to the God's Eye will be fired upon. All belligerent forces are therefore advised to evacuate the exclusion area. This notice has been dispatched to King's Landing, Heron Hall, River Run, and those keeps along the King's Road that may be presently occupied by belligerent forces. This does not constitute a declaration of war, but it is the only and final warning. Signed, Michael Duquesne, Elector of Calgary, Officer Commanding of Canadian Forces in West Eros. Cersei's mind tried to coil around the intent of the message, but failed. Canadian Forces? Crimes against humanity? Total exclusion area? She thought, and what do they mean any force will be fired upon? Her face blushed with anger. Grand Maester, that has not clarified matters at all. Pycelle blinked, as if she was missing something obvious, before his mouth began to work like a horse chewing on something as he tried to figure out how to respond. Disgusting. Your Grace, the foreigners seek to reach the God's Eye, Varys added, for what reason, I cannot say, nor can I say that they will stop there. They will join with the Starks and Wildlings to attack any host your father presents against them. Note that Moat Cailin was not among the locations they listed as where this message was being sent. He tucked his hands inside his robes. They breached the wall and took Castle Black without losing a single person. It was they who convinced the Northern Lords to make peace. And now they frame their aggression with moral language about crimes. They are a dangerous opponent. Politically and on the field of battle. Your father's host may not be sufficient. Septon's Rest is the first village south of the causeway through the Neck, Your Grace, Pycelle added. It means Robb Stark's host has already left Moat Cailin. The Starks are already in the Riverlands, with wildling reinforcements and another host known to take walls with preternatural ease. We may need to consider preparing the city's defenses. Cersei couldn't believe her ears. Am I the only one with courage in this room? Do you have so little faith in my father's abilities? She asked. Littlefinger pounced on the chance to flatter her family. I would not count out Lord Tywin so easily. The situation is not so desperate that we should prepare immediately. The Treasury certainly won't thank you for starting a panic. Sneering within her own mind at the man's snivelry, Cersei inclined her head in thanks to him regardless. I cannot help but agree, Lord Baelish. The man made a little bow in his seat to her for that. The reports of the Canadians' capabilities trouble me greatly, Your Grace, Lord Varys continued. The entirety of White Harbour was abuzz with talk of them being able to see in the dark, or destroy walls in an instant, to travel faster than horses could possibly allow and cut down men with bolt throwers that can shoot hundreds of bolts. These tales are too consistent to be entirely false. More fantasies, Slynt contributed unhappily. Exaggerations, Lord Varys, Pycelle said with a dismissive wave. I agree they are dangerous, but we can set aside such talk. They are dangerous because they have forged a peace between Northmen and Wildlings, and have evidently taught the Wildlings to fight as civilized men. This could even be a Stark ploy, Littlefinger added. Perhaps these Canadians or even Robb Stark's vassal lords have spread these rumors knowing they would get back to us. That had more of a ring of truth to Cersei than anything else said so far. But Varys continued to press his argument. It all blurred into a fog of nonsense. Her head throbbing and her stomach calling for something better than bread and cheese, she finally had heard enough. Lord Varys, Grand Maester, you both think that the Canadians are a problem, she said, interrupting the back and forth. Lord Baelish, Lord Slynt, you both believe they are not so large a threat that we need to prepare. This is the first I've heard of such a people in my life, nor am I sure we should care. Your Grace, I would agree with Lord Varys they are a problem, Littlefinger said, eager for the last word, but no, not a threat yet. Cersei could have strangled him. Now he's sitting on the fence because I have not ruled on the matter yet. Very well, then I shall decide. We shall not stir fear in the city, but nor shall we do nothing. I will speak to Lord Stark this evening and make it clear he is to cooperate, as Lord Baelish has suggested. And the Wildlings? The Canadians? Pycelle inquired. Allowing herself time to think about it, Cersei picked up the jug of wine next to her and poured another cup's worth, swirling before taking a drink. How to deal with these magical Canadians? For the foreigners, we shall send assassins. Even if they are not a threat on the scale Lord Varys suggests, they have sided with our enemies. If they are so formidable in battle, we shall not allow them to fight on their own terms. The Wildlings that follow them will begin fighting over who is in charge. She gestured between Littlefinger and the eunuch. The impact on the treasury will be minimal compared to preparing for an attack, and signals no weakness to our enemies. It also sends a clear message that those from beyond West Eros should not ally themselves with rebels and traitors. Very wise, Your Grace, Varys tittered. A proportionate response, Littlefinger agreed. Pycelle and Slint made no motion towards dissent, the old maester simply nodding as if to himself and the gold cloak drinking more wine. I'm glad you approve, Cersei stated, see my command realized, my lords. And prepare the way to the black cells for my arrival. Yes, your grace. The private. The trees along the King's Road sighed in the gentle breeze, their leaves sheltering the warriors of the free folk from the summer sun beaming down from a deep blue sky. Beyond the shade were rolling fields and little brooks, the crops growing tall in some places, others full of cattle, no fences or hedges to divide them. The humidity rolling off the green fork just within sight to the west filled the air, not as badly as the next nasty fog, but enough to make it harder to breathe when the breeze stopped before starting again. It was close to paradise, except for the blood pooling in puddles all over the road, the iron smell of it everywhere, the horses neighing and men moaning in pain as they lay in piles among the dead. Standing atop the small rise beside the road, Lewis found the victims of the ambush spread in a wide arc below him. They tried to get around us. They tried to flee. They didn't succeed. 3 nights now Duquesne had brought Lewis and the others to fight small Lannister outrider groups. With infrared night vision and firearms that could defeat any medieval armor in existence, they were not so much battles as massacres. Those few outriders that had survived had been handed over to the locals for trial once the Laughing Tree had passed by. But after what they had found on entering the first village on the first night, Lewis hadn't cared. He had been the one to stumble upon 4 men raping a 14-year-old in the stables of Septon's Rest by the King's Road. He had been the one to draw first blood. He couldn't help himself. Something had rose up from inside him, taken control of his body and mind, and put the 4 down. That event had been all the justification that Duquesne had needed. Maybe he had even hoped for it. On the 3rd night, the LT had issued a warning by Raven from the small keep of Seven's Guard, telling everyone on the route to the Isle of Faces that getting in the way would result in fighting. Lewis wasn't sure if it was a tactic to scare the Lannisters into withdrawing or legal cover so that fighting to the Magic Island wouldn't cause trouble, but either way, he had no problem with it. Let the bastards die, he thought. Until now. On the morning of the 4th day, the wargs spotted a far larger and much better armed force of cavalry coming north on the King's Road. They would reach where the Laughing Tree was encamped by the afternoon. Duquesne immediately decided on fighting. There was no refraining from deploying Canadian arms to battle now, unlike at the last inn against the Norreys. The Lannister scouts were allowed to pass and dealt with behind the main battle site by Jon Stark and his riders. Duquesne's warning was nailed to a post in the middle of the road a few clicks further south. The enemy would have no excuse to say they didn't know they were in danger. Without their scouts to look out for threats, the main body of Lannister men rode straight into a V-shaped ambush, facing archers and pikes on both sides of the road and Zhang with the machine gun in front of them. Lewis had been the one to signal the attack, braining the lead noble's horse with a shot from his scout rifle. That had been the beginning of the sick feeling that now gripped his throat. The horse hadn't done anything wrong even if its rider had. The man wore gleaming plate armor, the breastplate etched with a burning tree in bronze. He looked like every part of the knight of medieval history and fantasy stories, or what Lewis imagined those to be anyway. Bullets had raked the entire length of the Lannister column from vanguard to rearguard, and arrows sailed through the trees and roadside shrubs. The horses were the main targets at first. Duquesne wanted as many prisoners as possible, and most importantly, no one to run back to tell the tale. Now the knight stood among a fraction that had remained alive, favoring the leg that hadn't been caught under his horse when it was shot, his sword tossed on the ground. We yield. He shouted, we yield. For a terrible moment, Lewis thought Duquesne would ignore it. Another burst from Zhang on the machine gun chased a pair of runners further down the road, the tracers flying over the heads of the surrendering knights. Arrows flew at them, though they took the shots on their shields and were unhurt by them. Cease fire, Duquesne ordered over the comms, before standing to repeat the order at full volume, cease fire. The shout hurt Lewis' ears, the LT was right beside him. They can hear you, sir. The attack stopped dead at once, though not quickly enough to O'Neill's satisfaction. Took you a minute there, sir, the sergeant said flatly. Tell me about it, Lewis agreed silently, preferring to look up at the sky rather than down at the carnage. Had to make sure no one could ride away, Duquesne responded, before turning to Lewis, Sire, with me. Watch my back. He quickly strode by and slid down the embankment onto the road. Lewis waited until just before his hesitation would be noted, trying to gather up the sky before being forced to look at the ground, and followed. Once on the road, every step was wet with ichor with blood. The LT had positioned himself in the center, where he knew the enemy commander would be, and where the most killing had to be done. And it had been done, by Lewis no less than the others. Duquesne moved carefully, aiming his rifle at this man or that, not trusting anyone no matter how injured or helpless they seemed. He also kept the lane of fire for Zhang clear, in case those still standing were playing games. Lewis thought that was very wise, and did the same as he trailed behind. Terror might be on their faces for now, but even a hint of weakness and even the injured would be on their feet with daggers in their hands. Compared to him, many of the knights seemed to be built like athletes or gym brothers. Guys who could bend you in half with their bare hands. Getting all the food then training daily to move around in full metal armor will do that. The LT skirted a dead man with an arrow through his armor and chest to the feathers, one of Ygritte's magic shots if Lewis was any judge. He blinked. There's no way she should have been able to shoot through that steel with a bow. It caused the stitched scar on his face itch again like it had just happened yesterday. God, how close did I come to having my face carved off by that White's arrow? The LT halted in front of the circled knights that remained, rifle up. Lewis' hands tingled, his trigger finger most of all. The armored men may have dropped their swords and maces, but they held onto their shields and at the short distance could probably overwhelm the two of them if they were willing to sacrifice most of their group to do it. Don't try it, assholes, he thought, trying to transmit the notion as much as just talking to himself. Toss those shields and sidearms away from you. Duquesne commanded, then uncover your faces, kneel and put your hands on your heads. There was reluctance to obey those commands. Heads turned this way and that, gauntlet fingers curled around the long knives at their belts. But the leader with the burning tree etched on his armor gave a wave of the hand towards the ground, raised his helmet's visor and threw his own shield and dagger into the roadside ditch behind. The rest followed suit, but they waited until their leader had knelt to do the same. Only then did all of them put their hands on their heads. Lewis took a breath of relief. Even without weapons, he didn't like the odds. There were as many as 30 of the men still combat capable. The LT sauntered over to the leader, like he was on a stroll. Putting on an act? Lewis thought, as he followed. Sir Adam Marbrand, I presume. Duquesne said, standing over the knight, I am Lieutenant Michael Duquesne of the Canadian Army. And this is Private Louis Sayer. My condolences, you are now a prisoner of war. Marbrand did not reply. His dark brown eyes just looked up at the LT with hatred from his slim face, a string of orange-red hair was stuck to his forehead with sweat. Don't be salty, Duquesne frowned, I did warn you. You rode on past my sign like you owned the place. You're sitting there now because of your own poor decisions. Be more polite before I decide to be less magnanimous. The prisoner's eyes flashed with anger. You would harm men who have yielded to you for not deigning to speak. Marbrand asked, there is nothing to say. The LT shook his head with disbelief. No, I would give you to the locals for trial. From what I have seen and what they tell me, your men have treated them like shit. I would imagine they did so on your orders. I may have to hand you over anyway, I have nowhere to hold all your men as prisoners. Don't make that decision easy for me. Any thought of the mercy falling silent, Lewis felt revulsion creep up his throat at the memory of what he saw at Septon's Rest. Maybe we should just shoot this guy. A rustling to the left turned his head, and he found one of the injured riders crouched beside, a long dagger in his hand. Fuck. Lewis raised his rifle and shot the man in the chest twice. The man slumped to the ground again, gurgling blood out of his mouth. The revulsion grew, the increasing smell of shit and blood not helping. That wasn't wise, Duquesne said, thumbing at the newly created corpse. Did you order him to do that? I apologize for that, Marbrand replied quickly, not admitting if he had ordered the attempt on the LT's life, he should not have done it. But it is not just for you to hand us to the Riverlanders, nor is it in your interest. Ransoms will be offered for our return. We are only following the command of our liege lord, as no doubt you are only following the word of yours. Lewis grit his teeth with anger. I bet, he half shouted, managing to get his, we've been hearing all sorts of stories about your liege lord's orders, you piece of shit. Duquesne shot him a look to calm down. Lewis felt a burning shame at the outburst, which was soothed a little by the LT's own reply to Marbrand. Private Sayer is correct. Where we're from, just following orders is not a defense. The knight rolled his eyes. Why do foreigners always think to lecture us? Lord Duquesne, we are not where you're from. I thank you for your mercy, but spare me your foreign morality. War is not a kind thing, you must live sheltered lives to think otherwise. Duquesne clicked his tongue. You're inside the exclusion zone, Sir Adam, he said with a gesture around them, here, it is our ideas about the conduct of war that will be entertained, not yours. But we'll have plenty of time to discuss it. I'll see your men receive medical attention as best we can, but we don't have one of your maesters to help. He waved his arm and the laughing tree moved in from both sides of the road. Two lines of pikes approached slowly, while the archers jumped the wounded and dead on the ground to either drag them out of the way or tie their hands. Ygritte and RYK soon appeared, Ygritte's bow hand sticky with red sap and the top of RYK's long spear coated in a liquid of the same dark red color from the inside of someone he had stabbed with it. The pair avoided the dead and dying like they were the worst scum of the earth, rather than a threat. Lewis thought that very wise. The spearwife's eyes quickly locked onto Lord Marbrand, and tilted her head in confusion. Why are these ones still breathing? Ygritte asked Duquesne, kneelers aren't any good to us alive. They won't thank us for it neither. Intelligence gathering, Lewis said before the LT could, we need to know what they know. How big the Lannister army is, what sort of soldiers they have. That kind of thing. Exactly right, Private, Duquesne said approvingly. The lowering evening sun painted the sky and the nameless village below in a much more pleasant warmth than had beamed down at midday. The settlement was in a hollow between three hills, allowing the scent of cooking horse meat and open ale casks to hover everywhere. Only a few hours had passed since the battle, but everywhere the tribe of the Laughing Tree's men and women caroused, eating, singing, screwing each other in the bushes. Even Jon Stark was coming out of his shell a little, drinking with Val and laughing with Zheng, all three of them sitting on top of a house's low roof. The locals joined in the partying, putting aside their prejudices to welcome the killers of those that had ransacked their homes and storehouses hours before. Mostly, they just jeered at the closed doors of their September, inside which the prisoners were being kept and tended by the local septons and septas. Atop its spire, the maple leaf flag flew lazily, the white turned a fiery orange, the red darker like blood. Louis leaned against a wall around the building opposite, a wooden mug of ale in his hand, glancing between the flag and the party. He wondered what journalists or the brass would think of this scene, and what his mother would say about what he had done. He didn't imagine any of them having favorable opinions. His mood had caused most of the spear wives chasing him to go find more entertaining men to be stolen by, for the moment, with the exception of the two Louis almost expected to stay. Iola sat on a stool quietly beside him, drinking cup in one hand and her other pulling molting feathers from the body of her snowy eagle. The bird cooed and turned its head at every pull. The new warmer climate was affecting all the animals that had come south. Gret on the other hand was not being quiet. She was leaning beside him on the same wall, a crossbow under one of her arms. She laughed loudly at the antics of the other free folk around them, pointing out this or that thing. She had shared anecdotes now and then, but Louis could only half remember them. He felt bad about it, but was too caught up in his own thoughts to allow himself to participate even knowing that. The fact that both of them were what would be considered a state of undress anywhere but a beach barely registered too. It was only when Gret pressed herself to him that he realized. It was hard to ignore her when she did that. She matched Louis' height at 5'10", had red hair and blue eyes that were almost purple, and had what O'Neill called assets. God, I feel half asleep. What is wrong with me? You're not drinking, Gret laughed, why not? We won. She kissed Louis on the cheek and then on the lips for good measure, which did make him feel better. Thank you Gret, he thought. Whatever was distracting him had melted away a little. He doesn't drink, Iola said, not moving her green eyes from her bird. Gret scoffed. Then he would have died of thirst, which? She took a big gulp from her own mug, made of some sort of dull metal. Louis frowned. Gret didn't like skin changers and wargs, for some reason. Iola finally stopped pulling her eagle's feathers and aimed a glare at the taller woman. He drinks water. He doesn't drink ale. You'd know that if you paid attention to anyone but yourself. A snarl on her face, Gret pushed herself off the wall to stand up. I'm just standing here trying to cheer him up for my own bloody amusement. After a victory. How selfish of me. Iola glanced at the weapon in Gret's hands, before raising one of her own to the sky. The eagle flapped off immediately, beginning to circle overhead. He doesn't need cheering up, she said, remaining seated, he needs to think what he's thinking for a while. Gret shook her head in disbelief. What sort of shite is that? Louis exhaled, not wanting to enter the argument but not wanting them to fight over him. Do I get a say in what I think I need? No, came the reply from both. Not intending to take that as a real answer, Louis opened his mouth to object but let it hang as he noticed a group of riders approaching from the north. He shut his mouth again and stood up from the wall. Kneelers, he said to the two girls with him. That big Umber and some other Starklander lords, Iola corrected, saw them riding towards us earlier. Through her eagle, she meant. Louis bit his lip and looked around for Duquesne. He was nowhere to be found. Neither was O'Neill. Where the hell are they? Let's greet them before they ride into the party. Gret snorted. Last thing we need is that big Umber on his horse in the middle of all this, she agreed with a wave to the revelry, they'll think someone shaved a giant and taught it to ride a horse. Man must be 7 feet tall. Who knew they stacked shit that high? Louis chuckled. Iola and Gret looked at each other and laughed, Louis smiling to himself at how easy that had been as he threw the assault rifle sling over his head. The greatest hits of Hollywood, stolen so I can make girls laugh. Sometimes this place is heaven. Come on then. The three of them wandered to where the King's Road met the village, the shadows of the cattle in the fields nearby getting very long. The riders were still at some distance, which gave Louis time to turn on the flashlight on the end of his rifle and attach his night vision goggles to his helmet. Nothing like a little near magical technology to scare the shit out of them. The irony of it wasn't lost on him. No doubt the Europeans had thought the same when wandering the wilds of North America, once upon a time. But when barbarians straight out of Europe's past want to kill you for some random insulting thing you did, Louis wanted every little piece of help to not get split in half by a broadsword. The approaching column was surprisingly colorful, the sigils of the various Starks-worn houses having every shade of the rainbow. One even wore pink. The great Jan Umber was leading the riders, as promised, dressed in mixed plate and chain mail. He held up a large fist and the riders slowed. The man's brow was knit tightly with annoyance, until he realized who Lewis was. A toothy grin appeared as he peered down from his saddle. "Lord Sayer," he said, "we were just inspecting your handiwork up the road. Knew we should have buried the dead." Lewis bit down a remark that it wasn't his handiwork, it was the fault of the Marbrand asshole. "Decided to catch up with us, did you?" he replied instead. "Imagine the Starks fighting their own battles," Iola agreed, "what a sight that would be." "Cover yourself up, wildling," said one man wearing the Karstark sunburst, "lest one take the sight of you for a whore and treat you accordingly." Lewis felt his stomach burn at that. Who the fuck does he think he is? Iola stared back at the guy, and her eagle circled closer. "Very brave for a man who saw what we can do. With or without clothes." Lewis pointedly raised his rifle, just high enough to make the threat apparent and allow an easy snapshot against the Karstark. Lord Umber eventually waved the man off, and he and the other lords listened with diplomatic patience as Gret threw in her 2 cents too. "Heard you were away at some bridge or something, begging some other Kneeler lord to let you pass, Umber." The great Jan erupted with a growl from deep in his chest, but it wasn't directed at the free folk women taunting him. Lewis breathed a little easier. Something like that, though hearing it from the likes of you, I do not love." Valder Frey drove a hard bargain for his toll. "Where's Lord Duquesne?" Lewis still didn't know, but he couldn't say that. And he didn't know how the other free folk would react to the Stark lords waltzing in. "Dismount and I'll bring you to him. The rest of your guys can tie up the horses at the stables and stay there. Lord Bolton, Lord Torren, and Lady Dacey will join me," the great Jan rumbled. "We're here to talk to Lord Duquesne. No point in me going by myself, even if I am leading this host." Lewis shrugged. It was reasonable enough, and 4 lords couldn't win against his rifle anyway. "Okay, just keep your weapons away and let me do any talking if someone gets angry." One of the locals allowed the use of his inn's main room for the lords to rest for the night, and as a place to talk to away from the ongoing party. It was a cozy room, just about large enough for the meeting to take place, but well lit with candles and the fires burning in hearths along one wall. It smelled of cooked meat, much of the horse steaks that had been consumed earlier had been cooked there. The Stark lords sat down along one side off the long table that took up most of the available space, its surface a large slab of sandstone. Lewis recognized the pretty but tall Dacey Mormont from Moat Cailin, a mace hanging from her belt. The thin and stern Torren Karstark joined her, his sunburst logo covering most of his chest. It was also impossible to not recognize John the Great Jan Umber, the barrel-chested giant of a man that was very much a younger version of his uncle, Mors. The 4th of the lords Lewis didn't know, which seemed strange. The man was smaller than he was, but about average for the Northman. His skin was pale and slightly red at his cheeks, and he was clean-shaven, unlike almost every lord he had come across. Where the others were boisterous, he was quiet and aloof. He wore a pink cloak with blood drops around his shoulders. His sigil seemed to be a diagram of a human body too. "What's that all about?" The nobles were greatly pleased as the innkeeper laid out ale, wine, cheese, and bread for them. Lewis could only think that this was exactly the welcome they expected in the Riverlands, liberators to be cheered and rewarded. "Except we did the fighting, not them," he thought with annoyance as he waited for the response from the LT on joining the fun. In the end, Duquesne and O'Neill refused the immediate invitation to speak with the Stark lords. They were too busy in the September with the prisoners. They hadn't said so, but Lewis was sure they were interrogating Marbrand in some way. That didn't leave much choice in who could deal with the Stark lords. "When will Lord Duquesne join us?" Lord Umber asked cheerily, chewing away at some bread. "I would congratulate him on his victory, and talk about what happens next." The other lords made noises of agreeing with the question from their throats, though Lady Dacey Mormont just looked up from her mug of ale. Trying to figure out an answer, Lewis decided he needed to play for time. He chose to begin by very deliberately sitting down at the table on the empty side, and threaded his hands together in front of him in the most businesslike posture he could think of. Right in front of the great Jan's seat opposite. It was claimed the man was 7 foot tall. Lewis knew that wasn't true, no more than the claim that the wall was 700 foot tall. Umber was still large enough to reach over the table and drag whoever annoyed him across to be dealt with. Somehow that was a more scary prospect than fighting White Walkers. "At least I can shoot White Walkers and I won't destroy the peace." Having followed Lewis into the inn, Gret and Iola took seats to either side, neither side betraying any sign of nervousness. How do they do that? He wondered, as he gestured for some food and drink himself to buy another minute. The brown ale in a ceramic jug with mugs soon appeared, and he poured Iola, Gret, and himself some as the bread and cheese arrived. The great Jan repeated himself. "Well? Where is Duquesne?" Lewis picked up his mug and pretended to drink, before clearing his throat. It wouldn't do any good for his voice to squeak when talking to Lord Umber. God, give me another White Walker to shoot instead. Not coming, he said firmly, you were not expected, and he's in the middle of something, so. What do you mean he's not coming? The Great Yan asked, he would insult the Lords of the North by not receiving us. No, Louis said, someone else is coming. Who? The door to the outside opened, and the answer came walking in. Zhang had her green regimental beret on instead of her helmet, but otherwise was fully equipped for battle with armor and weapons. She hadn't been wearing either when Louis had last seen her. More importantly, she wore a face that looked like she could tear a man's throat out with her teeth. Despite what that implied could happen in the next few minutes, Louis was still glad to see her. The Great Yan couldn't overwhelm the two of them. Zhang paced quickly from the door to the Canadian Free Folk side of the table. Louis smelled wine on the air as she arrived beside Iola. She began by tapping the skin changer on the shoulder. Up, she commanded. Iola scowled but knew better than to argue with Zhang. But Iola was Iola. Like it was the most natural thing in the world, she stood out of her chair and settled into Louis' lap, throwing one arm around his neck and picking up his ale mug for a drink. She wiggled in place for a moment, green eyes locked to Louis' gaze. Though he couldn't say he wasn't pleased, Louis glanced towards Gret, expecting a bad reaction. He found her brow raised, like she regretted not thinking of that herself. Great, they're competing for real. Zhang shot Louis a stare, which said more than words about what she thought of his situation. Louis felt his face glow red, but hid it as best he could by grabbing a piece of bread, mashing a piece of cheese onto it and eating it. It didn't help much. Are you okay, Sayer? Zhang said in English as she sat down, with a glance to Iola on his lap. Louis' mind raced back to the events of the day. I've been better. Zhang exhaled and rubbed her forehead. Yeah, know what you mean, she said, but we've got work to do here. I don't expect these lords to be cooperative at first. We're going to play good cop bad cop with them. Wanna guess who's the bad cop? Me. Louis joked back. There was no way in hell she meant him. Ha. Ha. Zhang relaxed in her seat, and gestured to Umber. Lord John Umber, you're late. The Great Yan smirked toothily. You're not the first person to say that. And you're not Lord Duquesne. Zhang shrugged, and began to pour herself a mug of wine from a jug on the table. I'm just as good. And I thought the proper way to address a princess was Your Grace. Quite right, Your Grace, the quiet lord said, so softly that Louis had to stop himself craning his neck forward to listen. Zhang nodded in thanks to the man and took a gulp of wine. Now, what brings you to us, Lord Umber? We expected your army to catch up with us yesterday. We got off the King's Road twice to deal with Lannister outriders. Was there trouble at the bridge Lord Stark wants to cross? It wasn't Umber that responded, but instead the quiet lord. Lord Frey asked a high price for use of his bridge, the man half whispered, and it took some extensive negotiation. The Great Yan gave a great nod. He boomed, the weasel demanded Robb set aside his betrothal with the Karstarks and marry one of his brood instead. My father was displeased by the proposal, Tauren man added, offended, even. As was I. I had heard tales of the duplicity of the phrase, but... The Great Yan cut him off with a glare. Too much information? I guess an alternative was found, or Robb himself would be here. Louis wondered aloud. Disappointed, are you? The Umber smiled. Zhang grinned back. It would have been convenient if Lord Frey had made our plan into the only plan, she admitted, but now I'm more worried about what it cost you to be here. Nothing that concerns you, said the tall Lady Daisy Mormont. Lord Valder wanted marriages. He got them. But it will mean not if Ed Muir Tully does not agree to marry Rosalind Frey once he is free, the quiet man added. Lord Frey has said that his support depends on that. Otherwise he will withdraw his bannermen again and declare a peace with the Lannisters. That could concern all of us. Louis didn't like the sound of that. Could he do that? Isn't that treason? He asked. I mean, you outnumber the army of a single lord, right? Wouldn't you just attack his troops as they left? The lords looked at him like he had just suggested eating a baby. Except the quiet one, whose eyes seemed to gleam with something else. What the hell did I just say? Louis thought. Nobles have the right of refusal, Tauren said, it's only treason if they illegitimately fight against their liege lord or if they leave in the midst of battle. Great, they'll go on strike, Louis thought. We agreed that the phrase shall have no further part in the war, the Great Yan said firmly, and we're men and women of our word, Lord Sayer. You'd do well to remember that. Though it applies only to the northern lords, the quiet lord added, I doubt Lord Edmure will be pleased to hear the phrase will not fight unless he marries them. This is nuts. Sounds like they're unreliable and you should fight them now, Louis continued, you already have the troops. You can't have a potential enemy in the rear. The Great Yan slammed a fist on the table, knocking a jug over and causing the room to be evacuated of the local innkeepers. Are you going to come along with us and break their walls like you did to the Night's Watch? He won't fight your battles, Kneeler, Gret said, flicking her hair out of her eyes. Then he should shut his mouth. The great yawn thundered before Louis could speak for himself. The twins are 2 castles with a bridge between them. Taking them could take moons, and many men would die doing it. Even if we did destroy Lord Frey's banners on the road. The corporal raised her hand and clicked her fingers repeatedly. That's enough, Zhang declared coolly. He gets the picture, Lord Umber, and you're not being very diplo. Don't tell me when it's enough. The great yawn interrupted. We've got a war to free Ned to fight, we've no time for warring with the Freys. Rather than arguing, Zhang produced O'Neill's pistol from the small of her back and put it on the table next to her mug. Again, the quiet lord's eyes gleamed. She stared at Lord Umber, who quickly quietened and looked like a cow chewing grass for a minute. You don't speak to us like that, she said, especially him. She tilted her head sideways at Louis. She's defending me. Eventually, the great yawn sat again and watched, like something he had expected was just confirmed. He wanted to provoke her. Louis knew why, and why the weapon had such an effect on the lords. He wanted confirmation that it was those sort of weapons that did the damage. The dead from the battle on the road had been left where they lay, once stripped of useful things. The Stark lords now knew the power of modern firearms and their effects on the human and equine bodies. And Zhang had been the one taking lives with the same sort of weapon just hours before. Perhaps we should move on, Daisy Mormont said, after the awkward pause stretched on just too long. What have you been doing in our absence, Princess Zhang? The corporal did not answer for a moment, staring at the great yawn as she took another sip of wine. She looked to Mormont. A warning. We killed 3 Lannister outrider groups over the last 3 nights. Dead to a man. Obviously the main force was expecting regular reports from them, so they came riding up to investigate when that didn't happen. Our skin changers spotted them long before they arrived. We set an ambush. It went well. Everything else is just detail. She made a dismissed wave of the hand nearest the pistol. It was bloody, Louis wanted to say, our enemies didn't know what hit them. But there was no point in saying that. He didn't want another lecture from the Stark lords about war. The thought of that made his insides curl. The great yawn stroked his beard. Did you kill them all? Zhang shook her head. No, we have about 50 locked up in the September right now, mostly knights. We have their leader, Adam Marbrand. The mention of that name boiled Louis' blood. Sir Adam just following orders Marbrand, he complained aloud. Just following orders to his doom, Gret joked. The burning tree was beaten by the laughing tree. Iola and Louis both snorted at that, even though they both knew she was still trying to cheer Louis up. It wasn't particularly funny, but it broke the tension. The northern lords exchanged their own smiles too, but for different reasons. This is excellent news, the quiet lord said. He will be a valuable hostage. A firstborn son to one of Tywin Lannister's most useful bannermen. A friend of the Kingslayer. And he is second perhaps only to the mountain in the field among the cavalry marshals of the West. Zhang cocked an eyebrow. Bolton, who says our prisoners are yours to use? The quiet lord, named Bolton, waited for an explanation as if he was owed one. Louis waited for Lord Umber to explode. No one said, the great yawn said deliberately, though I don't understand why you wouldn't give them to us. Tywin would give much to see Sir Adam returned, as would Lord Marbrand. Perhaps we would pay more to bugger the chances of that happening. And you can trust us more than you can him, if you've any sense in your skull. Surprised that the man could speak without shouting, Louis realized Umber's bluster was half for show. He's unreasonable because it's expected of him, and lets him move the conversation. The corporal spread her hands. We'll not give up our advantage, she said. If he's valuable to you, then you're less likely to screw with us and so are the enemy. Maybe we'll hand him over after we get where we're going, if you play nice. She picked up the weapon on the table and held it in profile. As for his friends, if they get in our way, maybe I take my pistol and threaten to plug Sir Adam in the head with it. Louis blanched. There's no way in hell the brass will forgive us for that. And no way in hell I escape blame for not stopping her, somehow. Lord Bolton shook his head slowly. You are a woman to be feared, Lady Zhang, he said, that much is apparent. But you're not a woman to execute a prisoner in cold blood. We hope, Louis thought. Zhang tilted her head and pursed her lips in thought for a moment. How do you know I won't? We've spoken twice, for a couple of minutes. Lord Bolton pointed a finger straight at Louis. Your subordinate's face when you described your plan for Sir Adam. Louis felt like ice water had just been poured down his neck out of nowhere. It was a mistake to stay here. I've given away something I shouldn't have. The corporal glanced at Louis and frowned. He doesn't really know me either, and I killed over 100 people today, she said, 200, even. Lord Bolton's brow raised, creasing his forehead deeply. The other nobles exchanged looks, like they didn't believe it. Lady Daisy looked to Louis questioningly. He gave her a single nod. Believe it. Let's say you're not talking shit, Zhang continued, before she put down the pistol. I would still lie about shooting Sir Adam to the Lannisters. And I would kill you if you tried to take him from me, regardless of our treaty. Do you believe that? The quiet lord didn't reply, and his face betrayed no feelings either. Note to self, Lewis said, don't play poker with this guy. Yes, Lord Bolton replied flatly. Feeling they needed to move on again, Lewis took out the written warning that had been posted on the King's Road out from his bag and unfolded it. We should discuss our next moves. He slid the paper across the table to the Great Yan. We sent this message to everywhere between here and the God's Eye. Don't think we sent it to the twins, so you haven't seen it yet. The other lords moved closer to read, which was no trouble. The chicken scratchings were written up with large letters, easy to see from a distance. Four mouths produced frowns as the eyes above examined the document. Even Lord Bolton set. Torrin Karstark finished reading first, and leaned across the table on his palms. You warned them. He said, you warned Tywin Lannister that you're coming? Are you mad? We're following our laws, Zhang replied, we're not at war with the Lannisters. But we are allowed to fight anyone that would prevent us getting where we need to go. And we're allowed to fight people who go raping and murdering along the way, Lewis added. Nodding, Zhang leaned over the table herself on her hands and got in Karstark's face. In fact, you should spread the word to your own troops. We wouldn't want them to die suddenly in the night. Finding themselves in a FAFO situation would be terrible. Lewis smiled. Zhang really did not give a damn. Torrin Karstark stood up from the table, browned with confusion. Fa. Zhang sighed. Never mind that, she said, sitting again, the warning also makes the enemy think all your knights and soldiers are coming with us. How'd we tell the Lannisters to get lost without that threat behind the warning? So we can push forward with that in mind. Our strategy is set in stone, Lady Zhang, Lady Dacey said, by command of Lord Robb Stark, we are to advance only so far to engage the host of Tywin Lannister, and to keep as many of us alive as possible for what happens after. That's not a strategy, Lewis scowled. The Freys are not yet here, Lord Bolton added, their foot is still progressing down the King's Road to join us. Can we create a new strategy without them? Bugger the Freys, Lord Umber said, I lead here. Lord Robb commanded we meet the enemy and preserve the host. After what I saw on the road today, I want Lord Duquesne and Lady Zhang here with us when we face Tywin. That doesn't go against his command by any stretch. Zhang crossed her arms. I'm glad we agree. Since you're playing nice, I can tell you that Mr. Lannister has taken Harrenhal. So the enemy has a hole to run to if we chase him. A hole he'll die in, but still. The Stark lords showed no surprise. Lady Went likely hadn't the men to defend that ruin, the Great Yan said, stroking his beard, though Lord Schützgold may. It'll be the other's own work to pull him out of it. Zhang clicked her tongue. He has 20,000 men and likes mass murder. That would probably be enough to make a castle surrender, if leadership was lacking inside the castle. Other castles are still surrounded by small forces to keep lords locked up. The Great Yan grunted under his breath, unable to deny her point. Lord Bolton cleared his throat softly. How do you know that Lord Lannister has 20,000 men? He asked, or that other castles have been put to siege. Zhang turned to Lewis for the answer. Coordinating the warg reconnaissance and reporting back to Duquesne was his job, courtesy of his celebrity status with the free folk. We sent a skin changer's bird south along the King's Road to find his main force when we marched out from Moat Cailin. Harrenhal has lion banners over it, and a large Lannister force was spotted this morning marching towards it from the west. Infantry. Zhang sighed and leaned back in her chair. They sent their cavalry ahead to scare the castle into surrendering. As you can see, we have far more complete information on what's going on than you probably will ever have. We're going to use it. How? Lord Torrin asked. Lewis raised a hand to get their attention. The plan is to be very aggressive, he said, recalling Duquesne's speech about it. We'll hit the Lannisters hard with our forces, do everything we can to push them back. Blind Tywin Lannister by eliminating all their scouting groups, attack any vanguard forces at night, that sort of thing. We can see everything these Lannister kneelers do through the eyes of our skins, Iola threw in, and stop them sending those raven messages too. My eagle eats ravens. The Great Yan smiled at that. Sounds like a bloody good plan to me, he said, but eventually Lord Tywin will realize it's just your host, not ours. Lord Duquesne plans to trick him, Zhang said, we'll put Jon Stark's force front and center in a few daylight attacks. Let him blood his fancy magic sword, and I'm not talking about his cock. We'll let a few survivors go back to Tywin. Without scouts, he'll have to assume the full might of the Stark army is coming to get him. We think he'll run, Lewis said, between your forces and ours, he should believe he's outnumbered and outclassed. He'll run south of the river, back to Harrenhal and recall his garrisons from the castles he's already taken in the central riverlands to even the odds. Zhang raised her mug in mock salute. Once Lord Lannister is south of the Ruby Ford, it doesn't matter if he discovers our little lie. We can fortify the river crossings, giving him only bad choices, fight us where we want him to or cool his heels in Harrenhal. In the meantime, your lord's plan should have worked, and we can go to the Isle of Faces without much threat to us. She drank to that idea. The Stark Lord's lips curled like cats that got the milk, they were suitably impressed. Your plan is to defeat Tywin Lannister? The Great Jan asked with a chuckle. Here I thought I'd have to convince you to join me in trying it. Zhang raised her mug again. We're full of surprises. The notion to use Lord Snow Stark to convince Tywin of the ruse is a good one, Torrhen Karstark agreed. It will be known by Lord Tywin that Lord Robb and Snow Stark are as close as real brothers. Snow Stark? Lewis thought, is that Jon? Is that what you're calling Jon Stark, Lord Torrhen? The man soured at that. His position is not yet decided, Torrhen insisted, while we accept his position as guardian of Moat Cailin, his being a Stark will be for Lord Eddard to decide once and for all, after we have freed him from King's Landing. And after we've buggered Tywin right up the arse, the Great Jan boomed happily, I'll drink to that. Zhang clinked his mug with her own and joined him. Jesus, is she really drunk? Lewis wondered if Jon was okay with the moniker Snow Stark, and made a mental note to find out. If I might ask, Lord Bolton said, Lord Tywin is known for his cunning. What will you do if he does not fall for the ruse? Lewis bit his lip, trying to recall what Duquesne said about it. We'll retreat and make him bleed for every step forwards. Once we get close to you guys, we'll slip away, get around him and go south as planned. If we have the fuel. You'll abandon us to him? Lady Dacey asked. Zhang laughed loudly. You're not ours to abandon in the first place, she said, wiping tears from her eyes. Like I said before, we're not at war with Tywin Lannister or anyone else. Our job is to kill enough of his people to get him to leave us alone, nothing else. Unless we get orders otherwise. Lewis felt that was a little too bad cop. But you probably don't need to worry. Lord Lannister isn't going to let us pass without a fight, but he won't rush to fight us either until he knows what's going on. From his reputation, he's great at killing the helpless but he doesn't take big risks. That's why Lieutenant Duquesne thinks his plan will work. The Great Jan agreed, drawing out the word to twice its usual length with a scratch of his beard. Tywin sat out the rebellion until it was clear who would win. When taking King's Landing, he didn't attack himself, but had his pet Grand Maester convince the Mad King to open the gates. He'll delay until he has the advantage of walls or numbers. So you agree our plan is the way forward, Zhang said, all we need is for you to keep your host moving as fast as you can, so you can support us quickly if the Lannisters decide to make a fight of it. The Great Jan drank, considering the idea. I'll agree on one condition, he said, and that's if we reach the Ruby Ford, you lot will fall under my command for the battle. I'll not budge on that. He's screwed us, Lewis thought, his jaw tightened with annoyance, fucking nobility, it's a brain condition. Now who's abandoning who, Kneeler? Iola asked venomously, drawing great affection from Lewis for it. He couldn't play the bad cop, after all. He had to look like the reasonable one. He wrapped his arms around her waist, as if trying to restrain her. Lord Umber shrugged his massive shoulders and drank again, the criticism falling off of him like rain. He's making his play, Lewis realized, an ultimatum. Lord Bolton gave a knock of his knuckles on the table, and ignored Iola in favor of speaking directly to the corporal. Creatures with two heads do not live, Lady Zheng. You should consider that, and offer reasonable conditions for placing yourselves under Lord Umber's command. We possess the larger host, no matter how deadly you are. By rights, this grants us the command. I'm sure that is true even in your world. Lewis and Zhang both knew that it was impossible, and it fell to only one of them to make that clear. The bad cop. We can't do that, Zhang replied firmly. The Great Jan's face was blank when he placed his large hands on the table to push himself up out of his seat and leave. The rest of the lords began to do the same, shooting disapproving glares across at Zhang in particular. Lewis shot to his feet in a half-panic, putting Iola onto the table from his lap with a yip. They'll go out and get killed by the laughing tree wearing faces like that. Lord Umber, you can stay, he interrupted, take this into sleep in tonight. No point leaving now, you'll be riding through the dark. And maybe Duquesne can talk you down tomorrow. The Stark bannerman paused and considered it. That's kind of you, Lord Sayer, Lady Dacey said graciously, we thank you. The lord seemed to accept that as a conciliatory gesture, and sat down again. Lewis restrained another blush. Lady Mormont was very attractive, and cleared his throat. No problem, he said, before turning to the others, let's go. Gret got up and Iola hopped off the table. Zhang did so afterwards only with reluctance. Together, they left the inn, back into the party atmosphere of the town. Lewis could see brawls now, with circles of men and women cheering the fighting on as the fighters tested themselves. The sun was down entirely now, the only evidence of it an orange smear to the west. The minute the door shut, Zhang turned to the two free folk women. "Leave me with Sayer for a minute." Neither of them did as they were told. Zhang took her carbine into her hands. Iola and Gret stood their ground. Iola even crossed her arms. Louis bit down a laugh. "They're not soldiers," he said in English. "Not yet," Zhang replied, looking the pair up and down. "Anyway, I just wanted to ask how you were. Something bothering you?" Louis felt his answer catch in his throat. "Guess there is. Can't say what, but there is." Zhang frowned. "I bet I can. You never signed up for combat. Now you're waist deep in other people's blood. You're supposed to be wandering around the NWT, shooting bears and shit." Louis couldn't restrain his laugh this time, though it came out a bit manic. "I guess I am. You seem okay, though." The corporal kicked a stone out of her way. "I'm not. I did sign up for blood, and home is only a few hundred clicks down that road. I've been better prepared for all this than you have. But it's been months and we've not had a single day where we could relax." She looked out over the town. Always on guard against zombies, ice demons, medieval nobles with delusions of grandeur, even the free folk and their thieving, raping ways. She thumbed at Gret. "What are you saying?" the tall spear wife asked in the common tongue, with a roll of the eyes. Zhang ignored her. "You go rest," she said, "you're relieved of duty for tomorrow too. Tell your skin changers to report to me." Louis blinked. "Can you let me do that? Watch me. I'll chew Duquesne and O'Neill up if they try to stop you." "What about the Stark Lords? What about the plan?" "Good thing about the LT's plan is we don't need them to agree for it to work. I think that's why he sent me instead of interrupting his interviews with the prisoners." She poked a finger into his chest. "Now go do what I said. Relax. That's an order, Private." "Excuse me, I need to go make sure those idiots fighting down there don't damage anything permanently." Zhang stalked away with intent, carbine balanced on her hip. Louis didn't watch her, but returned his attention to the two women who remained. "Orders are orders." "What did she say?" Iola asked. "She ordered me to take tonight and tomorrow to do whatever I want." "What about whoever you want?" Gret joked. Louis shook his head, unable to keep the blush and grin off his face. "Not quite ready for that, Gret. Not sure you'll be able to come with me to Canada." Gret pouted, but understood. Iola did too. Louis wasn't going to go that far with either of them unless he knew for sure they could come home with him. But he didn't want them to abandon him either. "I don't know what I'd do without them." "Want to go bet on the fights?" he asked to cheer them up. Iola and Gret both grinned. Tyrion. As the clansmen of the Vale approached each, watchers from towers of unmortared stone fled with reckless abandon, leaving behind victuals and packs as they took to their horse and ponies, and red banners emblazoned with the Lannister lion. The clan chiefs found this greatly amusing, Chella's harsh laugh erupting in the ear each time it happened. Tyrion could not explain the phenomenon. Though he rode at the front of the column, not a single one of his father's bannermen seemed to recognize him, and they seemed more afraid of the clansmen than good sense ought to suggest. There were perhaps 300 of the barbarians behind him, and the total number assigned to watch the low hills was at least that much by Tyrion's count. But why? He wondered, what could be up here that requires such a strong watch? Who commands them? More strange was when one of the towers bothered to release a raven. The big blackbird burst forth from the top of the last tower before the flats, but a far larger all-white eagle swooped out of sky and savaged the messenger with its talons. Tyrion grimaced at the attack, tracking the raven as it fell and half expecting the eagle to follow up its meal. Except it was not a meal. The eagle had continued to circle instead, eyes trained down at the ragged column Tyrion was leading. What does it want? He asked himself, more questions. The next bewildering sight was not long in coming. As they approached the crossroads above the Ruby Ford, the very place Tyrion had been captured by Catelyn Stark, the fleeing horsemen appeared again. Standing just north of the village around the inn, they had received reinforcements, bringing their number up to equal that of the clansmen. They were drawn up in a battle line, lances and swords ready, Tywin's lion banner flying overhead. "We are betrayed!" ULF shouted, the Moon Brother chief drawing his rusted axe from a loop of leather at his hip. The other clansmen went for their weapons too, forcing Bronn to draw his long sword in response. Tyrion held a hand up. "Wait! These are my father's men. This is no ambush. They look no different to the lowland lords we've fought before," Chella said, the small, flat woman baring her teeth at the Lannister line in front of them. "Do you not see the big fucking lions on those flags?" Bronn asked her, "Those things tell you what lord's about to kill you or not?" "Lions means they're his father's men." The clan chiefs began to bicker about this. Tyrion wasn't about to let them decide he had sold them out. "Chella, Shagga, Khan, Ulf and Timett son of Timett," he declared, "follow me and I will prove they are my father's men." He didn't wait for an answer, but kicked his horse forward before an objection could be raised. The animal trotted forward at a respectable pace, fast enough to break into a gallop easily but slow enough that it didn't look like an attempt to escape or charge. Tyrion searched the familiar banners for a senior lord. He quickly spotted the man in charge on the battle line, and it was no wonder, silver armor, bristling with jewels and a purple cloak with silver trim. Sir Flement Brax. Tyrion quickly aimed his horse in the direction of the man, before reining up his horse to say his greeting. Sir Flement. He called, I did not expect to see you here. Though I'd expect you to recognize the golden-haired dwarf son of your liege lord. Nor I you, Tyrion, Sir Flement replied, raising his visor, my lord, we thought Catelyn Stark and Lysa Arryn had you killed. He paused and looked behind Tyrion, who are these? Bosom friends and retainers, Tyrion answered, not bothering to look at the clansmen who had followed, I must find my father. Where is he? Lord Lannister has withdrawn south. I expect you'll be able to catch him up at Derry. He commanded me to stay here and attempt to get the measure of the Starks before withdrawing myself. Tyrion's jaw set. Something was terribly wrong. Why is my father withdrawing? Sir Flement's face curled with anger. The Starks have made a pact with the wildling savages, he said, they have managed to kill or capture 1,000 of our riders. Sir Adam was among the first, we only knew the Starks were coming because no ravens came from him for a week. Every man that rides north up the King's Road does not return, or almost. A few managed to escape the last attack. They brought back tales of sorcery and gigantic woolly unicorns. The Stark vanguard marches under the banner of a red-eyed white dire wolf on black. It will soon be here, my lord, you should ride on to your father. Tyrion found himself struck dumb. Not by the mention of unicorns or magic, but by the description of the vanguard's banner. Jon Snow, his mind raced, my father is running from a boy who was supposed to be a man of the Night's Watch. The Black brothers were supposed to stay out of the realm's affairs, but perhaps they had always been more northern in their interests. Jeor Mormont was as northern as could be. Did the old bear broker alliance between the Starks and the wildlings? A long blast from a horn to the north woke Tyrion from his thoughts. Not far away where the King's Road emerged from a small woodland, knights in black, grey and white were galloping. They turned sharply off the road and began to array themselves across the field beside, almost exactly at the right angle to take Sir Flement's line in the flank. Leading them was none other than Jon Snow, recognizable by the color of his hair and the dire wolf at his side. Ghost had grown since Tyrion last saw the beast, big enough to tear down a horse with ease. Stark's bastard quickly put his helm on and put down his own visor, drawing a bastard sword. Appropriate, Tyrion's mind joked. Turn the line. Sir Flement commanded, pointing with his sword, draw up from here across the road westwards. The Lannister host quickly rearranged itself, men to the right of Brax wheeled around, those to the left circled and went behind Tyrion and the others. The Starks did not charge. Noting they were outnumbered even by Brax's small host, Tyrion turned to the clan chiefs. Best get your warriors ready, friends, he said to them, there's a battle to be had here. You are mad, half-man, said Timet son of Timet, his face drained of all color, look. A burn-scarred hand shot out and pointed north. Seeing the man so afraid was terrifying in itself. Timet was barely a man grown but he was feared by all for the act of burning out his own eye, impressive even among the burned men tribe. In doing so, he won the place of war chief. Tyrion found his head turning to see what the chief could see. As the last of the Stark knights exited the woods, following behind them was something that Tyrion knew had not been seen south of the neck since the Andal's time or earlier. The tales of woolly unicorns had not been false. The creatures were far more like bulls than horses, particularly in the head and hooves, and their horns were twisted things that could impale a man with ease. But that was all that could be seen directly of them, each pair that emerged from the woods was draped to the knees with chainmail or coats of plate. Their riders were just as well armored if not better so, many having full breastplates. Their lances were huge, 13 foot by Tyrion's guess and tipped with steel, so large that the riders held them with 2 hands. Above them with the lead unicorn, a banner of a weirwood on black flew, a crazed and bloody smile carved on its bark. Fucking hells, Bronn muttered loudly, look at them. What pit did the Starks find these in? Tyrion asked himself. He racked his brain for any mention of such creatures and their riders in accounts he had read about the wars the Starks fought against the kings beyond the wall, but came up empty. His mind moved to panic, until the stream of unicorns stopped short unexpectedly. There was no great number. We have more warriors than they do, Tyrion said to Timet, before addressing the rest of the chiefs, bring your clans down to join my father's men, and we can share in the victory. None of the clansmen moved, they just stared at him like he had 2 heads. Tyrion gestured at Sir Flement. Look at the steel my father can provide, it's yours if you'll but fight this day. No, my lord, Sir Flement said, we'll withdraw. We don't have the numbers to fight them, and your father would have me executed if you died here after being found alive. But sir. Tyrion began. Take this, bring your warriors through and head south across the ford, Sir Flemont interrupted, handing over a Lannister banner on a spear, now. He waited until Tyrion took the banner before he dropped his visor down again and rode to join the new center point of his own battle line. Another blast of horns. The Stark host began moving slowly across the fields, menacingly lowering their lances. Ghost led the way, padding forwards with his tail and ears fully raised. They're giving Brax the opportunity to leave. The Starks don't want a fight. Or do they? Tyrion turned to Bronn, the look on his face question enough. I agree with the two shiny lord, the sellsword said, those beasts aren't to be trifled with, not without archers anyway. Unable to gainsay two men with more fighting experience than he had, Tyrion simply nodded once. Clansmen of the Vale, follow me. The savages showed no reluctance at that command. He waved to his own small host and spurred his horse forwards again, clearing Sir Flemont's battle line and south past the inn at the crossroads. It hadn't changed at all. Masha the innkeep stood at the door gawping as he passed. It seemed like an age since Tyrion had last seen the place, recalling the feeling of being surrounded with unease. He found that his present circumstances were not a pleasant thing to put to memory either. He felt a stirring temptation in his stomach to stop and order the clansmen to punish her for allowing Catelyn Stark to take him prisoner, but the deep horns of the northern cavalry droned again and wiped the feeling away. Derry was a tiny castle, though Tyrion recognized his time in the Red Keep and his home of Casterly Rock colored his opinion on castles and their relative sizes. In the light of sunset, the keep seemed bathed in red. Surrounded by the red tents of the red-cloaked footmen of the west, and draped with red banners, the place looked like a granite mountain. Or a copse of weirwoods, Tyrion thought as he rode up. Entry to his father's camp was a simple matter. Bronn carried the lion banner alongside him, and every lordling and captain knew Tyrion on sight. The clansmen of the Vale were forced to camp on the other side of the King's Road, which was as much to their liking as it was to the Red Cloaks. Tyrion made sure meat and mead would be delivered to keep the clansmen happy while he went to meet his father. The chiefs were not allowed to follow, but the size of the host under his father allowed Tyrion to convince them it was a bad idea to force the matter. The food and drink was the carrot to the stick. Tyrion and Bronn were quickly led through the outer walls and into the central keep, a squat square building with round towers on the corners. Brought to the smoky great hall which was not great at all, they found the Lord of Casterly Rock and Warden of the West. Tyrion bade Bronn wait outside, not wanting to distract anyone with the sellsword's presence, before approaching the man he came to see. Tywin Lannister was fitter than his 50 or so years would suggest, tall like his son Jaime, his golden hair cut short everywhere but his cheeks. He was dressed in fine velvet clothes, in crimson of course, though his riding boots were splattered with mud from the withdrawal. Sir Kevan Lannister, Tyrion's uncle and Tywin's brother, was there too. He was heavier set and did not hide his balding by shaving his head. The two elder Lannisters were sharing a jug of ale on one of the trestle tables, its surface covered with papers and maps. Tyrion was noticed by his father first. Gold-flecked green eyes peered over a flagon at him. His father did not rise to greet him, but put his drink down. That action alone was enough to turn Uncle Kevin around to see what Lord Tywin was looking at. "My lords," Tyrion called. The two elder Lannisters exchanged glances. "Tyrion," Lord Tywin said, searching his dwarf son up and down with his eyes, "the reports of your death were premature, I see." "Disappointed, father?" Tyrion asked, moving to join the pair without waddling as best he could. "I heard you went to war after Lady Stark kidnapped me." "An action that would not have been necessary if you had defended yourself against a woman," Lord Tywin replied sharply. "Your brother would not have allowed himself to be taken so easily." Tyrion hopped onto the bench opposite Lord Tywin and grabbed a spare cup. Even Jaime would have hesitated to fight to the death if faced with a whole inn's worth of Riverland men-at-arms with no way to withdraw. "I hear you're very familiar with withdrawal of late, for reasons that escape me." Tywin's gaze became a glare. "Jaime has a whole sheaf of honors that speak otherwise. He smashed Vance and Piper in front of the Golden Tooth, and broke Edmure Tully and the might of the Riverlands in front of Riverrun. The Tullis home is put to siege, and we have captured many keeps south of the Trident." "Oh!" Tyrion retorted, pouring a drink. "Why is it you have no such honors, father? I've seen the vanguard of the Stark host, before Sir Flemont Brax sent me on my way. The creatures the wildlings were riding indeed looked formidable, but I can't imagine you could fail to find a way to defeat them. We can afford caltrops, surely." Tywin's face reddened with anger. "Harrenhal is ours, and Sir Gregor has made the river lords miserable from the mountains to the sea. You talk as if we are losing." Tyrion felt a little hope bolstering forth. If the Riverlands was broken and helpless before Western arms, then perhaps his father was just being cautious with the northern threat. "Is it merely the Starks we face? How did Eddard Stark go north to command his host? Should we not be afraid of King Robert marching up from the capital behind us to help his friend?" "Robert Baratheon is dead," Lord Tywin declared. "Joffrey sits the Iron Throne. Eddard Stark and his daughter Sansa are prisoners, though that has not deterred his sons from marching on us. Taken by surprise, Tyrion took a breath to consider the news. Joffrey might be who sits on the throne, but it's Cersei who rules. And how she'll enjoy doing it. Sir Kevin cleared his throat. Regardless, Sigurd still stands against us, and the Freys. It's possible that Valder Frey has given his troops over to Lord Stark's sons. Between Stark, Frey and the wildlings, the host coming towards us could number as many as 30,000, though that is a guess. We do not know anything about its size. They keep saying Lord Stark's sons, Tyrion noted, so they know Jon Snow is with his brother's host. Lord Frey is not that courageous, Lord Tywin added, he would only march if he thought he would gain from it, and with Riverrun besieged, I would not wager on him thinking such a thing. I would not worry about the Arryns either, for that matter. But we do not know. I take it the reason for us not knowing is that our scouts keep going missing. Tyrion said, Sir Flemont mentioned we had lost 1,000 men and Sir Adam Marbrand to the Starks and wildlings. Lord Tywin said nothing for a moment, running a thumb through his whiskers. It is not just the Starks and wildlings with the dregs of river lords we face. He turned to Sir Kevin. Show him. Tyrion watched as his uncle searched for and found a raven scroll on the table, before receiving it himself. An inspection of the seal revealed a leaf sigil, a maple leaf if he was any judge. He picked up some cheese from the table and ate, trying to identify what house the sigil belonged to. Maple Leaf, Riverlands. House Blaintree. He asked the others in confusion. Read, Lord Tywin commanded impatiently, returning his attention to the documents in front of him. Seeing his outburst was not relevant, Tyrion did as he was commanded and found himself more dumbstruck than he had been when told the news of King Robert's demise. Exclusion zones, crimes against humanity, declared within the tone of a royal command. Utter madness, yet my father and uncle treat it with utmost seriousness. Who are these Canadians? Tyrion struggled to put his next question into words. You think these foreigners are responsible for the scouts being eliminated? He asked, deciding to avoid any accusation that both of them had lost their minds. We are certain, Sir Kevin said, we have had only 2 reports from survivors of battles with the Starks. Both describe wildlings fighting in disciplined order, under their leaf banner. And? Tyrion asked, how does that mean they are responsible? Wildlings are expert ambushers, but lack the understanding of our way of war. And Lord Varys reports stranger tales, like these foreigners being able to see in the dark or move over great distances with ease. Lord Tywin straightened in his chair. Our own reports corroborate those tales. The surviving scouts say they have seen moving buildings with glowing eyes that crawled along the ground, or eagles killing our ravens. Tyrion frowned. That last report may be true. I saw an eagle kill a raven as soon as it flew from one of our watchtowers while I descended from the vale. Who are these Canadians? I have never heard of such a people. Nor has Varys or the Grand Maester, Sir Kevin said, putting his cup down. Then what do we know? Lord Tywin stood, and pushed another document over to Tyrion. The eunuch's flowing handwriting was readily apparent as he looked through the pages. They appeared north of the wall, Lord Tywin began as Tyrion read. Appeared. Tyrion asked, what does that mean? He flicked through the first few pages and found nothing but the same word, appeared. Shipwrecked, some of Varys' birds tell him, Sir Kevin answered, though that does not have the ring of truth to me. There is no reason for anyone to be that far north, save for SSE slavers. And slavers are not warriors. It matters not, Lord Tywin said. What matters is the Lord Commander was wounded in battle and his temporary replacement decided to treat the foreigners as if they were wildlings, solidifying their bond with the savages. Tyrion found that curious. Which man could be responsible for such a thing? Surely not the Stark in black? Who was the acting Lord Commander? Sir Alliser Thorne, Lord Tywin said. Ah, Tyrion intoned, that I can believe. The man is not well given to diplomacy. Was, Sir Kevin said, his judgment on who to make an enemy and who to make a friend was never good. He was loyal to the Targaryens right until we ended that dynasty as a force in Westeros. Even after Rhaegar was smashed. Which is why he was sent to the wall, Lord Tywin replied with impatience, his declaration against the foreigners got him killed, in the end. Varys writes that they breached the wall at the Night Fort and stormed Castle Black from the south without taking a single casualty. Something that was attributed to sorcery, but I am more inclined to believe was good planning. Varys says they crept in and seized the armory, the Night's Watch didn't have swords and armor to go between them. Hundreds died before the Watch surrendered. Tyrion grimaced at the thought. The Night's Watch did not strike him as a force that could hold out against a determined enemy at all, when he had visited Castle Black. So the Canadians are a deadly foe to those that cross them. And diplomats to boot, Sir Kevin commented. Tywin inclined his head once, slowly, agreeing with his brother. Their next move was to broker a truce between the Wildling King and Robb Stark. That explains Jon Snow, Tyrion thought as he drank, though how the North could be persuaded to ally with wildlings, I cannot imagine. So we have 3 formidable opponents in front of us, he said. Your plan is to withdraw to Harrenhal, gather up the garrisons you've posted and invite them to attack on your terms. Sir Kevin's lips curled with amusement. Tyrion winked back at him, though inwardly felt irritation. Yes, uncle, I can read my father. He would never fight on any terms but his own. Precisely, Lord Tywin said, picking up his quill to write, the question now is what to do with you. Tyrion shrugged. I have my own plans, he said. I picked up 300 or so mountain clansmen from the Vale on my way here, for the promise of silk and good steel. I'll be needing arms and armor for about 2,000, if that's not too much trouble. Lord Tywin looked up from his letter, his brow ever so slightly raised in surprise, only noticeable to those who knew him well enough. Have you? He asked, ignoring the remark about the cost of buying the clansman's loyalty. Of course he doesn't believe me. I have, Tyrion confirmed. They're camped across the door to the Great Hall opened loudly, and Sir Flemont marched through, looking considerably worse for wear than when Tyrion had seen him in the morning. His beautiful silver armor and fine purple cloak was splattered with blood, and the man's grim face told that it wasn't the blood of a wildling savage or a Stark bannerman. At least he made it back. It's possible to survive the Unicorn Riders. Sir Flemont, Tywin called, what news? We suffered but the Starks did not cross the Ruby Ford, the Brax man reported, but we have discovered something of greater import. A man approached us from the direction of Saltpans before we rode here, one of our scouts. One managed to escape? Tyrion asked. Yes, he was stationed atop a hill a few days ago to watch the Starks pass by, and managed to remain undetected in disguise. He made it across the river and mud by the quiet isle ahead of our arrival. What did he see? Tywin said, his voice level. Tyrion could tell from that deliberate tone that he was far from calm. My lord, the main Stark host is not immediately behind the vanguard, and the full strength of the north is not on the King's Road. It seems to be only the foot, plus the brothers' small host and about the same number of mounted wildlings. He did not see Robb Stark or his dire wolf either. Then where is the boy who greeted me with sword across his lap? Tyrion questioned. Lord Tywin nearly jumped from his seat. They've attempted to deceive us, he declared. Of course, Tyrion agreed, and it appears they've succeeded. I would worry more about where Robb Stark and the cavalry have gone. Riverrun, no doubt, Sir Kevin said, but by now it is too late to warn Jaime. Jaime has the numbers to deal with the young pup, Lord Tywin declared, but the same cannot be said about the host marching on us. We have the advantage, we just did not know it. Kevin, send word to Sir Gregor immediately. Have him return tomorrow morning. We are marching north again. Sir Kevin bowed his head to his elder brother and gave Tyrion a look before departing with Sir Flemont in tow, the pair striding out with purpose. I see you're all eager to avenge the deception, Tyrion said, it appears there will be a battle after all. Lord Tywin leaned over the table on his hands. You have a task as well, he said, your savages will join Sir Gregor in the vanguard, where they can be the most use. Tell them they shall have everything they wanted and more, should they join us in crushing our enemies. Once that is complete, I will give you a small force to deal with some of our thorns in the rear. The Vances and Pipers have been raiding our lands across the Red Fork. Great, I'll be shot off my horse from the roadside on the way home. Tyrion resisted making a joke about thorns in his rear, but didn't imagine Ulf or Chella would let him ride off anyway. The clansmen will not allow me to leave without their steel and silk, he said, so I'm afraid someone else will have to pull those thorns. He saluted his father with his cup and drank. Very well, Tywin stated sharply, then you will ride in the vanguard too, to secure the loyalty of the clans until delivery can be made in full. Tyrion almost choked on his ale. Shit. The Ruby Ford. The Whites were oddly silent and calm as they were chained to the trees, the remaining pieces of walleye strapped to their chests. Quiet enough to hear the river flowing by behind, in fact. It was a sign that they were nearing the end of their usefulness. Only 2 remained now, the others released from their magical reanimation by Rot, both young men that had been in their prime when killed and enslaved to the White Walkers. The tree gave them good shade against the beaming late summer sun. As he looped the chains around the Whites and tree one last time, Michael realized didn't understand what the breaking point was for the creatures. Some Whites seemed to have greater resilience than others, and it didn't have anything to do with any physical characteristics of the victims. The only clue was that all Whites dropped dead again at a certain point of rotting through, though what that point was seemed to vary. I should worry less about this, Michael thought, annoyed by his attention to detail, it's not dead men I need to worry about at the moment. He turned around and looked across the Ruby Ford. The Trident was a goddamn massive river. It wasn't exactly the St. Lawrence, but it was a fair comparison to the Fraser in British Columbia. It was pretty surprising that a ford could exist on such a large river and so close to the sea that you could smell the salt on the air. But it managed by being very wide. Crossing it meant wading for a kilometer, waist deep at the middle through silty and muddy water. Michael and the others had taken a boat, of which there were many. To the west, the river was deeper and faster. To the east, it was slower but even more deep, and flanked by mud banks that would suck a person down if they weren't careful. It's no wonder the last army to cross the ford in the face of an enemy lost, Michael said to himself. John Stark had been very helpful in telling that tale. His father was on the victorious side. The battle, the crowning moment of a war, started because the previous Targaryen dynasty had a king that liked to burn people alive and an heir prince that liked to kidnap 16-year-old noble girls. Now, Michael was going to make it even harder to win a battle by crossing the river. In the distance, he could see the construction underway. Boats, uprooted fences, pieces of abandoned houses, newly felled trees, part of a growing defensive line studded with requisitioned wagons acting as makeshift forts. Is that really going to hold back the Kneeler riders? Ygritte asked, before she bit into an apple liberated from the tree. Michael looked back at her. She had stripped off her fur coat to reveal a grey silk shirt instead of her underskins, a looted item from one of the Lannister knights along with long black leather boots. The shirt was too big for her, so she wore a thin belt around her waist to keep it on her. Her hair was under control for once too. She had combed it, and tied long braids from around the ear hanging onto her chest. Little specks of light where the daylight broke through the leaves above were all over her body and face. Michael felt a hunger from something other than his stomach. Easy, tiger. On its own, no, it won't hold them back, he answered, but I figure horses are trained to respect fences, and that's more or less what we're building. They're not going to charge a fence, and certainly not a wagon. Horses don't do that kind of thing. Besides, the wagon idea happened on our world. And thankfully I paid attention in those classes on development of early infantry tactics. 3 cheers for the Hussites. Ygritte nodded, trusting him. She didn't really have the context on how Westerosi knights raised their horses, and neither did Michael, but even the free folk used corrals. Why did you put the whites here anyway? Full of questions today, aren't you? Michael thought, you must be nervous. Doubt we'll get a parley before fighting this time, he replied, but I want the Lannisters to understand the whites exist. Do you think they'll care? Probably not. Ygritte shook her head. When the Thens came out of the north to tell us the White Walkers had returned, we believed them. Then you're smarter than the Kneelers. Ygritte was not cheered by that. Can we go back now? She asked, don't like being here without my bow. She had run after him and jumped in the boat without knowing what he was actually doing. Michael smiled and curled his arm around her shoulder. Let's go. Ygritte curled her own arm around his waist, and together they wandered the short distance back to the boat, where Sayre was overseeing a crew of nervous locals. The oarsmen were bitching about how long the whole operation was taking, clearly more afraid of Tywin the Terrible than the zombies they had transported across the water. The private was pretending to listen politely, even Michael could tell that from afar, though his weapon was ready to raise if the men should try to row away prematurely. Sayre soon cocked his head, something he did when he was listening to the comms intently. He stood up from the boat and gave a wave. What now? Michael thought, not sure if he should disentangle himself from Ygritte. Sir, new report from the birds, Sayre called in English. Looks like we're getting reinforcements from the Starks, and there are Lannister outriders approaching. A couple hundred. Great. Michael released Ygritte and unslung his rifle instead. How far? Very close. Sayre replied. Michael's jaw set with annoyance. How'd that happen? He asked, almost through his teeth. Where are the wargs? The private's face flashed a brief curl of anger, until the young man realized who was asking. Something is up with him. We don't have enough skin changers, sir, Sayre said, with deliberated politeness. They need rest, their animals need time in their own skins to keep their instincts and senses sharp, and the skin changers can't jump into their animals for so long, else they get depressed or, weird. I set a rotation to check on the Lannisters every 3 hours, I didn't think the enemy would move so quickly. Seeing that Sayre knew more about the subject than he did, Michael suppressed a frown. Fair points, Private. My fault for not knowing enough about the limits and deployments of the skin changers. You'll brief me on that later, he said, before changing back to the common language of Westeros, into the boat. Ygritte and Sayre did as they were told, climbing over the prow where the ground was only damp. Michael noted Ygritte's haste to jump on board. She's learning more English, he thought, or at least recognizes the word Lannister and the command to get in the boat are a combination that means trouble. Michael shoved the boat off, going knee-deep into the river before he hauled himself over the side. The craft was like a miniature Viking longboat, wide and flat-bottomed in the middle, but with tall prows at the back and front. He didn't know why you'd need such a design on the rivers, but it let him stand up on the stern to look back as the boatman rowed northwards. It was barely a minute before the Lannister force appeared. First, as a cloud of dust, then as the banners, golden lions on red with black dogs on yellow. The outriders were all wearing the colors of the latter, and led by the largest man that Michael had ever seen. The leader's proportions relative to the horse he was riding and the men riding alongside him were almost comically strange, though the broadness of his shoulders even in plate armor indicated he was not a man to be screwed around with. His actions backed that up. The force didn't even break pace as it sped by the whites chained to the tree, descended the gentle bank and splashed into the water. This force was coming to storm the boat. Curious, Michael knew he should open fire at once. It's certainly what he would have normally done. But all his attention was focused on another fact about the situation. He had seen it before. More than that, more than déjà vu, he had lived it before. Placing when and how was taking up all his brain power for the moment, and when it clicked, it hit hard. Michael had seen the exact scene before him in the flames of a campfire, north of the wall, what must have been 2 months ago. The same night he had shot down a White Walker and stolen Ygritte. The only detail that was different was he was on a boat. Somehow, he had seen the future that night. Son of a bitch. More magic? And seeing the future? Is everything written in stone already? Sayer fired a bullet from beside him, the crack from the rifle's muzzle waking Michael up from the trance of incredulity that had gripped him. And with it gone, his instincts and training snapped to order at once. His own rifle came up, and he began cracking off rounds. There was no feeling in it, just the usual recognition of a clear threat to the mission returned to him. The temptation to shoot the leader was there, but Michael preferred to take that guy alive. He thought he knew who he was. Between the two of them, Michael and Sayer killed 4 in as many seconds, maybe 5 when a hail of arrows peppered the riders. The giant leader raised a massive armored fist, and the charge halted. Ceasing fire, Michael saw why the attack had stopped at once. The horses were now getting into the deeper section at the middle of the river and were slowing down, making them easier targets. But they were still well out of range of any sort of accurate shooting by bowmen from the defensive line. Confused about that, he looked about for the source of the flying arrows. A number of craft were coming in from the west, down the Trident itself. They were a mixed fleet of the same sort of longboat he himself was riding in and twice as many big canoes that wouldn't have been out of place in a First Nations museum. Michael recognized the flags of Mormont and Reed, flying from a mast on one of the leading boats. He felt a little tension release from his shoulders. If they were here, it meant Umber and the rest of the Stark lords were coming after all. Now it was a race between Stark and Lannister, the prize being the river itself. And our lives might depend on who gets here first. The Lannister outriders turned around. Except for their leader. The giant man sat on his horse and watched as the boat pulled further and further away. Michael stood tall on the stern again, arm around the prow, and gave a cheeky wave. Be seeing you real soon. Sir Gregor Clegane, named the mountain for his size. The name and sobriquet seemed to curl Daisy Mormont's mouth as she spoke them, like the taste of rotted meat. Lord Reed and Jon Stark both nodded, their faces grim. The subject of the hatred was riding along the south bank of the Trident in the distance, as if pacing. He was so far away that no one might have noticed, except for the bright mustard yellow banner, Barding, and tabard. The whole meeting stood atop or around one of the requisitioned grain wagons on the north bank, watching him, trying to figure out what the man would do next. The air was filled with the sounds of wood being moved and human exertion. To the east and west under a wide blue sky, the construction on the defenses continued, and with a great deal more haste from the northerners and locals. Only the free folk didn't know what exactly the issue was, but Michael was sure they'd find out soon enough. Markach likely already had. His unicorns had dragged twice as many tree trunks in the time since the giant knight had arrived than the time before. Lady Mormont's confirmation was enough for Michael too. There's something funny about all this. So, I suppose we were always going to run into him, he smirked, flamboyant son of a bitch, isn't he? Charged right at us. Ignored the whites. Forced us to open fire. You know who he is? Jon Stark asked. Of course, I saw him in the flames north of the wall, Michael stopped himself saying, got any idea why I might see that? Sir Adam Marbrand has been very helpful, O'Neill said, joining in the smirk. You got Marbrand to talk? Lord Reed asked, how? He is one of the most loyal banners of Casterly Rock. Michael winced, not liking the implication that they might have got the information by torture or other nefarious means. The sergeant wasn't pleased either. We couldn't shut him up, in the end, O'Neill said with disapproval, in our army, we're only supposed to give our name, rank and number when captured. People around here love to yap on about how we're doomed, and who exactly is going to be our doom. The concept of operational security is a joke. Michael gave him a look. They'll have no idea what operational security means, Sergeant. There was confusion among the Northerners. Even Val didn't get it. We just talked to our prisoners. Who they are, where they're from, why they're loyal to the Lannisters, what kind of man Tywin is. Because those details aren't things like how many men Tywin has or how well supplied his army is. They don't think we're asking anything important. And because I asked in a context that didn't seem like an interrogation, our prisoners were happy to talk. Michael gestured out at the night across the river. Sir Gregor came up quite often. We know all about what he did in the last war, and what he's done so far in this one. And we don't fucking like it, Zhang added, from her position leaning on one of the wagon wheels facing the river. No shit, Private, O'Neill muttered. Michael scratched his chin. There's only one problem. One issue is that we shot at the guy, he said, he'll report back about our weapons. We were careful to not kill anyone in daylight with them before today. Yes, sir, O'Neill replied. He hadn't spoken his criticism on that matter yet, but he had just been waiting for the lords to go away to deliver that. Michael could always tell when the sergeant was doing that. He shifted his weight from side to side more often than usual, like he was waiting to relieve his bladder instead. It more than a little amusing. Lord Reed brought a finger to his mouth and tapped for a moment. You killed only a few, he said. I doubt they will think much of it, with 20,000 at their back. 21,000, Zhang commented. We have killed 1,000 so far, so they got 2,000 more. The northerners looked across the river, like the extra thousands were there to be seen. How? Lady Dacey asked. Garrisons, Michael answered. Looks like we spooked Lord Tywin so badly, he pulled every last soldier out of the castles he had already captured. The skin changers reported multiple fires in the distance last night, burning keeps. Only Harrenhal and the small castle nearest the ford remain unburned. Derry, John Stark said, referring to the latter. Tywin is probably there right now, waiting on the report from Sir Gregor. I agree, Michael said. Sir Gregor is a little busy being dramatic, so I think we're safe for today. Tywin will want to see our defenses for himself. I would in his place. Tomorrow though, this whole place will be a battlefield or just so much firewood for the Lannisters. Lords Umber and Bolton will be the ones who decide which. Which raises a great question, O'Neill said, looming over Lord Reed. When do the rest of your boys and girls arrive? We need them. Lady Dacey frowned, brushing her hair out of her eyes. Lord Umber means to arrive this evening. Lord Bolton thought it more likely that the host will only arrive sometime in the mid-morning. Is it too much to ask for good scheduling in this world? Michael wondered, or is Tywin Lannister the only guy who can get things done here? Very well. I request you send a rider back north to tell Lord Umber that we will not be able to hold out if he doesn't make it here on time. He knows what that means. No victory over the enemy. Lady Dacey smiled. He won't like that. But I'll do as you ask. Satisfied that was the best response he was going to get, Michael picked his rifle off the railing of the wagon and bowed his head in thanks. The inn is yours, as last time. Though you'll have to serve yourself, everyone who works in there is digging ramparts out here. With that, he gave a salute to the two nobles, and jumped off the wagon. O'Neill and Zhang fell in with him, as he walked towards the crawler. Sayre, his women, and Ygritte were sitting on top of it, keeping watch. It was disguised as a hut, with wooden poles stacked along its sides vertically. To the sociopath riding on the other bank, it looked like nothing more. Maybe we should raid his camp tonight, Michael thought to himself, deal with the legendary monster as he sleeps. Such an endeavor couldn't be a direct assault though, they'd have to choose a crossing point somewhere else to surprise the enemy. How good are we on fuel again? He asked Zhang, in pursuit of whether or not it was a good idea. We've got about 300% of what's required to get to the God's Eye Lake, Zhang replied, but that's on the King's Road. Off-road shit or farmers' lanes aren't going to give us the same fuel efficiency unless we ditch the ammo. And if the crawler is damaged, Tomer. Wait! Cried out a voice. Michael turned to find John and Val running up to join the group, dodging a group of near-naked free folk dragging a cart with only one wheel across to the barricade. It had been John who had shouted. What's so urgent now? How can I help you, John Stark? Michael asked. Can we really win? Val answered abruptly, her hand on her dagger, or are you just using us? Michael saw Zhang and O'Neill glance at each other in his peripheral vision. So, they've heard the story. Or the sergeant has, at least. Princess, what do you mean? Val threw her long blonde braid behind her and put her hands on her hips, trying to match his height. That's not going to work. 21,000, she stated, like she was talking to a child. John says they'll be the best of what these Lannisters can bring. Clothed in steel like the men you have killed so far, riding horses of great size. Led by men who make the Weeper and Varmer six skins look like milk-drinking children. I've seen your weapons, you cannot kill that many. I've seen the Stark warriors on foot, they cannot either. How can we possibly win? You might have fooled your spear wife and the others, but not me. So it's Val with the questions, not John. Michael felt his subordinate's eyes on him. What makes you say that? He asked, you think we'll cut and run? The princess bared her teeth, all canines. You fight these Lannisters, but you left us to fight the Norreys, she snarled. Why? Are the lives of the free folk worth less than the kneelers? Even those that fight alongside you. We know the power of your weapons now, John Stark added. You may not beat the Lannisters, but you could have defeated the Norreys with ease, or scared them into submission. You claimed you could not do that, your laws forbade it. Do they not forbid it now? Michael frowned, getting what they were up in arms about now. They must have bottled these feelings up since we made south of the neck. The prospect of a major battle was uncorking many emotions. We had leverage against your brother, he said, a diplomatic path was possible, and we proved that. Your marriage is one piece of evidence, John Stark. Seems like successful diplomacy to me, considering you're standing here with her. He gestured to Val. The young man's face glowed red, and even Val's snarl turned into something approaching embarrassment. The honeymoon phase is still in full effect, I see. We had nothing to trade the Lannisters for passage, Michael continued, other than our weapons or service. And we wouldn't be allowed to arm or aid a group that deliberately targets non-combatants, small folk in the way that Lord Tywin has. So our hands were freed. We can fight our way home. Even so, how can we win? Jon asked, should we not use your other plan? Fight and withdraw, bleed the Lannisters for every mile. And drain what fuel we have left? Michael said to himself, no thanks. Defending this fort is viable. The advantage is ours. How? Val asked. O'Neill quickly did his duty, supporting the officer commanding like the very best NCOs always did in the face of such questions by people he couldn't just tell to shut up. We've chosen excellent ground, the sergeant said, the river will slow their cavalry. The fences and fire will stop it. They'll be forced to dismount. The ramparts and water will make their armor as much of a liability as an advantage. The angle of the defenses will allow us to use our weapons to greatly disrupt the enemy, and predict where certain forces will be deployed. Val's mouth became a thin line. Her mind knew that answer was good in some broad technical sense. I don't think you will fight, she said, you want to avoid anyone knowing your true nature, the true nature of your weapons. Jon quickly grabbed her hand and whispered to her, ferociously. She had apparently went too far with that remark. What the hell does that mean? Is she calling us cowards or just image-obsessed? Michael looked to the sergeant and the corporal. They didn't seem to know what was going on either. Michael felt his blood rise in anger. He knew she wouldn't be fobbed off with some excuse. Everyone will know our true nature by the end of tomorrow, if Lord Umber shows up. Jon straightened up. And what is that? The corporal hawked and spat into the river, towards the enemy. People not to be fucked with, Zhang replied, thought you would have figured that out by now, Stark. Neither Val nor Jon appreciated that answer. Though it was the correct one. Well said, Corporal, Michael said, I should make you our spokesperson in future. Zhang snorted, but not without agreement. Val scoffed back, rolling her eyes. You're ferocious in battle, but you're not true killers. You have no stomach for it, else you'd not keep so many Neeler prisoners alive. And that is what we will need to win. Killers. You keeping so many is an honorable thing, but not wise, Jon added, not wanting to endorse outright murder, even my father did not leave enemies alive that could not be ransomed. Trusting them not to rebel makes you look soft to us, or mad. To both of our peoples. Before he could stop it, laughter bubbled out of Michael. The statements were the funniest thing he had heard since arriving, and the context was extremely irritating. Why do they think I have to explain myself to them? It took a little while to get it under control. Of all the things to be accused of, soft. He chuckled, I really shouldn't laugh at you, sorry. Val's cool blue eyes narrowed to angry slits. Apology not accepted. I guess I will have to talk after all. Something about her just demanded an answer be given. Michael held up his hands. In our army, I'm the guy with the reputation. In our army, I'm the mountain. Jon and Val simply stared back at him. Do they not believe? Maybe that was a bad comparison. I'm not 7 foot tall, and I did spare a whole lot of people here. Sergeant, Michael said, turning to them, bet you heard something about me when I transferred from the 1st Battalion. Zheng's head nearly twisted off, it moved so fast to let her glare at the sergeant. She must have asked about the topic before and got told off. For his part, O'Neill worked his jaw for a moment as he gathered his thoughts. Easy guys, you'll hurt yourselves. Yes, sir. Though you weren't a murdering, rapist son of a bitch like the mountain, in the story I heard. Michael tilted his head, conceding the point. Okay, fair. That's not my game. But I bet you heard I was a dangerous son of a bitch all the same. Yes. And I can't say our time together has improved the impression, if I may say so, sir. Michael cocked an eyebrow. That was a little too close to insubordination. You may not, but I suppose I invited it and we both know you're a dangerous man yourself. Takes one to know one, Sergeant. O'Neill raised his chin, halfway to standing to attention and keeping quiet. No denial issued forth. What comment are you keeping to yourself now? Michael thought. He looked back to Val and Jon. So, when I say for the high crime of standing armed between us and home, as well as being an evil shit generally, we intend to stomp Tywin Lannister's dick into the dust, you should believe me, Val Stark. Val's eyes widened to a normal size from slits, and her hand released from its grip around her dagger. Jon's brow rose into his hairline, and he couldn't seem to hold Michael's gaze, looking at practically anything else. I guess my little speech worked. But let's be sure. Satisfied? Michael asked. Val answered. Good, now fuck off, O'Neill said, entirely done with the conversation. Plenty of wood needs cutting and plenty of dirt needs moving. If you're both not too good for that. We're not, Jon answered, but the defenses in our part of the line are complete. I would like to rest the men my brother gave me. They fought 2 days ago, they have worked every waking hour between then and now, and will likely fight again tomorrow. Rest them then, Michael said, I have a role in mind for you and your men on the left, if you are willing. Without objection, Jon gave a bow from the waist, and looped his arm into Val's as encouragement to leave. The young wife and husband left without further trouble, though not before Val looked across the river again pointedly. Yeah, I get it, Michael thought. You gonna tell me that story about the LT? Zhang asked the sergeant, almost quiet enough so Michael didn't hear it, but not quite. O'Neill cleared his throat. No, he said carefully, don't know if it's true. Not the sort to mouth off about things I know nothing about. Pussy. Michael snorted. Of course Zhang would want to know. It's not as dramatic as some made it out to be, Corporal, he said over his shoulder, you know how it is, you do some crazy stuff, things get embellished. I'd love to tell you both, but the whole thing is classified and not just because of what I did. As much as it's a pain in the ass. Zhang said nothing in reply. She really wanted to know, obviously. Michael decided it wasn't worth getting further into it, and just marched on by. The defenses in this part of the line were almost complete too, large stakes were being added to the fence, 3 deep. What O'Neill called horse chokers. Ouch. Movement ahead drew his attention towards the crawler again. Ygritte had spotted him getting closer and stood up. She had taken off her fur trousers, the grey silk shirt long enough to cover her down to the thighs. Must be too hot, Michael's mind idly thought, categorizing her with the other half-naked free folk around the place. The temperatures were hitting highs, and the humidity off the river was not helping matters. But then his eyes began tracing her pale legs to where they met the hem of the shirt. How the large open collar revealed her freckled shoulder. How much more form-fitting its silk was without the belt keeping the cloth loose above the waist. She waved, which had very interesting effects. Michael released a colossal sigh. Fuck the regs. Tyrion. The tree was burned from root to the smallest branch, its bark blackened like a reversed parody of a weirwood, its leaves now a ring of ash at its base. Against its trunk, a pair of burned skeletons lay, the iron chains that had held them melted through into little puddles that still smoked slightly. Even the sky above was a fiery orange, as the sun peaked above the horizon. Even without the strong scent of burned wood and man to help, Tyrion knew he should be inspecting the Stark defences across the river as best he could. He would soon be charging at them with his clansmen, Sir Gregor and the Clegane men alongside. But his eyes had been drawn again and again to the charred tree, from the time camp had been made on the south bank of the Trident and through to just before dawn. Was this a warning from the Canadians? He wondered, is one of these men what is left of Sir Adam Marbrand? The knight and friend of his brother Jaime had disappeared, and the sigil of the Marbrands was a burning tree. Had the foreigners tied the heir and most capable warrior of that family to a tree and burned it as a warning? The night before, Bronn had brought a whore to his tent. A beautiful brown-haired, brown-eyed girl called she. She had flattered him and satisfied his need. She must have been warned of what to expect, as she did not flinch on seeing him. But satisfaction could only come after Tyrion dispatched Bronn to comb the camp for rumors about the burned tree and the bodies. The matter would not leave his mind until he knew someone else was looking into it. Something about it bothered him, misremembered tales from a book he once read. In the early morning, he left she snoozing gently in his tent, and went to the tree again. The chiefs of the mountain clans would never leave him alone, but they must have felt the thing an ill omen, so they kept their distance while keeping their eyes on him. The sun ignoring the preparations for battle in the camp just across the King's Road. Eventually, Bronn swaggered up, yawning widely, a hand resting on the pommel of his sword and the other holding a bottle of something. She followed close behind him, fully clothed again. What possessed her to come out here? Tyrion thought, as the clansman straightened up at her approach. Watch out, girl. The yawn complete, Bronn took a swig from his bottle. Feeling refreshed? Tyrion asked. Very, Bronn replied, smacking his lips. Lucky I'm not the sort of man to punish a competent man for insolence. And you? Tyrion asked she. Lord was gone when I woke, she said, as if that was explanation enough. Strangely, it was. I must have needed her. Tisha flashed into his mind, and he cloaked the memory as quickly as he could. Tyrion looked to Bronn again. Did you find out what this tree business is all about? I. Tyrion waited for the answer, but it didn't spring forth as expected. The impatience must have been visible on his face, as she let out a giggle. Lord has a battle to be fought soon, you should save your strength. Her mirth died a little when her gaze found the corpses a half-second later. Not a joking matter, lady. Lord will fight better with his mind clear, Tyrion quipped back, though he found his tone was less cruel than he intended. Bronn, what did you find out? The sellsword pointedly took another swig before finally answering. Your father ordered it all burned. Tyrion felt his brow rise at that. So that is the reason for the hesitation. Father ordered 2 men burned while tied to a tree? You're sure of that? But why? Heard it from the messenger who relayed the command, one of Lorch's lot, Bronn said, but that's not the strangest part. Those 2 weren't men. Tyrion glanced at the bodies again. They looked like men to him, or what was left when you incinerated men. Even she seemed a little confused. Then what were they? Bronn spat, clearing his palate for a chunk of smoked meat he produced from a pouch. According to the messenger, they were living corpses, skin rotting off their bones and all. Took a pair of quarrels in the chest apiece, and they didn't even bleed. They were all calm before that, but as soon as the bolts hit, they began snapping their jaws and trying to get free of the chains. Tyrion felt like that was familiar somehow, but memory refused to yield to inquiry. A disease perhaps? So Lorch sent word back to my father and asked what to do. Bronn nodded. All Lord Lannister said was to burn them. And to tell everyone to shut their mouths about it. Had to dice for the answer. Lucky for you, I have weighted dice. The question paid for itself. Did the Canadians leave dying men to try and infect ours? Tyrion wondered. And my father knew what they were about and wants to avoid panic? That made a great deal of sense to him. The foreigners seemed willing to do anything to even the odds against them. His apprehension at facing them later grew, but he had the salve for that nearby. I suppose that answers that, he sighed loudly. Let's get away from this place and rest while we still can. It's barely sunrise, after all. And we won't go into battle before noon. Tyrion offered his hand to she. She took it, smiling again, filling him with warmth and expectation for the few hours left before he would have to gird on his armor. One last tumble before my father sends me to die. She led the way back towards his tent, offering a tantalizing view as she moved. Bronn and the mountain clansmen followed slowly behind until they broke off for their own business. By the time they reached his part of the camp, Tyrion's enthusiasm began to grow dangerously beneath his breeches. He opened the tent's flap for she, eliciting a wider smile, a bow, and the whore brushing against his front as she entered, a promise of pleasure. Tyrion took a single step inside the tent. Lord Tyrion! Came a call from outside. Flinching, Tyrion's enthusiasm died immediately. He stepped back out of the tent, and found his squire Podrick Payne standing there, the boy dressed in his house's colors of purple, white, and gold, barely able to meet Tyrion's eyes. Gods, he is young. What is it, Podrick? Your father requests your presence, my lord, the squire squeaked. I have been looking for you. Tyrion felt like the earth had opened up to swallow him. Gods, is father contemplating attacking now? At high tide? The thought of being shot off his horse and drowning now displaced all thought of she, even as she stuck her head out of the tent again to see what was going on. With an apologetic glance to her, he joined his squire. Lead on. It was not far to his father's pavilion, though it was atop a lonely hill that overlooked the ford, and so Tyrion was forced to waddle with more difficulty than he would have preferred. The structure was so well appointed that it was almost like a proper manse in miniature, with wooden walls and floors inside the red canvas creating room-like spaces within. This time, however, an entire side of the canvas and wood was open to the morning air, and a great many of the marshals of the west were assembled in a line facing the north. Tyrion bade Podrick to wait behind and took a breath, before rounding the end of the line by Sir Harry's SWIFT. Lord Tywin stood ahead of the others, closer to the river on the downward slope of the hill, speaking quietly to Sir Kevin and a number of what Tyrion presumed were scouts by their peasantly attire. Have we discovered some great problem with our coming assault? Wondered and hoped, as he exchanged perfunctory greetings with the lords assembled. All Tyrion's aspirations of avoiding a battle disappeared as Sir Gregor Clegane rode up and dismounted. The man was easily 7 foot tall, and not in the mythical way that tall warriors often were described as. He was covered in rough-looking but excellently made plate armor, each section having interlocking parts to allow better movement, and embossed with the 3 hounds of House Clegane. Only his armpits and groin were less protected, with chainmail and padding alone. The man carried a colossal sword and shield, both of the sort it might require 2 hands for an ordinary man to carry for any length of time. Equally ferocious was the man's reputation, murderous on and off the battlefield, and rumored to be a serial rapist. Tyrion had it on good authority that the man drank milk of the poppy daily, though for what ailment he did not know. His jaw clenched of its own accord at the sight of the knight. If Sir Gregor was already in full harness, then a battle was inevitable. which meant Tyrion would be beside the man right into the midst of the Stark defenses. I suppose I can avoid notice if I simply stay nearby, he joked to himself, though the lump in his throat threatened to choke him. Lord Tywin soon turned around and rejoined the lords, both Sir Kevan and the Mountain hovering behind. The two hands of the hand. My lords, he said, not paying any special heed to Tyrion, we have received compelling information from our scout upon the hills above the ford. The Stark forces have split once more and left behind their baggage train, most likely to bring the biggest host to bear here before we could cross the river. Lord Tywin's eyes gleamed in the way they always did when he thought he was in the right about this or that. Sir Kevan's smile was equally irrepressible but far more obvious to the audience. They must be very sure of this, Tyrion thought. The banners of the Dread Fort and the Hornwood have not been seen among those on the fortifications, though the sigil of House Frey has. By my reckoning, we face 13,000 men at most. An encouraged murmur rose from the throats of the lords. We have almost double their number, declared Sir Lyle Craig Hall, a man almost as strong as Sir Gregor but less vicious. We have to march and ride across a river, Tyrion thought with annoyance. The river and the defences beyond are worth 10,000 men. Though I dare say our cavalry will be useless, complained Sir Harrys, we shall have to dismount. We shall not, Lord Tywin announced, we have found a weakness in the fortifications. They were built to the high tide so the river wouldn't sweep them away. If you look to the eastern end of the palisade, it is incomplete there. Behind is a light woodland through which riders can pass. Tyrion traced the Stark defences to the place indicated. The woods were not dense, the trees were well spaced apart and sat on very flat ground that no doubt flooded when the trident did. Probably a managed forest for use by the inn and village. But too obvious. He looked to the defences in front of the area. They were mostly just upright wooden logs driven into the mud, with some rope tied between some of the sections. Easily parted by a blade from the saddle. What game is being played here? It is not a very wide gap, Tyrion commented. I doubt Lord Umber or Jon Snow were kind enough to give us a way to bypass the palisade. It's a trap. Of course, Tywin stated, the Canadian unicorns are in the woods. Their intention is twofold. If we attack the gap, the Canadians will loose arrows and bolts until they counterattack with their beasts. And if we ignore the gap, they'll use it to allow an attack on our flank by the same. Tyrion felt like a spider had just crawled down his back and into his breeches. He knew exactly who would face the threat either way. Oh no. So which shall we do? He asked, as cheerfully as possible. Neither, perhaps. Attack at the opposite end of the line, where they least expect. Where none of us can face the unicorns and the lancers riding them. The Freys are there, Sir Kevan replied, their loyalty to the Starks is likely fractious, which is most like why they are on the honourable right of the host. But they will defend themselves if we take the battle to them. No, leaving them alone is the wiser course. Keeping the banners that will accept a bribe alive. How clever, Tyrion remarked honestly, but that leaves the question of the gap open. Lord Tywin stroked his whiskers for a moment, and looked to the other lords. Here comes the answer in long form, Tyrion thought, and people say I like to talk. The plan of battle is this, we shall form the foot into 4 battles, armsmen in front, bowmen behind. He gestured to the west. Leaving the gap to last. Lord Lefford, you shall command the left and attack at the wagon fort with the banner of the Mormonts and Glovers. Sir Harrys shall command a small cavalry force on the far left to screen you along the bank. Lord Lefford's face was sour, but he bowed his intent to do as he was told. Clearly not much was expected of him, but then Tyrion knew he was more suited to seeing to the host's supplies than actual command. His vassal lords were competent enough to handle things. Not where I'll be, then. Lord Tywin looked to the north. Sir Kevan shall command the centre, taking Casterly Rock and Lanny Sportfoot to attack the Umber Wagon Fort where the King's Road resumes. No acknowledgement of that was required from Tyrion's uncle. The man rarely had a thought that didn't originate in Lord Tywin's head first. But Tyrion knew that his father would put his uncle at the place that needed to maintain the attack long enough for something else to happen. Tywin gestured to the east at last. The main attack will happen on the right. Aside from the woods, it is also where the most ground opens up when the tide is low. The foot under Sir Lyle will ride with the cavalry, 2 men to a saddle, and dismount to attack the wagon fort of the Manderleys. Smart, Tyrion thought, the men at arms will be fresh and their boots will be dry. And Sir Lyle is more aggressive than the other lords who might command the attack. They don't call him the strong boar for naught. Sir Gregor, the vanguard will attack the gap once the foot begin their own advance. You have 2 goals. Drive the wildlings back to clear the way for the main body of cavalry, and if you can, take Jon Snow as a prisoner. The White Wolf banner is placed at the very far left of the Stark line, he will be there. Robb Stark is said to love his brother as dearly as his true-born family, or so Lord Varys reports. The Mountain made no gesture or sound of acknowledgement. Lord Tywin gave Tyrion a look, and its message was clear. You're going to, Tyrion said to himself in his father's voice, and you will do your duty. Sir Flement, you shall command the bulk of the cavalry. Follow the vanguard to the right directly and form up once you are past the defences. Sir Gregor's attack should overextend the line regardless of whether or not these unicorns become involved. Ride around them once you are past the defences and take them from the rear, or smash the remnants if the vanguard has done its job. Sir Flement had the good sense to grimace on hearing the plan, making Tyrion feel a great deal better about the man. Flement Brax had already proven his valor against the unicorns in the rear guard. A good sense of danger only added to the man's virtue in that regard. I can survive this if Sir Flement isn't tardy, Tyrion decided. I'll just stand upon the mountain like a parrot on a Tyrogi sailor's shoulder. Or behind him, being that far up might make me a better target for Stark's archers. It shall be done, my lord, Sir Flement said with a bow of the head. Still, there is no defying father. I shall command a reserve of both cavalry and foot, Lord Tywin continued, either we shall break them on the palisade or break them in the woods. Victory is assured. Aye! Shouted the lords, raising their fists. Lord Tywin did not share in their pleasure at the idea. So enthused. Tyrion bit his tongue. It pained him that he didn't know enough to second-guess the plan beyond what he already had. But he had no intention of being told to guard the camp. Better to die than be humiliated like that. The attack shall begin at noon, Tywin concluded, the almanacs say the tide shall be very low. My lords, do not be lax or tardy. The river's waters will not remain so low for long. And he'll drown you in the rising flow if you ruin his plan. Knowing a warning when they heard one, the lords began promising they would prepare and be ready at the appointed hour. Tyrion had other ideas, smiling to himself. It's a long way to noon, The bloody ford. The fecking clever clogs. They're dismounting infantry, sir. Sergeant O'Neill was not lying. Under a clear blue sky and a burning late summer sun, the host of Lord Tywin Lannister had rolled forward like a menacing red fog, the different colours of the western houses subsumed beneath the larger crimson and gold banners and red-painted shields of the footmen. Spear points and helms glittered in the daylight here and there, honed and polished for the battle to both impress and give their owners an edge. The advance had stopped just out of range of the bows on the main defense line. It was strange, and from his position on the ground, Michael couldn't see why. It wasn't the trees in the way, they were tall but most of their leaves were up in a high canopy, creating a nice shade but no interference to see to the river. The log defenses and the enemy horses were what stopped him seeing what he needed to, hundreds of logs, and thousands of horses. Hopefully our preparations were enough. Wanting a better picture, Michael returned to the crawler, squelching through the damp ground. The shade kept the ground wet, but it was still warm enough to be humid as hell. The vehicle had branches and small logs hanging down its sides and front, to disguise it as a pair of huts, the fuel trailer left behind. From the actions of the enemy, that disguise seems to have worked. He climbed into it, finding the air smelling of fish and 4 seats occupied by wargs in their trances. They all sat on top of their furs, nearly damn naked. The summer heat was unlike anything they had ever experienced, or so they kept complaining. He ignored them and climbed up on top to join O'Neill, Zheng, and Sayer. Just like Michael, all of them were wearing camo nets over their helmets and shoulders, and their faces were painted browns, black and green with camo cream. The sergeant was peering through his binoculars, and Sayer was doing the same with his rifle scope. Only Zheng looked on with her own eyes over the top of the C6. Still smells like damn fish down there, Michael complained, recalling he had ordered the cabin washed out before. That's what we get for using it as a cargo area. Sorry, sir, Zheng remarked, was going to clean it this morning, then Ygritte needed something. Michael wondered what the hell the spear wife could have possibly needed from Zheng. Can't be good. A minute later, a new block of infantry emerged, stepping in line with the rest. Looks like they're not going to attack the whole line, O'Neill commented, they're merging their line up into 5 brigades. 3 infantry, 1 cavalry, 1 mixed reserve. The big fella commands the reserve. Big fella meaning Tywin Lannister. Michael took his word for it, and scratched his chin. Do you think they'll just right turn and hit us? It didn't seem likely to him, but he wasn't dealing with leaders that had gone through a military academy. That would fuck us, Zheng snorted, eventually. The sergeant put down his binos for a moment and scowled at her before answering. No, sir. They're spaced too apart and too far away for that, we'd devour them piecemeal and they'd have to march for nearly 2 clicks under fire from the palisade. Is it still fire if it's arrows and bolts? Michael mused to himself. Maybe they're that stupid, Sayer remarked with a shrug. They're massing to hit the line, O'Neill insisted, they're not that stupid. They've even got a cavalry screen on the far west part of the ford to stop the Karstarks and Freys just sweeping their flank. Good thing Lord Umber isn't stupid either, Zheng said with a yawn, he'll shuffle people around to make sure they're not overwhelmed. But Lord Lannister is falling for the obvious trap. Michael caught himself scratching his chin again and stopped. Looks like they're going to send their cavalry at full strength into a forest. Doesn't strike me as smart. even if it isn't very dense forest and the roots aren't going to trip up their horses. They know that Bolton and Hornwood aren't here yet. We saw their scout crossing the river. Must think it's just us and our wildling friends in here. Confirmation came in seconds. The infantry brigade started forward first, drawing the ire of every archer and crossbowman on the defences they were advancing towards. The march became a charge with shields raised. The Lannisters much have made the calculation that it was better to quickly get to grips than to try playing turtle and moving forward carefully. Exactly what I would do. It was impossible for Michael or anyone else to miss the whole cavalry block as it wheeled right and aimed right at the forest. It almost seemed they were riding directly at him. Fuck, there are a lot of them, Zhang breathed. Agreeing with her, Michael felt a pang of doubt, short and sharp, before his rational brain reasserted itself. We knew there would be a lot of them. Strangely, lighter cavalry broke ahead of the main force, 500 or so. The riders were armored, though not in full plate. The few exceptions were a small collection of armored knights guarding the wings of the most recognizable man in the entire battle. He could not be mistaken, because of his size and the bright yellow of the cloth over his plate armor. The mountain. Light cavalry led by the fecking boogeyman himself, O'Neill thought aloud, what are they playing at? Poking the bear trap with a stick instead of stepping in it, Michael said, they probably know how many soldiers each of the northern houses can field. That just leaves us as the missing element, and their scouts might have gotten a good idea about that too. O'Neill's lips curled back with displeasure. We can't use our weapons on 500 light cavalry, sir. The rest of the brigade will know what we have and not come in here. Probably would dismount to join the attack on the line too, Zhang threw in. I know, Michael looked to either side. On the left and a little way back were the unicorns in a double line, their animals laying down and resting in the mud. They were even better protected than before, courtesy of another few hundred chainmail shirts taken as prizes in the battles of the week past. Markach's tribe was probably the most formidable cavalry unit anywhere on the planet, by Michael's estimation. No issues on the left. To the right were the pikes, crossbows and archers of the Laughing Tree, followed by John Stark and the dismounted riders, then the Crannogmen where the line met the forest. Some of the crossbow troops were on lower branches in the trees, where they could shoot over the spears at their leisure. Michael had placed the banners of House Stark of Moat Cailin and House Reed on the defense line where Searwyn men were guarding. A little deception to spoof the numbers. It had paid off. None of the Lannister forces appeared to be going for the Searwyn wagon fort or the fence to either side of it. Between he and Stark, there were over 1,000 men waiting in the woods. Michael had hoped to use them to attack the Lannisters from the side or follow up by seizing their camp. No chests of gold and silver for us, I guess. 500 against 1,000, Michael stated, I like those odds. We let our friends deal with the stick poking the trap. If they run into trouble, we can use our rifles. We've got no tracers loaded, the Lannisters won't see anything. When the cavalry brigade coming stomping in, we'll blow the Lannisters' feet right off. Zhang looked back at him with the biggest shit-eating grin he'd ever seen. Like that, Corporal. Can't wait, sir. Michael reached for his comms. All units, this is Maple. Prepare to receive the enemy. The fortification in front of the forest was simple. A curved line of thick tree logs, taller than a man on a horse, placed vertically in holes among smaller earthworks. The space between them was tied off with rope where there was enough space for a man or a mounted rider to pass by. It was a strong fence, nothing more. Overall, a pathetic barrier if one was actually looking to stop one's enemies, but pretty good for slowing them down. And that was it was meant to look like. Michael and the others watched Sir Gregor Clegane and his band of merry murderers from the top of the crawler in complete silence. The enemy cut their way through the ropes and began filing into the inner kill zone. The Free Folk and Stark archers opened up on the two sections of the Lannister vanguard as soon as they were through. The air whirred with the sheer number of arrows, strange whistling and whining audible over the rustling of the leaves above in the wind. A pile of dead and dying horses choked up each gap in the fence, feathered shafts sticking out of them. For a moment, Michael thought they might be stopped, but the horses began entering at a trot rather than a walk, quickly bolting left or right when they were through and keeping on the move. More and more arrows went wide, until Ygritte, Val and John ordered the archers to cease shooting to preserve ammunition. A critical mass of riders had soon passed the tall log fence. They formed up into two units, one under the yellow banner of the mountain and another under the red and gold banner of the Lannisters. Charge! Michael heard clearly the reply to the challenge from Sir Gregor Clegane over the sound of the battle beyond the trees. Big man, big lungs. The mountain spurred his horse and the massive animal, the mountain of horses, rumbled forwards. His battalion followed behind, and formed a wedge with their leader at the tip. They look rough, but they're professionals. Mostly. One more volley of arrows buzzed at the charging mass, before the archers withdrew as the spear troops then stood to. The wall of pikes formed just in front of the carpet of wooden spikes that had been laid, impossible to see from a distance. Huzzah! Huzzah huzzah! The Laughing Tree shouted as one. An invitation to come get some. They won't need us at all after we leave. Michael smiled widely and looked for the other battalion. To his surprise, he found that it had also followed the Mountain's order, but with nothing like the same discipline. The small knot of riders with the Lannister banner in front was quickly overtaken by men and women charging their horses at full pace, whooping and waving their weapons over their heads in circles. They seemed to cling towards the river, an obvious maneuver to avoid the spears. Michael didn't know if they were being smart or stupid. Strangely, despite their superior armor to that of the Mountain's men, they appeared to be wearing skins and furs as much as woven clothes. Are they free folk too? Where do they think they're going? Zhang muttered, traversing the machine gun to aim at them. Are they trying to go around the line? They can't see the unicorns yet, Michael answered, before speaking through his comms. Jockey, you're up. A grunt over the radio confirmed Markach had heard the command. Michael turned back to the right just in time to see the Mountain's cavalry meet the pikes. Sir Gregor's horse was brave, which earned it 2 pikes through the chest for its trouble and tossed the rider sideways off his saddle. Sticking fast in both the horse and the ground, the animal creating a grotesque bleeding arch of wood, steel, and flesh. Most of the horses refused to charge into a wall of pointed blades, but trampled the stakes and spikes in front of them anyway. Some simply ran themselves into the spear tips, unable to stop their own momentum. The front rank of the battalion was utterly destroyed, sending riders sprawling forward to be caught on pikes themselves or finished off with daggers and long swords inside the ranks of the pikemen. Those behind tripped over those falling in front or managed to rear up and stop just in time. Yikes! Michael hadn't expected the pikes to be so effective. On open ground with enough space, maybe they wouldn't have been. But the fence and the forest prevented a formation charge, it seemed. He doubted the attack had been at a full gallop. What about the others? On the left, the unicorns stood up from their pits, where the animals were keeping cooler in the wet ground and began their countercharge against the fur-wearing battalion. Even the Lannister banner had moved forward now, apparently resigned to following the riders they were supposed to be leading. 10 seconds later and the two forces made contact. The lances of Markach's people made short work of many of the Lannister riders. Many were lifted clear off their saddles with a few feet of broken shaft stuck in their bodies. The unicorns themselves were brutalizing the unarmored horses of the enemy. Flicking their heads this way and that in the manner of unicorn fighting, they were goring dozens of horses in the neck, face, and flank. The enemy's lack of formation let the same event happen again and again. The animals' faces and armored shoulders were dark red and slick with blood. They're cutting through those guys like a buzzsaw. Markach has things under control, Michael said to O'Neill. I think the pikes will hold too. The Mountain and his men, all dismounted now either by choice or by force, were withdrawing a little way to regroup. They were chased by crossbow bolts from the trees, but clearly would charge again on foot. Cavalry battalion has reached the fence, sir. Sayer reported. Michael turned his attention forward and raised his binoculars. A man in full plate armor and a flamboyant purple and silver cloak had just cleared the log obstacles, followed by a man holding a banner, a purple unicorn on white. At 3 other places, men began filing through, but not as quickly as they could be. The queue beyond was still massive, and growing less orderly. Arrows from the Searwyn wagon fort were flying into the midst of them to little effect. Their numbers were enough that they could overwhelm the ability of Michael's fire team and his allies to kill them. He sucked in a breath, considering what to do about it. Now? O'Neill asked. Michael paused, then shook his head. Give it a few minutes, let them bunch up. Sir! Zhang shouted, and pointed to the side. Look. Her finger was aimed at a group of about 100 riders, making their way at full pace away from the slaughter at the hands of the unicorns. Their path would take them right by the front of the crawler and straight into the side and rear of the Laughing Tree's pike line. Fuck, they'll bypass the stakes. And the Mountain had chosen that moment to try an attack from the front. There was no option now. Corporal, open fire. Michael commanded, before getting on his comms. Ygritte, danger left. He had barely completed his words when Zhang began shooting at the stray enemy unit. O'Neill and Sayer joined in with their assault rifles, half deafening him. A reply from Ygritte came over the radio, and he asked her to say it again. I fucking know. She repeated, Jon Stark's bringing up some Kneeler Knights to block them too. On the cut trail in the interior line, some of the archers and warriors behind the pikes had turned to run to intercept. Michael spotted Ygritte herself sprinting, the combination of long red hair and a Canadian camouflaged helmet unmistakable. Further down, Jon Stark and 20 armored men were moving just as fast. The young man was wearing a helmet that covered a good part of his face, but he was wearing his brother's grey dire wolf. His Night's Watch black cloak flapped behind him, and Ghost padded ahead of him. Can't chase them, Markach's voice said, too close to those kneelers coming through the logs. The enemy unit passed maybe 30 yards from the front of the crawler, losing horses every step of the way. Zhang wasn't bothering to try and snipe men out of their saddles when the horses were far larger targets. But those that lost their horses just got up and kept moving forwards. Tenacious sons of bitches. O'Neill slapped Michael on the shoulder to get his attention. Sir, the enemy cavalry have stopped coming through. He shouted over the chattering of the machine gun, we've scared them. They're going to run. The Lannister heavy cavalry had indeed stopped coming through, their leader conferred with some of his fellow knights. Michael glanced between the two situations. If they run or if we don't get as many as possible, we have to fight them again. If I stop Zheng shooting at the flanking attack to do her part, they'll make it to the pikes, to Ygritte. Shit. The decision was hard but obvious. Cease fire. Michael shouted, grab the fun buttons. Zheng stopped shooting immediately. All four of them rummaged for the radio detonators out of their pockets. Michael's eyes never left the remaining Lannister force. They finally began fighting Ygritte and Jon Stark's warriors, Ghost creeping near the edges of the melee and tearing a man down by the leg. Ygritte was dodging a man with a massive long sword attempting to kill her with wide swipes of the blade. Stark was fighting a man in black and a smaller man in red-covered plate, just barely fighting them off. The numbers were evenly matched, about 50 each, but the enemy had better armor. That might swing it. Sir? O'Neill asked. Michael tore his gaze away from that little battle and met the sergeant's eyes. Detonate. Thumbs clicked down on 4 switches simultaneously. A sound like thunder shook the air and the ground. Explosions rippled through the log fence and in front of it, great jets of flame bursting from their base. The logs, along with the horses and the riders nearest them, disintegrated. Those Lannister riders that were further were tossed aside or off their saddles, or were burned by the flame fugaces, or both. Limbs detached, and hearts pumped blood through arteries like hoses onto the muddy ground. Open flames caught on the remaining wood and on the clothes of some of the bodies. The survivors at the rear of the battalion fled for their lives towards their lord, ditching their fine banners, their shields and lances in the mud to get away faster. A blast of hot air swept through the forest, sending every leaf and shrub flailing. The fighting stopped everywhere on the Ruby Ford, and both sides ducked their heads as unpleasant bloody and burned things began falling from the sky. The kill zones were one smoldering sea of dead and dying. Michael had known the C4 would be something no medieval commander could account for. The Night's Watch hadn't expected the wall to be breached, after all. He also knew the extras he had ordered the collection of over the last few days made it even more deadly. But seeing it was another thing entirely. Thousands of men were dead or dying. Far more than he had ever killed before, and far more than any ordinary soldier would likely expect to kill. Disgust finally overcame his long and cautiously built defenses against violence, but also mixed with satisfaction and joy. It was a horrendous thing to see, but it also meant he had achieved what he expected. Now no one will screw with us on our way home again. No one would ever want a repeat of this horror. Even if we don't have the capability to do it again. The thought didn't quite clear the lump in his throat, though. The destruction his plan had given birth to was too much for a clear conscience though. Zheng bounced and pumped her fist, grinning wildly over her shoulder. Holy shit, we fucked them up. Yes, we did, O'Neill said with a smile, though it seemed only half as enthusiastic as Zheng's own. The corporal was offended at that. What did you expect? Zheng growled, gesturing at the field of dead, flowers and champagne. Hey, sorry if I don't find that a pretty sight. Came the reply, pointing out at it too, even if it is our enemies. War is hell, Michael added, finally finding himself able to speak again, we warned them. They sowed the wind and reaped the whirlwind. O'Neill looked back at him, eyebrow cocked. Does that matter? They didn't listen, Michael said, they brought 20,000 and more men to kill us. They never would have let us ride on by, not in the middle of their little war of conquest. We're far too fucking interesting for that, Zheng agreed, especially me, if you get my meaning. The sergeant blew a tired sigh through his teeth and lips. All true. But I didn't say it wasn't. The private was quiet, too quiet. Michael found Sayer's face drained and pale, turning it a deathly grey. Looks like he's seen a ghost. He nudged him, and handed him his own water flask from his combat webbing. Drink. The man did as he was told, and color began returning to his cheeks quickly. He paused mid-sip, and leaned around Michael to see something. While most of the warriors on both sides were still in shock, 1 or 2 men had recovered more quickly. The man in black had a dagger to Jon Stark's armpit. The short man had put himself between the pair and Ghost, shield up and what looked like Jon's sword in his hand. The dire wolf was moving this way and that, trying to find a way around. More and more of the surviving Lannister riders were regrouping around Stark as he was moved away. Michael searched for Ygritte, and found her knocking an arrow to aim at the short man. He released a breath he hadn't realized he had been holding, and scanned the rest of the battlefield. It wasn't any better. The fighting was beginning again too. The mountain had retreated again, and crossbow bolts were again slamming into the shield wall formed in the open. To the west, men were again moving and swinging weapons at each other all along the defense line. The Lannister reserve was moving slowly but directly towards the forest. They're not running, he thought as he grit his teeth, Can they not see what has happened over here? Michael Duquesne. ISOT declared on the comms, they're taking John Stark. Not over yet. Corporal, signal the wargs to begin their grenade attacks and get behind the wheel. The crawler weaved and sped around the trees, the corporal driving like a bat out of hell. The headlights were on for added psychological effect. Behind, the unicorn riders advanced to the tree line just in front of the field of carnage, looking as menacing as possible. The Laughing Tree, Stark men and the Crannogmen under Lord Reed advanced too, over the bodies of the dead horses and raiders. Free folk archers fanned out, putting themselves behind trees and readying arrows to shoot. Every little bit of help would be needed. Michael watched the Lannister reserve cross the ford out of the corner of his eye, and stop on the mud just before the field of bodies, opposite the Searwyn Wagon Fort. North of the river, the battle for the defences was just as ferocious as before the detonation of the C4. They still have the numbers to break through, he thought, where the hell are our reinforcements? Finally, the crawler approached the semicircle of 100 or so shields and men where John Stark was being held. Zhang turned the vehicle side on to the enemy and stopped some distance away. The engine stopped and everyone looked to Michael for instructions. Sergeant, stay here on the machine gun. The reserve begins coming again, shoot at them. Head honcho first. Yes, sir. Corporal, Private, you're with me. Yes sir. Yes, LT. Michael climbed off the roof and slid down to the ground. The ferrous smell of blood, rancid shit and rotting fish hit the nose together and made his eyes water. The bodies started only a few paces away, and there were burned parts here and there beyond that. Nasty combination, whale oil and C4. Zhang and Sayer opted to leave via the doors instead, and put on brave faces when the smells hit them too. Together, the three of them advanced on the enemy. Slowly, with no sudden moves. ISOT and Val joined them with another 24 archers, stepping out from behind the trees in their path. Michael looked quickly to see how Val was doing, and found her staring at him with pleading eyes. He gave her a single nod. We'll get him back. Val's usual stoic face returned, which was as good a sign as any that she had been reassured. He smiled at ISOT as she stepped out, happy to see she wasn't hurt. She smiled back, but clearly was not sure why he was smiling in the first place, her eyes uncertain. There'll be time for that later. A group of men emerged from the shield wall. Stark and the man in black were first, dagger to a now exposed throat. The man had black hair, black stubble and black eyes, and his face was blank with concentration. Stark was still wearing his helmet and his radio hadn't been taken from him. Clegane came next, his massive greatsword in his hands. He looked like a 7-foot-tall robot, his face completely hidden behind metal but his body's muscular shape visible in the armor. Lastly, the short man waddled out, his helmet was missing now, revealing hair that was very blonde and different colored eyes, one light and one dark. He was wearing a breastplate that was far too large for him, and he was carried on legs that were too short for him. The son, Michael realized, Tywin's son. He forgot the name, but there's only one person of that statue who would be wearing armor and leading men in battle. Michael clicked on his comms once more. John, if you can hear me, make fists with your hands. Stark made a fist with both hands. We're not coming to talk to them, Michael continued, when the shooting starts, lay flat on the ground. Open your hands if you understand. Stark's hands opened wide, fingers apart. Good. Sergeant, do you have a clear shot at the group? Michael asked in English. Yes sir, you've moved a little further away from the edge of this fucking filthy abattoir in front of me, O'Neill replied. Then when the shooting starts, turn and hose down the mountain's men. Try not to hit John. O'Neill acknowledged, and the metallic sliding and clicking of the charging handle followed over the airwaves. Sayer, shoot the big guy. Aim for the legs. He'll go down hard, then we can do what we like with him. Zhang, start plugging the rest. Gotcha. The advance continued until they reached about 30 yards away from the others. Greetings, said the short man, with a crooked smile. All of a sudden they want to talk. Contempt rising at their newfound desire for diplomacy, Michael raised his fist and everyone stopped. Zhang and Sayer took aim, though the archers refrained. What the hell do I say to put them off balance? Are you Sir Gregor Clegane? He shouted, before he realized the implication of such a statement. It was rather more comedic than he intended, and the whole knot of warriors laughed out loud, including the man in black and the short guy himself. No, I am Tyrion Lannister of Casterly Rock. Can't you tell from my rugged good looks? More laughter. The guy had some wit at least. Michael felt his blood rush in embarrassment. Not good. Time to wipe away the smiles. He raised his weapon to his shoulder and his eye close to the sights. I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the massive shit heap beside you. He gestured at the mountain with the muzzle of his rifle. There was no sign that the man was offended in any way. He stood there like a statue atop a plinth. I am Sir Gregor Clegane. The man in black said something to Tyrion Lannister, before drawing his dagger close enough to Jon's throat to shave. Go back where you came from or I'll cut this boy's throat. Where do you think I'm trying to go? Michael thought. His heart settled down. The moment had come. He quickly sighted the man in black's head and squeezed the trigger of his rifle. The bullet burst from the muzzle and straight through the man's forehead. The hole leaked a little blood before he fell straight down, strength leaving his limbs at once. The cacophony of gunfire erupted from all around, as Jon Stark clawed his way out of the grasp of the dead man and threw himself to the floor. Tyrion Lannister smartly did the same, just in time to avoid the wave of bullets and arrows. Rifle and machine gun riddled the shield wall, thin wood and chainmail, no defense at all against modern firearms at such close range. Men dropped dead onto their knees, backs, and bellies with holes stitched through them on both sides. The archers exploited the gaps, shooting from all sides. Still more men died, some foaming at the mouth from the poisoned arrowheads of the Cranagmen flying in from the north. The mountain somehow escaped notice until he came charging, giving an incoherent battlecry. Is Sayer asleep? Michael quickly shifted his aim and shot one of Clegane's legs with a single round. The mountain stumbled, reached for the wound for a moment, and showed exactly why he was a man to be feared by lumbering forward at almost the same speed he had been charging at before. Blood began pooling out of bottom of his armored boots, leaving red footprints behind. He didn't seem to mind. Michael watched in morbid fascination, unable to decide whether he should just empty his rifle's magazine into the man or continue trying to disable him for capture. The guy just won't quit. Before a decision could be made, Clegane made it most of the way. Whatever Sayer had been waiting for, he finished the job and put a bigger bullet through one of his knees, shattering it. Finally, the mountain fell to the ground, howling with pain. Zhang took a step forward to deliver the coup de grace. No, Michael said, I want that guy alive. I want all the lords we can get to put the rest on their best behavior. The corporal nodded and stepped back. Ygritte put 2 fingers covered in red sap in her mouth and whistled loudly, before shouting for men to bring rope to tie Sir Gregor up and to stop his bleeding. Soon, no less than 20 warriors and spear wives came running from the line to restrain the prisoner. He swung his fists and tried to grab at them, but 20 against a one-legged guy is no contest at all. 2 red stains were left from the corners of Ygritte's mouth, making her look positively vampiric. Apt, Michael thought. He walked over to Jon Stark. The young man had gotten himself off the ground, though his nice white tabard with his brother's direwolf stitched in grey on the front of it was ruined with mud and blood now. He retrieved his Valyrian sword before Val almost knocked him over to embrace him. She didn't care a damn for how filthy he was. Michael felt a little boost against the horrors of the day at the sight. At least I did one thing right today. Still alive? He asked. Jon nodded. I don't know how to repay you. You don't, Michael replied flatly, unless you've got a lot of gold you'd like to donate to the Sunny Island for veterans of the Westeros War Fund. Jon Stark looked out over the kill zone. There was a lot less movement all of a sudden, except for Lord Tywin's personal brigade beyond it. He does. You can have his. The Lord of the West had decided to advance again, and was in the lead himself. Michael saw why. The Searwyn troops had been redirected westwards to help the Manderleys and Locks. It was a weakness that needed to be exploited. The Lannister infantry was pressing hard. And after what happened to the cavalry brigade, leading himself was likely the only way Lord Tywin could get his men to move forwards. Did he not see us shoot down the mountain? Does he not see the crawler? Does he give a shit at all? Michael searched for a rational explanation. Perhaps it looked like the archers had done most of the work from a distance. There was still a lot of smoke in places where the log fence used to be, after all. What does it take to teach this man a lesson? He complained aloud. Lord Tywin is stubborn and prideful, he cannot accept defeat here at the hands of so few foreigners. To say nothing of your wildling friends. The voice from behind came with a refined but slightly nasally accent Michael had yet to hear. He turned to find Tyrion Lannister standing parallel a little way off, gazing out at the ford. The short man's hair was bright blonde where it wasn't darkened with filth from the ground. His eyes were green and black, his nose too small for his face and his brow too big. His armor was even more splattered with dirt and ichor than Jon Stark was. His age was indeterminate, but not very young. Changing the subject of his attention, Lord Tyrion ignored the arrow aimed at him by Ygritte in favor of examining Michael, his mismatched gaze searching every detail. Michael frowned. Like the old man in Castle Black, he's coming to conclusions. My friend here takes offense at being called a wildling, Zhang remarked, you really should apologize. Lord Tyrion ignored her too. What does he want? Nothing important, Michael decided. Seeing the skin changer attack on the last brigade still hadn't happened, he got on the comms again. O'Neill, open fire on the reserves, he commanded in English, the wargs are taking their sweet time. Need to change the belt, the sergeant replied, give me a minute. Michael cursed under his breath. Lord Lannister loomed ever closer. Where the hell are Lord Bolton and Lord Hornwood? My father still outnumbers you, Lord Tyrion said, but you have me. You can trade me for your lives. I give my word that we will let you and your wildlings go where you wish. You may even leave richer than when you came. Michael cocked an eyebrow. That wasn't actually a bad offer, on the face of it. But he couldn't trust it. Why were you in the first group to come through our fence? He asked. I don't think your father values you very highly if he lets you do that. I am the heir to Casterly Rock, Tyrion replied without hesitation. I am a lord of the Seven Kingdoms. I play my part. To be in the vanguard of battle is an honor. Michael thought the man was trying to convince himself more than anyone else. To be in the vanguard is to be blown to little pieces, he stated. And how did you do that? Plastic explosives, some large barrels from the inn and all the whale oil in the area. I'm sure you'd love to know that, Lord Tyrion. The machine gun rippled out a line of tracers through the air at last, and then two more. Michael watched with trepidation, following the shots all the way. But O'Neill's aim was good. It took no time at all for them to land in amongst the banner party of Lannisters. The bullets hit a few bodyguard, the guy holding the largest lion banner, and Lord Lannister himself. His red and gold plate armor did not protect him. Tywin reeled in the saddle and fell into the ford with a muddy splash. The remaining bodyguards jumped off their horses to see to their fallen superior, while the reserve's formations broke down in chaos. The infantry in the rear didn't hesitate, and began running back south across the river. Zhang whistled out a long, descending note. Holy shit, he's killed the leader. And more misery to come, Michael said. Finally, the skin changers' largest birds appeared over their targets, easy to spot on account of their snowy white feathers and the grenades in their talons. As the bodyguards were carrying Lord Tywin away, they dove on the cavalry standing around behind. The grenades released and dropped among the enemy. The birds sped away, holding onto the pins of the weapons now. The water was too shallow to provide any protection. A half-dozen explosions stuttered, felling horses in groups. O'Neill kept up the fire too, selecting the densest group of knights and giving them a burst before moving on to the next. Still they wheeled and turned, trying to get back into formations, refusing any notion of retreat. Come on, Michael's mind urged, run, you pieces of shit. He raised his own rifle again and let off a burst, as much out of frustration as an attempt to kill anyone. Zhang and Sayer took that as a command in itself, and began plinking away at the bodyguard, carefully lining up each shot. Sayer had more success than Zhang considering the range, but both downed men in red plate as they moved in a bubble around Lord Lannister's body. Still the knights stood, waiting for their liege lord to get away before they would do the same. Michael lowered his weapon, blowing a breath out through his teeth. Is he dead? Tyrion asked loudly, trying to be heard over the shooting. The answer wasn't clear. The bodyguards seemed very concerned with stopping the body getting shot again, which probably meant their lord was still alive. Michael didn't want Tyrion to know that. At the very western part of the battle, he could see strings of men running back across the ford. The strings turned into streams, and spread west to east. A minute later, and the rear of every Lannister infantry brigade was splashing through the river towards their camps. The grenades made them all look behind, and they saw their leader being carried off helpless. Relief poured cold water on Michael's fiery frustration at last. Doesn't matter. They think he's dead. He turned to Ygritte. Have the new Lord Lannister put with the other prisoners. He won't have much company. But you haven't even introduced yourself, Tyrion objected in what he no doubt thought was a menacing tone, that is considered very rude in these parts. Then again, so is killing men speaking under a truce. And what is sending parties of riders out to rape, rob and murder considered? Michael pointed to the dead. There's my introduction. There was no truce. And I bet you already know my name. Now shut the hell up. Tyrion tilted his head, as if conceding an argument instead of being cowed by a threat. So that's how you're going to play it. Ygritte stood forward, reminding him that she existed and had him dead to rights with her freaky bleeding bow. Move, little man. Where I'm from, we don't keep your lot alive. Be grateful you lost to Canadians and don't make trouble, or I'll cut your cock off and feed it to the unicorns. Charming. Michael shot her a disapproving glance, but she didn't see it. Tyrion began laughing and staggered away without complaint, getting more manic as he went. He began unfastening the parts of his armor he could reach without aid and letting them drop, leaving a trail of steel behind him. Everyone watched him go, except for Zhang and Sayer who were still too busy shooting. In shock, Michael guessed. Jon Stark made a noise, and then gestured with his sword. Lord Bolton and Lord Hornwood are here. The flayed man and bull moose banners began to fly in the center with the Umber's chained giant. The Stark reserve had moved by way of boats to the ferry crossing at Harroway's town, down the riverbank road to the crossroads, then south to the ford. Now, the whole Lannister line was put to retreat. At last, the cavalry reserve turned to follow their wounded lord and withdraw. About time, Michael muttered. He needed to have words with Lord Bolton about keeping to a schedule. Zhang nudged him with a shoulder and laughed. "Run, Forrest, run," she said as she reloaded. Michael couldn't help a smile at that, though it seemed very inappropriate. Lord Umber himself jumped the fence to begin the counterattack, as the Stark line stirred itself to take the south bank. The Karstarks and Freys came sweeping from far right of the defense line, almost untouched by the battle so far. A few of the wagons were rolled back, and Lord Bolton led the small cavalry force through to ride down the Lannister infantry. The radio crackled for a moment as someone played with the microphone, until Mark Hatch's voice came through clearly. "Maple, this is Jockey. Should we join in the attack?" Michael looked out at the field of dead in front of him. "No. We've done enough today. But there's loot to be had." "Of course that's the problem." Michael directed his gaze to the enemy camp. Already, the civilians were breaking it up, and yet another Lannister was riding about under another large lion flag, organizing something resembling resistance. Discipline was reasserting itself. It wouldn't be enough to hold the south bank, too many were being cut or shot down in the ford. But it would be enough for the enemy to get their paychests and other valuables away. The Lannisters are moving camp. There won't be anything left by the time you get around the dead and fight your way through them. You want loot? Strip the dead. Deliver it all to camp. Collect the wounded out there while you're at it. Mark Hatch grumbled and stopped transmitting. His men and women had their unicorns lay down, and began moving to the dead. That was all it took for the other Laughing Tree contingents nearby to lay their pikes on the ground, break formation, and do the same. A wave of them came marching by, all grins as they began pulling everything they could off each corpse, starting with the boots. "I suppose that was inevitable," Michael said, "but at least I don't have to supply them shoes and clothes." "Orders, sir," O'Neill said in English over the same channel. Michael felt fatigue creeping into his bones, the way he had discovered it always did after he'd killed. He looked up at the sky. It was still only the early afternoon, and clouds were rolling in. "We're done for the day. We'll rest up, and see what we can do tonight." Kevin. The King's Road was a sorry scene even in the pitch black. The defences raised during the last stay were still in place. It was a safe place to sleep for the night, harassed by wildlings or vengeful river lords. The last stragglers of the battle at the Great Ford of the Trident were still making their way into the camp around Derry. To their credit, they all retained their arms, armor, and colors, but their backs were hunched and their eyes sunken. Defeat has made lesser men of them. Kevin had only arrived an hour ahead of these last survivors. Commanding the host as it retreated in the face of a Stark counterattack, he had bought time for the army to retreat, to say nothing of the paychests, enough of the tents and food supplies. He had forced the camp followers to remain behind at Spearpoint, so they wouldn't slow the retreat. News on arrival back to Derry was not good either, but it was easy to keep quiet. Seeing order restored and the men-at-arms settled was more difficult, and more so because Tywin was laying in the castle with 3 maesters trying to keep him alive. Kevin was forced to go about the camp, seeing to this and that personally. Things as small as who would sleep in what tent, and who would see to the horses now that the camp followers had been left behind. Every man would know the cause of the king was alive and well, and Kevin discovered just how much of an army he had left to command. Greeting the stragglers was merely the latest in these tasks. Though he threatened to fall out of the saddle with fatigue, he persevered. There is but one God's-given grace from this day, he thought, the Canadians and their infernal machine have not been seen again. In fact, Kevin had not seen the foreigners since withdrew back into the forest, even as their wildlings picked through the thousands of corpses, robbing the deceased knights and riders of their possessions. He was absolutely sure that if the foreigners attacked again, none but the remaining mounted knights would resist them. "And we must find some manner of resisting," he noted, "lest we be undone completely." "Sir Kevin, he's awake." A page in a lion tabard peered up at him, chest rising and falling hard as the boy sucked in breaths. Kevin's felt some of the fatigue of the day lift from his shoulders. "The gods have not abandoned us completely. Go inform the maesters I am coming." "Yes, my lord." The boy bowed his head and then took off at full speed again, weaving through the last stragglers towards the castle. Kevin turned his horse and nudged his horse into a slow trot. There was no use in rushing back, panicking those who don't know the reason. He passed by the crammed tents and men sitting around the campfires, getting as good a meal as they could expect. Delaying until enough supply wagons had got away was worth it, he decided. Lord Lefford always said that a good meal was just as good protection against desertion as the most terrible lordly reputation. A pity he shall aid us no more. After travelling through the whole camp and the gate in the outer walls, Kevin reached the entrance to the castle, finding Tywin's bodyguard in front of it. "Upstairs," said one. He passed inside, through the small great hall and up the straight stairs through a door in one corner, to the Lord's chamber. It was a large space for a minor noble like Lord Derry, but it was simply the same size as the hall below, made into separate spaces by wooden dividers. Nonetheless, Kevin could see Tywin at the other end, illuminated by 2 hearths, surrounded by the grey-clothed maesters, their chains glinting in the light. He was indeed awake, but laying nearly flat on the Lord's bed and covered in bandages. His neck was so heavily bandaged that turning his head would be impossible. Kevin paced the length of the room, as fast as he could without running at first, but slowing as he saw more of his brother. His hand, he thought, gods, he's lost his hand. Tywin's right hand was missing, cut off at the wrist. Bowls of clear liquid stained pink with blood sat on the tables everywhere, leather gloves and all manner of cutting tools discarded near them. One large table to the side of the bed had large dark stains. Where they sewed him up, Kevin realized. The air stank of alcohol, so much that it made his eyes water. The maesters began showing Tywin his helmet, explaining what had happened. There was no interrupting it. You were struck 4 times with strange bolts, my lord, said Maester Carden, the only one Kevin recognized. They glanced your helm, cleaved your wrist and entered your side. As you can see from the metal, you are lucky that the first did not enter your skull. One that entered your person remained inside. We have removed it from beside your hip bone. The man held up a small, sharp piece of metal, its tip bent and flattened. Tywin's hand reached up towards it, shaking slightly. He grabbed the bolt, and his green eyes turned to the helm, before his fingers brushed against where another of the bolts had scored its skin deeply. Is he truly going to live? Kevin wondered, barely able to watch. Why can I not turn my head? Tywin's voice rang out, clear as a bell. Kevin smiled, feeling his hope rewarded. It sounds like he shall live, at any rate. You sprained your neck when the bolt hit your helm, said the second maester. You must not attempt to turn it, or the damage may be permanent. Nor must you attempt to stand yet, the third added. We must be sure that your hip has not been damaged. That will require a thorough inspection, a man of your age. Kevin's attention was drawn away, Maester Carden stepping away from the bed and coming to him. Lord Kevin, it is good that you are here. Enough of that. How is he? Carden's lips moved for a moment in thought, and a hand carved through his graying short-cut hair. He is not well. We have administered milk of the poppy, but he refuses high doses. Without it he would be screaming in pain. The maester gestured with his head to Tywin. The wounds he received are almost certain to become infected. Any maester with a silver link in their chain can see to it, but given his age and the severity of the wounds, nothing is certain. He needs bed rest. Ideally, he should not move from that bed at all until I am certain the infection is in retreat. Kevin leveled a glare at the man. Carden was not one of the Westerman maesters that had been brought along with the host. He was Maester of Derry. You understand why that is impossible, he said, and why the merest suggestion of it makes it appear that you wish my lord brother to be captured. I do not care, Carden replied, not intimidated in the slightest. I am a maester of the citadel, and I have 3 silver links in my chain. Healing is my calling, my lord. I have no motivation here except the saving of men's lives, and I tell you truly, if Lord Lannister takes to horse or foot, he is in danger of death. Kevin stared at the man, but he did not break his gaze or reveal any hidden motivation. Gods, he is telling the truth. Could he be moved by cart? Carden's lips moved over his teeth again, before flattening into a thin line. I do not recommend it, but as I'm sure you will insist. He won't die immediately from movement of that sort. Provided there is enough furs and straw beneath him, to pad against shocks on the road. He would need regular infusions of milk of the poppy, and still, it would be very uncomfortable. Glad the man acquiesced to that much at least, Kevin nodded. Kevin. The voice had all the tone of command that Tywin seemed to naturally have. Kevin turned and found his brother looking up at him. He put on a smile and the pair reached out to clasp one another's hands. It was awkward. Kevin offered his right hand before remembering that it was Tywin's left that remained. Brother. I am glad to see you survived. That is what I should say, my lord. Tywin nodded, and released his hand. Kevin took his back with reluctance. I take it our situation is dire. Kevin inclined his head. It is, my lord. You have been gravely wounded, and may not survive the fevers that are coming. I am informed that moving you may kill you, though we were just discussing how to do so safely. Tywin glared, though relented after only a few seconds. It is not my situation I wish to discuss, he said, slurring his speech slightly. He looked to the maesters, and centered his gaze on Carden. Leave us. The maesters bowed, and departed down the corridor to the other side of the room without a word. They were all old enough to know when arguing would not work, even where a man's health was concerned. Tywin watched them go, raising himself up slightly to do so and wincing from the pain. When he thought they couldn't hear, he looked again to Kevin. How badly did we lose? Tyrion and Sir Gregor captured. Among the dead are Lord Lefford, Lord Serret, Sir Flement Brax, Sir Harrys Swift, and Sir Amory Lorch. Scores of other lords and knights are wounded, some badly. Only the strong boar and I seem to have escaped unharmed among the marshals. Tywin nodded, his lips spread in a grim parody of a smile. Our strength. 3,500 cavalry, 9,000 foot. We've lost almost half our number, Tywin noted. Are they any veins of gold in this news? Not many. Kevin decided against such phrasing. The knights under our own banners fared the best. The heavy cavalry of Casterly Rock and Lannisport remains largely intact, and I managed to get their spare horses and victuals away in time. We still outnumber the Stark host in cavalry as a result. Tywin's head moved slightly up and down, before he grimaced sharply. He was sweating hard now. He's exerting himself simply to have this conversation. Try not to nod, Kevin said. He picked up a clean cloth and dipped it in some cool water, careful that the bowl was not filled with alcohol first. He put the cloth to his brother's brow and wiped it. Sage advice, Tywin replied flatly. I take it the other lords of the West are not so rich in cavalry. Kevin nodded. Or foot, for that matter. Leford's battle was particularly bloody in the retreat. Much of the strength of your lord's vassal has been sapped this day. There are gold veins after all, Tywin said, swatting the wet cloth away now. As long as our strength overmatches theirs, we have little to worry about from the lords of the West. His jaw setting, Kevin was flabbergasted. What is he saying? Your vassals would not dare rise against you, my lord. Tywin inhaled deeply through his nose. I have suffered the most calamitous defeat in our house's history since Aegon's conquest, he said. We cannot be so naive as to dismiss the perception that I cannot defend the lords and their interests. The legitimacy of our rule is now very much at stake. That of my grandson too. I have yet to hear of the other great houses rallying to their rightful king, though they are most like waiting to be courted. Kevin felt a shiver move through him. Gods, he's right. Tywin held up the bolt that had been removed from his body to the light, looking at it. That this defeat was at the hands of something equally as terrifying as a dragon is the one thing that may save us. Others will no doubt challenge these Canadians, should they remain in Westeros, and I am sure they will be found equally as wanting in the face of such sorcery. Kevin leaned over to get a better look at the piece of metal. Such a small thing. How could it be made to pierce plate steel across a battlefield? What losses did we inflict on the Starks? Tywin asked. Kevin straightened up. We cannot be sure. Possibly as many as 3,000. Lord Bolton led a cavalry charge that cut its way through many of our retreating men-at-arms and secured a foothold on the south bank, but Lord Lytton cut him down in a countercharge. Lord Umber likely has very little cavalry at all now. Tywin ran the forefinger and thumb of his single hand through his golden whiskers, still holding the bolt. Lord Bolton has no legitimate heir. There may be opportunity for us in that. The Starks will gain more cavalry soon. By now, the river lords of Saltpans, Maidenpool, and between the rivers will be riding to rally to the host. We must march west at once to join with Jaime's host. Kevin cleared his throat, not sure how to put it. My lord, there is more bad news. Though for the sake of your life, I fear to speak it. Tywin finally looked away from the bolt and straight at Kevin, a spark of anger flaring brightly as his brows came together. Speak it or never speak to me again. I must know everything if we are to get out of this grave the Canadians have dug for us. Kevin sighed, and consented. Jaime has been defeated by Robb Stark and captured. The Raven brought the message after we left for the ford. Fists clenching, Tywin's breathing became heavy. His arms shook and shuddered. His lips tore back, revealing teeth straining against each other. His face turned as crimson red as the family banners. Kevin goggled at him with alarm. Maesters! Return at once. Maester Carden led the way as the men began running back. No. Tywin commanded, his voice ragged. He repeated himself with his usual firmness a second later, no. Send them back. It's taking everything he has to control himself. Kevin considered ignoring the command, but Tywin's shaking stopped and his face began slowly returning to a normal color. The maesters searched for what to do and what was wrong, but Kevin waved them off. All three went back the way they had come. How was Jaime captured? Tywin asked. Lord Brax reports that their outriders' ravens were not flying back to the siege camp at River Run. Jaime led most of the knights and riders north to deal with what he thought was raiders or river lords refusing to bend the knee. Jaime never came back. Tywin closed his eyes. Foolish boy. He ran straight into the wolf's jaws. I take it Lord Brax was then defeated by the wolves in turn. The host was split in three. The camp north of the rivers was annihilated as it slept. The noise woke the other camps, and Lord Brax began to prepare to cross the river. But a scout returned in time and warned of Robb Stark himself approaching the camp between the two rivers with a strong cavalry battle. Tywin let out a single loud cough and wheezed for a moment. Kevin almost jumped out of his skin and glanced at the maesters to see if they heard it. They did, but did not return at once either. How did Lord Brax escape trapped between the two rivers? Lord Brax instead moved the rafts to the other river to withdraw, fighting off Stark until they could be launched. His host got away successfully. Yes, but it was bloody. The cavalry attack was held off at the first charge, but the garrison of Riverrun sortied and the catapults on the walls showered the rafts as they began to cross. Riverrun. Tywin growled, what a pity we did not take it. It is a formidable castle. Kevin could not help but agree. Lord Brax himself was dumped into the river, but the gods were with him and the water was shallow. Sir Furley Prester was already preparing a retreat. They saved 8,000 foot. 8,000 from 15,000, Tywin mused, at least in defeat, my son betters me. Though he lost his cavalry entirely. Lord Brax faces an opponent with a vast superiority in horse, and the river lords will not be laggardly in rallying plenty of foot to go with it. Kevin shook his head. I should think not. If it was not for Lord Stark and his daughters, I would say the West itself could be in danger. The river lords are no doubt vengeful in feeling at this moment. The West itself is in danger, Tywin asserted, because King's Landing is. And we must continue to hold both to win. This war will last far longer than we had planned. I hope that means you have ideas, brother. Kevin knew they would only be revealed in due course. Robb Stark shall march on King's Landing. What shall we do? Go to Harrenhal, retrieve everything we can. You will move southwest to the Gold Road. Send word to Lord Brax with the command to join you between the bridges over the Blackwater and the God's Tier. He wants us to sit west of the capital? Kevin blinked. The Gold Road. Tywin pulled himself up straighter with some difficulty. Lord Brax could use the road to the Golden Tooth to escape, but that would leave us exposed. Should he join us, we have a host worthy of the name again. The Starks shall think you are fleeing by the safest route, but you can wait at the bridges for them to besiege King's Landing. And if they see through the ruse, they must deal with you first and the rivers are to your advantage. Kevin smiled, liking the tone of that plan and glad his brother was not addled with the poppy. He bowed his head. I shall send the commands. But what shall you do, my lord? What measures did you discuss with Maester Carden about my movement? We discussed that you could be moved by wagon. Carefully. Tywin closed his eyes. Maester Carden. He half shouted. The healer returned quickly, so much so that his fellows almost tripped on their robes trying to keep up with him. Carden bowed to both Kevin and Tywin, though it was perfunctory. His healing might be for everyone, but his manners are not. How may I be of assistance? Tywin shifted onto his back again, laying flat. You say I can be moved by wagon. Would a riverboat be acceptable? The Maester scowled at Kevin. I said you would not die immediately if you had appropriate care, my lord. You will not survive a rigorous journey by wagon. But yes, a riverboat would in fact be preferable, provided it goes somewhere you can rest and with the best possible healers. Tywin's tongue shifted in his mouth. Without a word, Maester Carden moved to his bedside and filled a cup of water from a jug. The cup was brought to Lord Lannister's mouth and he drank. Thank you, Maester, Tywin said as the cup was withdrawn. Go and prepare such a wagon for me, quietly, and then return to instruct the maesters of our host what will be required of them. I will see you well rewarded for what you have done here this night. Carden's face remained blank as he bowed his head and departed, leaving his fellows behind. He cares little for a reward from a Lannister. Where do you plan to go by river? Kevin asked Tywin. King's Landing. We can float boats down the God's Tier, into the Blackwater and to the Red Keep. The Grand Maester can attend to me with Maester Hill. We have a number of riverboats at Harrenhal. I plan to depart ahead of the host, as soon as preparations are made. I shall bring 1,000 men-at-arms with me to reinforce the capital. And I can prepare it for siege. Kevin frowned. Is he mad? You need rest, my lord. Not the heavy burden of the hand of the king. Tywin closed his eyes once more. Should the capital fall, I shall be the hand of the king no more. There is no one I trust to command it, save you. You must command the host. And I want my son back. I cannot do that from anywhere else. His words trailed off, and his chest gently rose and fell. You have 2 sons, Tywin, Kevin wished to say. But it was too late. Tywin Lannister, Lord of Casterly Rock, Shield of Lannisport and Warden of the West was fast asleep.